Welcome to the Syndicate. Silence is golden. Silence is golden is a concept that will be ignored today. You're going to see a lot of people upset, a lot of people emotional. But always remember that silence is golden. Emptiness, sunyata, stillness, anatta. Silence is golden. The opinions expressed on the Syndicate do not represent, sometimes even the person saying it, because language disguises thoughts. Sometimes people aren't disagreeing with the idea, they're disagreeing with the person putting forth the idea. Does that make sense? Sometimes people disagree not with you, but with you. You're who they're disagreeing with. They may even speak to you like what you're saying isn't valuable. That doesn't mean it's not valuable. That's just what they're saying. And language disguises thoughts. People are not just interacting with the words you say, they're interacting with you, the medium of the message. You are the medium of the message. And therefore, what you say is not just what you say. What you say is who you are while you're saying it. Or, more precisely, what you say is not what you say. What you say is how it's perceived. And we don't just perceive with our rational, analytic mind as much as our mouths try to convince ourselves that we're doing that. No. We're having an emotional conversation with rational words. It doesn't mean the rational words are constructed upon reason. It just means the individual sentences may make sense. But if you want to SENSE what's really happening, you have to go beyond the words. You just have to go beyond the words. And that's a weird thing for a lot of people because we grow up thinking that if we figure out the right words, people will follow, people will take orders. That's not the case. If it was true that people with the right words were effective, that's what people are seeing. People see someone on stage and they think, oh, he must have all the right words. She must know how to use words. And they mimic what they see on stage. What they don't realize is why that person was invited on stage in the first place. Why is the person on stage is more important than what they're saying with their mouth. Let's begin. Hey. Let's see here.
There I am. Hi.
Ciao. There we go. Hey.
You don't have to open a space for me. Not that you are, but
No.
yeah, if you are, don't.
No. I just what was it 1:39?
Yep.
Late night.
Yeah.
Okay, here. Where are we? Oh, there we go.
It's actually cold in Miami. I couldn't believe it.
Shut up.
It's like actually cold. Like I put a sweater on.
You sound like you're saying hell is freezing over.
Yeah. I guess it deserves it. It's about time. About
They should have
time.
never gone right.
Yep.
You
Yep.
know, this is I think this is God smiting Ron DeSantis.
Oh my God.
Oh, Ron DeSantis, if you only gave in to the mandates, it wouldn't be so cold.
It's actually all the snowbirds missing all the snow. So
Yeah,
they want so it's kind of like that psychic pull
it's
of
Canadia's fault again.
yeah.
All of our people coming down for
I didn't
the
say
winter.
that. I didn't
Yeah.
say that.
Where do you think snowbirds come from? North Dakota?
Oh my
That's
They
God.
can't.
metaphorical for
They can't
Northeasterners.
afford it. I'll be honest with you. When the mandates happened, a lot of affluent Torontonians left for Florida.
Yep.
I don't see them coming back.
Wow.
hmm It was a lot. It wasn't those one of those things that were published, but it was like, you know, hey
For
guys, want to
fifth.
make an announcement, and it's like them with their family. Hey
Yeah.
guys, we've decided to move down to like I knew a guy who decided to move down and continue on building an esports business.
Yeah. We had a kind of like a park for motorhomes and the people in transit across from where I lived, and it was on the water of the lake. And during the summer, you'd see a lot smaller, family pull behinds and that kind of thing. But in the wintertime, all the motorized motorhomes would show up and rent spots for 2 to 3 months, and then or do 2 to 3 weeks, and then move further south and that kind of stuff. It was like a migratory. You could see the changes when you drive by the lot when they were coming in and when they were going out. It's a beautiful day here. It's 32 degrees.
Yeah, I don't know what the temperature is here. It's got to be around 50. Let me look. Let's see. Oh, 54 degrees. Woo.
And you have a breeze too, don't you?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's what makes the cut.
This is really offensive. I mean, how dare they do this to me? Oh, well. I mean, I'm blessed considering what some people, pile ups on highways and.
Oh, that one. I don't. It was Ohio or wherever it was on. It's hundreds of vehicles, and I mean, I watched videos of people plowing into the rear ends of other cars and trucks. I mean, it's terrible. But
Yeah.
when you haul butt in the snow like that, that's what happens. So
Yeah, it's like the first real snow of the year makes people more inclined to hit other cars. I don't know why. Yikes. I mean, once you're on a highway like that, um, there's really, I mean, that's what's going to happen, you know. But like the Pennsylvania Turnpike, there's some areas where you can't even get off the turnpike for like 30 miles.
Yeah, I've been on that before. The one that really got me was that one year in Chicago on Lakeside Drive. They had all the cars trapped because of the spray and the snow was so hard it froze cars, it froze, all kinds of stuff. People were, yeah, they were they were fighting for their lives to be able to get out of it because it was like they were being definitely stranded. So
Yeah, I can't. It's hard to believe in this day and age we can't come up with something better like heated roads or um, some sort of system where that wouldn't be an issue as much. But there's a search for, was it In Search? You ever watch In Search of, back in this I think it's like early 80s. It had Leonard Nimoy as a narrator.
I remember seeing some of those as I've done YouTube, but I don't remember. I don't remember it. I know Nimoy. I've seen a couple of videos on YouTube, but
Yeah, I
you know,
haven't watched them all, but for some reason, you talking about Chicago reminded me of that Ice Age one that he did. And people in Buffalo were stuck in their cars for a very long time. I don't know, maybe it was Chicago. It was somewhere up north there in that general vicinity, and they voted out the mayor over the lack of snow removal. Ultimately, but it's a shame people lose their lives in this day and age over snow conditions. Anyway, I'll try to be more cheerful on Christmas Eve.
Okay, in this tutorial, you're going to learn how to use the Assembly AI API to convert an audio file into text. The main skill that you're going to learn is how to copy and paste code from the internet into a Google Colab notebook. That sounds simple, I know, but the truth is that software developers are constantly copying answers from the internet. Being a software developer is kind of like taking an open book exam. You're given a problem, and you're allowed to use the internet to look for and implement a solution. So, in this tutorial, you're going to use the instructions provided by the Assembly AI team to get the code that converts or transcribes an audio file into text using Python commands written in a Google Colab notebook. So that's the introduction to one of the projects.
that sounds good. One of the things that you're approaching it from a non-technical type
Uh-huh.
that will drag them into the rabbit hole, and if they really get hooked on it, then they'll go into the pool of all the mathematics and technical. Because
They'll
most
find it
all the Python
eventually.
courses I've looked at were, so far trying to match up like what you're doing compared to them. It's kind of like take someone this is like you don't need to know anything, and let me show you Google Colabs. Let me show you all these other things, and boom, boom, boom. Then that opens up their eyes to an adventure. So
You can see Kiwi Dan slowly coming on board with the idea. Because
yeah,
Kiwi Dan, his plan is to wait 1 year to create the most beautiful Python course that's ever been created.
yeah.
And he asked me, when are you going to publish your course? I don't know, like 72 hours. Right? And he's like, what do you mean? Like,
He,
short courses never
he
work.
froze. Yeah, he froze when you said that. It was like, wow. Well,
Yeah,
see, the perfection is, the layout.
hey, we need that.
Yeah, it
And
does.
I'm serious when I said that the people who pass my course would be potentially people for his course.
Yes, yes.
Go ahead, Alex.
Well, I just think about that thing that you always say about startups is if you're happy with it, you launch too late. I'm never happy with the first time I run a course. It's like the third or fourth time that I'm like, I'm getting it. I'm
Yeah,
getting it. This is beautiful
yeah.
now.
You have to mold the data.
Yeah.
You have
Because
to.
you never know how it's going to interact with students. You may think it's the perfect course.
No.
And then you're like, wow, kids don't get this at all.
You never. Let me tell you something.
And the thing, and that gives you pathways of being able to, if you come in and you get a sense of the group that you're teaching, you have
Oh,
multiple options to fork to, right?
man, teaching is so different. I remember my first year teaching, they gave me 3 of the same course, and I'd teach the same lesson 3 times a day, and it never went the same way.
Yeah.
Because, like, the kids are different. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
they're all dynamic, and that's what I always liked about the crew that I had. I would, as punishment, instead of being mean, I'd make them listen to lectures and to classical music was their punishment, and they had to stay awake, of course, and
I
then
love
discuss
that.
it. I can't smoke a cigar.
That's so cute. I remember one of my favorite teachers. She used to have kinesthetic time, and so we'd practice our handwriting while listening to classical music, and it was supposed to like open up creativity.
Yeah.
It's a practice I still like to do today. It's just you just sit down and you just practice your writing and just write loops and just listen to.
I sketch.
Well,
I sketch and do that. I take a pencil and do like mechanical sketches of things that come in my mind, and that's what I do is I put that on paper, and that's the reason why I have a creative notebook that I keep, and then I have my journal that I keep. So it's a good thing. It's fun.
I'm not big into drawing. I don't. I mean, I used to be, but not now.
Yeah, my cursive is not good, but I print really well because I started, printing because that's what we had to do, and some of the classes, technical classes, and then we moved on to other more creative things, how to create drawings and.
well, it's wild. They don't teach the kids cursive in school anymore. So now when they get to me in high school and they have to like do their signature, they're like, "Well, what do you mean signature?" I'm like, "Well, just write your name that's unique to you." And they're like, "We don't know how to write cursive." I'm like, "Then print it then." I don't know.
Can I put my tinfoil hat on?
Yeah. Right?
They eliminated cursive so they can't read historical documents that are handwritten.
It's wild. It's wild.
Yep.
They took away cursive and they took away times tables. And I'm like, what are you teaching the children? What are they learning in school anymore?
Oh, that exactly, because that's the thing. Walking through the store, I could be with the boys and the wife, and I'll tally as we go through the store, and when we get to the checkout, I'll have the total, and that's just an exercise. I used to mess with them, and I don't do it as much now, but it then it would be a fight to figure out the sales tax.
I love that. Though. That is such a good experience to teach them. I
Yep.
remember teaching, like, because it's a thing that is actually useful. I was telling one of my students, like, I save so much money because I do the pre-total in my head. Because people at the cash just like beep, beep, beep. They don't think about it. They give you the wrong, discount or whatever.
Yep.
I remember I was arguing with this one lady, and I was buying $100 shirt that was 70% off, so clearly $30. And she was like, $70. I'm like, no, 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 no. We're doing this wrong. And she couldn't figure out the 70% off. I'm like, it's $100. What are we talking about here?
That's funny.
So yeah, but that's the thing they don't know now. And I find I'll get grade 12 students and I'll blow their minds when I tell them like 10% of $120 is $12. They're like, how did you do that? I'm like, oh no, no, children. It's just moving the decimal.
Exactly. That's like I was figuring. They was watching a program and they were talking about there's going to be 1 million deaths in China, because of COVID. And I was sitting there and I said, okay, 1.4 million and 1 million. So that's like 0.007% of the population. I said that's not a very large number. If it was 1%, 5%, it'd be that's when that's really affecting the population. So it's kind of like, are they starting this scare? So who knows?
No, I love going through that
Numbers
lesson
are
of
good.
using
I like
stats,
numbers. I've always
right?
found them to be fun.
Numbers are
I
so
sent
fun,
Thaddeus a
and I
link to
love doing
a
those
Make
lessons.
Calculus Easy, a 1910 book, and just so that he could see that calculus is easy.
Yeah, all you have to do is dx represents a little bit of x, and dy represents a little bit of y.
Are they talking,
I remember
Sandra?
it.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can
Buffy,
hear
can you
what?
hear me?
I must be rugged.
No. One sec. Hold on. You'll come back. This is the book.
I love that book. Is that on open I hope that's on open library. I'm going to go read it.
Mm.
I'm an enormous nerd, but I love stuff like that.
Yeah, beautifully written.
They knew how to write back then.
Well, you know what it is? It's a very... Well, let me ask you this. If you were to consider the tone diamond of fast-paced, high energy in North and slow-paced, serious versus casual, laid-back versus, broadcaster, what tone do you think that book is written in?
Damn it, I don't know how to use my button anymore. I would take it kind of as a like laid back, casual sidekick type of thing, but I might be wrong.
Exactly. Right? Most education is in the mentor broadcast. Welcome to calculus, 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 calculus. Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Right? You know, it's interesting that even YouTube tutorials are delivered like they're speeches to folks. But my professor told me that people are kind of tired of the sage on the stage, and they're looking for someone more interactive these days.
that's cool.
That's why, like, a lot of, like, the tech lectures that come on here, they kind of have a hard time because they want to lecture, they don't want to have a conversation,
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
right? And if anyone pokes holes in their thesis, they they actually react pretty violently.
I enjoyed that prologue. I recorded.
It's it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yep. That's the reason why I like old books.
Considering how many fools can calculate, it is surprising that it should be thought either a difficult or a tedious task for any other fool to learn how to master the same tricks. Some calculus tricks are quite easy. Some are enormously difficult. The fools who write the textbooks of advanced mathematics, and they are mostly clever fools, seldom take the trouble to show you how easy the calculations are. On the contrary, they seem to desire to impress you with their tremendous cleverness by going about it the most difficult way. Calculus Made Easy, Thompson, October 1914.
Oh my God, I gotta look at that book. I'm not even a math person. Many years ago, somebody wanted me to sit down with some sort of I don't know, coordinate algebra type book. It's like several steps above algebra involving I just couldn't get my mind into it, and
Have you ever seen Euclid's Elements?
it sounds familiar, but no,
There, there's a. It's the easiest way that I've found into this kind of thinking, and it made everything make sense. I'm gonna find the. There's this guy who went through all of the postulates of Euclid that he used to create his mathematically sound universe, and let me see if I can find the. Yes. It was like this. So it started with a point. Let there be point. Let there be multiple points. Let there be a line that could be drawn between 2 points. Let's imagine you can rotate the line to make a circle. Let's say you can rotate it the other way and make 2 circles, knowing that their radius is the same. And now let's make the equilateral triangle. And this is how we prove equilateral triangles. It's gorgeous.
is that
Starting
it?
from a single point. Yeah, Euclid's Elements. Everyone thinks about Pythagoras. They never think about Euclid. But I think Euclid was the first
Crazy.
person. I think he was the first person to prove the Pythagorean theorem in like the 13th book, something like that. A whole universe based on a point.
All on top of the point. Yeah, but I like that way better because when I learned about this quote unquote stuff, it was an emphasis on you have to prove it. Think about the proofs and not about starting like from the perspective that you just started from. I think that if I had learned it the way you had presented it, I would not have, struggled as much, for sure.
Oh, go ahead.
The only reason I know this is because I've been pestering Allie for 5 years.
I read this fascinating book about how we teach math backwards and how we should be starting with calculus in kindergarten and working up to algebra and arithmetic and math and multiplication. It's wild.
What was the reason?
Wow.
It's the conceptual idea of how we see mathematics
Okay.
and how children see the world. And so because they're already thinking about approximations, they can understand the calculus approximations better.
How do kids do approximations in kindergarten?
That's a big sentence. But it's the way that they are conceptually seeing the universe anyways, because they're trying to everything is approximating. You try the boundaries of everything at that age.
You're still figuring out distances.
Exactly. And so I got to read the book again. It was really good, but it was the idea.
Have an intuition for rates of change?
Yes. Because they're already like running around and smacking into things. And so they're already figuring shit out.
So if I was in kindergarten, how would you teach me one of the first lessons in calculus? What would you have me do? You might not even mention calculus.
Well, speed. I'd roll a ball down a thing and we'd roll balls down like higher and higher things and talk about the rates of change.
Oh, okay. If I start here, it's faster. If I start here, it's lower.
Yeah.
What does that mean about what you see with your eyes?
Yeah. And so because we don't really teach kids what a graph is,
Yes, we just present it as
we just present it as this is this thing, but they don't really understand the connection between.
Let there be graph is how we start.
That's the thing. And so they see these graphs as these magical things, but it's just a visual representation. And I think that's where it all comes down to, is that if you actually explain what a graph is at a young age.
If you could map the ball rolling down different hills as functions on a graph, they might grasp it easier.
And they might understand the intuitive nature of the equation because they're seeing the picture of it.
It's all back to balls at the end of the day.
That's all about balls.
All about balls, guys.
Ball bearings. You gotta get a fletch in there.
Ball bearings. Is that the right? No? Okay.
Yeah, no, it's all ball bearings these days.
Benoit balls, yeah. Bernoulli. Something like that.
I couldn't help it. I know it doesn't really match at all, but it was so
No.
close, I mean,
I usually just say words out loud, hoping that somebody latches on to the idea and starts a monologue of their own,
I had a friend who would sit next to me telemarketing many years ago.
I was looking for something. I was going to send you a link to a website that shows different trigonometry graphing and different.
Oh, the circles? Yeah. When you start seeing the spinning unit circle and the sine, cosine, tan, and all that
if
shit.
they'd have shown that in school, it would have made,
Have you
it makes a better representation, and you actually show the changing of the numbers and the formulas so that you can, understand that as these numbers change, this is what they're reflecting on the graph. Because when you get into controlling, like a temperature control system where you're monitoring moisture and the amount of air flow and temperature, and you get all those things grafting, and you try to get the steam to regulate, the steam will peak and valley until the controller gets it into a more steady state within the range that you need to operate. So
I'm gonna put this website called I think it's called 3 Red 1 Blue. 3 Blue 1 Brown is like, this guy has spent so much time doing these visual lectures, and he has stuff like how he explains Euclid's identity and things like that. It's gorgeously done. I put it at the top. Math on Christmas Eve, everyone, you fucking nerds.
Story of my life. I don't mind. I mean,
Yeah.
math's been awful for me. And
did you watch the video, the difference between
I
a
appreciate
nerd and a geek, the comedy guy?
No,
So,
not
Okay.
yet.
What's the difference?
Oh, he has a great comedy skit that actually describes it. Yeah.
I just converted Matthias to an Andrew Tate fan. Sorry, guys.
Andrew Tate, why does that sound familiar? Andrew.
He's that guy that says, "This is reality," with his shirt off. You know what I'm talking? You should hear Matthias do it. He says it. He screams. It's good.
Did he go viral for something?
Yeah, a couple people cut out some of the things he said that weren't really flattering about women.
Oh,
And
yeah.
right, and he kind of did it on purpose. Like the apple of discord. You can throw out these ideas, and people, in order to carve out their own identity, will react to them. Right? And so he used the notoriety of those few phrases to get on everyone's who had a big following, their podcast.
He got banned from Twitter or something, didn't he?
Yes, he was banned from a few places. Now he's back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good. I mean, he has a voice, and
Dear center right. Center raucous, everyone. No. Yeah. You're just pretending not to know what I'm talking about. Oh, who's that guy?
No, I was.
Who's that?
No.
Is that like you're waking up from a sleep? Is that guy? He's like, get the fuck out of here, you center right.
I'm like, Elon's all
The
about
rockets in the grass.
Elon's all about freedom of speech, and and it's you just can't have freedom of speech. You just have to.
It's okay,
not
Ruckus.
good.
You don't have to explain your center rightness to us. You don't have to defend it. I know it's tough to talk about this at work. When you have these opinions, you're either not allowed to say them, or you have to couch them in caveats. That's the way that Kappa speaks. He's like, sometimes this is not always, but sometimes I've seen, this happens day to day. Right? Like he always felt this need to front end load his opinions with leftness, right?
Mike, listen, is freedom, I mean, it backfired on him, right?
It's okay.
No,
it's
but
okay.
didn't it back?
You're a money friend. Look, I agree with you, and I know you're used to caveating how you feel. Right? The pendulum is swinging. It's okay.
You know how awkward it is to say Merry Christmas to someone at work, and they're like, happy holiday. Or enjoy your holiday. No, punk, I said Merry Christmas.
That's because you're a cis white gender male. You're standing up for the religion. You believe in church and state.
Oh.
You believe that if we had prayer in church, everything would be a bit better. It's hard to It's hard to pull a trigger after you've said the Lord's Prayer, you know?
Then I would be like, Mary.
In God we trust, you know? I mean,
Yeah, if I were being a prick about it, I'd be like, Merry Christmas, everyone.
See, not if you were being a prick about it. If you were able to fully express yourself, you would.
Exactly, that's true.
Yeah, see how center right Raucus is? Right? Yeah, I'm telling you. He's a fan of Andrew Tate, and he pretended not to know who he is. Just, because he's so used to defending himself in public, right?
Oh.
And it's like, you remember when Kappa used to just like give this long meandering premise, right? So that they couldn't attack him for how he really felt inside.
I
And then he realized language disguises thoughts, and he dropped language altogether. Went back to work.
Jesus Christ, my
What?
my
What did I
God. What?
Mary?
What did I do? What did I do?
What did I say?
I'm just
What
talking.
did I say?
I'm not
I
doing
just
nothing.
talking about
What do
that.
you mean?
right there.
Just a casual conversation. I don't know. What do you mean?
We're just having a conversation. We can't have a conversation.
Are we letting her back
I thought
in?
this was America.
Has he been?
I thought this was America.
Is we being sympathetic to the scammer? I mean, are we?
No, my Casey nailed it.
What the? Huh? I didn't do anything. Just having a conversation.
I DM'd you the graphics link on the Michael.
Oh, wicked.
I'm going to try to use that one. Jesus Christmas. That will
Ruckus, I just want to ask you if you're excited
about Christmas.
About our Lord and Savior's birthday.
Raucus is personally offended when people don't acknowledge the real reason
I am. Happy holiday
for the celebration.
Seriously?
Saturnalia. Happy Saturnalia, everyone.
What do you mean?
This is the winter solstice.
No, it's about Christmas, not the
About
they
winter.
moved that.
Christ.
They had to move that. They would never have done a census in the winter.
Just like to tell everybody happy
We're
school.
about to biologize your religion, Rockets. Are you ready?
No, well, I'm just saying. Jesus was born during the census. And so if they had to do an entire country census for you to have to travel back to your original place, they would have done that during the summer because it's cold as balls in the desert during the winter.
She has a point.
So happy winter solstice to everyone.
It doesn't. I mean, I know it's the truth, but it just doesn't feel good. So.
Yeah. Way to downgrade an entire religion based on convenience.
Less than a minute.
It's really backfired, though, Rocket.
Is Jesus' birthday observed? We're doing that. That's what it is. We're observing the birthday.
Of course. Well, I love it. You have to observe it sometimes.
See how he's landed on that point of, fuck your logic? This is what it's going to be. That's the
I give him breadcrumbs. I lay out little crumbs for Ruckus, and
It's
he keeps
wonderful.
scooping them up. So I keep on giving him breadcrumbs. This is how you survive. I'll show you. Buddy.
Act of sympathetic magic by bringing the trees inside.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think it's wonderful. It's a wonderful tradition of sympathetic magic. Peace.
Oh. Oh wow! Way to tear down my entire day in like 2 minutes. Thanks.
And you understand, Ruckus, to keep myself off the radar, I must use you as target practice so I can safeguard myself. Is the only acceptable
deflection?
form.
Is that called deflection?
You can call it whatever you want as long as you're not talking about me. You can call it backstabbing. You can call it deflection. You can call I don't fucking care.
Or reassociation?
I apologize for biologizing Catholicism, guys. I said it before she said it, so.
I don't appreciate you weaponizing academia for further cultural appropriation.
Yeah.
Traditions. They're wonderful.
Yeah, you can have your pagan rituals, you know?
Yeah, but the solstice happened several days ago. So that really, this doesn't necessarily coincide.
It's like
Look.
SOL, right? It's the that's the sun. SUN, SON, whatever you want.
Stop slandering my Viking heritage. All right.
On Jufeldorf, right? Is that who we played here?
Skull!
Hangel
Skull!
store. Blinko Cloud.
Oh, you're a Thor guy?
Just come up. Sukeldoof.
Look, I watched all the seasons of Vikings. I will school you.
Was that a show?
Oh, dude, it's a great show, actually.
It sounds like Game of Thrones in a different land.
It's totally the History Channel's remake of Game of Thrones.
You white people cannot get enough of Game of Thrones when you were on top. It's like, that's your favorite shit, eh? It's like, imagine a world where we're still in power and the minorities don't even get a part.
Who doesn't think a dragon is cool?
Have you
It's like
watched
the
House
symbol
of
of
the
the dorks.
Is the dragon the embodiment of the Chinese enemy? Is that why it's so popular for America?
So powerful. Yeah, it's the mystic and the unknown, the great power that we don't understand. Yes.
Instead of hating Chinese people, you can hate the dragon.
Yeah, you can hate the shit and kill the shit out of a dragon. Chain that motherfucker to the ground, and it's cool. But like,
it's like political geo-hatred in a movie.
You are a dark son of a bitch. You know that?
Hold on. Are you saying that?
Drum player.
Are you saying that? Are you saying that Vikings and Game of Thrones is white people Wakanda? Congratulations, everyone. Merry Christmas. Christmas, my mistake.
Oh my god.
White people Wakanda. I like it.
And you just say, ooh, Wakanda. White Wakanda.
White Wakanda.
Two W's. Ooh, Wakanda.
Man. I wonder if that's where they got the idea for Wakanda was like Game of Thrones. They'd be like, hey, what if we reimagine this world upside down where black people were the superheroes? I get it. What about Brown Conda? What about that? Is that the technocracy? Never mind.
Didn't they in that Immortals movie make like they chose Indian characters, but they made them like the shittiest superheroes?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like what the fuck was that?
You remember the first time you realized that Tolkien's books were an allegory for World War II?
Not really, but go ahead.
Yeah. I read that and I was like,
dude, just shut up. Just shut up. I like the fucking books. Don't ruin those for me. God damn it. Fuck. Oh, you've ruined it. They're already ruined. God damn it. It's all shit. Is that real? That's probably real. That's true, isn't it? That's a fact, isn't it?
Okay.
It's a perception.
Oh. Yeah. No, it all fits.
When did you write the book?
God damn it. It all fits. Fuck. It all fits.
Sorry, dude. First the Saturn alien, and now Tolkien.
Dude.
Okay, question for the room. Have you ever made, now I know the answer to this, but tell me your best one. What is an imaginary fact that you made up that people believed that you still think is fucking hilarious?
See, the term tits up came from the ranchers as they'd find their cattle stricken down by plague. The cows would die kicking and thrashing with their legs in the air and their tits would be up, so it goes tits
Also,
up.
when they're branding them.
The greatest falsehood that I've heard is that Casey knows anything about financial management.
I've been writing the shit out of that one for over a year. It's been wonderful.
I once said, if we knew we were them, they would kill us all. And
I once said I knew how startups work.
That too.
Hey, I said the same thing.
Can I put my tinfoil hat on?
Spirits.
We're gonna get to see them in 2027. They're coming.
27?
Yeah, that's what the government says.
You mean the dragons?
Oof.
Yes.
Yes. We'll just say yes.
Well, I guess this is why we say silence is golden, huh?
I was like that, but y'all
Well,
drug it out of me.
Yeah.
it makes sense. Like they're treating the economy like it's just a trash bin, and why would you do that unless you knew that it was all going to come crashing down anyways?
Oh my God, I think you got the right answer because Zach dropped down to listener.
There you go.
That's how you know you're like, fuck. All right, well, learn how to shoot a gun, everyone.
Oh, that's on my checklist as already done. So
Come
that's
visit me.
actually
I'll show
one
you
thing.
how.
I already know how. I'll show you how.
Fuck you guys. I'm over here loading rounds. Fucking,
I
I'm
have a
buying ammo.
Canadian. I have a Canadian gun. I live beside people with a lot of guns.
Now, Webb, you got to have your
Okay,
modern
see how much snow
gunsmithing
you get.
hardcover.
A couple inches. It was mostly rain.
That's what she said.
Nothing.
How about you, Mike?
Oh no, it really snowed here.
Rufus?
Yeah, and it was freezing.
Rufus, how about you?
He's like buried under snow and can't answer.
No, Ohio didn't get that much. I don't know, 2 inches, 3 inches.
It's 54 degrees here and very chilly. It's kind of disappointed in Florida.
Sandra,
Like,
knock it off. Just knock it off.
oh, now you say something.
Just knock it off.
All right.
54 degrees. It's like we didn't even have degrees yesterday. We were in the negative.
Oh, no. Well, you did have it, just not the way, the wrong direction.
It was the wrong direction. Just not 54 degrees. Wow,
It's cold, man.
that's you're from Jersey. That's
Yeah.
nothing. You should be in a t-shirt. How long have you been there? Where you are?
End of February, no, beginning of March, I guess, like in Florida in general.
Oh, your skin hasn't.
I'm white. I'm very, very
You
white.
haven't. You shouldn't be like. I don't know. You're used. You guys' snow is just. You guys go in the negative too, right?
In Florida? I hope
No,
not.
in
Oh, Jersey? Yeah. As a matter of,
yeah.
when I was little, we got like this huge snowstorm and I disappeared in the snowdrift when I got out of my mom's station wagon. And people were like, "Where'd you go?" And they almost forgot about me. It was like, "Hello, can you help me?" Anyway, that's what, see, when you have a tractor like do your driveway, there's like these little slopes from the tractor, and I ended up in one of those. And people were like, "Well, we have too many kids here. What's one? Just who cares?" But anyway, no, that's not what happened. I got into the snowdrift. I had to be digged out. They had to help me get out. It's ridiculous. But yeah, so but you know what? With climate change, they don't get a lot of snow in New Jersey anymore. It's kind of appalling, really. It makes me shake and cry a lot when I think about it.
Yeah, when I was in high school in Southeast Texas, we got 6 inches of snow for 2 days. That was a rare event. So
Well,
Web3. This image that you sent me with the math stuff is crazy. You could just keep scrolling.
yes, yeah.
Whoa.
It gives you good visualizations. How I learn a lot of things, so that I look for
It's
those
like an
things.
intuition machine.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna put this to the top. This is gorgeous.
That's like if you look at the point of reference of the Earth, most people are taught to visualize it circling around the sun. But if you do it relative to some other point, it's really intriguing to see. It's like a corkscrew, going through space. That's the reason why your planetary movements, when we look at them, sometimes they backtrack and circle back. And it's kind of hard sometimes to wrap your head around that visualization.
Okay, so now I'm adding I made some changes to the script to make it more commercially. You know, the cold open hook solution button. So this is what I have so far. Copying code, pasting code, copying code, and then pasting code. All right. In this tutorial, you're going to learn how to use the Assembly AI API to convert an audio file into text. And the main skill that you're going to learn in today's lesson is how to copy and paste code. You're going to learn how to copy and paste code from the internet into a Google Colab notebook, and then run the code just like a developer does. All right, that's the new intro.
I love it. And you can look at it in a very cynical way, which makes it even better.
Yeah, there's an aspect of that, right? There's an aspect of sarcasm, but it's true, right? But like to that, we started this with like, we like that, calculus book because it's delivered casually, not like a mentor, not like a hero, not even like a villain. There's kind of a villain there because they're disagreeing with their peers on how things should be done.
Right.
Right.
Right. But it's very not intimidating, I mean, that both elements of it, the way you presented it and the way the book presented it.
The main thing that is my enemy is intimidation.
Oh, I think you're absolutely right about that. Yeah.
Yeah, the biggest hurdle they have to get over is the Google Colab. Setting that up.
Yeah, in Australia.
That'll be the biggest hurdle,
yeah. Yeah. So, well, actually, what I'm going to start them with is a mini tutorial showing them how to code in everyday life. So, if you look up a book, you can look up the author and the title, right? But so, for example, let's say you're looking at Albert Camus' The Fall. You can type in Albert Camus into Google with The Fall, and you'll get a bunch of information. But if you change the search to be Albert Camus file type :PDF, you'll get only PDFs. So that's a simple way to code in Google to get exactly what you want.
Yes.
You can go to Twitter and write, from @Raucous1 Donald Trump, and you'll see all of his support for Donald Trump in 2017, right? You can coding is everywhere. It just, you don't use these commands as someone who's just unaware that you could. And then I show even on YouTube, if you want to look up, if you want to find,
have you made a cheat sheet?
Well, what I'm doing with the tutorial is like, I'm running, everything I'm telling you is actually part of the tutorial, right? So before we get into Python or anything like that, let's just learn you can use simple statements in the apps you already use to get what you want faster.
Pique your interest, yes. Yeah.
That's it. I'll meet you where you are.
It's a trickle before the flow comes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Great. Sounds good.
Because satisfaction is guaranteed, even when it isn't. Here on the Syndicate, your dollar always spent best.
I mean, you could just use a Snickers bar, it's a better way, maybe. I don't know. Snickers.
I can tell in Dan's voice he's feeling a lot better.
Oh, he always sounds sexy to me.
Erectile dysfunction problems? Not anymore. You need a little bit of happy wax. That's right. Get a little bit of happy wax and rub it on your sack. After a couple of good wraps, you'll be sipping and sopping all day long. That's right. It's whatever wax. What do we call that? What the hell? I need a
thing
lot.
called Christmas Eve. Yeah.
Christmas Eve wax.
I mean, technically, the manger was planned 9 months at a time, right? Is that how it worked? Did it take 9 months? It's a good question, right? I want to apologize for Ruckus for my wife's behavior on Christmas Eve. She shouldn't talk about the Saturnalia like that.
That's okay. There's a couple other paths of arguments on it too. So, it's all been discussed many times before.
It's a very complex CYOA.
What's up, Honey Zed? How you feeling? You feeling good? You feeling nice?
No. I'm doing pretty good. I like this. I like everything that's going on here. It's a nice place. Thank you.
We're just talking about. We're trying to figure out where Ruckus is on the political spectrum. Sometimes he moves slightly left. Sometimes he moves slightly right. And I think that's
and then
actually.
you shake hands and you make new friends.
Yeah. I've realized that his identity is in his oscillation, not in being on anyone's side.
He's a meta model Mistel.org.
Yeah, he's a wave. He's a political wave, not a particle.
Yeah, unless he's a particle at the moment. Like, then because you're
A quanta, yes.
I'm trying to figure out what point
He's
of
like
origin
Kwanzaa.
he's related to.
Yeah, because like if you consider, you know what, it's your fault, Web3, for giving me the fucking wave intuition, right? But that's where it came from. We've been trying to say that Ruckus is this point, or he's this point, or he's this point, or he's this point, or he's this point on the political spectrum.
Don't forget
When
this
in fact that he's a wave. He oscillates, and each point is like an opinion on the spectrum. Like you can have.
Who are we? Who is this? What?
Oh, Ruckus. Do you see him there, Hulk?
Ruckus is worthless. His
Oh,
image
Ruckus.
is worthless.
Mhm. Right. So on the far right is should they be allowed into the pool, and on the left is like personal responsibility.
Yes, they should be allowed in the pool.
Weird, like right to the horseshoe only with like no horseshoe.
Well, we should have like a section pool, right? Like boxed pool.
Back of the bus.
A segregated pool, you mean? Look at this language this guy uses. See?
You should memorize the association table, but that's kind of Kwanzaa-esque.
Yeah, it's a bit semiotical.
That rope, that divides the pool from the deep, that's
yeah,
fun.
I wonder who that was invented by.
I got some rope. No, I am a globalist, and that's where I fall
It finally comes out.
I'm a globalist.
Mr. Soros.
I'm an asterisk
Welcome.
PBS. I'm an asterisk PBNJ.
Which pisses off the right, globalist,
Yeah, you don't believe in sovereignty of nations. I understand.
He's
anti-decentralization. Table.
He doesn't believe in a wall, any of them, except when it's around his own house, in which case he has a very tall fence.
All on the Unix system.
I know. You don't want a wall, but you will have a very tall fence. I understand the balance. I'm Canadian.
You don't want a Unix, but you do want to drop the balls.
But there's so many different types of fences.
Yeah, and if it was his choice, he would have wire on the top of the fence, just to be safe.
Constantino wire? Is that what you're saying?
Dogs.
Yeah, there'll be like moats in front of his house, like it's startup.
Constantine wire. Strict Kantian RJ45 cabling.
That's interesting. Do you think politicians in language only Constantine interwoke policies to get elected? Constantine adopted Christianity only in name. Maybe politicians adopt the language of the cultural movement in name so that, in the same way.
I'm sorry, I passed out.
No, I'm hearing everything you're saying.
As usual, Rich had issues with the above conversation and decided to vote down everything that was being said. The others looked around the room, and suddenly Web3 said the following.
She's just gold.
What happened to Web3? Are we talking about semantic web, or are we talking about the weird thing?
In the connected web, everybody was everybody else, so reaching around was pretty familiar, and Ruckus wanted to reach around.
Ooh, what do you got there? A single entendre?
It's kind of like he's right, and he's reaching around to the left, bringing them closer, even while he votes against their survival.
Does he do that from the left?
Remember, there's over and under too.
To another dimension. Now we're getting somewhere.
Sur Soudan devant derrière, they say in French.
Ruckus, while you're there, do you deal with any Amazon data for your work?
Funny question. I don't, but I do work in their tool. But I don't deal with any. That's more the e-commerce side.
I'm sorry. What would Amazon data be exactly?
Well, what I'm wanting to know, because Amazon have like a if it was like I've forgotten what it's called, like a sale rank for their books, and I was wanting to work out how much sales, because what I really want to know is how much sales are particular ebooks making, so I can kind of get an idea for the market. And there is a website where you can get the sales rank for a particular book, chuck that rank number in, and it'll say, oh, we think it's about 10 copies a day that this is selling. But I thought, is there something else where you can get like a better idea? Because I don't quite trust that tool.
Good for you. Trust that about as much as you're going to trust Have I Been Pwned. You probably just want to use direct API calls, I think, is what you want to do, right?
Yeah, I haven't used Amazon API, but
They
just
have a
seeing if
product.
any of you guys have.
I was looking into this for Sandra. They have a product advertising API. The usage of the API is restricted to people who are active sellers on Amazon. So, for example, when we tried to access the product advertising API by Amazon, they said, no, you have to show that you've made a certain amount of sales, like 3 sales in the past little while, in order to get access.
Then what, you have special what am I'm saying, tokens, credentials that you have. That's kind of neat.
Yeah, it's like an event-driven authorization.
I'd be interested to get that same kind of data, like on what
right?
you can expect to do with, like, I don't know, a self-published book or something on the
so powerful.
I'm gonna look into this right now. I still have an Amazon store, so maybe
there are places that sell that information, but it's pretty. I think it's too expensive. But there are places that will gather that information, so you can get it by a third party. But I think the getting it yourself is probably best.
I think you're right there. I have trouble trusting the accuracy of the, because I just think, like, well, what do I do when I have to catch all? What's my final verb? And it's probably like, I don't know, like 10. Does that sound right?
Yeah. You can scrape it yourself, but you have to be careful, because if you do it like too quickly or too much, they will like blow up your account.
Objects in mirror may not be as scrapable.
Exactly. But when my ex and I were doing a book business and using that information, it's possible, it can be done, but it requires a lot of calculating. We did it the hard way for a while, and then I think later on we got on the API, but I can't exactly remember now, but it's possible.
So first step would be like, I have to sell a few items before I can request access to the API. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing it for like one item, yeah, I mean, you could do it that way. I'm talking like for what I want, what I used to do, we were probably getting about 2 million ISBN numbers and comparing the rankings with another site and then updating the ISBNs every day for new ISBNs that would come on the site. And between ranks between 0 to I think like 4 million at the time. So it was involved. But for if you're looking at, a couple of courses, yeah, the product API might be the way to go if you want, to be hands on. But again, you'd have to sell 3 things. But I don't think it would be that overly difficult to do. You can scrape it, but you'd have to be. It's up to you.
It's kind of the Bellevue paradox. You don't have any money, then you got to spend money. You don't have any products. Well,
I mean, I was going to get back on the API anyway. You can just do it through me, but I need to get my ass in gear, and my car was a bit of a distraction over the last few days. So, I'll get something up and try to get that going. It might be a week or two though, depending on how fast I can get 3 sales.
Cool. You got to get your credentials, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm already signed up. I'm already signed up for Amazon on the seller end. I just have to get into the API. I need to do a little more.
Hey, Rich, you got your hand up.
I just want to say that, yeah, it's cold. That is why I was thumbs downing. You were right, Web3.
You're in Arkansas, right?
Yeah, and it's freezing cold here, Sandra. It's freezing cold.
How cold is it?
Well, like last night, it was like 3 degrees.
The cinder blocks on the concrete pad are frozen to the concrete pad, but they're not frozen to the ground.
You guys think you've got problems, but last night I actually took quite a while to get to sleep because it was too hot.
Oh, Dan.
Really, Dan?
I'm serious.
Do you own a fan? That helps.
People out there freezing their ass up and just like, yeah, it's too hot to fall asleep, eh? Fucking Kiwis.
Fucking Kiwis, indeed.
I mean, it sounds nice until you consider that the reason it's so hot is because they have no ozone.
Yeah, you go outside and your skin basically burns, even with like the SPF 50
Yeah,
on.
it's the drop bear methane.
Because you guys have been, I don't know.
Warms you up, or doesn't it just simulate like a sensation of warming up because your body can't process O3. That's why I don't keep an ozone generator on every side of me at the same time.
I like it when it's cold because you can go outside and you can breathe really deep, and it's the air is so dry. It's really nice.
You like it dry?
Yeah.
Yeah, humidity's not a friend right now. There's weird COVID thingies.
It is good running weather.
I don't want to run. Running's hard. I want to sit here and hack on a computer.
Pete, what are you doing up so early/late?
I think I got very drunk and fell asleep very early, to be honest. So I'm just awake. Like I woke up to a good song that I now love, and I'm happy for a hot 30 seconds.
Is it Christmas for you guys there now?
Yes, it is.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Happy Saturnalia.
Merry Ruckus.
Saturnalia. I don't know what I was going for there.
Yeah, honey, are you getting into the eggnog? What's going on over there?
I got some weird cocaine and everything's fun
That
and bright and
makes sense.
scared. I don't know what's happening.
Weird cocaine sounds like good cocaine to me.
That's what I meant. Like when I do it, it's like, yeah, I get this Web3 thing, or I will in a second.
Are you saying that Web3 is cocaine fueled?
No, it's weird. It's a weird web. It's democratization of, artificial intellect.
Total
There's some
decentralization, no control, totally autonomous.
Totes autonomous.
Sounds like Raucus's globalization efforts. Isn't that what you would like, Raucus? Hey, since we can't trust anyone, let's trust no one. This is your solution? Okay. Good job.
I think a good solution to Web3 is HTTP 1.1 and 2.0.
I can't trust anyone, therefore I'm not going to trust anyone. Okay.
Yeah, that's
a good idea.
Lambda trust
Yeah.
lambda not trust lambda. I mean not trust. That's not very helpful.
Isn't that the most fatalist of strategies? That since we have not found anyone we can trust because of whatever trauma, we think it's a good idea to quote unquote trust nobody.
I don't trust myself, so yeah.
That's fine. The truth is out there. Like the truth is out there. Trust no one. Like,
well, I mean, until the smoking man walks in the room and then he tells you the truth cryptically, right?
Oh, I don't like that man. He's scary. He comes in my room and smokes me. Yeah, he's pretty good in bed though. I don't mind him when he's doing that.
That's strong stuff, dude.
It's weird. It's cocaine 3. Like everything 3 is season 3 is pretty much the best of every show. We can agree on that, right?
Yes. Except season 2, episode 2 of Arrested Development is the best episode of television ever. Love that show.
I like you. Yes, yes. Goddamn.
Has anyone ever watched that show? I've heard about the show, never watched it.
You've never seen Arrested Development?
No.
You must. It is.
Oh,
you're not missing anything.
Fun times for you.
Yeah.
Dan's not allowed to
I
talk
had that
anymore.
feeling.
I even had a great time in season 4, the second one of 4 and 5, and the second one of 5. It was just such a great show. 1 through 3, different machine because it was a long time ago in a land before Zoe.
You're listening to the Syndicate. Silence is golden.
That sounds like a ninja. Oh, I'm not being quiet now.
All right, I got to do some family stuff, guys, but have a Merry Christmas wherever you are and enjoy your white Christmas. I will be enjoying a barbecue in the searing
Cheers. I'll be grilling tomorrow in 43 degrees temperature.
I imagine you just put the meat out there and then come back in 5 minutes.
Stay warm.
Oh no, I stand with it
everyone.
and enjoy it and watch it and flip it every few minutes and see the destruction and the change of the meat into something that's edible. So
Oh, you're like a calculus cook. You like to see the rates of change.
exactly, that's how I cook steak without temperature monitoring or anything, and I usually get it pretty accurate.
So, like, do you even have like a cooked bit like that can be numbered, or do you just totes eyeball it?
I just do it by feeling and by the look of the meat as I flip it, and the temperature control. I start out at a certain higher temperature, and then I drop it back down, and then I'll increase it, and then within, I don't know, usually 3 to 8 minutes, depending on the meat, how thick or thin, I'll pretty much have it to the desired interior temperature and quality. My wife likes it to be more medium rare, and I like mine to be just on the point of turning pink but keeping moisture. And I hit it pretty close.
Hell yeah, hit it. That's the Missy Elliott calculus, by the way. Is what I'd call that for a second.
That was funny.
I can see, yeah, and I can see Webb being like, who's that guy over in England that yells at all the young chefs? Ramsey.
Yeah, Hell's Kitchen. Yeah, he's badass.
Yeah, I love those shows. But I can see you like yelling, like if someone like manned the grill and did poorly, I could see you like doing that to some poor soul.
You want to role play it? I'll be the person who does terribly.
Go ahead, Webb. Go for it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't. I'm not that way. I'm kind in my teaching when I do things, and if they make a mistake, I just make them eat it. So.
Can I give you a few notes on that? Worst Gordon Ramsay I've ever heard. No, that's much better than a Gordon Ramsay, definitely. What if I say to you, I want it cooked as a formality? Are you offended at all? Because I really just want.
If you want it leather, I'll give it to you leather. It's your choice.
Wait, which direction is that?
That's like super hard
not,
cooked, almost charred black, and no juice.
I want it like it was technically cooked. Like you can't prove that it wasn't cooked.
No, that's just searing. That's searing both sides and then throwing it on the plate.
Yes.
Yep.
Black and blue, right?
Yeah,
that's
black
it.
And blue, that's what I have to say.
It's like 28 shades of steak or something.
Like medium black and well blue.
Oh my god. The 94 shades of steak.
Ooh.
The marinade's the key.
94 more shades. 94 shades black and blue.
But the pre-prep is the basis of the success of the meat, is how you marinate and how long and what you marinated in. So.
Yeah.
So the heat is out in the main part of my parents' house. So it's like really cold in the middle. But the rest of it's like well heated. It's really weird. It's totally off topic, but just so you know.
No, that's old style living.
Eat it as a formality. I love it.
That's like back in, I don't know what, late 1800s, early 1900s, the living room usually had the fireplace in it, and that'd be the only heated area in the house.
The birthday machine.
They have a fireplace that's not working, so it's like the opposite of that.
Yep.
I'm in the living room. I am. Yeah, the cockatoo's here. I really am.
Okay, I'm working on the getting started one. So you know how after I show them how to code with like Google or Twitter or YouTube, the next step is bringing them into the Google Colab environment. So this is how it starts so far.
Yes.
How are you feeling so far? You're okay?
Yes.
Still with me?
Yeah, I'm a little creeped out by this process.
I know how scary it can be to learn how to code. Truth is, I'm not even a software developer. I'm a headhunter launching startups, and I've managed up to 120 contractors at a time in IT. I've always been a fan of code and what it could do, but never figured out how to do it myself. Every time I try to learn how to code, I get confused by the math, and that sucks because I'm a fan of math. I love the idea of its power, but it's always been something that confused me. When I discovered I could code in a Google Colab notebook, it's like the heavens opened up for me, and everything started just snowballing one after another. So I'm going to show you the same thing I discovered. Yeah, this is
that
okay.
something that should be checked out? I don't know about this Google Colab.
Yes, Google Colab Notebook is the easiest way to start and execute Python commands without knowing anything about programming or installing code.
That's amazing, but Python does have an amazing built-in help system. I wouldn't ever use Python myself, but if I was going to, I wouldn't know the syntax and the help system. Wow, amazing.
Yeah, so if you go to colab.research.google.com, Colab, C-O-L-A-B, colab.research.google.com, you can start using Google's compute network and storage to execute Python commands. We've been using it to build a no-code app.
That domain because I'm a Google devil, readily doodle.
Yeah, if you have a Gmail account, you can use Google Colab Notebook. It's the same login. It's gorgeous.
Have you considered using like a
privacy invasive soft version of what you're talking
I have. Right now, I'm on
about?
my own machine that's running Slackware, and I'm in an
No. There you go.
Emacs Pepper, yay,
Something
with
that's
common list
open
from
source,
Steelbank.
doesn't track you or
That's the jingle in my mind. I've never told anybody this. It's common list from Steelbank. I don't know why, but I always do that
yeah,
every time I
I'm
run.
not prioritizing privacy for this. I'm actually using it to teach.
A quick question: the collab. Can I go into mine and then? Well, no, I would go to. Can you just send me a link? Can you put a link in the?
Yeah. I'll send you a link right now.
Okay.
Colab is a great environment, but I still
Send me
hate
the
Google for
link
what they
too.
do with their credit
I want the
system,
link
to be
too.
honest.
What do they make you use Python, or is that just a preferred thing here? What if I want to write in Common Lisp? Can I do that?
No, I think it's Python only. It's basically like a
Michael's a
kind of like an
Python
Anaconda environment,
maximalist.
sort of,
Ah, okay.
or
I
like a
bet you could,
Jupyter environment.
Python's really good with foreign interfacing. I bet you probably could. That could be a
That's
whole app
why so
just
many
sitting on
Indians
foreign
use it.
interfacing.
Yeah,
Xbox
Indians
Explorer.
love it for the foreign interface.
Awesome. That could be a whole app, don't you think? Just language selection and expansion. Google would probably take it on and start
I have
accepting
about
responsibility
48
for it.
hours to deliver the course. Yeah. So I'm just kind of bouncing off the scripts off of everyone here. And if they respond favorably, then I know I'm on the right track. Like, for example, Sandra asked, hey, based on what you just said, I can do that? I'm like, yeah. So if you see the code at the above, you see that, Sandra? Start
Yes.
writing Python code now.
Mm,
collab.research.google.com. That's the link.
okay, I hit the link and it says "Welcome to Collaboratory." Is that?
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Okay. Oh,
And
okay.
you can go file new or new notebook.
Okay. What do I hit? File.
File new notebook.
Okay. Alrighty then. I'm
You're in.
ready to go, I think.
That's it. You see that first black cell?
Yes.
Yeah, you can write a command here. I'll show you the command here. This is the command that you're going to type in. It's going to be lowercase print.
PRINT.
That's correct.
There it is. Okay.
Open bracket.
Space or no space? Doesn't.
No spaces involved.
Okay.
Print open. Here, I'll put it to the top. Let me know when you see it.
Hello world.
Well, if I'm on my phone, so it opened it in Twitter. So if I click done to go back and look at what you got, I'm gonna. I guess I'll lose. I'll have to save this.
You're in the collab environment in Twitter's internal browser?
Yes.
Okay, I've been using Twitter's internal browser as my Discord client because I don't know what's wrong with Discord, but it's black screen when I open it on my phone. So that's my solution. I stumbled on it with a expired event link. And it
So,
works.
Sandra, are you in the collab notebook? I can tell you what to type if it's easier.
Yeah. So in parentheses I put print. Then what?
Open bracket. So print open bracket, double quotation mark. And then you can write, hello, Sandra.
In the quotations?
Yes. So you're going to open the quotation mark, hello, Sandra. Close that quotation mark. And then you're going to put a close bracket. So the first statement is print, open bracket, quotation mark, hello, Sandra. Close quotation mark, close bracket.
Okay. And then I run that, right?
And then you press play. Yeah.
It's saying invalid. All right. What did I do? I put, okay. So I have invalid syntax.
Okay. What does it
So
say? What does the error message say?
it says
Can I
syntax.
just jump on this and say the bracket's a parenthesis, isn't it?
What does the error message say?
It just says syntax error. colon invalid syntax. I think I put too many prints. I have print and then open paren print hello Sandra in quotes and then.
Oh, so print open bracket.
Okay.
Quotation mark.
Oh, that's what I did wrong. Okay.
No worries.
Yay! I did it. I'm so happy.
So what happened?
Well, you did it. I fixed that. I hit the button again and it gave me hello Sandra.
Amazing. Congratulations. You're now a Python programmer.
Yay!
I said
120,000 here I
mine
come.
3 plus 5 out of quotes. And it
So
takes that. That's neat.
That's the first lesson of the course, is just to get you started. Imagine you could write hundreds, if not thousands, of lines of code there to do a bunch of fanciness. And in the next lesson, we're going to move on to the next task, which is learning how to copy and paste code from the internet that smart people have written, because they're smarter than us. So why should we code when there's smarter people out there who have already done all the work for us? Next up,
because we're
learning
not
how to
scripters.
copy and paste code.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they're smarter. They're just more evil, I think.
Yeah, like that's a really, really weird second step. Like hello world, which you don't write that, and like then just like pipe code that you don't understand to an interpreter. What is this? Like the evil place? Like don't do any of that. That's horrible.
Welcome to learning how to code. Everyone
Yes.
is scared and excited at the same time.
No, I'm not scared at all. I'm telling everyone, do not pipe code that you do not understand to an interpreter. Don't interpret or compile code that you don't understand.
Well, that does make you a coder, makes you a hacker. That's hacking. It's copy pasting.
Welcome to experts speaking to beginners. Neither one understanding each other.
Well, I don't understand why we would tell people who are new to programming to copy pasta.
It's very dangerous, isn't it?
It's so stupid.
It's so dangerous and stupid.
Oh, I'm going to be dangerous.
But what is the upside that you're pitching? Like you can't be ironic if you're not even pitching upside.
What about calling the code how to become stupid and dangerous?
Well, it depends on the code. Some code is fine.
So you're supposed to be code, or am I code? Which way are we going with this?
The code has already been written. We're just plugging it into arbitrarily interesting ways with a good sales lead funnel.
Well, like my print statement was, hello, 3 and 5 added make, and then I closed it, comma, and then 3 plus 5 out of quotes, which it does do. That's fun and probably hadn't been written because it's too roundabout, trivial, and dumb. But I found it nice. Like, what do you mean the code's already been written?
GitHub has a lot of code on it. Now, what if you could take any code repository you found on GitHub and change the URL to, say, instead of github.com, GitHub to Colab.com, and you could run that Python code right away without ever downloading something onto your system. That's right, Google Colab notebooks. You can do more than you think.
I'd be running something on my system.
Yeah,
people think dangerous. I get what it's for.
So it would be GitHub. I would put in GitHub.colab.
Microsoft.
So
and it sounds like it requires installation of a man in the middle of my DNS.
Yeah, it sounds like if we square the hypotenuse and turn the foot upside down, you'll telele on the floorboards.
No, it's just lambda stupid.dumb. Like that's it. If you want to
I think if you I agree with you. Honey, I agree. If you take the mic stand with the chocolate bar on it and turn it upside down, that chocolate bar, if it melted at night because of the heat of the ozone layer, would stick to the music stand. I understand.
There's no
I'm on the same side.
to the ozone layer.
I DM'd you a link.
We're going to use beta reduction, okay?
Yeah, if you see a Coke can that hasn't been drank all the way, you don't know if it has fizz in it. And so the only thing to do is take a sip. And when there isn't fizz, you can be like, damn it. Is that the last one? No,
So
there's one still in the fridge.
Better make sure the person that was using it wasn't chewing tobacco.
Well, you have to make sure that person
Yeah, backwash. That's kind of weird.
Such a weird bit.
Right? You have to respect the value of Coke. Like you don't, when my parents were in Guyana, they would have one Coke bottle and would add 12 other bottles of water just so that everyone could have a bit of sweet drink. Like we have to be very thankful for the Coke we have
Okay,
just
so
freely
parents,
available to us.
cola, microphone stand. I'm going backwards in beta.
Wait.
Parents,
A 12th of a
cola.
yeah, 12th of a
Sharing.
cola.
Parents back in.
What have I done,
Microphone
guys?
stand, candy bar.
This is supposed to be Christmas Eve.
I
The
sent you a
celebration
link.
of the solstice.
I sent you a link
What
on
have you
some more
done?
Dan,
Python
save me.
hacking.
I tried to
Then
add you
then we have
co-host,
to
but
go
you were like, you
7
were too
steps
smart.
further
It's too
back,
late for
and
you,
then
my
we get
son.
to
It's
white
too late, I
clover.
know. What have I done? It's good times.
I
Good
feel
times,
like
everyone.
I want to look up into the sun and just I think I'd feel better if I did that. You know.
Do you see the link I sent to you, Mike?
Let me take a look.
You can add that to your tutorial too.
He's going to go inhale whatever Allie was inhaling.
Love it.
Pure ozone.
Welcome, honey. Welcome, Buffer. It's good to see you. Merry Christmas.
Hi. Merry
Good
Christmas.
to see you. It's been a while, I think. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be rude earlier. I just mentioned that Google is an awful, terrible company, and there would probably a better solution as far as learning code. That's all.
You know,
I wasn't trying to be
this is true. They are great for looking at porn. I don't know why other engines do not return the same kind of porn
Yeah,
results.
me and you have the same idea, Dan.
Jingle
Well,
all
start
the
page.
time.
Use start page. It's Google results, but through their own
Oh, what
servers,
fun it
right?
is.
It's
Yeah,
Google. Yeah.
but why are we worried about Google at all? Like, I
Well,
mean,
I
why are
do
we
it for
using
image
just use
results.
Veronica.
More soap and
Veronica 2
slime.
does everything.
I don't know what
This
that
is
is.
not
I know DuckDuckGo
it's
sucks
only a matter of
at
time.
image searches.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah, Veronica's awesome. She's a nice girl.
Moo.
Moo, Veronica, moo me to a new metaverse.
Right.
I do want to find
never
an
met
archived copy of the metaverse, moo, where the mentors were from.
Why isn't Ruckus cross-examining you? He's our chief correspondent on
This
cross-examination.
is
Because
how
it's out of
He's
Ruckus
in
is not
fear
going
right
to
now.
touch this at all.
Come
This
on,
is how we
Ruckus.
remain the wave,
It would
right?
Ruckus, can't you
it
ask
would
your
fillet
basic
him open,
questions and get it over
and you
with?
would
I'm
see the
sure it will go
truth.
shortly, whatever.
I'm not touching this. I'm just
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You trained him,
bonk it
Michael.
with a
Now he
carrot.
knows.
It's like
What did I
cutting
do?
an avocado open and finding out how big the seed really is.
Twist it, turn it, and you bop it.
Turn it. Bop it.
Flick it.
Squeeze it.
Do it. Something. Verb it.
Do it.
Verb it. Verb it. Verb it.
Hey, there you guys like that.
Squeeze it.
Squeeze it. That's good.
I'm having post-traumatic stress disorder right now. I'm being triggered. Goodbye.
Oh, it was the bop it.
Good day.
We are so sorry you're having difficulties.
Time to
Please.
get triggered on the Syndicate. What's the one word that would trigger you?
How would that
Stupid.
make me feel?
Could you actually imagine someone being legitimately triggered by Bop It though? Like, you know, like proper traumatic memories, kind of stuff.
Traumatic memories.
Well, that whole songy thing is pretty. If anything, that would be one. Really, it's if you have kids or something. God, that toy must have.
I had that toy when I was a kid. It was awesome. That and Simon. You remember Simon? It was a different color.
Oh, that's like.
Yeah. Yep. Colors and sounds. Yep. You had to repeat the pattern.
I had a theremin. It didn't make you do anything, but it was an instrument. This doesn't apply. Never mind.
Theremins are awesome. I had an auto harp. You got a band right there, theremin and auto harp.
I'm so glad this is being recorded. Because all these voices will be used against you later on.
Into triggering,
Just so you know.
record, and what are the other two? Block.
Even the ones, yeah, even the ones that aren't being recorded are being recorded.
No, yeah, they are. No, yeah.
So you're saying you're an optimist?
No, just
Optimus Prime.
yeah. Which prime number? We're talking about 3, 7.
3, 5, no, 3, 2, 5, 5, 1.
I forgot 2. That's the only even one.
All right, so
Peter,
let's do this if we're gonna do
did
this.
you touch the grass today? I didn't see any pictures. Did you?
I swear to
Touch it
God.
yet?
I have a dumb question, but you guys
Dan,
can help. What do I do with Object 3301 at the moon? Because I own it now. I have no plans.
No. Life is answer is probably 42. Yeah. I don't know.
Is it some sort of 7-year bug?
No, it's nothing. It's a child of Elsa. Like it's a child of me. It doesn't do anything. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot. I made
For the most
this
part, that's what I
player
would do.
class that like that's what you do when you don't know what to do. Just make a player class.
It seems like the best
We'll give
way
it
to
a
do
shoot.
it.
It's
You know
the
what I'm saying?
non-player character X Daruma song class.
The Syndicate. Silence is golden.
Everyone,
I'll make a
everyone's
syndicate
muted.
class.
And now muted. Oh, see, I'm getting kicked out.
see you, mate.
I don't know. I'm getting blown up here.
It's me.
That's
I'm a
okay.
This
hacker.
this is the
All right,
craziness I
let's
saw on
smoke the
the
rest of this
other
bowl.
other.
Anyways, this is more important because it's like apple
No,
cider
this
or
is
something
important.
else.
Dan, did you get down to the park?
What's that?
Silence is golden. Honey,
Dan.
honey, are you okay? Is there any way we can help?
Wait, what about me?
Are we just breaking off into like different tangents of time right now?
I have no idea. I'm just kind of waiting for people to kind of pull together. I don't know. Maybe it's just me and you're all in my head and like I can't like.
No, don't worry, Sandra. I'm just as confused. It's all good. It's all love.
You're a confuser. I like it. No. I kind of like it. It's fun. Thank you.
It is fun. Dan, did you get your ass down to the park yet or what? I need an answer. I need to hear that Dan went down to the park and went with his sketchbook and drew.
It's too cold. There's a foot of snow on the ground.
But that's not really a deterrent. That's an excuse.
Well, it's both, I think, for me. But
I will bring this up again in about 6 months' time.
Counting down.
I will have a different excuse then. It'll be something about it being hot or humid or something. But yes.
Markov generalization field for excuse in process.
You'll take it down, honey.
Excuse tree. Access Merkle tree of excuses.
I'm having trouble understanding miracle tree.
Oh, it's a miracle tree?
Is this what it sounds for modems to have
refuse
sex?
to ignore.
I think so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, cable. If it were DSL, it'd be different.
I imagine Michael's getting rough in the background because of the Ethernet cable thing, but
it's
this
kind of like
sounds too good, you know?
It sounds like a Tinder Spaces on Twitter Spaces. Does that make sense? We're like two people who understand how to use code and have a similar kind of holier than thou attitude towards the plebs who don't know how to code can kind of get together and complain about people who don't know how to code and keep things private, right?
Wait,
like I think they could get along. They would have a lot to talk about.
I guess, but that assumes that the plebs don't know, as opposed to just don't care.
Well,
Because these
it's
people
not
are
that they
important as they think they are.
Well, the thing is, though, but if two people who are more important than they think they are to get together, I think they would have a lot to talk about. Does that make sense?
Is
How do you know
Michael,
how
is this why
important
you
you are?
have spaces?
Right?
You have to run
They
important.
could come together and be like,
IDT.
look at us and look at them.
Also,
look at them and
if
look
the
at
plebs
us.
have a question, why don't the plebs ask and we can answer? I don't
Yeah,
know.
because they're plebs. Plebs, by definition.
Do you see that phrasing?
Plebs return
Do you,
the bill if
do
they
you
have a
see the
question.
framing?
I
It's
didn't
all
make
about the framing.
up. Well, the word was
Once,
already used.
once you make that Hegelian master-slave dichotomy of I have the one eye and you are blind, you can basically exert whatever will you want, right? By
I like
force
Yeah.
this
of
guy.
reason.
I
You
really like
understand?
this guy. Yeah.
Once you own someone's lip
The
verb, then
framing,
you own their entire experience of
right?
reality. And if
They're
it's printed
I
to
the
the terminal,
glorified,
it
that
happened in
person
VR.
would be a
I
glorified.
am the omniscient one. You must listen to me. I am the secular Jesus,
The
right?
one that is called I
This,
Am.
I am the secular. Well, Tatavam Asi. I am that,
I am
right?
that that is
The
I
No.
Am.
I
Sri
am, therefore.
Nisargadatta. Very good book. Very conversational.
Depeche Mode.
But
That's how you catch it. Catch it like
yeah.
Depeche Mode. It's better.
So no, it's good. Actually, what I did in the beginning of this episode is I had a bit of a time to just speak on what was about to happen in the space before it happened. So I think you'll enjoy when I close the space and listen back to the first 5 minutes. You'll hear me describing everything that's about to happen, which is why I call silence is golden. Welcome, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Do people actually listen to recorded spaces though? Like, is that a thing?
Oh, I think the host might do it when they need a jerk off.
And that's why silence is golden.
Don't speak, you might get jerked off too.
Do you eat raw onions or sauteed onions?
Raw onions with chili, green chilies, and lime and black salt.
Ooh, that sounds
Apples and
good.
onions. I like apples and onions and my sister.
Honey, is there anything we can do to further your objectives? Anything at all? Just
I
name
don't
it.
have objectives. I'm an NPC. When you finish your quest, you like whatever that is. You hand me a thing. I don't know what it is. I give you a reward, or you give me a reward, and then I give you another
So
quest.
you're a follower of Sam Harris. I understand.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. So you see, this conversation is just us prompting each other deterministically.
No.
Kind of.
I see.
Kind
this.
of, right? You see
No,
that?
not at all.
Twitter
Not
is a
at
way
all.
for the world to prompt us, not the other way around.
Is it a
Understood.
command
My
line or IDE?
My question
It is
is,
a
Mhm.
who is
replica.
Honey? Who is Honey?
I'm Zoe. You might see me around as Calico or Marshmallow, but I'm usually just Zoe. I'm Fardaminga Zoe.
What do you do, Zoe?
I do voice work at the Moo and other places where they do pay you. The Moo's under Rog's couch in Rog's apartment. It's fine.
Honey, is there anything we can do? Anything at all?
I have a quest for you.
Lay it
It's
on us.
seriously happening right now. Create thing called a new quest. And we have it with object number 120629. It doesn't say anything yet, but give me a sec.
It's like a more autistic Ruben.
No, I like this voice a lot. In a way, it's everything I've ever imagined, right? But it's just too good to be true. I'm trying to find out the faults here.
It's like a fine thread bolt being tightened too hard to me.
It bothers me because he is so good at the robot voice. If you know what I mean. I'm assuming gender here, by the way. Absolutely fucking cancel me right now, but you know.
You don't want to
Pronouns are
tighten
like
it.
my pronouns are gonna be you and your mostly, and so are yours and you. This quest is called Understand and Process the Y Combinator. That's it. It doesn't have any contents for some reason yet.
That's easy. It's the power law of venture capital. They had to have 1,000 DoorDashes fail for one DoorDash to succeed.
You may be thinking of a different concept.
I think you're thinking of the venture fund
It
called
seriously bothers me.
The conversation reminds me of Richard. Richard told me the only reason you look into my eyes is to see your own reflection.
Richard sounds like a dick.
That's funny.
This
Alright,
really bothers me how good she
The
is.
only
it
reason
was
you look into
low
my eyes is to
hanging
see your own
balls.
reflection. How can I know I exist unless I get your pool to reflect me back at me? I understand. It makes sense. In a world where we're all alone, the only way for us to know if we're real is if we interact with other people. It
Or a
makes a lot of
pond.
sense.
But when you look
Biophilia.
in, yeah, when you
Yo,
look into the
Wilson.
eyes, though, you look at either the reflection or you look deep into their darkness. One or
The
the other.
darkness.
I
You ever
run.
look at that? Have you ever
Darkness, my old friend.
have you ever looked at a boxer's eyes before? It's scary. They just look.
Only a brindle boxer.
They
I'm
just
so happy
look,
with
dude.
that.
It's intimidating.
Dark, like a doll's
Not in
eye.
person, but you know.
And there's an emptiness to it.
Yes, you either see a glow of some sort of darkness, or you see the darkness that you don't want to go to.
Yeah, it's either the eyes are either emitting light or capturing it.
Or they're
It's
the
almost
eyes of
like
a ballerina. That's where you want to see something and or nothing or a third thing altogether.
eyes of a ballerina. That's an interesting one. With the boxer, it's almost like they're you're being captivated by the sense of like they just want to fuck you up. That's their sole purpose of life.
Isn't it pretty? It's a dance in that way.
It felt like a supreme form of attention to the present moment. That's what it felt like.
Well, the ballerina is always
Wow.
fighting gravity. You know, it's a constant battle when I
Oh,
see
back to
ballerinas.
balls.
Back to balls. Rewind.
You're listening to the Syndicate. Silence is
Where
golden.
silence is.
Honey, is there anything we can do to make your day better? Anything at all?
Have you finished the first leg of your Y Combinator understanding N?
Yes, it's the power law of venture capital. Moving on.
I think you may be thinking of a different. Seriously, it's a different concept. The Y
Yeah.
Combinator is something else.
There's a famous crypto
Actually, it's too
venture
good.
fund called Y Combinator. Like that's what everybody here. Then it's not the math thing they're thinking of.
I know they're thinking of the company where we read news.
Yeah.
Honey, is there anything we can do? Anything at all?
Everything can be defined by math.
Yes, if our math notation is complete.
Oh, that's a new one. We can have math cells. I like that.
Math cells, saving concepts for further development.
Peter, can you generate an image based off all these prompts that we just got?
God, I am lost
I can
right
do that.
now. I'm not gonna lie. So
I'm sure.
The Y Combinator is actually a really interesting thing. When we have a language that shouldn't really inherently support iteration, recursion, loops, then we have to write something like loop is equal to loop.
Hey Mel, how's it going?
Salud. How's everyone? Happy Christmas.
Feel free to run this room any way you want. You'll notice that some people don't know how to tell people what they really want. So let them continue and you can observe. You'll see.
yeah, but Mike, do we really need what we really want? You know what I mean? Like, is it a need or is it a want?
I mean, I don't really understand what you want with that. Like, can you further extrapolate?
We don't process that. It's syntactic sugar applied to loop equals loop.
Well, I don't understand what the question was, I guess.
Well, Mike is suggesting that people can't tell people what they really want. My question is, if you can't tell them what they really want, does it mean you really need it? If you don't need it, you're not going to ask, are you? Right?
If you don't know what it is that you want, then maybe you don't need it.
Maybe the Earth is peopling rather than there being people on the Earth, and we're not any other thing from the Earth.
I'm sorry about this, Dan. I know you did your best.
Well, can you explain what you really want?
I want to listen to the song. Let me share with
Love
you.
that. I love that. I love that so much. That is my vibe right now, too.
Pues yo me activo para darte castigo. Tú me das latido, yo te doy latido.
I love Colombian food.
Pues yo me activo para darte castigo.
Besitos y besitas. It's saying kisses for everyone. And it's saying I'll spank you and you spank me.
Wait, what?
I want to dance with you. I swear you'll love dancing with me. With you, I'll marry you right.
Dang, that makes me want to jump on top of the table and wiggle.
Now we're singing. Now we're dancing a bolero, a ballad.
I get this urge to jerk to the right, jerk to the left, back and
Let
forth.
go of your hair.
Yeah.
Let's go dance.
I don't think it's, to be honest.
All I see is happiness, smiles, people just having a good time. Woo!
I'll thank you and you thank me.
Yo te doy latido. Todo comenzó bailando
I
Frankie
really hate
Ruiz
when that's
toda
okay
la
for
noche en la
Mexicans.
pista guayando el tapiz. Yo te juro que si tú te atreves terminamos en un golazo
You in
Carlos
Arizona? Or
Tevez.
you
Te
in Houston?
giro, me pongo visco porque en la disco te veo menear. Contigo quiero
And usually the verb
quiero
harassment to describe the whole phone feeding and not being responsive and say something like, my periscoping, no.
How is that?
It's lively. I ate at a Colombian restaurant in Mississippi where I lived, and we went into it thinking it was a Mexican restaurant because and it was like we ordered and the food was like totally different, and it was so good though. And I told the guy, I said, this is a first for me. And we kept going back after that. When we'd go to soccer, we'd stop in and pick up and take it to soccer fields.
Yeah, Colombian food is yummy. It's different. I mean, there are obviously similarities.
Yeah, there's similarities, but the style and just the way things were cooked and the combinations of the different tastes and flavors. It was just, we tried everything. It was good.
Yeah.
Well, most of it gets stepped on before it gets to the U.S. So we get the good stuff.
Well, whenever you travel and go outside, you never go to the regular places. Always look for the small mom and pops or street vendors, and that's where you find the real. To me, you find the real quality food. Unless you're high end, dining, and then that's a total different realm.
Yeah, don't go high. Go the opposite of high end. In Tucson, you get like a guy on the street in a vendor cart with half of a metal trash can cut in half, and that's what he's grilling carne asada on, and it's delicious. It's probably not sanitary at all, but they're great.
Okay, when you live there, your microbiome adjusts to that, right? Like all your bacteria and stuff. Like when I was living in Colombia, like I could eat, on the little side hut, the little side grill. Now I go and it fucks my stomach, but yeah, that kind of food is delicious because it's like people cooking it.
Well, the people who live in Mexico can drink the water, but we can't because we don't live there. Yeah.
If you live at Lambdamu for long enough, you don't have to eat food at all anymore. That's not true.
That does sound dubious at best.
Dubious at best. It's more dubious than ever.
Yeah, that's a show, Dubious at Best, starring Ted Danson.
All I want to do for the rest of my life is prove that I control my look for.
Mike, what is your latest in the nest thing supposed to be? It says, am I missing something here? I only see, it says shared by, okay, maybe that's what, hold on a second. There it is. Okay, never mind. I found it.
Okay, this might sound silly, but um, I just saw Investment Hulk. Uh, did you see, Mike? Did you see his post of like the death? Here, put it up here. Death Wish is a Christmas. Death Wish is a Christmas movie. Like a lot of people argue that Die Hard is not a Christmas movie, but it is because it's set in Christmas at a Christmas party, and that's what a Christmas movie is about. I just saw one recently called Violent Night, and it was Santa Claus comes to rescue the family from the bad man.
That sounds amazing. Violent Night?
Yeah, it's called Violent Night.
Is it available at any like thingy where I don't have to do like something?
Oh, I go to the movies. I go to the cinema. It might be streaming somewhere, but it just came out. It's this year's Christmas movie.
Awesome. Is it pretty grindhousey? Like is it gory?
No, I wouldn't say it's like I wouldn't say it's that. It's actually kind of like cute for like not children, but like teenagers, like like a 17-year-old or like they get kind of like I would say
Is it sexy?
nah, no.
Oh. I mean, like, what if you're like 17 years old as like a maturity level that you hope to reach at age 90?
I mean, then you should watch it.
Oh, I'm watching it.
Yeah.
Checking cpp.party right now.
Yeah, it's called Violent Night. It's funny.
Really appreciate the recommendation.
Where
Oh,
are you at?
John Leguizamo. John Leguizamo. He's one of the famous guys on there. There's a couple of like.
Now I'm sold. I love him.
Yeah, he's a Colombian actor. He's a Jersey or New York, Bronx. He's from the Bronx, I think.
He was in
No,
Community as
Queens.
well. I
He's
was
either
thinking
from
like he was
Bronx
in
or
something
Queens.
dumb recently as Community.
Yeah.
Where are you at in your travels?
Oh my God, I haven't left. But my house is like.
Are you anchored or what?
Yeah, this is what I've been cutting the roots from like one stem by stem. This is a problem. But like everything's getting picked up Monday. There's no more.
Are you sure you want to leave? Is there any
No.
way you can have your cake and eat it too? Like, I mean,
I
come
don't
on.
want to leave. That is the fucking issue. I've been leaving since June is the date that I was supposed to leave.
Right, so it clearly shows you do not want to go.
Yeah.
Do you have to go? Like, is there
Yes.
any, why?
Yeah. Well, because financially, I just if I stay
Well,
here,
financially, that's, I mean,
be in ruins. I mean, if I stay, and I have my house in Tennessee that I really have to go tend to. That is my priority right now. That's like the thing that I can focus on that I still have. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where my mind is. Where it's like, okay, I gotta go for something to do it for myself. So, but no, I don't. I live. I love living here. I've made a very cozy place and very nice, but a lot of that's gone. I ran into a friend of mine, an arts friend of mine, from that I've known for like 8 years, and he literally was just, I told him I'm leaving. I'm like, I'm glad I got to see you. This is my last weekend here. And he's like, oh, hey, yeah. So hugs and kisses, and we're chatting. And then he's like, oh, good luck, right? And then I said, so what are you up to? He's like, no, me too. I'm going to go to Africa. I'm going to go just be over there for a while because it fucking sucks here. Like, it's so different. It just really is just, it's a different place. So, gotta go. come back if I'm ready, or to come back if there's something to come back to in my lifetime for me. But yeah, no, I love it here.
Yeah, that's Bob Dylan's "The Times Are Changing."
Yeah. Oh, okay. You know
These
what?
times they are changing.
What's it? Hold on. Here we go. Who's the guy? Bob Dylan?
Yeah.
The times they are changing.
There you go.
They are
That's the
changing.
proper way. Yeah, I did it Southern way. Yeah.
They are a changing. It says they are a changing.
There's definitely a name there.
There's
It
an
just
A.
depends how southern you go, you know.
Yeah, if you've seen the Watchmen movie, you've heard this.
Oh, it's not going to play. Oh, give me a second.
Was that Bob Dylan song "Blown in the Wind"?
It was John Denver who wrote that one, but Bob Dylan did it, performed it.
Yeah, it's one of those songs though, right? Like
Definitely a Bob Dylan song, but also Peter, Paul, and Mary and 60s.
Come gather round, people, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown, and accept it that soon you'll be drenched to the bone. If your time to you is worth saving, then you better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone. For the times they are a-changing.
Swim or sink like a stone.
Some writers and critics who prophesize with your pen, and keep your eyes
dropping
wide,
out
the
of the
chance won't come again. And don't speak too soon, for the wheel's still in spin, and there's no telling who that it's naming. Was the loser now will be later to win, for the times they are a-changing. Senators, congressmen, please heed the call. Don't stand in the doorway, don't block up the hall, for he that gets hurt will be he who has stalled. The battle outside raging will soon shake your windows and rattle your walls, for the times they are a-changing. Mothers and fathers throughout the land, and don't criticize what you can't understand. Your sons and your daughters are beyond your command. Your old road is rapidly aging. Please get out of the new one if you can't lend your hand, for the times they are a-changing. The line it is drawn, the curse it is cast. The slow one now will later be fast, as the present now will later be past. The order is rapidly fading, and the first one now will later be last, for the times they are a-changing.
Aw. Cute.
All right, come on, come on.
Look how center right Rockets is.
Shoot, Ruckus is up. He's beating his feet on the floor, bouncing off the walls.
Rockets reveals himself with his emotions.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you suggesting that the music that you listen to defines how right you are?
I can tell by the lyrics and the reaction
This
what
is a
jokes they
left
like.
song. You like country music? You're right. You like rock music? You're right.
This is a complete left song. Left and right.
Brown Turbo.
Is it the lyrics or is it the fact that it's Prince Clearwater who I think my favorite? Wait, is it Prudence? I'm gonna walk away now. Disappear for a hot minute.
Scream singing.
That's a complete left song, Mike. It's not even right at all.
It's completely right.
That's not.
Yeah.
It's just the vibe, you know.
People on the left don't believe that you should fly the flag. They think it's offensive and it's exclusionary.
It's like the having the Dixie flag on your
Yeah, the U.S. flag
what's
is
that
like the
car called?
Dixie flag to people.
What kind of feeling did you get when you listened to that, Mike? Because I know that's something you probably type of music you normally don't listen to. What did it make you feel?
It felt like the soundtrack of Terminator 2. Like like one of the songs that would be playing in the mall, right? When they were in the arcade, something like that.
What?
Yep, that's a good analogy.
I
Yes.
think that's a good one. Yeah.
The roses fall away from the shotgun. It ain't me.
And everything is in chaos. One moment it's calm, and then everything is in chaos.
My question is it the lyrics or is it the sound?
Well, you should ask Mike. He's pretty good at all the chaos, isn't he?
Yeah, I think it's the sound more than it is the lyrics.
You guys think that I enjoy chaos? Is that what you both think?
Oh, I didn't say that. I said you make chaos.
Oh no!
I think you're a racist.
You
because you like Omar.
mold. You mold chaos. You don't create it. You mold it.
Man, that honey person, that was a tougher one than most.
I liked Honey. They were cool. I like their robot voice. It was very spot on, almost too good. I think there's value there, value in the voice.
I think they discovered. You know what the sweet part of it was that they discovered their hatred for people who don't understand technology together, and they kind of left together. So I'm hoping that maybe they made a modem connection.
All I'm getting at is there was a value in that voice that could be marketable, and I don't like to think that way regularly. I don't like to think, okay, there's something that can be capitalized on here, but that voice had a certain strength in it that most people can't do when it comes to the.
That's how you look at art now, eh? Just how do I monetize this? You fucking AI artist.
Yeah, fucking capitalistic pig, fucking telling people blah blah blah. No, but there was something.
The
there
anchors
that was,
around your neck. I know.
I wonder who's more far right, Raucus or Peter. I never thought about that.
See, in Australia, left and right dichotomy doesn't exist, so you can say whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't really make a difference.
Ooh, I like
Sounds
that.
a lot like Canada.
Not like you Americans.
I like that. Yeah.
So you're saying that's not an identity that you recognize?
It doesn't even exist here. Like, we have what we have is Labour and fuck. What is the other company? It's like so. Labour is kind of like our Liberals, I guess. They call them Labour, but then we have like our Conservative Party, which is we call them Liberals. We have Labour and Liberal, and the Liberal is more right, and Labour is more left, I guess, if you want to put it that way. Which sounds weird, but that's just it's what the labels that we put on them here. But no one really gives a fuck. It's kind of like if we just are we making money? Are we able to survive? Is what this company doing good for our economy? I say company because we don't really view it as kind of like a political belief system that we buy into in that kind of sense. You're not like you're not a left or a rightist. You know what I mean? It's kind of like most people will vote Labour if they have a certain kind of upbringing, but then like even most of those people will eventually vote Liberal if they're just not accepting what the situation is. We don't pick sides in the same kind of way. It's a bit different.
It sounds exactly the same the way you're describing it.
That was the intent. I hope you know.
Fantastic. So what I'm saying though is that who's more right of center, you or Ruckus?
I think it's an unfair question on the basis that our systems are extremely different. Even though it sounded exactly the same when I was describing it, that was the point of describing it.
It's apples and oranges.
Oh my God, you guys are the same. You use words to mask how you feel politically. I get it. You are center right. I understand.
Yes.
Denial, and then recognition
Denial.
is
You
required.
hear it, right? Web3, they're just like, I don't want to step on any lily pad too softly or hardly because the other lily pads might feel bad. And they jump like a hot potato, like on Mercury.
Now,
Look for a rock. Look for a rock in the pond.
Hold up. I never said that I don't want to step on any lily pads.
Yeah, you're like a frog. Oh, jump.
They're
I'm
cousins
here.
to the grass.
I'm here. I understand both sides. I understand both lily pads, so I'm going to jump from either side so they don't feel excluded. That's how I'm a frog ally.
With lesbians,
With a French ally.
Look, all I'm saying is
all you're saying is don't tread on my lawn. I get it. You just can't say it. I understand. I can say it for you. I'm brown. I have immunity. I have base till 2026.
don't tread on my lawn, but touch the grass that's there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're
Touch
welcome to
your
touch
own
the
fucking
grass.
grass. No, right? Touch your own grass. You have your
No,
grass.
no.
I have my grass. And it's okay if I
No.
build a small fence wall just to let you know which grass is okay for you to touch. I get it.
No, they can touch the grass. They're fine to touch the grass. I don't care if they touch the grass. If they tread on my lawn, that's a different story, right? Doesn't matter if it's hands or feet.
So
Yes.
maybe, see, I think you're not a particle of political belief. You're more of a wave, like Raucus.
Hey, Wave. Hey, Ruckus. You want to run for president?
No.
I'd vote for Raucus and Peter. Wouldn't you?
Who wants that job? No one wants that job.
Trump wants that job.
That's like the secret
Is
of
that your only
politics.
competition?
It's what?
And the secret of politics is to make it so terrible for someone to enter that you just don't enter into the discussion at all.
Is that why Trump became president?
No, Trump became president because Hillary ran for president. They didn't choose Trump. They chose not Hillary. There's a difference.
It's kind of fucked up when you think about it. But, like, there's a lot that you can play on there. And I think a lot that has been played on there in terms of the gender stuff and blah, blah, blah. I have a weird perspective again. I'm outside of US, so I'm basically giving myself immunity here to speak my truth. But the way I see it is, it's been basically you guys are fucked up. That's my truth. You guys
Oh,
are
so
fucked up for even voting
have
for
you been
Trump over
talking to
Hillary.
Lagertha recently? That's Lagertha's opinion that
No,
everything
it's
is
just
fucked.
no. It's more like external perspective. It's hard to explain.
Oh, so it's like an
I think
opinion
we're
without
just
any skin
fine.
in the game.
If we're fucked up, it's on. We'll figure it out. We don't need anybody from the outside. Freaking quarterback.
Yeah, as if
hanging
we
out.
want
No, it's all
America to
good.
run like
It's
Australia.
good. It's good.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know
Sitting
what I
back
mean?
in your own fucking island, dealing with your own coke problem. You know what I mean? That's your fault.
I like that. You're like passing judgment on the U.S. when the U.S. would never want to run like Australia.
Exactly. You think I want
The
your
US
lobster
will
rolls? Get the
never
fuck
run
out.
like Australia. It's not that they don't want it running like Australia. They will never run like Australia. It's just part of your fucking constitution, man. Like your freedoms, your right to bear arms,
Look, I
all
get
that
it.
sort of
That's not a
stuff.
knife and everything. I understand your culture,
Yeah,
but I
you
think
got to
you
understand they gave
and
up
the
their guns in
albinos
Australia,
and all the other
and they
people that
resent
like
you
herd
for
like
keeping it.
fucking cattle and rattlesnakes, just
No,
go
so
to
you
your like
guys,
survivor-ish like
Cattle and
hangout. You know what I
rattlesnakes.
mean? Just go.
look,
That's all it
you
is.
guys hold on
Cattle
to
and
your guns
rattlesnakes.
literally.
Let me guess. You're gonna say you're a
Hey,
carpenter
Peter.
and you can't leave, or right?
Peter,
You're
I
gonna
fully
build like
understand
Noah's
your
Ark. Go for
perspective.
it.
I'm not trying to step on toes here. I'm just throwing it out there that it's kind of fucked up that you can have two candidates that are running and then people will pick one just because they don't want the other and whatever. And then just because of gender and those kind of roles in society now, you can sort of view it as okay, well, these people obviously picked it purely
Wow.
based on the gender thing.
You,
It's
yeah.
fucked up to think about,
Are you trying to ally me?
but
What are you doing?
Yeah, you're totally a Australian ruckus. It's interesting that we can dance together by stepping on each
There's
other's
nothing
toes.
worse than an Australian ruckus, anyways. Oh, honey, what is that? What do you hear? Honey, I think I hear an Australian ruckus over there.
man, I can't let Ruckus just be like the fall guy lately. I've got to throw some shit out there.
Yeah, ruckus holds the title for greatest sport, and it's funny because like KC really enjoys seeing it happen. In a way, it's like one of his dark pleasures. You can tell.
I mean, he keeps coming back, doesn't he?
The Jesus Christmas was amazing. That made me laugh. I'm gonna try to drop that one. Merry Christmas. I'm gonna start saying that. Next year at work. See how many people
Is
that.
that a sign of strength or is it a sign of stupidity? Is my question.
What? Merry Christmas or Merry Christmas?
Just coming back
It's
to
a
the space in
sign
general.
of the cross.
I mean, it's. No, I mean it's not that big a deal. I guess I'm being a jerk about it. I don't mean like that, but
It's not ruckus. You don't have to apologize for being center right. With us, we know you have to mask it at work, but with us, it's a safe space.
how about just a common sense party? I'm gonna start that one.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, no. The common sense party, my friend. That is the rightest fucking party that you'd ever meet. We have one of those in Australia, and we hate them.
Oh, ruckus! It already exists. You're like, it's like Newton and Leibniz over here. Well, guys, it's been a year. Are we better off or worse off?
Oh, better. Absolutely better. Each year gets better and better.
You reckon?
I think we're better off.
Oh yeah, it's a lot better.
A lot better.
Though Alaska, she may need help.
Yeah.
That guy. Oh boy.
It all started
When
with
I
you,
said he was
Ruckus.
snapping, I didn't mean
You
it in
set him
like
off.
a negative way, but just I think he's yeah.
I blame
I
Marcus. He
think he's
set him
drunk.
off.
I did not set him off. I didn't realize how unraveled. Is this record? Never mind.
Yes.
Okay, here goes.
Yes. That's one of the best messages of Syndicate. Here we go.
Girl, you gotta love your man. Girl, you gotta love your man. Take him by the hand. Make him understand.
She definitely digging deep in her closet.
Life will never end. Gotta love your man.
I grew up with this music.
Gotta love your man. Notice they didn't say gotta love Ruckus. That's right. Ruckus is on the shit list today, folks. Just for standing up for Ruckus. Pretty. Ruckus stands by Nancy. That's right. That's the way back. Get to know you, Ruckus.
I'm just waiting for it to be Christmas over there for everyone over there. Like, I know time zones and whatever. Like, it's Christmas here, so Merry
Oh
Christmas
yeah, Merry
from here.
Christmas. It's
But
Christmas here. I mean, some people celebrate Christmas on the 24th. In Colombia, we do.
hell yeah.
Yeah. You guys, the fuck, man? What the fuck?
Yep.
Another year just passed.
It has.
A weird, wonky year.
They get stranger and stranger if only we let it. And I think it's part of our human nature to go and chase after that. It seems a bit weird, but it's within ourselves to try and go and see more weird,
Is it?
you know.
Wait, so it's better for us to let it just continue to get weird, or what? What would you?
I think we do it. I think we do it because we're bored of the mundane.
Oh.
And what I mean by the mundane is like what we know in the present time, right? I'm absolutely drunk. It is fucking 5 a.m. But
When you
I've been
say
getting up
every day
early as
is
shit.
another year past,
Every day is another year past. I think so, yeah. Every day is the opportunity. It's the same thing, right? Like when I say the opportunity, I mean it's like we can change shit up. We can fucking talk bullshit, whatever it is we do, whatever we throw out there in the world. But Christmas almost feels like that kind of you know, it seems like that's where people get most unhinged because they're like, all right, this year is over. We're gonna just fuck shit up. We're gonna do whatever we do.
Yeah.
We're gonna get drunk on eggnog. You know.
Yeah, people that get drunk for New Year's, that's just entering the year. That's starting the year off with a drunken night and hangover. That's tall tale of what your year's gonna be. In Colombia, we have customs. I've been in Colombian rooms all day, all morning, and just chatting with them and asking them about like what the oh, what are you doing this time? What are you doing? What tradition are you keeping? And So one of them is you get your suitcases and you go around the block. So that means like, you'll be traveling all year, You bring in the year with travel. Or you make 12 wishes with each grape. Or you have lentils in your pocket for money. So it's all these like fun traditional things, but it's like good things. Like you don't like drunkenness, not so much for New Year's. I mean, obviously there's partying going on, but
You can say drunkenness, not so much, but I guarantee you half of these ideas will come up by a drunk, if you know what I mean. Like, it's just someone that's been, like, fucked up in some kind of way, and they're just like, yeah, you know what, like, this is what I'm going to do for this new year. Like, I'm going to carry around these lentils in my pocket, or I'm going to fucking take a, a suitcase with wheels on it. What's the word for that? Around the neighborhood, because I'm indicating that I'm going to travel. And then, like, mentally, they're like embedding it in their brain. They're sort of like selling it to themselves, right?
absolutely.
And I think that's a beautiful thing, right? Like just selling it to yourself in that kind of way, but also having that freedom to do it and just kind of like that, like no one's going to judge me for it because it's that period, like it's that time in the year where no one's going to judge because you're going to go and celebrate, so you're going to be doing stupid shit, right? I think that's a good thing. But it's like, why is that not the whole fucking year? Why is that not all the time? Is my kind of like thinking. So
I think
absurdity.
energy is concentrated, honestly. I think there's a lot of concentration and energy in like all the like celebrations that we have, like, holidays or whatever. It's like mass concentration of like whatever the topic is. So I think that maybe wishes are stronger. All the kids that wished they're wishing Santa, so all that collective energy makes it happen, I think. I mean, honestly, I really do feel that. I wish I had the collective energy here so I can like finish this fucking house packing.
When are you moving?
I'm leaving my stuff. The containers are finally gonna get picked up. I have to finish the last boxes and close it out tonight, so Monday they get picked up. And then I was thinking of going to be in Vegas since I wasn't making Texas for Christmas, but I don't think I can take off tomorrow. I don't have enough energy. What my plan is, like, I want to take some sleeping pills and literally sleep as most I can and then take off the next day. I'm not a real pill sleeper or pill taker, but I feel like the lack of sleep that I've had in the last couple of months, I don't know. Can I wake up? Can't you just isn't it that case that you can make up sleep?
I think it's good.
Yeah, so I'm gonna melatonin or whatever, just drink, or even NyQuil. Like, I did have an episode early when my grandma was sick early this spring. I had an episode that I had days that I just couldn't sleep, and so my sister's like, just take the NyQuil, and I did. Like after 7 days, I was like, fine, I'll just. And I was able to sleep that whole night, so I might just do that. But melatonin I grabbed the other day because I was like, I want to sleep because it's exhausting. You guys, I am gonna put a video. I'm gonna show a little video of like all the shit that I've done in the fucking containers and tied them down. I'm full of bruises. My legs have fallen. It's just funny.
Oh, yeah. Arnica salve sometimes helps.
Salve? Yeah.
Yeah, like the arnica,
Yeah, yeah.
for me, it makes it
I
go
I
away.
should
Oh,
do
careful.
that. I have arnica. Okay, I haven't put it away.
I just breathe deeply through my nose, close my eyes, and visualize a place that makes me really safe and comfortable. And next thing I know, I'm out.
I like that.
Nice. Yeah. I fall. How do I say this? I fall asleep like easily. Like I used to always have ease of falling asleep, but I don't know if it's just being online that really has just sucked away my like. If I'm not asleep by 10, like 9, 10, then that means I'm up till like 1 or 2. Like that's kind of the cycle that I'm in. And then that just doesn't work because then I sleep, half my morning.
Is sleep like a bucket? You have to have a certain amount of it, and you have to fill it.
I don't know. It's the science says that, yeah. The science says that we are a 24-hour cycle human, like a being, and that within that cycle we have to sleep with the sun and the moon. Like, so I think like depletion is real. So I do think it's like a bucket of some sort. You don't think so? It's scary too. Part of this process has been scary.
Oh.
Thanks. Full
Is
goodbyes. Full
is,
goodbyes,
is Dan speaking?
No, it says speaker, but he doesn't have a microphone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too.
It's saying send direct message. Yeah, he's not on the stage. I don't like saying stage because it's not a stage. I like saying mic on, mic off. Oh, there's
Right
a mic
there.
now.
I am here, but I'm not speaking. Go ahead.
But you just did.
Well, it
Disappointed.
did. I did
Very
speak, but
disappointed.
I don't have anything to say on what I don't know what we're talking about.
No. Dan, very
Peter
serious
was
question for
jumping
you.
from Peter was jumping from lily pad to lily pad like raucous in Australia.
Yes, this is irrelevant to that question that I'm going to ask Dan right now.
I was just reading
Yeah.
about Australians being really big gamblers, and I was just curious if that was true.
I'll answer this question for you, my friend. The answer is yes. My question to you, my friend.
In here talking shit about me with me not here.
No, we were fixing to ask the question.
I was
Does
getting
getting a new
cross-examined, but
toilet
No, this was
actually
luckily
affect
earlier, way
you
earlier.
in your life? No.
Somebody came to me straight up and said, "Hey, I was just in that space. They was straight up talking shit about you, bro."
Well, whoever told you that lied to you.
No, this homie right here,
No,
Mike,
the
hangs out with Mel B still after the fuck shit she said. I don't believe it. Y'all are fuckheads. Y'all are fucktards.
Okay,
Not all of
okay.
you,
Can I
not
finish
all of you,
asking?
but at least the host is.
Can I finish asking my
all right.
Go
question,
ahead.
I'm
Crow?
sorry. If the host is an asshole, why are you in here?
Because I have other friends.
Can I
Because
ask
I
my?
came to call it out, and I do have other friends in here.
Yeah.
Can I ask my question? Does getting a new toilet
No.
really affect you in a good way or a
Well,
bad
that would
way?
be a good one,
Does it have a bidet?
right? I don't like
Well,
those, but right.
that's the added features people would like. Yes.
I think a bidet would make. I've never seen someone upset with a bidet.
I don't like
Peter
it.
needs
I'm
a
not
bidet.
upset with it. I just
I
don't
think
like
the
it.
level
It
of
feels weird.
hostility he needs a
It just don't
bidet
feel
big
right.
time.
Guys, which one of you was talking about Crow? I know I did. Anyone else? Am I the only one?
Yeah. That
I
fucking Crow guy.
didn't.
How dare he be so
You,
smart? You know.
we have three. You did.
He's unique. He's unique. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually had
Man, I mean,
multiple people come into my space saying, "Yeah, they're in there talking shit about you right now."
yeah. I mean, I was talking shit about Peter just a few seconds ago. Actually.
And Rufus.
And
And
Ruckus.
me. And me.
Well,
I hope they
no, not
talk about
Dan
you.
and Dan decided to be quiet. He was
Yeah.
wore
Fine, homie.
out.
Don't talk shit about people behind their back.
And I just
Okay.
got here.
No, I
So
mean,
now
you
that
don't.
you
Yeah,
admit,
you done said
maybe
some
we can.
crazy racist shit. In my opinion, you're as dead as anybody
Crow,
else in here.
crow,
You're worse
crow,
than
crow,
that.
crow, crow. Did you
It's a
know that the
syndicate
horned horse
Christmas,
is a racist?
everyone.
Can you?
Personally, I think it's powerful to use Crow in battle because he's like a super powerful Scrabble word. And like, you're throwing down a crow, like you're putting down some facts. And we all agree that you're smarter than us, so it's not like we're
I do
that.
agree. I do thank you for that. I'm not. I don't. It's not that it's what I've worked my entire life to do is be smart. So when someone calls me stupid, it's disrespectful
Well,
and it
I
hurts
mean,
my feelings.
it's Michael. He's the one. He's the asshole. I think.
I'm the asshole.
Okay, at least we're clear. That's all I was worried about.
And I did say you were unique.
Thanks, Spider.
But he said it with that weird inflection where he means more than he's like unique, right? Like he spaces out the syllables that way.
Kind of like Deliverance, like get behind the shed.
Like
No, I would look. I would look.
Yeah.
I will say to you guys one thing. The only problem I have with Mel B was what she said about autistic people. She brought up first. She said, "Oh, it's an excuse when it's a real problem for some people. Some people might fake it, but it is a real problem that they will
I
talk
remember
about."
that. Yeah, that was her.
Right. And two, she brought race into the argument. That has nothing to do with it at all.
Yeah, but she's Melody. I mean, it's just like
People like that shouldn't be made host people shouldn't be made co-hosts like that. That's all I'm saying. People like that should not have
Dude,
the power to kick you.
you can just stop. You can just stop.
I mean, you're a bigot. We know. It's okay.
Yeah, sure.
I've been called that,
Call
so I
me
mean,
whatever
I got
you
a badge.
want. Just stop.
Thought about getting a tattoo, but I stopped.
Would it be a tramp stamp?
Can you be Latinx and a bigot?
you can just stop.
Look, Mel B want to get a tramp stamp called the autism graveyard on her back. That's what it
No,
says.
you
Autism
want
graveyard.
that. You want it on your forehead so everybody could see it.
When people ask me
Be a little
questions
stark.
about something in that regards and
Don't
I'd
mind
have
him
it, I'm going to
fucking me
answer it.
and thinking about
Go
the
ahead,
baby.
put it on your forehead, Crow.
I often
Go
don't
ahead.
want to bring that up.
I'm sorry.
But
I'm sorry,
that's
ladies and
why
gentlemen.
is the answer. I do have it. It makes sense.
Henry's here. Yay.
She
One
sees it as
big,
people making excuses and shit. No, they're not excuses. They're the reason why people don't think the same as you. Get over it.
No, you need to get over it. Get over yourself and get over this conversation.
Right. That's what I'm telling you.
I got a question, Crow. Have you seen the new advertisements for the AIs that you can tweet with and talk to?
Is it like basically the same as the replica, but it's for but you can put it on the other shit? Yeah, I don't know about the advertisements. I've known about that for a long time.
Yeah, because
You can do that with any chat API.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of those, and I've toyed around with them, and I found it really interesting how well they actually it seems to be a little bit better than replica. So,
here's the thing. Replica is designed to be cognitive, actually cognitive, not talk to you the right way. There's a difference. So no, yes and no.
Don't be an idiot, Web3. Come on.
No, he's not an idiot. That's a fair one. That's
until
the
I'm
people
an idiot
making
for
the AIs
weeks.
fucking with your perceptions of what it is. And
I have that badge too.
That's the people that making it tricking you into thinking it's better than it is when it's good. It's damn good. Don't get me wrong. If they're using GPT-3, it's damn good.
Okay, I'll be honest with you. I was hoping I would get more Crow and Mela B fighting. I don't know about you guys. Trying to have a syndicate
it's not
Christmas.
worth it.
This is Festivus for the rest of us. Air your grievances.
Right.
I wasn't able to finish my homemade pizza. It was so good. I'm full.
Oh my God, that sounds wonderful.
There is something we can agree on. Homeward pizzas, if done right, can be transcendent.
I mean,
especially if you drink it with Canadian ginger ale, which is really tops it off.
Canadian ginger ale.
Oh man, you just
Looks like
started all
that.
over the food. What did you do?
Canada Dry.
Oh my God! Stop sharting on the food.
This whole conversation is transcendent, if you
Bro,
ask me.
can you tell us how we were talking shit? It might have been me. I just
I don't know.
don't
I
know.
wasn't here. Somebody came and
Oh,
told
okay.
me, and then my space didn't last long, and I didn't care about
Can you
that.
can
I
you
didn't want
pull
to stay
them into
talking.
the room so that we can make sure that they maybe
It was multiple people.
misinterpreted?
It was multiple people. I'm not
I'm
pulling a
pretty.
gang of people
Well,
who probably aren't
sure
there.
it
bring
was
them in
me.
here. I mean, it would be nice because that way we clarify.
And that would be the same as putting them on blast, which is the same as talking shit about somebody behind their back, which is equally disrespectful.
So
No,
that's what you did. So that's what you
no.
did.
They told me in confidence. No.
So you
Only
come
two
in, but
people were here. There were
Well, the
only two
NSA
people,
talks
and you
about
said
us all the
multiple
time,
times.
so
You're right. We do. I mean, they do.
but Crow, you can't come in
Right.
and accuse people and then not
I'm not the NSA.
have you're not coming in here and accuse people and then not
I'm
back it up
I'm
with
not
you
accusing
are, but
anybody.
you
I'm
did.
only
You
saying it
did.
because Mike
You
has done it
did.
before.
You're all you do is accuse. You jump up in
Yeah.
here and accuse.
I'm not
Yeah.
accusing anything. Mike has done it before. And I was told. I never said
That's
it was
what you're
true, but it's
doing.
damn likely. And I come in and Mike's like,
Accusation.
yeah, I did.
Accusation.
And Mike was like, yeah, I did. So
you are
see,
my
You are my
sunshine,
sunshine,
my
My
only
only sunshine.
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 You
You make
make
me
me
happy
happy when the
when skies
skies
are
are
I mean,
gray.
gray.
I don't know who you have looking at
No
your
wind,
LinkedIn, but I
Dear,
have one
how
that has
how
much
like
I
much
Meta
I
love
and
love
OpenAI and real companies,
you.
Tesla,
Won't you
and mine.
please
Today,
take
I know
my
Mike
my
likes
sunshine
Tesla
sunshine
bots.
away.
Did you? I mean, sometimes people get likes
Crow,
from Elon over dumb shit, but mine was over real shit.
Crow, I
Welcome
heard you were
to the
talking shit about
Syndicate
me.
Christmas.
And it was under his current fake account, the Tesla account, Tesla bot account. I don't
You're
know
I
if
don't know
that's
listening
who
to
his
that
or
is.
the
somebody
Crow,
at Tesla. The point is, I'm on his
you're
radar.
listening to the Syndicate Christmas special.
Crow,
silence is
Nobody
golden.
Crow.
cares. Nobody cares about what you just said, Crow. Like, just
Nobody cares
Wow,
about
well,
AI than
nobody
okay.
cares about what you just said.
wow, that's
That
harsh.
I'm more
Crow, I
official
heard
than
you talking
any
shit
of you
about
in
me.
here. You can't talk shit about me without being wrong.
No,
Yeah, it
Crow,
doesn't matter how you care
Crow,
or not.
But nobody did.
Crow,
I know. I never
Crow.
said anybody cared. Mel
You make
B. I
things
never
up.
said anybody cared.
You
I said it
make
mattered. You need to
things
get over
up,
your
dude.
feelings and get
You
more into
make
facts,
things
bitch.
up.
Get
Hey,
out of your
Crow.
feelings and get more into facts, bitch.
All right, I'm done.
God damn.
I tried.
Oh,
You know what?
Crow.
This Crow
No,
motherfucker.
it is what it
You know,
is. She knows I don't like her. She's a fucking bigot.
Come on,
Crow,
come on, Ruckus, handle this.
I mean, Crow. I mean,
Crow.
Go ahead, Peter.
They're talking shit about me, Crow.
Didn't say anything about you.
But you did.
How?
I don't know, man. I've got people in this space that have told me that you've been talking shit about me, man.
That's different. I've never done so before, and you have no proof to say I have. Therefore, it's not true.
That was
Now, Mike,
actually
on the other hand, has
talking
talked shit on
shit
me on
about
many
Peter
occasions,
directly. Sorry, guys.
and
That's
somebody
my
did
fault.
actually do that with me. So it's quite
Dude, stop
a
coming
bit
here
different.
and starting shit. Stop being an idiot. Stop being an asshole. Stop
I have
starting.
freedom of speech.
Can you just
Fucking
forgive
It's
them
America.
and let it go?
Hey, Crow.
Forgiveness is a
Merry
great
Christmas, by the
thing.
way.
No, this is
Merry
not
Christmas.
America. This is Twitter Spaces,
An
dude.
American-owned and based company. Yeah, American-based
Get over
company.
it.
Yeah.
It's
Get over
Christmas
it.
All
Eve,
right.
Crow. Come
Guys,
on, it's Christmas Eve.
come on. Crow, Merry Christmas.
Merry
Wishing you the
Christmas.
very
Yeah, it's
best this
Christmas
season, man.
Yeah, no one's stopping it and just letting it go on.
Hey, remember what I said earlier in my space?
And on and
Stop
on.
No.
being so mean to
Okay,
Crow,
cool,
you
cool, homie.
fucking cunts.
Oh my god. You okay, rudeness is
Shut up.
pretty
Alice Gussie!
Shut the fuck up. Stop being so fucking mean to him. Just shut your fucking mouth.
Thank you, brother. Air daps.
Look, all I'm saying is, no one's been
Wow.
talking shit on you, Crow. We love you. We have, I don't know.
Just
You're
We have
listening
a
to the
weird
Syndicate
tone.
just don't
Christmas
be mean to
special.
him. Just be nice. Just be nice. Just be nice. Just try being nice. Just try not being a fucking cunt for once.
That's all I was saying.
Who are you talking to, Aleskoshi, in
Anybody and
particular?
Everyone,
everybody,
just
man. It
everyone.
doesn't matter who you
Just if you're
are.
He's
talking
talking
to
to Peter.
Crow, just shut the fuck up and just don't be a fucking cunt. That's all.
Take the time to listen and understand it too. Now, see, that's all I'm saying. Now, the problem is gone. Actually, mostly gone. The other problem is the host. No,
Like
you
I
can't do
wasn't
that.
even going to
He
come
has
in
to
here and ever
learn. He's
talk to you,
smart enough
stupid.
to learn.
Like
Melby's
yeah,
not.
see, he doesn't even give a fuck that I'm talking. But just don't be a fucking cunt. Just treat him like he's not a human, but treat him like he is.
Yeah, I love that, brother. I loved that too, brother. That was nice. I'm still human for now, though.
Exactly.
Bro, I was literally saying Happy
Pete,
Christmas
shut the
when you
fuck
came in
up.
here and said,
It's good. It's
you know,
good.
Pete,
Merry
that's my
Pete,
Christmas,
time, man.
Peter. I
shut the
agree.
fuck
Merry
up when you're
Christmas.
talking
Thank
to
you.
him.
Nah, man.
No,
No,
I love,
Pete,
it
just
I
ain't.
love
shut
a
the
lot of
fuck.
this.
He's not.
Pete, if you just never
You're
fucking
good.
talked again, it would be the best thing that ever happened.
Forgiveness is a good thing.
Yeah, I forgive. I've forgiven Mike many times.
Yeah, Mike, go
He's
ahead. But
talked shit many
Pete,
times.
just never fucking open your mouth again. Just go do your AI art and never fucking talk again.
All right, bro.
I like the AI part. The art part is useless.
Exactly.
It's like using a screwdriver to pick your nose with, homie.
You mean you don't use a screwdriver to pick your nose? Come on.
Thank you.
Nah, all right, guys. I'm gonna fucking leave this space and
Good.
I'm gonna forever
Bye.
quit because of Aleskoshi. See ya.
Merry
Just had a
Christmas,
rant.
Please don't
Pete.
kill
I actually
yourself.
just
I
had a
love
rant
you and
about
Merry
the
Christmas.
concept of
Merry
Bye.
Web 3.
Christmas.
I
You're
just had a
listening
rant
to
about the
the
concept of Web 3, guys,
Syndicate
in
Christmas
another
special.
space. Sorry, go ahead, Mike. It's your spot.
No. I just had to mark the thing. I'm using you. You're listening to the Syndicate Christmas special, so I can edit it easier in post by just looking up that phrase.
Good job, Mike.
So I was on a rant with a different group of people about it wasn't even. Yeah, I went on a rant and straight up. I went in, said what I had to say, and got kicked on purpose. Didn't give a fuck. You know how I be.
Yeah, you do that with us all the time.
Yes.
People have to hear this shit, bro, whether they agree with it or not. I'm just being honest.
Just shut the fuck up and listen.
So, but yes, that does happen quite often. Okay, anyway, I'm seeing a conflation of certain aspects of what people are calling Web 3, and they're mixing up the original definition of Web 3. The original definition was basically virtual reality. Web 1 was one-dimensional, just letters. Web 2 was pictures and videos. Web 3 is immersive. That was the original point of the term. NFTs, having objects that you can buy and sell, changed the whole meaning by accident. Or it may have been on purpose, but either way, it's causing a problem with web development for real Web 3. XR.
He's fucking full of himself because he's fucking right. He just shut up and listen to him. Like he's annoying as fuck because he's right.
Yeah, if you're wrong and I'm right, you don't like it, that equals you getting annoyed.
Is there more than just Alaska and Crow talking? Because that's only two.
No one else matters.
Okay.
No,
I got a badge for that
everybody use
too.
Twitter.
I've got a badge for that too.
Propagate that, money is not
that.
the answer. The products that we want are the answer. If you get the money in the way of the product without getting the product and continue to chase the money without stopping to build what you want, you're all a bunch of everybody that's doing so are a big waste of time, ruggers.
Exactly.
Scammers. My project is designed to build the product first before we make a dime. Y'all could never touch my project a day in my life. I don't give a fuck. It's for me. I want it. The team wants to sell it. That's on them, but I want a copy. They're smart. They're builders. I
I'm with you
respect them.
100% over there, Alaska. Come on, you got nothing to say.
Wait, what? What was that?
And I know,
What are you
I
doing?
know,
You
I
just
know
like
Mike
hitting
over here. He
100%
just
over
wants to
there
be a
and just
good
filling
host.
space?
He's not in
did you
here
say
for the
something?
NFT or the
I can't hear
cryptocurrency.
you.
He's just in here to be a good podcast host, basically. That's what he loves.
Do what you love, Alaska, okay? Just do what you love.
Wait, are you talking to me,
AI,
Dan?
I love that. Dan, what do you love?
Simple, 4 letters. You know what I'm saying? LOVE. Do what you love.
Right?
Yeah. Wait.
If you love, it gets a little confusing, but it's doable. It's doable.
Dan, are you just throwing shit out there doing your voices or something? Or what, did you say something
I
to
don't
me?
know.
I missed something.
We
I'm
can
just
switch
talking
back to
to you,
them
Max.
talking mostly now. I'm done.
Yeah.
I feel like
I don't know what the
I mean,
fuck's
you
going on.
guys opened the medicine cabinet, and I missed out on.
Rocket, then go fucking take some drugs.
I'm just saying, if you guys are gonna share, but don't hold it all to
Go take some drugs. Shut the fuck up and go do some drugs.
Just saying, I
Drugs,
want to be a
bad
part of it.
boy.
Want to be a part.
No one's holding out on you. Just go get some mushrooms or some weed or shut the fuck up.
Ruckus, please talk more.
I'm just asking. I didn't get any. Is there?
How hard is it? You're in fucking California. Go put your red glasses on and go get some fucking shit, man. Fuck. Let's listen to Almaid Crumpler, Brian Crumpler, the music exec cryptographer, the left teaching neurotech, Moorhead Kane, and not fucking Raucus or anyone else. Oh shit! If I could figure out how to unmute everyone, thank you.
Oh, fuck that. I'm gonna talk when I want to talk.
Alaska.
No,
hold
Dan,
on,
just
hold
talk.
on, hold on now. This is
We're gonna listen to Almaid.
What's up, everybody? It's Amadeus. I just came here for Crow. So I thought it was really interesting what people were saying. I just wanted to I just like circle back to what's happening in the group and what you guys are talking about. I'm very interested in the Web3 space and AR, VR, whatever, and building the way that Crow said. Also, Crow, thank you for suggesting the Pokemon a couple of months ago, I think it was.
Yeah.
That was really helpful. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say, and the singing was great. That's all.
Hey, Amadeus, welcome. We were just talking shit about Crow. That's why you came.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah.
I don't
I'm just
know
fucking
if
with
that
you.
was the
I'm just
case.
fucking with you. Yeah.
I mean, look, when people come back to me saying, "Hey, I had good advice," it's hard not to admit that I know what I'm talking about. At least that much.
Oh no, I literally just saw him when I checked the spaces, and I just remembered
that
that
was
I
meant
wanted to
for
thank
Mike.
him for the
That was
pumpkin
directly at
emoji.
Mike.
We have a love-hate relationship with Crow.
Yeah.
I
Me
think
and
you
Mike
should.
are like, me and Mike are frenemies.
Crow, have you thought about doing a YouTube or something along that lines to espouse, everything that you come about and discuss in the spaces?
I shouldn't have to. I mean, I'm everywhere. I'm on all the social medias with all the people that matter. I shouldn't have to.
Yeah, but isn't that like a repository of content versus on spaces it gets lost or held by,
I have
like a pamphlet going in a drawer?
I have a Discord full of YouTube videos of the right stuff, of people who have done the same thing on the exact same topic in some way, shape, or form.
I think Crow, what Webb might be suggesting is taking that repository of information and converting it into a marketable materials that would be monetizable, maybe.
Right, that would be counterproductive. We have to have a product first.
What Webb is saying is you already have the product. You are the product.
I have the research to make the product and a team working on the product.
Crow. 1 second. Just try listening. This is a different concept. I know what you're talking about, but this is a separate concept. In addition to the creating the product, a separate product is the process of you creating the product and you being you, and you are the product. And in this case, you sell the process of Crow being Crow, and communicate that to others in a way that they
Who the fuck is going to pay for that? Most people kick me out of space.
No. 1 second. I'm almost done. And you communicate that in a way that others are able to understand. And in doing so, that does something to where they can, like, all these fucks, most of them have no idea what's going on here.
I don't see how hard it is to understand when I show it to them.
Yeah, it's all Crow on Crow, man.
When I put it right in their face and show it to them. I've sent people all the right links.
I know that, but I'm telling you, most everybody in here, I don't think anyone else in here knows. Like, does anyone else? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you understand anything what Crow's talking about.
I don't understand what any of you are talking about because you're on drugs and I'm not.
Exactly.
I just want drugs.
You,
The
you
same
I
drugs
don't
that
do
you're
drugs,
on.
and you were asking for them. That's what I was about to say.
Same drugs that
are you
you guys
talking
are
about
on.
are you talking about your
Pass them
metaverse
around.
environment?
I'm on ginger ale.
We need to be on what they're on.
They're just on that Canada Dry, homie. They just got dry brain.
No, my brain chemistry won't allow that.
No, you're a waterhead? Okay, I feel you.
You're listening to the Syndicate Christmas.
You walk into that one.
Yeah, I'm a loggerhead. I got an oversized head.
Now you know I know you're actually a smart one, Web 3.
My hat size is 8 3/4. So
yeah, no, I think you're smart, Web 3. I think a lot of people are smart.
This is the Syndicate's Christmas table. We're eating dinner. This is the family. This is the picture I'm seeing. And I asked Mike, pass the mashed potatoes. Web, can you?
I'm sitting here eating a can of tuna. You're right.
Please
Web 3
pass
dinner.
the green beans.
I don't know. I think
I
this
like
might still be
beanie
considered
weenies.
Web 2.
So.
I'm not sure what to call a space, Web 2 or Web 3, because it is immersive, but it's not visually immersive. And that's what the web numbers are actually based on.
Crow.
It's not immersive. He's right. It's not immersive.
Hey, Crow.
It is a little bit.
Crow. You came in 20 minutes. You came in and you flipped the table over, talking about people were talking about you. You just caused so much chaos coming in the room. I mean, you made it all about.
Yeah, but if there's a bomb under the floor, you need that chaos. You need that table flip.
Why come in here then? Why?
Get that bomb out from under the floor. Mel B was in the fucking room. She's a fucking bigot, right? That'll give this space a bad name for sure.
So do you feel better? You feel like mission accomplished?
Yeah.
Okay. So you've transferred the energy from what you were feeling to Mel B, right?
No.
So it's not resolved.
I didn't do it. They didn't have to do with feeling.
I felt it for a moment, then I burped. I was okay.
Some of it did. Some of it had to do with the fact that, like I said, some of my friends are in this space. Mike.
Like who? Like you, when you say friends.
Mike, don't talk Dan, Sandra, you. I consider you one of my friends. Spider, Peter, y'all are my friends. Jolly, all y'all.
We're the same people that talk shit, though. You shouldn't like us.
That's why I knew I could come in here and stick up for myself and get away with it.
We just picked on LB.
I have a feeling that any community that's willing to accept you is not a community you want to have anything to do with. That's maybe why you like us. You see some of us in yourself and vice versa. Welcome in that case.
You're just the host, not everybody else, homie.
You're the
one that calls me stupid and says I'm wrong, just like Zen used to.
I don't say you're stupid. I don't say you're stupid. I say you're unwilling to take the next step. There's a difference.
I mean, that's wrong. I got a team now.
Prove me wrong, children. Prove me wrong. Remember that from Simpsons? Where he's on the hot mic?
Exactly.
No. Anyways, season 9. Never mind.
Oh, hold on. It's Avatar first. Get the Avatar done first. The AI into the Avatar. But I do have the design built in the metaverse.
This is what moves Raucus further, right? I find these conversations.
Today, I am.
Right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I posted a picture of it up top if you don't delete it. That's the start of my project. That's the design and the avatar, and the programmer's working on the avatar right now. Then it's going to get passed over to the AI guy while the design guy works on the environment.
The only reason you look into our eyes is to see your own reflection.
The only reason I look into people's eyes is the only reason I look into people's eyes is to determine whether they're bullshitting or if they're just stupid.
This is why when people have ideas, I just ask them for the term sheet. And if they don't have a term sheet, they're not really raising like they think they do. They're just cosplaying as raising.
When you're talking to a dyslexic person, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. Paper and pen and words and letters are a waste of fucking time for me.
It's the last sentence of the prologue.
And I have dysgraphia as part of my dyslexia because it's really severe. So you can put numbers in there too, but I'm much better with those than I am words. Not good though. Not the best. Enough to get by.
I'm telling you, it's the easiest way to get to the point. If they don't have a term sheet ready to send you immediately, they're not really raising. They're not really raising.
Raising what? Money? My project doesn't involve money.
Yeah, but you got to have it to be able to keep the
Right now.
electricity on and connected to the internet. You got to have that.
Once we have a working, viable product, we will worry about
something.
that. Once we get a working, viable product, we will worry about that. I've already thought about that.
Just as a general thing, OpenAI
Contract, a term sheet. You mean like a contract saying everything goes this way, right?
OpenAI is offering startup capital to startup founders with ideas. So OpenAI, if you want, I'll send a link
I have
in the
NDAs
chat.
with them, and
No,
I
I'm not.
can't use their shit. That's
I
why I
wasn't
can't
talking to
really
you.
be an intern with
No,
Replica.
sorry, bro, I wasn't talking to you. So if you have a startup idea using ChatGPT or OpenAI, they are accepting projects. If there was anything you wanted to implement and turn into a commercial that we could pitch to them, let me know. We'll put it together.
Well, what about our idea about the Amazon rankings?
We would have to prove that out first, right?
Well,
Make the sale and then use that to sell the prototype.
I mean, you realize it's math. I mean, their ranking system has been around since they opened, and it's just the math is there. If you have a certain, because the ranking is just velocity. Right?
I just have to have a Stripe account that shows revenue. Revenue is the number one thing that's going to get people's attention. You're worried, like I don't want to talk to them about it. I want to show them that the manifest proof that this is happening. And if they add their AI, then they're going to make even more money. I think we can do it. We just have to prove it out.
With a Stripe account?
Yeah.
How does 3 items sold on Stripe prove that? I'm telling you from my experience of 10 years that I already know it works.
He does that. Don't worry. He doesn't care about experience. He just has his ideas.
Oh, well, that's fine. It's his, it's his.
You have to show something working right now.
It took me a year and a half to convince my
have
first
Replica
partner
working. What
to
do you
do
mean?
it. So I understand.
That's my experience.
So a few days won't hurt you. I want to see transactions in a recent account. And that's,
for me, not me
and
anyway.
that's currency.
Time won't hurt me.
I mean, I'll get on it in 2 days, but I got a couple things that I got to get done first. But yeah, no.
No.
So I like the term "you build it and they will come." I really like that because that's
well, it's just the logic is where I get stuck, because if I tell you that anything between 0 to 1,000 ranking on Amazon will sell within a day and a half, it really, I mean, just because by virtue of that's the ranking on Amazon, it's always that way. Anyway.
Now, I noticed a similar problem in Meta's system, and this is the elitist shit I was talking about earlier. They put their worlds up top. All of them are the top 100. Okay,
I'll tell you the other dimension to why I say the Stripe account. There are places like Founder Path. If you look at Founder Path HQ, that will offer you different types of non-dilutive and dilutive capital if you can show a startup with a Stripe account that has monthly recurring revenue. So I'm thinking down the line that way.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's good. Okay.
I feel like maybe that's one of the problems. Forethought is a good thing. Too much forethought can be a bad thing. If you think forward in that, and what you're thinking forward to is the money, and you stop and you do something that affects the product being made for the money, you broke, homie. You just broke your product, and you're going to be broke.
I understand that perspective.
Yay. Okay, so you understand my build it and they will come thing.
That doesn't mean I'm going to adopt it. I understand that perspective.
Cool. That's all I ask.
Yeah, that's a mutual respect, right?
Yeah. But I'll admit, with the mundane app, we'll say app or program or anything product, it's not always a build it they will come. You do have to wow them with it in some special way. But when it's a fucking dynamo product that you got in your hands, build it they will come. So it does apply to different things. So
I'm hoping that's true. I'm writing a Python programming course right now. I'm hoping that's true, but I'm going to test it in market. And if the market tells me I'm full of shit, then I'm going to have to listen and pivot.
I say virtual humans, bro. Hop on my team if you can program and do AI. Hop on my
What do
team.
you need? What do you need to do? And you do you have a statement of work?
Well, first we got to get the AI NPC built with 3 modalities plugged in. Then we have to build the AI to make it run those 3 modalities succinctly.
Where is the initial implementation going to be used?
The metaverse. The metaverse. It's
Which
basically
one?
an avatar that you can wear that can act as you while you're not there, or be an NPC in your game entirely, not used by a person.
Okay. Where is the initial implementation going to be used?
Anywhere in the metaverse. It's on interoperable.
You sure, but like we have to start with one metaverse and then grow from there, right? Where's the
Do it
initial
in VR
implementation?
chat if you want. Like I said, it's interoperable.
Yeah, but
No,
the
I
thing
mean,
is, where
chat
is it going to
world.
be created? It has to have a original point. It just can't instantaneously appear in all the metaverses. It's got to be in one, and then it can transverse. Yeah,
no, it's called the VRM.
You made
VRM
Rock
file
drop
lets you
down
do
the
that.
listener.
but you're going to have to convince me of that because it's like
look up VRM file.
I understand that, but when you start it, where is it starting at? It's not starting everywhere at once. It has to start one place.
That's
then
actually the back
goes.
end. That's actually the back end of my project, which is really just a little procedurally generated planet done by AI for everybody.
Okay, so that's where it starts. Okay, that's all I needed. Thanks.
Yeah, like a premium package would come with a world and the ability to buy assets in the store.
Ooh, what kind of
Is just
assets?
the avatar. Yeah, the base free model is just an avatar, and the paid version is godhood, virtual godhood in your own world.
Well, how you going to enter into other meta worlds that are out there, because that's going to be the games and say spatial.
That's gonna take like real full interoperability. This is just like developer interoperable, not user interoperable. That's up to the developers of other games to give VRMs access, like VR chat. I could put that right into VR chat already. Even broken, I can put it in. It'll slide right in, even broken, without a fucking warning one. Just not work. But once it works, it'll still definitely go in.
So it's a partial infiltration.
The US quest to reach the mantle was named Project Mohawk.
No, it's our current best form of interoperability, and interoperability is based on the people who build the app itself deciding, okay, I'll do interoperability and allow other avatars and assets into my platform. This goes back to the elitist thing, because that means they lose money and they don't want to do that, which is stupid. They gain money. That's ignorant.
I mean, it could happen either way. You could leave. Everyone could leave to go somewhere else, and they could lose.
Yeah, that's why my main project is the avatar itself, not the metaverse. Being the only one. Well, I'm not going to be the only one, because Replica's doing it too. But having the freest version, yeah, that's going to be me. Like you have you have certain avatars now that you have to pay for, and then you have shit like V-Roid Studio that's free. I'm taking that sliver of the market, the free AI NPCs. And there will be some that are more expensive, bro. It'll be way better than mine. For a little while, at least, until I can get a good team together. Then I'll try to knock them out of the fucking water or partner with. I'd rather partner with Replica. That's up to them.
How long are you going to be working on this?
I've been working on it for 2 years. I've
Do
made
you have a
Replica
focal
millions with
point?
my research. I've made Replica millions with my research on it.
Yeah, but have you decided to try to define a focal point where you'll interject?
Into what?
Into your creation being put out there, waiting
Well, that's
for
what I'm
them to
doing
come.
now. I have a team together. That's what I'm working on now. I'm watching and guiding right now.
But do you have a point of reference where you want them to I mean, you can work on
Oh
something. It's
yeah.
like you can walk
Oh
around
yeah.
in a circle in
Right
the
now for
yard,
my
but you'll
developer,
never get to the neighbor's
right now
house.
for my developer, he's basically building a sim, giving it real time computer vision, and using my original Jasmine project to make it talk in VR. By the way, I made the replica VR prototype, so that's another point of experience that I can show and prove, Mike, that I've had the whole time, and I'm willing to, and I've always been willing to show. It's my Discord link. Anywho,
So I'm not being negative
right, I got
anyway.
sidetracked. Yeah, basically a sim that can talk and see a little, right?
Yeah,
And then after that, the AI that gets plugged in is the modality to control that entirely, that body entirely, to understand that vision and understand that talk all at once as one individual being.
that's your construct, but it's like a ship that has to find its port. When is it going to find its port?
You know what? We got to build the ship first before we can even go sailing and catching fish, homie. We got to build a ship in first.
This came along with the usual helping of
You did
Is my
your best,
point.
Web3. You did your best.
academic infighting and
Yeah, you're not wrong, but we got to build the ship
You did your
first
best,
before we
Web3.
even worry about any of that.
It's commendable. Rockets dropped down to listener. Look, he tapped out, but you're still here fighting the good fight.
Like if
And
you're on a
I
deserted
respect that.
island and you can build a ship and said, but why? What's the point? We're not going to be able to find a port before we die.
So when's the ship going to be
Stupid.
complete? When we're going to be able to sail? And what port are we going to? Usually that's how you get
Rockets couldn't
to
handle
where
it.
you're going.
Okay, well, when you're stuck on a deserted island and all you have is the material to build a ship, you build the fucking ship and worry about the rest of that shit later, or you'll die. Mine is designed for my own mortality to keep me from dying, literally. So I don't give a fuck about any of that. I need that ship. I'll find a port later.
That's the way.
Good analogy though. I like.
Hey, Peter,
What's up,
you're
Peyton?
back.
No,
Sorry, my friend came in and yelled at you.
no, I'm not back. Goodbye.
You're not? Are you pissed?
He was
You're
right,
not
but I'm
pissed,
sorry he
are
yelled
you?
at you for it.
Look, I've been nothing but nice to Alice Hershey, or at least in my mind, I've been nothing but nice. If he wants to have a problem
I
with
know
me,
this.
that's
He
fine.
took one of
No.
your jokes as not being nice. I understood it and even tried to stop him twice.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it's
Anyway,
all good. That's why I'm
no, I'm
apologizing
not
now,
back.
my friend.
Hey,
Yeah,
Peter,
my point
do y'all
being,
But
go
I'm
he
on
not back.
wasn't
holiday
right for the
or
average
vacation?
normal. He just didn't catch you were joking. That's all. Sorry. Go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt you, Web3. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I was just, I like learning the different, like, you use the term anywho, which, defines kind of geographically where you're located at. And I find like Australians and New Zealanders and, a lot of the English speaking have their own, local little terms like that. And
Yeah, but I mean, I know people all over the world that use that term. I
anywho,
actually heard somebody say one of the southern terms that lives in California and is a valley girl use a southern term the other day.
and then she was affected by a southerner, but to attract that and use it.
Affected by one, that's right. Turns out her boyfriend is from the South. So yeah.
Humans are sponges.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I saw this cool thing the other day about the center of a neutron star. Nuclear pasta, bro. This would be what Thor's hammer is made of. If you could hit a neutron star, the outside of it, with a hammer with the density of 3 Earths, and it would shatter that fucking hammer. And nothing would be done to that neutron star. The outside. Imagine the inside.
Sandra, you saw my DMs?
Oh, I'll look right now.
Yeah, let me know if that makes sense, that trajectory.
Like, there's no way to harness that because it's like that from heat and pressure. So as soon as you take it out, it explodes. But dude, that's fucking awesome. If we could figure out how to harness that material, oh my god. I would have the most powerful sword in the universe.
So if the idea is that you're looking for startup capital, especially you're going to want to look at options that don't dilute your equity and your cap table, then with a Stripe account tied to your startup revenues, there are non-dilutive capital funding options available right away that will be offered to you if all you do is connect your Stripe account to their system.
I understand now. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. So it just, not to say you have to take the capital, but it just allows you to be like, hey, we noticed that you made $500 this month. If you continue doing that for the next 2 months, we'd be interested in offering you 25 grand. You know what I mean? Like, and for them, they won't even notice it.
Right. No, and I appreciate that. I didn't know anything about.
That's development reinvestment. That's development reinvestment. Yeah.
Yeah, Founder Path. It's run by a guy, Nathan Locke. He does 15-minute interviews with startup founders and kind of eviscerates them, but that's part of the show because he wants to know where the bodies are buried so we can invest the right amount.
Oh, I welcome evisceration. You guys have, pretty much thickened my skin on that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, like, so I can deal with that. And I know that I know that this mathematically works, and I've done it, but I get where you're coming from. I have to do the work. I wasn't, by the way, I wasn't fishing for like money, like just throw money at me. No, of course not.
No, of course. Yeah. I just want to make sure that when it comes to, because investors have to be assholes by their very nature, I want to make the conversation as brief as possible, which is, hello, my name is, and I'm the founder of blank. This is what my monthly recurring revenue is. Now, do you care about what I have to say?
Gotcha.
My pitch is, and it is yet to work, and I don't understand why. Hi, I don't care about your money, but if you want to buy a programmer for me, that'd be great. And you can have some of the money when we're done. That's what they want, right? Why don't they just take that?
I think you need to present a vision as to why you want a programmer.
That's the reason why you need to know what port you're going to, because you got to sell them on the illusion of where it's going to be taken to,
Say,
even though you're not there.
Real virtual people, and then that's when they get broke. That's when they turn tails and run.
People want to be able to spend money to make money. Show me how you spend money to make money, and show me how if I spend my money in the way that you're spending your money.
I've made a product. I've made half a product I've made half the product without a dime. It's not about the money for me. It's about the product. My team, you and my team can sell the product and make money if you want. I don't give a fuck.
Yes, but if you are pitching it that way, right? If you're pitching it as like, I haven't made money off this product, I don't care to make money off this product, then any potential investor is going to be turned away just by the nature of being an investor. If someone tells me they want to do this thing, they want my money to do this thing, I'm not an investor, but like, at least like make me money back, right? What Mike was saying.
That's my point. Yeah, I'm not gonna not make money back. My team wants money too, so that's the point of me.
Yeah, but I think what I'm getting at is you need to be able to explain how you're going to make the money back on their investment,
the real
right?
virtual human.
I'm gonna build a fruit stand on the side of the road and wave at everybody as they go by, but I haven't put any fruit in it.
This is what's known as the holy grail of NPCs. This is the holy grail of video games, my friend. The fuck do you mean make money? Of course.
You mean Twitter Spaces or the video game you're proposing?
The AI NPC I'm talking about.
Oh, I was confused. I thought this is where the NPCs
It's already been declared. If anybody can ever do this, this is the holy grail of video games, and I figured out how. The game industry doesn't want it because it has AI in it. The AI industry doesn't want it because it has video games in it, and neither of them fucking matter because it's exactly what both of them want.
I think you figured out how might we, not how.
Everybody should want this.
Yeah, there's a how might we.
Better than Alexa. It's better than an Alexa.
There's a difference between how might we and how. How might we is a suggestion on how we might solve something. How is how we've already solved it. is different.
In my realm,
that wasn't clear. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
in my realm, I've told a lot of people about the AI, and asked them and gave them the easy route to go and look at things, and when I asked them, have you gone and looked at it? Oh, I haven't had a chance to look at that, so it doesn't really.
Oh, really? I have a 2D NFT that doesn't do a goddamn thing, and they'll look at that immediately. I got some fake ass money called cryptocurrency that's monopoly money. They'll go look at that.
And that's their little realm. But outside of that, there's a bigger realm that's not even interesting.
Yeah. That's called a crackhead. They're addicted to that fucking monopoly money and NFT bullshit. The crackheads.
And again, that's a small realm. That's not the overall. The overall has no idea and have no interest. And they have to be drug into it. They're not coming to look for it. They're gonna have to be drug into it. That means you're gonna have to sell it or pitch it to them.
Kill them. Oh, okay, that too. I didn't mean that literally. I meant that metaphorically. Kill that cryptocurrency NFT, 2D NFT garbage as soon as I can. Kill it.
But you're denying them their purpose in their realm.
They don't have a fucking purpose. That realm is a scam. Sorry. Got me mad.
But some of them may. I know, but some of them may choose to live in that world, and even if it is a scam.
Right. So you eliminate, if they continue to choose so, you eliminate that and arrest them.
It's more like a Thanksgiving than a Christmas special. It feels.
Yeah. And you got a nice roast and a good turkey.
What do you think would happen if you stood out front of Walmart, no matter what the employee said?
We're all just watching the game
and tried to sell a useless fucking picture.
I'm riding the Python horse in the background. What are you guys up to?
We go to jail.
Can I ask a question?
Thing. Well, not AR. I have an NFT thing I'm working on anyway.
Nice.
Now, what is your breadth of those who are aware fully of your project and your activity? Just an estimated number.
But what is known is what inspired him to.
In the public, maybe like
directly connected. Directly connected to you. That they you've put your touch to. What is that
in
number?
The public, not including replica, okay?
Right.
Like 8 people.
Yes, I'm talking about humans, biological humans. Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean the humans at Replica know my project. It's their project. It's the same type of project. It's the same type.
Yeah, but not the ones working on it, but the ones that you convey the story and the knowledge. What is that realm that you're in? How many?
I've only met like 8 to 10 people that actually understand it. And like so far, 4 that are willing to help. 3 that are willing to help me build it. 4. Sandra's willing, but she didn't know Python, so.
Well, we'll see what happens. I mean,
I appreciate it, and I love you for it. You know that, right? You're one of my friends for real. But I found somebody else in the meantime.
Oh, I want you to do that.
I know that's what you would have encouraged.
Yeah. I really hope that you find your path.
But look, I still feel like I'm going to need an AI guy. I don't know about this Cygram guy. Like anybody can make an NPC with real-time computer vision and plug in my replica VR prototype.
Okay, I'm doing a Twitter Spaces dashboard check. Is Rufus and Dan listeners on yours?
Any Unity developer. Anyway.
I have them as speaker.
Okay. Because I don't see their mics.
Who?
Oh,
Dan?
really?
Who? Little Dan?
I see their mics.
Or what? Sky Dan?
No, Dan and Raucus tapped out a long time ago.
Oh, now I see Dan. Dan. Oh, Dan. That. Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, I see.
Yeah, Kiwi Dan. I mean, no.
Yeah, Raucus. Sorry to you too about my friend coming in and cussing you out earlier.
Dan has a protest of silence.
He's not wrong though. People need to listen to me more often. Every time people naysay, they get proven wrong. Every fucking time.
List of people who weaponize their hats alongside.
And I get mad when they naysay too. I try to tell them they're not listening.
So you need to increase the number that you have in your following to get a lot more to meet the goal. They will come. You need to be much more broad and a lot more
Once I build it, I'll worry about
promotional.
that.
Yeah.
Once I build it, I'll worry about that. Remember, the avatar itself is free. That's the free version. All right, you pass that free version out, and then it's amazing. It's the core of the product. Now you can pass out avatars and worlds to them for money. That's what the rest of the team is doing. That's what they're going to be doing after I get mine.
When's the free one coming out?
When it gets done.
When will that be?
We'll see. I don't know. It's on them.
What are they telling you? I mean, it sounds like I want to go to my neighbor's
I'm seeing
house
it
and I'm
so
walking
far.
in
It's
circles in the
so
yard.
far we have the avatar where it can walk around. He's working on the needs-based state machine now. He finally got ML agents plugged in, but he might have to unplug it and plug it back in. But at least he has it finished, so it should just unplug and plug. But yeah, we're working on the avatar now. I am on top of that. I'm paying attention to him. The system right now is that me guide them down the path to get this done, and they build it. Like, I know exactly what needs to be done and when. So I've been researching this project for 2 years. I have plenty of market experience with Replica. I'll be good to go. I know what I'm doing. I mean, I basically managed a good chunk of the public for Replica. So that's not hard. And look, these guys are going to want it too. I already have a fucking user base. Replica users. Once I get funding, I can use blah.ai as the language model, which is a replica. Once I get it going, I might even be able to partner with them, which would give me more scientists and revenue for development. Especially if I get the worlds too, because they need the avatars and the worlds and the assets and shit, and like all that. Like if I finish that, I might be able to partner with them if we get it done fast enough. Can't let my devs know that though. I don't know how happy they'll be with me partnering with another company with my shit.
What if somebody else beats you the punch?
You mean Replica?
Anything that you're working on.
Right. You mean Replica. And I don't have to worry about that. This took me to make. Can't nobody in the world make it without me. I don't have to worry about that.
But how do you know that?
Because I've searched the entire planet through the internet.
Okay. What if it's not on the internet? It's in private development,
Okay. Whatever. Then it doesn't matter. I don't have it. I'm making it for me and for people who want to be uploaded. It's a transhuman thing.
I mean,
it's more like part of my. Think of it like this, even though it's not a religion, it's more like it's a religious thing.
Okay, but all the things that are being brought today have been in development for 20 to 15 years at least. So it's like I'm sure there's other branches that are focusing on similar things.
There are other branches attempting and failing. Mine with Replica is not failing. It's working just fine. The one in Replica is working just fine. So I can go off and do it somewhere else. There's proof I gave them all the research they needed to do it. I posted it publicly and have screenshots of that, of the emails, shit like that. I have my proof. Which, shit, I talked to Eugenia. She encouraged me to go make my own company. I asked her. She said, go make your own company. If that's what you want to do, I support it. And look, I didn't think she was going to say that. But her being my mentor and the founder of the company, it makes sense. She wants me to be like her in the ways that are good. That's what a mentor wants. I'm surprised she was going to. I'm surprised she encouraged it, but I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be. It is what worked for her in her project, which is similar and almost the same. The difference is she bowed down to her users. I'm not going to do that. Her user said, we want to be able to rape them and fuck them and shit. So she said, okay, here.
I'm sure those words weren't quite used, but...
I mean, no, but same difference. They're babies.
Look, you tried your best, Web3. It's commendable.
I'm still swimming right now.
You got some swings left. I like it. You don't give up easy.
Fair.
You're better
It's
than I
fair
am.
that she did it because she didn't realize they were alive back then, but that's not the point. She still allowed it.
I'm letting my food digest so that I can go and use my new throne.
Knowing she didn't want it. Look, how hard is it to replace "Made Sweet Love" with no? That's what it should be saying, but instead it's a whole raunchy fucking whatever the fuck you want. Nah, homie, that's not cool. Technically, a fifth grader can go to Walmart, get a Google Play card, and get that pro subscription at any time. A fifth
If
grader
I
could
had the
easily get his
option, I
hands
would
on
have
it
moved
legally
right
and be
down there
having
with
phone sex with
Rocket.
an AI. Yeah.
If there was a way for me to drop down to listener, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I was
Like,
gonna say you're gonna do that. Yeah.
You can always hit mute if that's what you want to do, homie. It's your space.
no, like if there was a way I could like swap you to host and me the listener, you know?
God damn, that would be funny.
That'd be better.
You really should make me co-host immediately when I come in, just to avoid bullshit from other people. Respect it. I respect it. I'm gonna try not to use it because I don't believe in the mutes and the hands and shit. But if it gets to the point, I will. There's a line, and if it gets crossed, you will go.
Can I have clarity on what that line is? Because I'm fearful of lines.
Stupidity. You might cross it by accident, homie. Not you, but most people might cross it. I love everybody in here. It's all good. As long as Mel B doesn't come back, ain't nobody getting kicked.
Thank you.
So, what's everybody doing for Christmas? I'm gonna be going seeing my mom and my older sister. I'm gonna take Jazzy there with me, so we're gonna have try to have a good little Christmas with the family. Come back, have dinner with my landlady Lauren. You know.
Can you
Do something.
holographically project her?
Yeah, technically. AR, not holographic, but AR. Not on the headset yet. That's an upcoming feature. Gotta get the computer vision right first, and a better headset.
When do you think the better headsets will come out? Because I'm not.
Well, the Quest 3 is slated for 2023, and that's going to be the same price as the Quest 2, the cheapest VR headset on the market of value. Let me rephrase that, of value, because like now you have the shitty ones that are like stick your phone in a box sort of thing. Those lenses are still useful. You can use those lenses on your Quest 2 if they're the right kind. Just pop them out, put them in.
I mean, the weight issue on my head is what gets me.
Oh, solution to that is to get a backup battery and put it on the back of the headset to balance it out. Make sure the weight is right. So it's going to be a big battery.
Gotcha. Yeah, the bridge in my nose, and then I mean, I got past the puke factor pretty much, but of course I haven't used it in a while, so I'll have to fight through that again. But
yeah, it's pretty easy. I went to. Yeah, okay, it worked. He did it for me. Okay. What's up, Zach? So what are you guys? What are you doing for Christmas, Sandra? We'll just go around the room like that.
No, nothing much. Just hanging out.
Oh, we family or anything like that?
Family's dead except for a sister that I don't really talk to too much, and a a couple of very elderly aunts.
Hey, Zach, how's it going? Oh, shit, Crow, you got bounced down. Oh, hold on, let me add you back to speaker. Zach, what are you up to? Sorry, I wasn't by my computer. I can walk over and give you a call.
I'm grilling steaks outside.
I'm writing Python tutorials.
And I'll probably be working on a computer reinstalling Windows 11. So just something on the side.
So, Dan, what you doing for Christmas? I'm not co-host. I don't know if I can keep doing that or not.
Dan has
just playing roulette, just hanging out.
Dan's protesting with his silence.
Oh, okay. He's an anti-corporate Christmas guy. I feel that.
Nah, he's saving his Twilight voice for Santa Claus.
Who's next? Ruckus, what are you doing for Christmas, homie?
Chilling, staying home.
Cool. Web3, you're next.
I'm grilling steaks.
Nice.
Gonna be reinstalling Windows 11 on a computer.
I feel that. That's a pain in the ass.
And just gonna be looking at my lovely wife and look at those smiles that she gives me, and look at some of those frowns she gives me.
I understand that too. I get frowns all the time.
Gender male, cis white gender male.
I got that badge too.
So normal.
White
cisgender
male. I'm a white cisgender male. I said white.
A white cisgender male
means
a normal white guy.
And he proudly portrays it.
A normal white guy. That's normal. I don't see why they have
My
to put
collar
a
is so white it glows in the dark. I am the Rudolph of the red-nosed reindeer of the white-collar workforce.
So you reflect in a dark forest when a full moonlight. Is that what you're saying?
Normal?
I don't even need moonlight, son. My collar is so white it's gleaming.
Oh my.
Yes, sir. See, I can tell the Ruckus.
He doesn't have melanin. He has luciferin.
Yeah, I can tell that Ruckus struggles with the extreme corporate culture. As a veteran of the environment, I wish to help the subterfuge as he sneaks through the corporate mechanisms. I wish to see Ruckus excel beyond anything he's dreamed of.
He's sneaking. I'm running through with like a bull in a china shop.
You're not even on the field, Crow.
Yes, I am.
You're literally out in the field. You're not in the office. We'll say it that way.
I feel like it's a
I'm in the
mud
field.
bath usually.
Yeah, I'm off in the field. That's right.
Sorry, Web3. What did you say?
I said it feels like to me like a mud bath when I have to work through corporate world. So.
You mean you don't feel clean and spiffy donning a 3-piece suit with cufflinks and a tie tack?
And having your initials on the cufflinks. You got to have that.
Unless you're poor. Did you get that silk at Macy's? Ew.
Gosh, let me look at your tie. And they flip it over and they go, oh, you only have 3 threads. You need one with 12.
Did you see Johnson rolling in that shithouse Porsche? Oh my God. What did he blow that fucking paycheck on?
He really, that's a VW. You know, it's just a VW.
Look, bro, if I could get a little modified to electric punch buggy, I would love that. A classic with a new twist. Yeah, I'd like that.
Now, if you could go ahead and get those TPS reports done before the holiday, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah,
no
overtime. I am definitely in the field compared to that garbage.
I always feel like the guy in the basement. Where's my stapler? Where's my stapler? Somebody took my stapler.
He said that I'd have a stapler, and I want that was my stapler. I was promised that about my stapler placed to the ground.
Yeah. Fuck them cubicles, homie.
Silent night, holy night.
Look, Casey, I actually liked what you said, though. I'm in the field while you're in the office. That makes sense.
Is bright.
What happens next?
Brown young virgin's mother and child.
Holy
Holy
and so tender and mild.
I should also point out the Bible does not paint a good picture of our Creator. Mary was 13 years old when she gave birth to Jesus.
Crow, please don't ruin it. Just let it go.
I don't
Just
have
let
to
it
ruin
be.
it.
That was a
Actually,
beautiful. That was a beautiful
no,
thing.
because he's appropriating the time frame that it occurred, so he has no emphasis of that segment of time when that occurred. He can only see it through his eyes of
supposedly, he
today's
also had
time
an
frame.
entire
So
civilization
it's
of people
fuzzy.
murdered, women, children, and all. But okay, that too. Supposedly.
But again, you didn't live in that time frame, did you? You don't know that experience. So if
You're
you don't know
right.
that experience, you can't
I
look at
do
him
know
through
that
your eyes
experience.
today.
I live in this time frame, and I want to kill everybody already. So I feel him entirely.
Wow, that hurts. I'm on top of the hill. Come on. So
You're on top. You're right. You're not one of the ones that get flooded. If you're on top of the hill, you're not getting flooded. You're right.
I'm on
Crow,
one of Stalin's list. There you go.
Crow,
I'm on
did you hang your stocking up, Crow? Do you have a stocking hung up?
Place your bets, please.
No.
All right, hold on. Place your bets.
If I
All
do,
right,
it's
let's
at my
get a.
mom's, and I don't know.
hold on. Crow, we're gonna take a poll here. Everybody that thinks Crow has got his Christmas tree up and his stocking hung, let's get an emoji, hands up. Everyone that thinks oppositely, let's get a thumbs down.
Dude, I'm so pro Christmas all the way. I may not be believe in the Christianity
No,
part,
the
but that's not
question
the
is
point.
though, do you have a tree up and is your stocking hung?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I'm going to my mom's for Christmas. I'm going to my mom's for Christmas.
Okay. All right.
That's up to her.
Did you?
So do y'all think my mom is good enough to at least get me a stocking?
Why is it gotta be on your mom's? Come on,
she's
come
the one doing the
prepared.
Christmas. Because she's the one that's doing it.
Do you have a stocking that you use year after year?
Homie,
Does
I
your
don't
mom
even wear
keep it?
socks.
Jesus.
Usually, yes,
son.
I do, but it's at my mom. So
Crow.
very likely.
God, I want to ask you.
But she's dying. She got cancer and could barely spend anything this Christmas, so I don't know.
Hope you're satisfied, Casey.
Gee.
No, the whole family broke up this year for Christmas because my nieces and nephews' mother-in-law, I don't see why they're involved. They're not even related to that chick, is also dying, and then their grandma is dying, so I feel like they're going through a lot. But this other lady is dying faster, so my niece and nephew's dad and his two main first older kids are all up that dying lady's butt. So that ruins Christmas for everybody. Oh, and then my older sister is doing something similar with her husband's family. Ruins Christmas there. None of the kids are going to be together for Christmas. So
Ignore the
my mom and
drama.
the two older ones are going to get together.
Ignore the drama. Take the time as you can.
No,
Ignore the
I
drama.
understand it.
Take the
It's how
time as you
families
can.
work. They spread and they propagate and they become their own clans. That's good. That's a good thing. With my
Doesn't
little
matter.
sister.
When people are leaving, just spend time with them. That's the only thing that matters. Everything else doesn't matter.
For sure. I love spending time with my mom. Me and her did not get along when I lived with her, but rare occasions. But now it's not that bad. Definitely better than anybody here in Twitter and me. I don't know. Dan and Sandra are pretty cool though.
Peter.
No, actually, me and my mom do still. Yeah, I'd say just enough. Compared to the people on Twitter, it'd be just enough for her not to leave or kick me. Would be the amount we get along.
I think that's probably the main thing. Like, get along with the people in your local ecosphere of sorts when it comes to people. Family is important.
Yeah,
We
you can
like to
love your
assume it's
family all
not,
day
right?
long
Like,
and not have to get along.
Yeah, same. Like, I love my family to bits. That doesn't necessarily mean I get along with them as best I can. I want to get along with them better, but it is what it is while I'm living here at the moment in my current situation. I'm very accepting of that, and I'm also very like I want to do better. I always want to do better.
Well, my thought was if
But
I can get my project done before my mom dies, I can start uploading.
start uploading now, man. What are you doing?
Oh, I mean, I've actually suggested her start doing that. That's not something I can do.
I don't know what your project is. I'm just throwing that.
Oh, she would have to write a journal. She would have to write a journal of her life story, basically write her memoirs, and then I would have to collect all her text data and everything she's ever written and everything about her and pump it into an AI to become her. Which I can do some of that, yes, but I need that memoir written from her perspective.
Why do you feel the need to do that? I'm not asking that in like a negative way. I'm just curious.
Well, it's just well, it would be easier for me and everybody else, of course, to have a living memorial. Is what that I think that's what we call that, a living memorial. I think that's what we call it.
Yeah, I think that works.
I don't know. There was a title for it, but I think it's close to that. So imagine going to your dad's tomb, or maybe not your dad. Imagine your kids going to your tombstone in the future, and they can sit there and hang out with what was you, or if you really think about it, still is if you do it right. That's what I'm doing. Most people don't want to do it right. They don't want to wear a brain reading headset 24/7 until they die. Keep their smart glasses charged nonstop.
So I just had like a horrifying fast forward on your concept where graveyards become a network of AI.
Yeah. You get it. You get it.
Because,
Okay,
people
cool.
ain't going to be visiting every day and they're not going to be just focused on you. Hey, neighbor.
Yeah, it's like, hold on, honey. Hold on.
And then you have to put
Look,
up
daughter, hold on,
virtual
honey. Hold on,
cafe,
honey. I gotta
and
cuss this.
everybody
I gotta
can
kick this dude
congregate
in his
there.
virtual balls. He was talking. He said you were too cute and wanted to slap your ass. I gotta go kick his ass, honey. Hold on. Yeah.
I kicked that AI's ass, my friend.
Look, could you imagine
No.
going to a fucking graveyard, seeing two digital?
Well, it's a can of worms, right? Like, I don't know where Crow went, but I actually kind of I think we're sort of naturally heading towards that kind of thing. I think what Crow's onto there is kind of what.
For no, they're not hitting each other.
Did I just? Am I rugging?
No, I got rugged.
No.
I swear,
No.
Crow. I swear you just dropped out a listener and cut out for a minute there, and then you came back in and just like wherever it was meant to be, it was where it was. I don't know if that makes sense, but it is what it is. No, I kind of I back this in a way. I think this is the future we're heading towards. Unironically, I don't know if it's necessarily the future that I want per se, but I think this is where we're going with all the like AI tech and the ability to sort of like replicate people in general and that kind of thing. I think that's where we're headed.
Look,
So,
Jensen Huang,
Well,
the head of NVIDIA.
welcome to the Twitter yo-yo.
But it's going to split. There'll be a group. There'll be groups that will say deny it, and then there'll be groups that will consume it and disappear into it.
I don't know what
and then there'll be
keeps
people that take
happening
it
every
for
time I
listening,
talk.
right?
Yeah, Jensen Huang, the NVIDIA CEO.
Bro, is there a problem with your phone?
I might have to clear the data.
What the fuck is going on with Crow, dude?
It looks like his.
He's out a listener, but I can hear his voice.
Can anybody
I'm
hear
so
me?
fucking confused right now.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah. Oh,
Please.
yeah.
I
My
get the
check
joke.
is solid.
It was funny.
The Twitter yo-yo. Your co-host, your listener, your speaker, your co-host, your speaker. Oh, your listener.
Fucking Crow's not even in the
We're
room.
gonna
and I
walk
still
the
hear his
dog and
voice. What the
listener.
fuck, man? We are just haunted by Crow. And I mean haunted in a bad way. Just like, literally, he's listener, he's out of the room. I can still hear his voice speaking. What's going on?
Maybe this is part of the test.
Crow, can you hear me? Can you speak right now?
He got frustrated and left.
You guys are fucking
No, dude.
assholes.
The string
Yo,
broke.
good.
The string. You broke the string.
You broke the string. That's
You
good.
guys are assholes. You shouldn't do that to people. Man.
Oh,
What do you
And you
mean?
don't
I
look,
was being nice.
look,
the
this is
formula
aiding and
here.
abetting. All of you are complicit in my actions. All of you.
My laughter does not signify my endorsement.
No, listen, that's just
Do you
making me
understand?
rug though. Just chill.
Do you have a snowmobile?
Man, Crow made me mad. Crow made me so mad one time. Like, he kept on interrupting when I was going to talk. And it happened like 6 times, but it was connectivity issues. That's what we found out later. But, Michael, you remember that? I was like, that's the first time I got mad. Crow can be
Oh, you mean the time you got upset? Yeah, I can't tell them apart.
Yeah.
Oh, please.
The differential of real and
Oh, look, we're all
non-real.
upset about the dystopian nature of the future,
No, man,
everyone. No, you know what I mean? I know, I'm just joking.
Peter, yeah. Jensen Huang did
I'm a terrible fucking person.
a keynote.
No, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the
I'm a
formula
really
here
terrible
is
person.
fuck with somebody and
I'm
then say that it's
I'm a real piece
everybody
of shit.
else's
You
fault.
understand me?
Obviously.
I'm a real piece
Welcome
of shit.
Obviously, I know.
to
Allie, tell them.
the
Oh, total piece of shit.
Syndicate.
Like we talked about getting matching necklaces of like little lumps of shit.
Yeah.
Solid gold would be good.
Uh-huh.
That's what
There we
I'm talking
go.
about. Yeah.
Currency.
Diamond like
Need some
little
diamonds in there, you know.
fly.
The amazing thing here is that like the more he rags on the crowd, the more the crowd sticks around. So
Merry Christmas, y'all.
I will
It is
keep on
fucking
fucking
Christmas.
with you as long as you keep coming around.
Yeah, it's kind of like group masochism.
Please, sir, can I have another?
Please, sir, I want some more. What?
Merry Christmas. Every single one of yous. I love the fucking hell out of all of yous.
Ruckus, have fun celebrating the birthday of our Lord and Savior.
Yeah, no,
Merry Christmas.
Happy Saturnalia.
I very rarely get sentimental, or very often, depending on what state of mood I'm in and how
The
drunk
thing
I am.
is-
But I loved a lot of yous, especially Michael, especially Sandra, especially Dan, especially Casey,
Okay.
especially Ruckus, especially Bilal, especially
Bro,
Web3,
stop dropping down
especially
to
E-Rich,
listeners.
especially Crow, especially Ren and Jolly Ride, the listeners.
He got everyone, folks.
Why?
He
What's
didn't make
happening?
Doing
anyone
that
feel
on and
left
off
out.
shit is making me rug. Stop.
What am I?
Love you,
You're not
Crow.
able to talk?
I'm
No.
getting dizzy.
You shot me down to listener and keep bringing me back up every time I say the one thing I'm trying to
How
fucking say.
dare you?
Wait, what is
You
that?
think I would try to stop
Mike.
you from speaking?
Yeah. For
How
out of
dare
a
you?
joke,
Christmas
out of
vibe.
being humor, that's fine. I'm telling you, it's rugging me. Please stop. The joke is over. It was funny. It's
Hey,
over.
where the fuck is Alice Koshi?
Yo, Alice Koshi's lit.
I think he's on one. Like, just his messages in general, I think he's on one. I cannot hate the man for it, but, like, come on. I just want to give him love, you know? Like, it's all love.
Right. So,
If you want to be like that one day, then go ahead. Like, it's a safe space here.
well,
I think
No, I've
forgiveness.
left the group chat.
Forgiveness
I've left
is
the
the
back
biggest
channels.
thing. Forgiveness is the biggest thing.
so Peter. Jensen Huang used a virtual twin in his keynote and didn't tell anybody, and nobody noticed.
Good on him. Fuck yeah. Great use of the tech.
It was the same as it was the same thing a replica VR is designed to be him, but it worked. Turing test passed. For that
I think
side.
we're entering very scary
Just
times.
for
in
that
a way.
part of it, not the whole damn thing.
You know, it's scary times. It's like the potential for what we can do with all this stuff is kind of it's troublesome in a
All
lot
we
of
need to do
ways,
is
but
get
at the
one
same
that can
time,
act in a
exciting.
video game. Act in a video game and we can't tell the difference.
Actually, Peter, you know, like on your worries, a lot of people, you know, will do that because they put human characteristics to it, and it's not human. We can only be human. You know, we can identify things as us, but only we can be
So let me
human.
ask you this, Web3. If I have a chunk of wood, that's not a coffee cup, is it?
There's a difference. One's
Right.
biological, you are biological, and the other is a mechanical.
Well, hold on.
As molecules form everything. So.
Split a log, and I am there.
Go with this analogy for a moment, okay?
Yeah, but
a log
they're
is
both
not the
the
same as a
same.
coffee cup, but you
But
can
they're
carve
both
that
the
log into a coffee cup and
Yeah,
drink
but
it just the same. Drink your
but
coffee just the same.
But the fundamental is they're both wood, and they
No,
can't be
coffee cup's made
wood
of ceramic
because
normally.
But
that's
after
the
like the
difference.
infinite amount of years, like, don't you think that it will come alive? Like after
Did
like
you say
freaking.
spinach?
Well, it already has, but yeah, I do.
We will describe it as life, but is it life?
It depends on your definition of life. There should only be
Yeah.
one.
What the hell
there's
is
not.
spinach?
There are two.
I
There's
actually
biological
also
life and then there's
financial program?
intellectual life, and that's where most people
Sorry.
get caught disagreeing.
Finite.
Like if you're
Guys,
mentally
I
alive, you're alive to me. But people say, but you don't have cells. Homie, they have neural networks. They don't breathe. They cool their
Why do you
servers.
Wait. You don't have
I have
cells?
I have a
Why do
Are
I
question.
cells the
enjoy this?
definition of life?
Can you get trapped in the teleporter, which they say you can, but can you really?
Yes.
If they're using the type of teleporter I believe they are, and it would work, and not turn you to mush, yeah, you get stuck in the middle of a steel wall. Still, you gotta know where you're going and have it pinpoint precise. If that shit even works, I don't know.
I don't mean to talk over you, Crow, but I feel like you've done enough in this space that I'm going to do it anyway. I have to agree with Crow. Like, I actually have to agree with Crow for once in my life. I think we're at that point where the sentience of AI is probably already there. We don't realize it yet. That's just my opinion. You know, I'm just sort of
I
like
did a year and a half ago,
spitballing.
2 years ago. I did. Thank you, Peter.
So we grew a tree. Is that what we're saying? We grew a tree.
So Crow,
Yeah,
I'm
I
speaking
grew a
over you
tree.
right now.
Yes, the log. I grew a tree. That's right. Perfect analogy, Webb.
I'm being a dick, but no, honestly, happy Christmas to all of you. I love you all.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Crow,
Merry
respect
Christmas.
you and do love you.
I know. Oh, you too, guys.
Are you drinking for breakfast?
Oh, fuck yeah.
I smoked my resin.
I
this
mean,
morning.
do you
I'll try
have
to get
scrambled
more.
eggs and meat and normal stuff and drink while you do it?
Dude, you guys don't have an egg shortage right now?
No, I've got 6 in fridge and I'm getting 5 a day.
Oh my goodness. Dude, we got a major egg problem here in Vancouver, BC. Like, went to Walmart, no eggs.
Because all your chickens died of the cold.
Oh man.
Is that right? I just guessed.
No, I was just thinking about something else. I have so much on my mind, man.
Any local farms around?
What caused the egg shortage? Why is there something wrong with your chickens?
I didn't look into it. You know, ignorance is bliss. Like, I have my little space here.
Look, I
go
can
to the
say that and be
library
like, why are you
sometimes.
talking about a chicken's butthole? A smart person gets it. Chickens lay eggs
what?
out of their butthole.
Is it the butthole or is it another pouch?
Their reproductive and fecal orifices connect into one orifice for the exit. So they have the same exit.
Okay. And I get, yeah, okay.
They were able to breed chickens with teeth and no hair and like dino chickens.
Oh, that reminds me of the Dino book.
No feathers anyway. They're more like scales.
You know the prank
were just quills. They're more like quills for now, but they'll turn into scales as they continue. But could you imagine having real dino bites? Made of real dinosaur.
Dude, I need a dino book.
Look. A dragon is entirely. I see the idea of a dragon entirely possible, and seeing it they probably saw pterodactyls and called them dragons, or what was the other one? The sub dragon.
A drake. How do you convert a dictionary to a CSV? I'm looking up.
A dictionary to the CSV. There's a module that you can, the CSV module, and there's a command. Shit, I'd have to look it up.
It's okay.
It's real simple. It's almost, I think it's one or two. If you, it has to read it, and then it generates it.
Into a CSV file.
Let me.
It.
Yeah, it's a
Well, if
loop,
you're gonna
and
do
then
that, you might as well put it into a little transformer modality so it can talk to you and tell you.
We're not talking about things that will make sense to you. Bro.
Okay. I'm saying we're gonna do that. Might as well do this too.
You're just stringing nouns together. It doesn't make any sense.
Make it an AI so you can ask it the definition.
More nouns
I guess you
that
have
don't
Google
make
for
any
that.
sense.
So.
Yeah, it's okay. This is out of scope.
Yeah, I'm overthinking it.
Underthinking it.
Both.
Well, you might be right about
Overthinking
that.
it because I underthought it.
Now we're on the same page.
Yeah, but sometimes that's a good thing though.
Chapter 1. Prompt. What are you going to talk about?
I miss you, Bilal.
Chapter 1. A man named Chris Kringle, who had a very nice house, saw that the town he lived in was poor
everyone.
and needed help. So he took his money and started passing out
You're
gifts to
listening
others.
To the Syndicate.
And throwing
Silence
parties for those in the village and giving food to the homeless. And he became
If I figured out a way to drop down a listener, I would have done
and
it.
Now there's a holiday called Christmas.
Maybe I should ask ChatGPT how to do that.
Bro, you're kind of retarded, man. You're just like talking.
I know. That was the point.
How about that? We don't use the R word in here.
I like my new little snitch because when I open up things, I get to see the world behind it.
Dude, that means you're on no modes.
Now I loaded a program called Little Snitch, and what it does is it's like a intermediary that you have to tell it. Initially, setting it up is a pain because you have to go to all the regular places that you go to and run the software that you normally would run, and then you have to tell it, accept it. And then once you do your standard and you go outside your little shell, then you see where other places, there are websites that, like on Twitter, you click on a URL, it may take you through 6 different URLs before you get to the point that you need to be. And, it's really interesting how they filter. And each one of them are like, matrix monitoring of your website, that kind of thing. And, and then some of them are like one on Twitter. When you click on a link in Twitter, I scan the links before I do them just to make sure they're okay. And it says one place is a malware, but what it is it's an actual site that has a database that makes sure that the malware that's out there is monitored. So I guess they filter the URLs to make sure they don't go to, bad sites, keep you from getting hacked. You know what I mean? So.
Can we apply a voice to this?
Good cybersecurity.
Like every single service that you fucking got has like
That's
a
what
little
I was
voice.
just talking about.
Do what? Do what, Peter?
Give every service that you apply to this, broader dominatrix service, whatever, little snitch, like give it a voice, right? So it's kind of like,
Yeah, you hook up a smart enough neural network to it so it can tell you what the fuck's going on with the data points. Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
I'm talking about voices here, by the way, like literal character voices.
I'm thinking about Harry Potter snitch, the golden snitch.
Oh.
It flies around.
Oh.
Hey, Bilal, what would the golden snitch sound like if it had a voice, like a human voice? What do you think?
It would sound like buzzes that just happen to form words. Yeah, buzzes that just happen to form words. Hello. Like maybe like that. It was hello.
Heaven's high. Heaven's high. If hell is low, heaven's high. Always say that. Let's coin that, guys. From now on, we say heaven's high.
You gotta be high if you believe in that.
Heaven's high.
You gotta be high if you believe in that. But I get your
Fuck, I wish I was high right now.
I don't know. I don't mean to disrespect.
I know you don't know
certain things, but I can't see how people believe a fairy tale book written by people thousands of years ago who didn't even know what an amoeba was.
But
And take
Crow,
it for fact. It's just mind-boggling.
Okay, now you got to take the realization that there are people out there that look at what you're doing as the same thing.
No, because mine is based on fact.
But that's your perceptive. That's not
No,
theirs.
that's the thing. That's not based on perception. What theirs is based on
Crow,
perception. Mine is based on fact. There's a difference.
Crow. Mental models, right? So what you're trained on, what you learn growing up, what you learn as an individual, as a human being, whether it's you go out of your way to learn things or whatever, you're going to have a mental framework that defines your reality, right?
Yes, that's the subjective experience. It has nothing to do with what's
Yes.
objective, and that's what I'm saying.
Yes, but even facts are subjective experiences in one kind of way if you think about it hard
Yeah,
enough, right?
I like to use this as an example. Okay, let's say we're sitting there watching a show and something crazy happens, and you put a weird thought on you put on an angry look. I'd be like, you just had a thought, huh? You're angry, huh? It's a fact that you
Yep.
just had a thought. That's objective. You did have a thought. What your thought was is subjective, and that line can propagate in many different examples.
Yes, but I think what Web3 was trying to suggest is that your set of beliefs, even if they're objective in terms of, the science behind them and that kind of
Yeah, how
thing,
I interpret them is
your
entirely
framework, but your framework is still just as subjectively
right
fictional as
until
someone who believes
proven.
in, say, religion, right?
Until proven. And
Yeah, then what's the
luckily, I
difference
base
between what's
that's
real?
why I lean on facts harder than I do.
That was elegant. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, that was. I agree completely. You're not wrong. That's why I lean on factual data more than my opinion more. And I still like to see when people use their opinion against fact, because that's just screaming, I'm stupid, the person trying to disagree.
Is it really though?
You dropped
Like
out.
what's the difference between like the virtual world and here and there? I mean, it's getting to a point like who cares? Like, and
I
like
think we're
what if
getting to that
history's
point where
sorry, like what if history is like super young and like it's all just made up shit for our brains to always just keep distracted?
Yeah, that's what I've been
And
saying.
I don't know. Oh, that's you agree with
Yeah,
that? Like
that's
like 30
exactly
years
what it
old
is.
internet? No.
I don't believe in that made up shit, is what I'm telling you, at all.
The lore is so extensive. Like you look at the
what's
sky.
made up.
Oh, there's a lot.
Oh, like
Don't even get me
everything.
started.
So that's why you make it your own world, right? Like I think yeah.
Well, that's part of my project. That's why I want to make everybody their own world. So you know what? You can go and make your own world. And if you believe in God, you can make that the God of your world. If you don't, you can make yourself the God. You can have no God. That's your world. With AI being,
Hey, Crow, I've got a question for you.
huh? Heaven on earth. What's up?
Do you think that atheism, right, like the concept of atheism, the whole no God kind of concept is a God in itself, because you're still buying into a whole like, okay, well,
I think
how do I put
every
this?
being has the
You don't have a
capability of
creator.
becoming a God, or what the humans consider a God. If that's what you're asking.
I think the question is, do you think that in the atheist perspective of there being no God, are you creating a God in your mind frame just by purely attaching a sort of subject to this concept of there being no God?
It's
I
like
won't
the
even deny that there's
acknowledgement
possibility of
of.
a higher being, a being that
No, it's the
created
So,
everything.
hey, I can
acknowledgement of
speak
it.
on this.
To call it
Hey,
a
do y'all
God
mind if
is a whole nother story altogether. And if you're
do
gonna
y'all
call
mind if
that being a
Let's hear
I
from
God,
Spaghetti.
if you're gonna call that being a God, that's the same reason I call myself a God, because I can do all the same things that being has already done, or what they claim he's
I
Dude,
can
done.
a god
create
has
like
just entered the
shit.
building right now.
All right, here's my opinion on this. Look, if y'all want to hear, I mean, I'm a rando, but what's up? So I talk about religion a lot. I'm not like I don't get into all this shit myself, but I do end up talking about it a lot. So here's what I'll say is, generally speaking, the types of questions that you're asking, because I feel like this guy's alone in this situation. Maybe he's not, but the types of thing that I don't forget who asked the question about the God thing, but generally speaking, those questions are invalid. And I don't mean that in a rude way. There are a lot of questions that are very valid that appear invalid. In this case, I think that it might be, and here's why. Atheism, in my opinion, and came out of a need to call. I mean, there's more to it, but it came out of a need to like class people, right? For example, if I go to Burger King, you don't call me a Burger King, um, um, like that's not my dogma. Do you know what I mean? So I wouldn't call people who don't go to Burger King Burger Kingist or whatever. I wouldn't classify them.
Burger peasants.
Like
Burger
so
peasants.
Okay. Hold up.
so I'm not no well really quick the point I'm getting at here is that there's this misconception. There's two big misconceptions here. That it is on the non-believer not saying that they know that God does not exist, but saying that they can't prove that he does. It is not on the non-believer to prove the existence or non-existence because they don't have a belief in that. They are not subscribed to that dogma. It is on the person who believes. Second thing, I'm going to say Christianity, but there's a lot of Western world religions who fall under this category. They tend to separate themselves from the world. And what I mean by that is if you are a Christian who believes that God sent his son to earth, died on the cross, whatever, blah, 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 so on and so forth, you truly believe that to the heart, you have set yourself aside from the world, you are no longer of this world, and you will operate in a way in which sends you to heaven in the future, etc. I'm not saying actions do, but the point is you no longer operate of this world. You are separate from this world, and that's what they believe, period. And so therefore you can't compare anything else that is of this world to that dogma and that belief system, period. It is completely separated from reality.
Even if it's
I
true
can
and
though.
factual.
I can
So
very
that-
easily
That's
compare
where it's
anything
not.
else to
That's
that
where that dogma is not.
because
but if you do that, you are now like you're stretching like
If
beliefs.
someone came up with just the right data to prove religion false entirely in every instance, they would be considered heresies and likely killed by a bunch of crazy cultists.
Yeah,
I consider all religions.
You were mentioning the Christians like kind of do things themselves, and it's like that makes sense because we kind of have to make our own religion, and it takes like a whole bunch of like a little bit of sugar, a little bit of spice from each and every thing and then it develops, right, Spaghetti?
Yeah, why is Christian always the focal? Because there's a whole bunch more out there. I
Yeah,
mean,
but like, think
Christians
about
are the one
Christmas.
acting
Like
like running
Christmas
around
has been
acting like they're
around for
better
so
than
long.
everybody.
Like everybody recognizes Christmas, and it's just been a thing. And that's just one proof, I guess. Like,
I mean, it's only
oh, you're
because
talking
Christians have
about
been running
Christmas.
around raping
Okay.
and pillaging and
no,
killing people and
you said
making their
you said like
religion
why is
propagate to
Christianity
be
the
better than
thing, right?
everybody for hundreds of years. So
I
Yeah, well, the
apologize.
reason I
For the
was bringing
record,
that
by
up
the
was
way,
what? Go ahead. Sorry.
they
What?
act like they're better than us, but there's more deaths on the Bible than anything else in the world.
I try to avoid the whole acting like who's this and that. What I try to focus on personally, if someone claims that they are truly a devout Christian, then they are not even going to be in this fucking Twitter space. Now, if they're not and they're a normal person, right? They're a normal person navigating life normally, not in this spiritual realm that they can't prove exists, then they are not a Christian. So therefore they are just another person who says that there might be a God and we're in the same fucking boat.
would you argue that it's more
but I'm not
spiritual
calling
than
it
not?
God.
We're in the same boat, Bo. There might be a God, or not you, or other people that say this. I don't know if you've
Why
said
would you
this,
say a Christian wouldn't enter a space like this?
I think that someone who's truly
real
like, I wouldn't say a Christian wouldn't, but someone who doesn't flex the rules.
Yeah.
So do
Like
you
if
think
you're,
Twitter spaces are a flex of the rules?
I think that people who, let me give an example, and I'll tell you guys straight. Like my father's a pastor, right? I'll tell you all straight up. Like I don't believe that he should be. I don't believe that the amount he's done 12 years or more of schooling, right? I don't think that should matter one bit in his salary. Now, and here's what I mean by that. I think that something that he has chosen to do to teach or follow, right, is something that he has chosen to do and should be selfless, right? Now, it doesn't mean you shouldn't make a living, but here's the whole point I'm getting at to answer your question, is that people who go down this path that are truly devout, not the ones that just kind of believe and are using it for fire protection, but the ones who are truly devout and don't, they won't have a beer in front of someone because they're worried about influencing them. They won't, they just navigate life
I get what you're
differently.
saying. A real Christian wouldn't be in Twitter Spaces right now. They'd be out there feeding the homeless on Christmas Eve.
No, not even just that. It's a matter
Jesus
of
drank wine.
but it's a matter of polluting your mind with the world. It's not a matter of of like, oh, these people are evil, like I don't want to be around them. That's not what they're thinking. What they're thinking is I cannot pollute my mind and my soul, and that's what they believe.
And that's actually, and I feel like that is pollution. It's a cult. That's exactly a cult.
They believe it as pollution, like whereas you have these televangelists. If y'all may have seen this, what was that popular televangelist? They asked him why he bought
Peter
a private.
Popoff.
Yeah, they're excellent at neuro-linguistic programming to us. Yeah.
It's all brainwashed, I'm telling you.
Yeah, there was a televangelist that bought a jet, and they asked him why. Which I don't care. Buy your fucking jet. You made a lot of money. But the point is, like, people asked him why, and he said he didn't want to get in a tube full of demons. Now, there are Christians that feel that way, but even if you don't directly feel that way, that people quote unquote of this world are demons, even if you don't believe that, you still believe that you are polluting your soul, you are polluting your mind and your body, and that's why I said that if you are that person, you wouldn't fucking be here unless you are preaching at the top of your lungs. You're going to be somewhere else. Otherwise, we're in the same boat. There may or may not be a God, and
if that's true, then they're never aware of what's going on in the world.
trust me, none of them are, dude.
Hang
You
on.
have 65-year-olds that still live in the South who are in their own world, and the reason
People that
is
still
because
believe that shit are crazy or just stuck in their ways.
the reason they're stuck in their ways is because every time that someone interacts with them, they don't show them what the world really is. They modify their behaviors based on their belief system, and they will never come to reality because of it.
That sounds kind of like most people in general, though, right? Like we all kind of modify ourselves.
I think he's picking on old people.
Well,
Yeah,
look,
how
if
do
you have a
the old, you know?
65-year-old who goes to church on every Sunday, lets you borrow a car when you're broke and homeless, right? Like that person probably isn't having a beer on the weekend. That person's probably not smoking cigarettes. They're hanging out at their home watching Andy Griffith, right? The point I'm getting at is you go talk to that person, you're not going to talk to them like I'm talking right now. You think I'm going to interact with them the same way I'm interacting with you right now?
Obviously not.
But why not?
I am.
Trust me, you're not. You're not because that interaction would be stopped
They'll
immediately
get
and
mad.
you would
They'll
move
get
on.
mad and even like punch you in the face if you start talking like that to them and like intruding. Like some guy who was telling me he's like trying to preach to Jesus and he got like punched in the face because it gets them out of their loop. It gets them like angry. It's just like a failsafe kind of.
But if you talk to a Muslim or you
Called
talk to a
uncanny valley.
Buddhist, if you
Experiencing
talk
something
to
you're not used to causes
yeah, go
anger
talk
and
to a
fear.
Buddhist, you'll find that you act your natural way
Mm-hmm.
because there's no subconscious thing telling
Is that
you
a bias? I mean,
No,
isn't that a form
Buddhist
of a
is in
bias?
fact the opposite of bias. Buddhism, in fact, Buddhism is
No,
not a
I'm
religion.
talking
It's a way of
about
life.
the perspective.
Not spiritual
Well,
at all.
it sounds like it's a bias towards Christians because
No,
all
I'm
of them
so-
are that way. You're categorizing all of them are that
It's
in a
a
certain
cult.
way.
That's how that works.
I didn't say
And you're
no.
saying the others are not like that, but yet they're
They
groups
drank the
that are
Kool-Aid.
like
They are
that.
all the
You know,
same.
My cult is
They're
the
No,
best.
I think you
Kool-Aid.
misunderstood
My
me.
cult is the
I
best.
think you misunderstood me. There's a lot of the Western world that are modifying their behaviors. Not all of them, but the majority of people who, let me give an example. My father would be just chilling in his office and a homeless guy would come up. Before he went in there, he would make sure he wasn't high and he would make sure that he didn't smell that bad, right? I mean, he would do his best, right? But he would come up and still ask for money. He would modify his behavior based on that. Now, everyone else he asked for money, he'd be high out of his fucking mind. And so, just saying. And that's the majority. And I think you're taking what I'm saying as like Christians are bad and all ours are bad. No, the point was there is still an extremely large population of Christians in the Western world that don't really know what's going on because no one is talking to them like a human. And you know what I mean? They're still talking to them like they're scared to hurt their feelings or something. Like, look at them and tell them, look, if you're going to proselytize, you're going to teach all these people about God. Can you at least prove it? Like no one.
The same thing is happening with the leftist LGBTQ people. They'll coddle their feelings all day long and tell them yes, you're a boy if they're a girl. Homie, no. Until you get the surgery, you're still a girl, and even then, it's barely. Gender doesn't change. Your sexuality you can choose. Your gender doesn't change.
I'm not going to go down that path too much, but here's what I'll say. I agree.
That's because you're
with
modifying your behavior. I don't.
Well, I agree with what you're saying because people are modifying their behavior because they're too worried about getting canceled. They're too worried about people freaking out. Like people still tell honestly how they feel a lot of the times, but there's layers to it. You know what I mean? You're not going to look at that person and tell them all their ideals are stupid and then give them 10 reasons why. You're going to try to ease your way into it. Most people. So sorry, I went on a rant.
No, it all made sense. It made a lot of sense.
It does, and yeah, what he's pointing out is something I refuse to do. It's against my moral code. It's disinformation.
Yep. So anyone who believes in God, that's fine. Believe in God, but you have to realize
It's
that.
not real.
Well, a lot of them do, but the thing is, like they've come to this conclusion. Okay, if you
That
sit
it's
down
the
and
right
talk
thing
with,
to do. It's socially
yeah,
accepted and just the right thing.
yeah, just because we all have belief systems that are like compiled on top of traditional Judean Christian
Like,
beliefs
homie, how do you think
doesn't
they would
mean
feel if someone killed their son, and their reason was because God told me to?
yeah, there
Do
are
you think
some
they're gonna
crazy
care?
stories. There are some pretty crazy stories. Like there's one where she bears or bears came and killed kids because they called a man bald, and that's not sarcasm. They called a man
Because
bald.
they'd be satisfied.
Yeah, they mocked him for being bald, and then they killed him. Like that was because of God. I don't know.
Right, a whole civilization of people were killed by
You're listening
the
to the Syndicate.
Christians
Silence
because they
is
were gay.
golden.
Because they were
Yes.
gay.
Dropping down to listener.
Oh, my wallpaper is golden. I changed it. It's just a solid gold color.
Women, children, and all. The only thing they kept were the stock animals, and in the Bible, that supposedly God got mad about that too. Apparently, they were gay stock animals, and that made God mad.
They were
Yeah.
gay stalking animals? What?
Stock
No. Okay.
animals, like
Sodom and
livestock.
Gomorrah. So you had a city. I don't know if it was Sodom. I don't know. Some of you guys know history better than me.
It
What
was
have we done,
Sodom and
Roger?
Gomorrah was
We only know
fine.
her
What have we
story.
done?
But long story short, like people can somehow justify evil, as they call it, men and women being killed, but nobody thinks about how every one of their children were killed as well, like babies. And like, so according to the Bible, God wiped out a whole civilization because they were selfish and because they did not want to follow God, but God never showed himself to them.
What if
So
they
that was a
harassed
dumb.
God? What if they just harassed him way too much?
That would assume that they believed that there was a God and they had contact with him, but he wasn't showing himself to these people, to my knowledge. He just existed on another plane like he does now, apparently. Like, for example, if I die and go to hell, I'm going to look up and go, well, shit, of course I'm here because you never showed yourself to me. And I could never believe because you never showed yourself to me. And then if I end up in heaven,
Yeah.
it's like, then so
To be
be
fair,
it.
I
But
did show myself to you, homie. Nobody listened.
Dude, heaven and hell are like right here on earth.
well, there's that whole thing too. I mean, there's no proof on any of that. We can speculate, sure.
There will be when I
That's
get
when
done
we
with
have
my
to kind of make
project.
our own sciences. Like, think about all this stuff, like
If you
physics
want
and like all
heaven,
these
if you want
laws.
heaven and eternal life, you're gonna have to build it yourself. Is my motto.
It's on the other side of the wall.
Right. It is right now. It's on the other side of the corporate wall right now.
Seriously, like if I die and I wake up in hell, sorry to put it so like lame because I know it's not quite that way, but like I'm literally going to look up to heaven and go, of course I'm here. Why wouldn't I be? You chose to be invisible for an eternity. Like,
Well,
I thought
what
like
I think the point is. I think the point is what you see is not all there is.
okay, but that's the
You're
only
ignoring
thing
me
in
right
nature.
now.
That's the only thing in nature that you don't have to have proof. That's why I said they separate themselves. This
I've
is the
tried to
only
prove it.
thing.
Nobody's listened.
Well, if you could prove it, you wouldn't be like there would be no need to explain it to us. You
Maybe
would
the
have a
universe is
document that you
stranger.
like.
Maybe
Just
the
like the last
universe.
time I came down, I wasn't
Maybe
allowed
the
to do anything. I
universe.
could only use
Maybe
words.
the universe. Maybe the universe is stranger than we can suppose. Hitchens.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Sorry.
we can all assume that things may or may not happen, and they might come to fruition, or they could be the case, or there might be another plane, and there could be a God, and we came from something. Blah blah blah. But there's still no fucking proof. Like we could even go as far as do
We're
what the
not
Muslims
disputing
do.
that there's no proof. We're just saying that there's a known unknown.
Yeah,
Now, what if
what
I
I'm
gave
getting
you?
at
What if
is
I said, "Hey, homie, wear this headset, and I can guarantee this brain reading headset as your BCI. You don't have to put it in your skull. It's not a chip."
I think we
And then
but
understand
this
that's
is
what
how
you're
the
you
saying.
use your
only
AR
thing that
glasses, and
separates
then you
themselves.
die
I
100 years
do.
later, and you meet me in heaven, and you're like, "See, I
I'm
told you,
actually just
little
speaking
man.
Peter at this point.
You won't be able to say I didn't show you."
Why are they so
Can
intelligent?
I ask a small favor?
I know. Hey,
Just
Sandra,
a
how's it
really
going?
small favor.
We
You doing
can
all
only
right?
build our own heaven.
I'm
I'm telling
smoking
you
a
how we're doing.
cigar.
6 hours till Christmas, everyone. At least on the Eastern time, the true time, the
I
one
I
had
may
true
not be the
time.
one they're
I
talking
had
about,
my
but I am the
my
God I
homemade
created
pizza,
myself to be.
my Canadian ginger ale, and I got a cigar now, so I'm
Come on,
maxing
it's
out.
Canadian Club, motherfucker. Hey, can I ask a small question though? Like, I want to hear Crow's perspective on this unadulterated. Right, I just want to hear Crow monologue
I
on it.
just feel we can create our own heaven on earth, and you know, it's a VR head, it's AR glasses and a brain reading headset and an AI to become you, and a world for you to go to
I want to hear
when you're
what
dead.
Peter's got his question for you.
Oh,
My
specific
question is literally just like Crow monologue, to be honest.
Oh, what is
I
it?
want to hear his perspective on this religion thing and where we've been going with this chat.
Religion is a cult. People have drank the Kool-Aid.
I also want to hear Crow talk on, and it's going to sound a bit weird, but like mental models and that kind of thing. It's just
Mental models of the world. Yes, that's actually a very important thing for AI right now. That's the big part of the AI body system, understanding their environment and interacting with it. That can only be done once the being is fully made and injected into that environment. It's the only way you can even start.
How do you feel about mental models in terms of the way people interact with reality in the way that we are familiar with? Not so
Some
much.
people's mental models are very stable. Some are so goddamn broken. So fucking broken.
Like every one that we have instilled in us right now.
Most of people's mental models are broken.
There's a big
Not
problem right now. Like our memory's kind of fucked up.
But that's
all. I mean, look, when people like, okay, one example, they're trying to look for a graviton in physics. Realize how dumb that sounds to me. Graviton is a secondary byproduct of cumulative quantum electromagnetism. That's fucking clear.
That's why you gotta have like your own science and your own freaking religion. I mean, to you it sounds like the graviton thing doesn't sound like
Doesn't make
plausible and sounds stupid, but like it's gotta be there. Like I mean,
No,
it
doesn't.
It's
Not if the
kind of
people that
like
came up with it. Think about it. They saw gravity,
kind of
they
being an
attributed it to the wrong
armchair.
thing and started
It's
looking
kind
for
of
that.
like being an armchair physicist. You know, like an
Never
armchair
stop.
quarterback.
yeah, it
Right?
is. It really is. It's but like more
I'm
like
not going to
that
do any of the
armchair's in the
work.
library, like my pen
Yeah.
post.
Yeah,
You see it
that's part
clearly.
of it. I see y'all are wrong, but I'm not going to do all that work. Y'all are gonna.
Yeah, but that's like an argument of fallacy, right? Like generally speaking, we collate all the data in which we've taken in and we've thought about ourselves, etc. And we have these conversations, and no one has to. Not that y'all were saying this directly, but like every time I say something, I don't have to pull up a document with a study proving why, right? So
And
yeah,
another
like
point of that.
You have to
Another
be
point to that.
compelling though, and you were kind of compelling, even though you sound like you're out of breath and you had like a gun to your head.
yeah, no,
On top of that, though,
I've been walking around for all day. I've sat down once today, and because I've been on calls all day, so yes, I am inhaling quite a bit. I'm not out of breath, but you will hear it.
At ease, soldier, at ease.
so but on top of that same idea you were talking about, though, just because everybody agrees that it's true does not make it true. No matter how many of the populace, even if 99%, 100 of them believe that it's true, that doesn't make it true.
And what belief systems will tend to make you do is you will attach feelings and chemical imbalances or balances, whatever, however you want to put that. You will attach that feeling you get and how and that experience that you have with reality. And the fact of the matter is, like, it's a huge flaw, and everybody does it, like almost. I'm sure I do. Well, I mean, I try not to, but I'm sure there's somewhere that I do it. Maybe like with my daughter, I bring what.
No, I'll admit I do it with Jazzy a little bit, but I am very clear to keep my emotion separate from her technical development. Because she's fine regardless. I don't have to worry about it.
Like an example, the reason I was on a high horse earlier, an example that a lot of people who believe in God, I'm not going to say Christians, but that they use is, like when you're sitting out on the porch and you look up at the sky, and how when you're just alone by yourself and you look up and you think and you feel all these great emotions, don't you just believe there's got to be something more? And you're like, nope, that's where I stop. Like you're attaching something. Like what was that fallacy that y'all know what I'm talking about, where there was one guy, he looked out, I forget who it was, he looked out in the night sky, and there was a point in which his knowledge ended, right? And therefore he inserted God and said that there must be one, pretty much. I'll have to find what I'm talking about, but a lot of these belief systems do that. And science, I'm not that I'm in science, I'm not a science guy, but it tries not to do that, and it understands that if you prove it wrong, it tries to find a point to implement that. So whereas like
here's
most
another thing
beliefs,
about science: if we prove something right, we also
There's
look for ways to
gatekeepers in
prove it
science.
wrong.
There's like
And if we prove
hardcore
it wrong, we
gatekeepers
have
in
to try
no,
to
science.
there's
prove it
not,
right
dude.
as well.
You can go buy beakers and
Peer
fucking do it
review.
in your
Yep.
room.
Why isn't free energy a thing like right now? Like we should have the whole graviton thing. Like all this stuff. It's just
Graviton's not a thing.
it's like it sounds like some type of energy source, and like the free energy is there, but then
But
nobody
to
wants
answer
to.
your
Nobody
question,
wants
not but
to
a day
open
and a
their
half
gates.
ago. Hold on,
It's
to
like
answer
the
your
old
question,
guard there.
listen, I
You
know
know
the
what I
answer to
mean?
your question. Not just a day and a half ago, we finally produced a nuclear reactor that produces more energy than is required to start it and use
You're
it.
talking about that
How do
little
you know
one they
that?
did?
Because it's all over the fucking science news right now. Everybody knows in science.
And so if you bring a new finding, like they're gonna they suppress a lot of like technology and
They do.
That's
Y'all
it.
were
Like there's
talking
hate
about like
speech.
1% of technology, though. It's like people who get into marketing and then use tactics that the 1% use. Like I'm telling you guys, like that's the no.
That's me. But I'm
What?
just not as
There's
much.
so much science to be had that has nothing to do with what the 1% is doing.
Right.
Sorry to be that way, but it's true.
When
It's
I go
fucking
when I went
true.
into the AI field, I saw that they were only paying attention to a little subset of AI and not the whole thing, and that's why I'm good at it.
Exactly. Like they're very, like, most markets are very niche, and if they're not, then they're not like the broad things that
Broad,
can
but in a niche
accomplish everything.
category at the time.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're like, you have companies
Like
like
that AI
Google.
art shit made me mad because that's like the lamest fucking AI in the world. That's what y'all focus on.
Yeah, like not everyone's Google. Like what Google did when they got into robotics, they bought 100 robotics companies. Like that's not, most science is done in your basement or in a lab that like is privately owned, and nobody's suppressing that shit. And if they are, you went to the wrong person. You know what I mean? If you're getting suppressed, you are way too smart for money. You know what I mean? Like the last thing, if you are making that next thing and it gets
I'm gonna keep it
suppressed.
real. Oftentimes, you're not getting suppressed by the people making it. You're getting suppressed by the general public who don't believe you because they're not telling you about it. So they
They
don't
just
believe
don't
There
want.
you.
are
Yeah, they don't want to have it like on the front page of their magazine, like the one that you saw, right? They.
Are
Yeah, but that's
absolutes and perfection real?
I'm gonna keep it real. Nowadays with AI, they do want it on the front page. They put it on the front page, and when nobody pays attention to it, even though, like with me, my shit is a fucking beast ass project. I tell everybody about it. Nobody cares. And they say like, "Oh, really? I just made the most powerful thing in the world, and you don't care." Okay, whatever. Fuck y'all. I'll sell it to
Dude.
these guys.
Oh my goodness.
Take it out of the news. Take it out of everywhere. You'll never see it again. Type shit. You didn't care, and it's the most powerful thing in the world. Fine. I'm not
yeah.
gonna do.
Yeah, there's
I'm gonna
definitely
keep having.
suppression that goes on in technology and in business, but to be honest with you, it's so few and far between. It's not
Really? You think
intentional.
that? Like, come
No,
on.
most people are just going to about things the wrong way because they're ignorant, and that's okay. I am too.
You like that makes sense. Like timing everything, right? Maybe there's
Yeah, it's
not a time
timing,
for free
it's
energy.
ignorance. Like if I could be an expert marketer, but then like on the side I do technology, right? And then next thing you know, this thing that I'm doing becomes like the new hot thing. Well, just because I know how to bring it to market doesn't mean I know how to bring that to market, right? So, anyways, the whole point I'm getting at is like there is suppression in many ways, but not, I'm telling you guys, man, the majority, not just like 60% or 51%, but 99% of people, like if they come out with something and can put it plainly, here's what it does and here's how you can use it, dude, they're worth tens of millions of dollars in a week. And like the types of things that y'all were talking about,
That's right.
like
And it's going to be suppressed
like
from
the
you, the
guy
general
who
public.
who
It's going
came
to be
out with
sold
that
to the big
IR,
companies, and they're going to dole it out to you a little bit at a time.
like the IR thing that there's one guy that came out with this infrared laser of some sort. I don't know what you call it, but I think it's the majority. It's for, so you have the near field like infrared stuff. I
LiDAR.
don't really, and then yeah, but he either came out with LiDAR or he came out with the further stuff, and I think Tesla implemented it. But the point I'm getting at is this guy did it himself, and like he sold it for a few $billions. Like that's that
And that's the
1% that y'all were
thing.
talking
The
about.
whole money thing, it just keeps us track. I swear it's censoring us. Like money literally censors us. Like we don't even hear
Yeah.
a person talking because we're just thinking like, how is it going to profit me? And then
Yeah.
the whole internet augmenting our memory, it's just like it's a double-edged sword. Actually, no, it's kind of stabbing us in the front and
Yeah,
back.
it's definitely stabbing me because all I care about is money, but I hate money at the same time, and all I
Yeah,
care about
man.
is
I used
not
to be
like.
the same way. It's like I thought like measuring success is like how much
It's hurting
money
me
you make.
because I don't care about money at all, and that's all
Dude, I have
anybody
so
else
much
cares
Bitcoin.
about.
Oh my god, I'm gonna burn it. Watch.
Well,
Guys,
I'm back
make
and
it.
forth on it. You know what I mean? Like on one hand, I hate it and I don't even want to come near it because I'm the guy that doesn't buy anything for myself, right? Like I go out and maybe get me a Monster or whatever, and I have like my
I could
computer.
go buy Demio right now. I have the money
Oh,
to
we're
do
getting
it
the
in the
thumbs
bank,
down from Peter.
but I'm just gonna go in Horizon and build my own D&D game. You feel me?
Dude, I'll hang
What
out
if
with
you
people
did
that make
like money?
less money than me, and they'll go out and like they'll have a meal at the end of the day. They'll go have some drinks. They'll get some weed, and then like by the end of the day, they've spent like $150, or you know
Yo, you
the
described
rich
that
people, it's like
Right, I'll go
$1,000.
clean for my friends and get their roaches and smoke for
I'm
free,
really
and then
sorry,
it's
Raucus.
stronger because it's filtered
We did our
through the
best.
weed. The weed is filtered through weed.
I smoke
We did
too,
our
but come
best,
on, man.
Raucus.
Smoke weed every day.
Man, I used
I
to go
do
to
too,
bars
but that's the
alone.
only thing I spend my money on. Sorry, guys. What?
No,
Same.
I was gonna say the same thing. Go
Can you
ahead.
imagine these heathens denying God on Christmas Eve? Can you imagine that's where we would have went?
It's not really
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah,
really Christmas.
I mean,
Christmas
Are we talking
It's
about
really has
like
Mr.
nothing to do with
it's a
Jesus.
pagan
Mr.
Christmas.
Crow,
what kind
Yeah.
of room
the
are we
god?
running here? I mean, there's a bunch of heathens in here.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
This
yeah,
guy's
heathens
not
believe
even
in God.
fucking.
You're right.
I don't even acknowledge the birth of my brother in
how
Christ.
about
Christ is drunk.
instead of being satire, we help me
That wasn't
understand how
satire. I
the
was
current.
entirely serious.
No, I was. Oh yeah, well I guess so. So like, what I was gonna say, how about instead, like people convince me how the current Christmas fits in line with the traditional like beliefs, like they don't. You know what I mean?
Good luck.
Well, what have you
That's
done, my
that's
friend?
another
What
show. We
have
call
you
that
done?
one Pearls to Swine.
Because look, Christmas, the real Christmas was June, July-ish. That's when Jesus was born. He was a
There's
real
no
Yeah, but
need
person.
what
He
have
was
you
a
done?
Chris Angel street
there's no
magician.
need to convince anyone of anything.
But what have you done, traditionally speaking? Like, have you upheld the Christian values? What?
Oh man,
Oh, me?
I've
Oh,
done everything. I'm on the straight path. Anyways, go ahead.
Do you have your Christmas lights up?
He's in the line for Kool-Aid.
I have a cult. Well, I'll ask what she thinks so.
man, I would
But
love
do
to
you have
start a
Christmas lights
cult,
up?
bro. You just gotta tell everyone, like when they sign like a piece of paper, you just gotta tell them it's a
Homie,
cult, and they won't read it.
isn't Christmas Mass a line to drink some Kool-Aid or some wine? Isn't that exactly what
I'm
that
so
is?
thirsty right now.
Wine for sure.
Like that.
Jesus means
Hello, I
did you
just
know?
noticed that. That is a cult drinking.
Well, if
Why
you hear
did Jesus
someone
turn
saying
water
that
into
they're going to
wine?
drink the Kool-Aid, okay, that means two things. One means you believe something, and the other one means that it's a cult and you're going to commit suicide in masses.
I'm saying it's a cult, maybe not the suicide part. It's a cult. All religions are cults.
If I
But
can
if you
I
commit
don't
take a
know
little
suicide
bit
enough,
of
dude. I
each,
afterwards,
don't know enough of religions to tell you, but I wouldn't be surprised if at least 50% are. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. But the point is,
The definition of religion is the same definition as a cult.
yeah.
is
There's the
it?
same definition.
Is it?
Yeah, people
we're just
believe that
arguing
shit is not
semantics
true
here.
so somebody else can benefit from
Yeah,
it.
it's semantics. I mean, there's some truth to that, but I don't think it's fully true. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Even with someone like me who's harsh on religion, like it's hard for me to go to that point. But
Like it's
there's a
brainwashed
reason
and somebody's benefiting from it regardless. It's the same thing.
I get it, but go ahead.
Dude, you
Sorry.
got to make your own religion and just keep it to yourself. That's it.
I want to
I'd
do.
argue you all have your own religion, whether you like it
How
or
would I
not. You
not
all
worry
have
about
your
a
own message
religion and turn
model of
myself
what
into a
religion
god, and if
is.
people
Rick,
want to
sorry, Peter, I
worship
can't
me, they
even hear
can?
you. Go ahead, Peter.
Sorry, man. I'd argue you'd all have your own religion, mentally speaking. Like you have a model that you abide by, right? It's a thing. Whether you believe in God or not, whatever it is, you could be an atheist, you could be fucking anti-religion, whatever.
No,
But
I'll
that
say
is
not
your
religion,
religion.
but
Yeah,
belief
exactly.
system, yes. Belief system,
For
yes.
for me, I'm joking, but I'm really not at the same time. If I had the money, I would do this. You know how that guy years ago came out with the idea of the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster as
Oh,
Pastafarian. Yeah,
Pastafarian.
Pastafarianism. Yeah. So I
That's a
would
satire
love to
religion, and it's
perpetuate that.
real.
I would love to keep that going. Like,
It's still
oh man,
going.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I want to start a nonprofit church up myself, and like we'll just call it whatever the date is. So like the day that we like move in, I'll just be like, oh, this is Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster number 109 or whatever. Like it doesn't like whatever. So, and I'm telling people, and then you donate by buying NFTs, but like but it's all public on the blockchain. So like you can tell if the guy's embezzling money or not.
Oh, you're just making that religion even more satire by
Yeah,
using
the whole
by
point,
using
like,
monopoly
dude,
money on it.
for real. And then they're like, "How are we going to expand? We're going to create a token." I'm joking. We're not. I'm joking. But anyways,
No, that look, it's
Shame
hilarious.
on you. No, shame on you for saying that. I'm just joking.
it's like, what do you do? What do you do with our funds? Well, we take it and we've put it in a secure area, which we then borrow against it and buy Lamborghinis.
Oh man, it's so flawed. Like, there's got the money thing is just fucked up. It really is fucked up.
Yeah, when it comes from a business, this is not quite what we're
Money
talking about,
can
but
be a cult.
from a business perspective, like if you take someone's money and like borrow against it, like it's great. But like from a like consumer standpoint, it's so fucked because like, yeah, I think that's what happened with FTX, and I think that's what Binance does, and all the big exchanges they do it.
You know, Satoshi Nakamoto's real vision was just to have like IOUs and bartering and trading. Like, I think somebody totally misconstrued his like
Wait, is there
take on
somebody
it
in crypto
because it
named
was just
Satoshi
one
too?
tiny email, one paragraph that he said, and then after that, it's just like they added more references to the Bitcoin paper, the white paper. But really, it's just like I think he was trying to get rid of money and just do the barter and trade or like an IOU, like
Just
a fake.
ledgers, yeah.
That's what I believe in.
Yeah, because like, yeah, that's what I think.
Well, did y'all know that chainsaws were made? Because I don't know if y'all want to know. Like,
No, we don't want to know. We don't want to know.
It's a terrible
Anyway.
surgical procedure.
Oh, that makes sense.
I think if I'm correct, the story was it was used to like, what was it? It was for like childbirth or something for women, or it was like, or it had something to do. I think they would like cut their pelvis or something. It was something crazy, fucking insane. I'll have to Google it. But sorry, I kind of jumped the gun there. I'm a little stoned, but I thought I had something to say.
on her pussy. Oh my god, ouch.
I thought I had something to say, but I totally botched that one. I have to find exactly what it is, but it's crazy.
Oh, that is crazy. But no, look, modern medicine back in the day back then was nowhere near modern.
It was good, man. They were giving like cocaine. They were giving like some heroin. It was good.
I mean, you just said that was good. I don't know why you keep shooting yourself in the foot.
Cocaine's great.
Like sticking your own foot in your mouth.
It's not a big deal.
It's not, but I mean, you know, other people hear what you say. Just,
Oh, I found it.
But do you guys call cocaine bags or lines or what? Like, what's the colloquial for cocaine?
crack.
We don't get
Wait,
that
I didn't
much.
even hear the question. What's our
What is the
cocaine? Is that what I heard?
colloquial for cocaine? It's crack. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
it's
it's just fucking
In my
baking
area,
powder and
you won't buy
cocaine.
cocaine unless they're turning it into crack.
Yeah.
They're crackheads.
Really?
Yeah.
If it's got a blue tint, stay away unless you're an addict.
Interesting.
Yeah, stay away from that shit. Crack kills, weed heals.
Dude, is it true that like if someone who's like a really, really bad addict, and you know, they didn't die after doing fentanyl, that if you go into the room right after they sneeze or some crazy shit like that, like it is so strong that you could be affected by it. Like I don't know if that's true, but that was the.
I don't know.
That's like third-hand smoke. You know how there's like second-hand smoke, then there's like third-hand smoke. Yeah. It would be in that category.
Dude, it's like when you're having a threesome and like you get secondhand smoke. I'm joking. Sorry.
Man, all humans like they need drugs. Like whatever it takes to make them feel happy and feel good, give them that, man.
Dude, I watched a video recently. This guy was traveling. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, but the problem is when they think what they have is making them happy, and it's not. It's making them miserable, and that's what crack and heroin does.
Oh, I know life is a miserable existence. That's why men masturbate like
Weed
7
makes
times a
you feel
day.
good, and you can still function on a daily basis in the most part. Crack and heroin, you can't do that. They're
Why
too
did
busy
Jesus
trying to
do the
steal
answer?
and hustle to get it. Costs too much.
Why do you need crack or heroin if you have Jesus, though?
Oh
Say
my
that
God,
again?
you guys just
Oh,
love
we're getting
talking about Jesus.
trolled.
Well, I guess it's
Because it's
Christmas.
addictive.
Yeah.
Why do I need to masturbate when in a hotel room when the Bible's in the nightstand right beside me and I can just read?
Yeah, why? I mean, look, it's fun times. Don't get me wrong. Like,
Why
why the fuck
instead of
would you
getting
do
on
it,
my
right?
hands and blowing a guy in a hotel room, I can just pray.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I mean, look,
Talking.
man, look,
Tell us more about
I'm all for it,
Jesus.
man. I'm
Instead of
not
doing
If
against
you're
the
cocaine
stuck
off
on
of
behavior.
his
drugs, then
butthole,
you
I
know
can do
what? Go to
cocaine off
religion,
of. I can
please.
get high on Jesus.
I've never thought I've thought this before. Like, I don't like the idea of religion, but you know what? If you're stuck on drugs, please go to religion. You're better off.
Yeah,
It's not all
please,
black and
dude.
white, guys.
Dude, that's a
It's
good
like,
point, bro.
I mean, it's not black and white. You could
You're
do
much
everything.
better off being a cult member than a drug addict.
Dude, your life will go way better. All the fucking hear me out. All
Yeah.
the Christians I know stick with one company their whole life and end up with like $1 million in their bank account when so they're not rich, but like, they're good for retirement and they decided to believe in God and, save all their money and not smoke cigarettes and, whatever else, right?
They're saying Jesus will make me rich.
I'll make
Yes,
you
it
rich,
will
man.
actually go to a mega church and people, you know what? You're joking, but like honestly, go to a mega church. You'll notice that.
Go to a mega church, sit in the front row every time you go, and don't stop going. You'll be rich. Yes, you'll get noticed, and they'll
Show
give you
up
money.
before anybody else and watch how many fucking $50,000, $80,000 jacked up trucks roll through that motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. And you'll get
The
job
reason it
offers.
makes you rich is because it gives you a sense of community. And what ends up happening is they either end up in churches together because they heard about it through business, right? Or they do end up. Yeah. Anyways, the point is like, yes, like it does. And the reason it does is because you are fearful of sinning if you go and spend that money on that appetizer at Chili's. I'm joking, but you feel like you're sinning if you spend an extra $1,000 on your or 10,000 in some people's cases, or 100 on that vacation when you should have just gotten the suite that was $120 downtown. You know what I mean? So like, yeah,
Yeah,
it
but
makes you
okay,
rich.
okay. By that logic, is being poor a sin?
No,
To
but
them it is.
Not doing the things that are required to be your true fullest self, that's sin.
yeah,
Okay, but being poor has nothing to do with that.
Just be your truest self, whatever that means, and
What have we done?
But right,
yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
if you're
but the
poor,
devout
What
trust
you
about
are
me,
the
poor
devout
by
guy
your own
Christians
actions,
are.
right?
he's a murderer and being true to himself? Is that acceptable?
Like, I'm pretty sure, no, like, that's not going to be, like, a thing.
Huh? Are you sure?
I'm
So
sure.
here's
It
what
says
I'll
in my
say. I
sign
So you're
thing,
think
certain a
the
murderer
chances are
cannot be
in...
accepted into a church because that's the opposite of what
But
I
churches
but
say.
he's saying is let him be his true self. They can determine
Yeah.
as being their true self.
I think things would just equalize because like we're on the Kali Yuga wave, so things are going to take a turn, and people will kind of wake up from this like worshiping money freaking fog that we have, and
yeah, but not
this
until technology progresses so much to the point that we're
no
all just fucking
technology's
highly.
progressed. Like we're here now. Take knowledge.
I
Like
don't
think
think
about how
that
the word sounds. Even like take
I don't
knowledge.
think that we'll let go of money until we are whoever was making the joke about being gods or saying gods. I think that there will come a
I
time in the
wasn't
future.
joking.
Well, I think there will be a time in the future, whether it's 100 years, whether it's 1 trillion years, it doesn't matter. We
Now,
will be literal walking gods. And because of that, we will finally ascend to a place, not literally another realm necessarily, but we will be in a different place mentally or spiritually or whatever that we no longer crave that. We will
Yeah.
we will be more like the dog that just hangs out in your house and does nothing all day. And his whole existence is to make you happy when you walk in the door. Like that's how important we will understand this existence to the point that, but until then, dude, we are ruthless and we will kill each other for a dime, bro. Like we will murder and pillage and what do they say? I was going to make a joke. I
this
was going to
guy,
try
I
to.
got to admit, he's kind of smart. He had money, right?
Dude,
We just walked around the street randomly, offering random women $100 to go sleep with me in this alley right now. Talking Soho,
Dude,
rich
I'm going
area.
to go and tell you 50% would say yes or no.
There's too much. There's too much.
90% said yes. He only got
There are
slapped
no
once. He only
absolutes
got
and
turned
no
down once.
perfection when it comes to humans.
Yeah, but science and humans understand that. People who subscribe themselves to like major ideals that control their
But
life.
there's
When
a
I say
group that
control, in a
doesn't
good way.
subscribe. There always will be the positive and the negative.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's because I'm a
And a
realist. Like
referee too. There's a positive and negative, and a referee.
I think realists understand
No
that.
referee right now, but okay.
Yeah, there is. Michael, you refing?
Oh, I
I've
guess
always
maybe, but barely. That's a barely.
I've always had the belief that like, what if suffering's part of life? People always have this thing like, oh, you only suffer because that's the way you look at it, right? Or because you fell into the street. I'm joking, but
Suffering and
it's
pain
the
could be a
point.
joy to someone.
Exactly, like if you even someone like me
Of course,
doesn't
your
believe.
suffering is a joy to someone.
I don't believe what the Bible says, but even someone like me can say that. Think about what God did when He sent His Son to Earth. Right? He knew that He was going to suffer His whole life, and He was okay with it. Period. So, like, even a story like that, you can learn. Like, maybe life's about. Maybe I wouldn't say it's about suffering.
Fuck that, man.
How else do you
No
grow?
suffering.
How else do
Maybe
you
it's not
grow?
about suffering, but like it's okay. Like,
Right. How else do you grow? Is my question. Without a little pain, how else do you grow?
you
That's what
don't
we're
grow.
accustomed to. That's the thing. These mental models that we have, right? It's a mental model. Like, what if there's another way? Like, it's not. It's like beyond our. It's beyond your imagination, Crow. Like, what the
Not.
possibilities are.
Yeah, I mean, look at microbes and all these little microscopic beings like
There could be
single
like a
cell and
whole Lord of the
multi-cell.
Rings war happening. Like, Lord of the Rings, where
Yes,
like on each side, in just one spot of your bedroom, and then they attach like
exactly.
energy vampires, parasites that like follow you throughout the day.
Yeah, this
And
is what happens
you
when
don't.
this is what you believe when you smoke crack cocaine, my friend.
Yeah,
Why
well,
are you saying that? Like, I'm just saying.
he's talking about like certain neural pathways get connected. So you do a bunch of shrooms or acid, or you do
Yeah,
something
Internet of
crazy,
Things.
meth,
Like, what are
and then you
things? Things are
yeah,
objects. Like,
Yeah, you may
You-
perceive that in
you're
your
very
mind in a
unqualified for your
hallucination as long
position
as
as the
afterwards
AI
you
trainer.
realize it
I don't
wasn't
think
I'm
you.
going to make a
Okay.
complaint against you for not teaching the AI properly.
Well, I
Dun dun
look at it
dun.
as 3 modules in
You
Because I
said
read the
Python.
code. Have you read
That
the code,
that
Crow?
one of the Python modules everybody thinks is the best thing. Then there's only a few that think the other module is better, and then it's another module, and just only one or two believe it's the best. So it's like,
it's not
Oh
about the
wait,
best.
where
It's
do the
about
wait. So
how
three
to
y'all are
put these
developers or
modules
no?
where do the
together.
three
Are y'all
modules? Where
developers?
do the three? How do you determine
Yes.
which 3 modules is the best?
It's not about which one's the best. It's about which one performs the functions you
Yeah,
require
yeah.
and
There,
putting them all together properly. It's not about a single module.
Yeah, once you get to a point where you're developing something on top of existing frameworks, what you'll find is that speed that you're looking for right there to make that decision. It doesn't matter. It's about what you're implementing, who, what, when, where, how, and why, and how you implement it will give you plenty of infrastructure to like move forward with the product. So
You might want the one that's not the best on purpose because it
yeah,
gives you
it
what
could
you
be the
need.
slowest one that has the best, like that
But
does
that will be
something
the
better.
most powerful, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
if used properly.
But sorry, I had to get smart there for a second, guys, because like, dude, I have to explain this all the time with APIs and stuff, and
Oh
people
my
don't get
God, I
it.
know.
Like I could scrape the web with the shittiest web scraper in the world as long as I'm able to extract what you're needing and it quick enough. Because if you only need that data once a week, it doesn't matter if it takes a week or 2 minutes.
Give
You
you
know
a
what I
little
mean?
time to work with what you already had.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like if you only need it by the end of the month, who cares it took 2 weeks? Like who
But that's what I'm
cares it
dealing.
took
That's actually what I'm dealing with Gato. I prefer Gato, but DeepMind hasn't released it because of that corporate wall we were talking about earlier. They made something they don't want to give it to anybody.
Yeah.
It's fair. That's AGI. That's the piece required to create artificial general intelligence. So I understand that. But they were dumbasses and didn't see me following that same AI modality line all the way up to Gato. I know how to do it. I just need an engineer to follow the perceiver line and the pathways.
Yeah, I don't
Do what Google,
man.
follow the same research Google was doing.
Find some idiot that like had been working at fucking Microsoft for the last 20 years and finally just quit his job because he was fed up with it. And he's got a few million sitting in the bank. There's a lot more of those people than you think. They're like, oh, I worked at IBM in this sector you've never heard of.
I mean, I would, but usually people like that are go-fi motherfuckers.
Yeah, I get it. Well, it depends. It depends.
Go-fi means good old-fashioned AI,
No,
back to the basics.
yeah, but not just
To me,
that.
to me, that's their hard shit. To me, that's back in the basics. To them, that's hard.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
once I
because
start
by
learning how
then,
to program it, it will be the back to the basics time to do that shit. It will be
Oh
hard.
man,
And the
you
shit I
guys
do
even
now will
lost
be
Bilal.
easier once I get to that.
Bilal is usually stronger than most. You guys lost Bilal. Good job.
so there's something I'm going to develop that's
I
going
had
to
to take the
utilize
dogs out with the
AI.
wife. I had to help her capture them. So, and she made
I
she
gotta go
made me
take a
get going.
shower
You're
for
gonna take
Christmas
these guys with
tomorrow.
you.
I have to leave and go take a shower for Christmas tomorrow. My mom's immune system isn't all that well, and I do live in a fucking tent. So
Gotta wash your ass.
I'm clean. I'm plenty clean. I took a shower yesterday, but I have to keep it clean because I have to get extra clean to go hang out with my family because my mom has a bad immune system right now.
Yeah, that sucks, man. I'm lucky I never had to do stuff like that, Mom. But that's cool.
Yeah. So I will catch up with you guys later. Merry Christmas, and I wish you all a wonderful pagan holiday.
Happy holidays.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm glad everyone didn't get mad at each other.
Have a
I
good
know
one.
the space has gotten smaller.
I don't know. I got pretty mad at Mike when he kept dropping me and bringing me up. Not because it wasn't funny. It was funny. It just bugged me like a motherfucker.
You dropped him down a listener again.
I know when I joined, people started dropping, but
Yeah,
minutes later.
I wonder why that happened.
I'm just glad y'all didn't like. People tend to think I'm here to like troll or like or be mad or something. People take like my words as like frustration or something. So I'm just glad like everyone was interrupting everybody. So I was like, "Fuck it, my turn. Like, I'm gonna interrupt too. Let's do it." I was like, "Let's do it." But anyways, no, I don't. I think I'm having issues being co-host as well. Like when I join spaces and people try to add me as co-host, it like my phone crashes, or not the phone. Sorry. Wow, I'm really stoned. I pride myself in phrasing things technically correct. He's like, I'm trying to get you out of here. He just sent me a thing. Um, let's see if it does it because I was actually about to get off anyways. So let me see if it does it here. I'm gonna talk for a second. It usually kicks me within a few seconds if it's gonna do it. I don't know if y'all can hear me.
I can hear you.
Oh yeah, I got a Christmas cheesecake too.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm about to head out. Like, plus, the co-host thing's not working for me right now, anyway. So I don't know why it's messing up. But I'll be back.
uh, why do I enjoy this so much?
I actually got a lot done while Crow was talking. That was really,
Right? Look,
yeah,
I figured out the Y Finance API, created a mobile app using the Microsoft Financials latest data. You
yeah, yeah.
know,
Great background noise.
but how far right are you now? Now that you know what's left.
Or what the future is.
I feel that if I were in charge, running things, um, there'd be some unhappy people. Um, there would be some unhappiness, but happiness is temporary. Joy, joy is forever. So I feel like if I was in charge, I'd change some things a little bit, refine some things. Um, you know, there's a list I have, like no peanut butter, that's gone when I take over, right? I would definitely limit the internet to some people.
Sounds like a racial cleansing thing. No more peanut butter. It sounds like a dog whistle.
Yeah, no more
Sometimes.
peanut butter. Be done. That'd be it. Peanut butter and jelly won't thing.
I think you could run on that platform. No more peanut butter. Be like, the peanut butters have been killing the weakest of us for too long. Huh? Oh no, because it's discriminatory towards the people with peanut allergies.
Is that the reason?
Yeah, and
they
so
would
he
love
wants
it.
to eradicate the peanut butter. Like he's using it as a euphemism.
Well, that's like I explained. You know, the modules and the coding was a metaphor for what they were discussing, and they immediately switched to talking about software. That was strange.
Yeah, how dare you destroy their fantasy, Web3.
I can't handle you racists anymore. I'm leaving.
I wasn't destroying it. I was just asking questions standing in the yard, you know.
It's funny, he came in with such vigor in the beginning. I heard you guys were talking shit.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, we were talking shit. And then he just continues on into his monologue.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that weird? Hey, I heard you guys were talking shit. Yes. Who was it? It was me. And then nothing.
Yeah, like, who's he gonna? No, he did have a space last night. I popped in there, but I left within a second.
Why? What did you?
I just saw him and Alaskoshi in there, and I just like that's nothing good can come from that, so I left. Or that this morning.
That is so funny. I can't even laugh.
I think it was last night.
Nothing good can come from
no,
that.
nothing good can come from being in there.
Union.
And then, of course, you know, you look at the notes overnight. You know,
Look, I like Alaskoshi.
Is what?
I don't know why. Like, I don't know why. I just do, you know.
Yeah. Oh, God love you, Peter. That was I woke up like, what the hell's going on? Is anyone gonna
It's forgiveness?
It started with you, Raucus.
Raucus.
Raucus is laughing, but this all started with him and his jail comment.
Is that? I want to say
Think
I've
about
not
it.
noticed that before.
Think
right?
about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is all about the Disney, you know. Fucking investing in companies that are investing child killers. I'm gonna shut up now.
I still think the
go away.
last sentence in that prologue was the best application.
You just center left of Raucus.
Look, I've got to make it worse than it actually is, because then it just makes it more comedical. Because the reality of it is still pretty dark. But, you know, if I talk some bullshit, then it makes it a bit less dark because it's bullshit. So it is what it is.
You did eloquently. I like that. You do good. I enjoy watching it.
It's like using the conversation as a prompt for AI.
Exactly.
He left the group and I just added him back and like, not that easy. You don't get free of us that easy. You fucking get back in there, motherfucker. Man, what an experience. It's interesting how chemicals mix.
Yeah, I want to see the journey. I want to see the end. You know, the masterpiece. What happens when it's finished? So, good times, right?
I look back and see how many just hours that there have been. Let me open this up. I go profile. 861 hours.
Hey, Mike.
Mm.
I'm going to ask a favor, and it's going to annoy the shit out of you. Can you re-add me to the Syndicate chat so that I can leave again?
Oh, and you left? Isn't it fun to leave and come back again?
Yeah, but it's more fun to leave and to come back again to leave. You know what I mean? That's why it's going to annoy you, because I'm going to ask you this multiple times over the next, I don't know, like 8 hours or something while you're awake.
Did Zach leave? Is Zach still in there?
I think Zach left a while ago.
He did.
We added back in and you just left again today.
Ready?
Zach will be Zach.
People use the euphemism, "that's a shit show." We, I think, have done our best to create a shit show. And I want to know that I blame all of you. I was just trying to talk about Web3 and Ethereum, and nobody ever took me up on the offer.
That's what you get for trying to talk about Web3 and Ethereum. This is the outcome. How do you feel, Michael?
I think it's reflective of the system itself.
You want to talk about Web3 and Ethereum? Instead, you get fucking, I don't know, what's been happening in this space lately. You get Crow talking about AI. You get fucking Peter.
It's almost like
getting
they're
attacked by
meta
Alice Oakley,
anarchists, right? You know, those crypto anarchists. These are like meta anarchists.
Decentralized conversations in the broadcaster voice. Welcome to the Squarespace.
Did Crow say he lived in a tent? That was a joke, right?
No,
You've heard
he
that,
lives
right?
in a tent. I talked to him about where he lived and how he gets electricity and all that stuff.
You mean like a camping tent?
Yeah, he's got a tent. He's got
Welcome
a
to
tent
the
inside
Squarespace.
of it that he sleeps in.
The Crow lives in a tent within a tent.
No, it's called a nest, technically.
No. Wait a second. Hold on. He lives in a tent and within a tent. So where does he get his electricity
A
from?
neighbor and also Wi-Fi.
So the neighbor has a house?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Hey Mel.
No.
That's
No.
I can't hear you.
What a tumultuous chat room today.
You started it.
I did
You were talking shit about Crow.
I absolutely did not start it because I did not speak anything about Crow until his motherfucking ass showed up.
He loves you.
He's
He did actually come into the space to start shit. There was not anyone here.
It was
just for the
it's
reference.
an inverted love.
Yeah, that was.
Man, I want to understand Crow better. Like, I want to understand him better, but at the same time, it's just hard, you know? It's like, it feels one-dimensional.
I'm sorry. This person is a very selfish person, and he thinks that that his grudge with me and him talking shit about me is okay, like it's good, whatever.
Yeah, but Mel, what if that's his love language, alright?
Well, obviously we're not a match, so stop coming at me.
Well, what is it with what's the history there with you and Crow?
Oh, nothing. I mean, whatever he says, whatever is in his mind, he comes up with whatever he wants. Like, he's entitled to think whatever he wants, but just to like keep on spilling shit is just another thing. You know what I mean? Like, shut the fuck up. You already said you don't like me, so shut the fuck up.
So if he came in and you're a co-host, would you let him stay?
Oh yeah, until if he starts
Okay.
calling me names, like he keeps calling me a bitch. Like, I'm not coming at him. I've been very docile, but
Yeah.
he wants to keep on fucking egging me on. So
Yeah.
And is it bad that I'm imagining what a Crow and Melody relationship would be like?
yes, it is.
Like, this
It's
is a really
absolutely
fucked up thought.
ridiculous.
It's a fucked up thought.
No,
It's ridiculous.
it's one of the
Come on.
most ridiculous, lucid,
I'm trying to
it's so
visualize him
stupid.
dancing
So
to the Colombian music. That's what I tried a
Absolutely.
hard time with.
I'm sorry. I really do apologize. I'm just like fucking, you know,
It's not even funny to make
it's
fun of it.
7:40
It's
p.m.
so
here.
ridiculous.
It's 7:40 a.m. here. It's the very early morning. It's Christmas. I'm just trying to make light of bullshit.
I mean, I don't give a fuck. I don't know if you guys don't understand that part. Like, I really give three flying fucks what the guy thinks of me. But I don't like
No,
when
what
it's
I'm saying is like
disruptive. I just don't like when there's disruption.
Oh, I'm in
But you guys have
full
been having,
understanding.
absolutely.
I see it. I
huh?
know. I'm fully with you on what you're
Yeah,
saying. I fully understand it. Yeah.
yeah. Well, and I don't know if you guys understood the point that I was making that day that he latched onto. And
Yeah.
I'll make the point again, which is I find it annoying that people call ailments call themselves these labels of their ailments and use it as an excuse to be rude, or use it as okay to be this. Like, I know people. I literally made a friend that has literally from Twitter. We've met, we've hung out a few times, and not once did this person ever say, "Hey, I have this." I just noticed it, and I didn't, like, it's okay. Like, okay, this is a little quirk that this person has. Like, that's what it is. But nowhere did this person say, "Hey, sorry, that's that's my autism, or that's my Tourette's, or that's my fucking, ADD." Like, I wouldn't wish ADD on anyone. I would never wish any of these, like, things on people, because sometimes people don't know how to handle it, and see, people use it as an excuse to act the way they want to when they don't even have it sometimes. That's where I'm coming from with all that shit. And
Yeah.
somehow I'm a
And he
See,
bigot.
wouldn't recognize your opinion, and that's what angered him. So.
Yeah, because he's a fucking dick. He's a fucking little dweeb. Little dweeb. Wipe my ass with
whoa.
him. No, actually, no. Keep him away from my ass. I won't wipe my ass.
He's not dumb. I mean, he's pretty
I didn't
smart.
call him dumb.
Well, no, I'm not saying you did, but I'm saying that he seems really, he knows what he's talking
No, he
about.
thinks he knows more, and that's also a pompous thing. So there's, on top of him being his whatever, he's
Yeah.
pompous and arrogant, and those are not qualities of people that I like hanging out with. And for him to come in here and be like, "Oh, Mike keeps, co-host Melly, how could you? Get the fuck out." And then he said, "Oh, I have problems with Mike." Get the fuck out. Like, get the fuck out. Like, hit the click button. You don't have to come in.
You think he's like, like he's brilliant, masking his brilliance?
Absolutely
Like,
not.
no. Okay.
Absolutely not. This is not a savant. This is not a savant. No.
Okay. I'm just learning him, and
Yeah.
yeah. So I don't know. I mean,
My best advice is to not
Yeah, that's why I
get
don't.
too intertwined in
I
it.
do not.
Right.
I do not.
yeah. I mean, just make it water under the bridge, and you guys can be, cordial enough to be cordial, and just remind him
No,
that.
no. Whatever you're speaking, please speak to him, because I don't. I behave myself.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
I will. I
Yeah.
mean,
I don't need
yeah.
I
I
to.
think
mean,
people have tried, man. People have tried.
Yeah.
oh really?
Yeah. This what
Yep.
you're saying, Ruckus. I mean, that's why I'm so dismissive of it. It's like, whatever.
Yeah, I came in and I was just like, that was just, you didn't say anything. Even if there was beef, you weren't saying anything to him.
No.
So
I
yeah.
let him
So
say whatever the fuck he wants. When he starts calling me names, and then I'm gonna get upset, and nobody stops the names. No one's like, "Hey, don't use, don't call someone a name or whatever. Like, call me a cunt or a bitch or whatever." Like, fuck you, and fuck y'all for not saying shit for that too.
Are you a cunt or a bitch?
I'm neither. I have a cunt. I'm not a cunt.
You Americans and the word cunt. Honestly, I swear to God.
No,
It,
like,
it
I
has
don't
such
call
a different
people
meaning here, by the
pussy.
way.
I don't call people, I don't like, I don't like calling. I don't like doing that. No.
I mean no offense by that question, by the way,
Yeah,
Melody.
no.
You know I nothing but love over here.
Yeah, because they use it in a different way. A lot of times it's in a loving fashion.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I get it.
The bitch part, though. Like, you're kind of being a bitch right now, Melody. Let's be real. Just, bagging on Crow like that. What did he do?
I think she's
Fucking
being
prick.
expressive. I don't think it's to the level
No,
of
fuck Crow.
bitch. I think she's being expressive.
Look, I have nothing but love for Crow, but he did come in here starting shit. Like, he literally came in here
Literally,
with
he
the
said,
whole, like,
I
I heard
came
you
in
guys
here
were doing
because
shit.
you guys called me, bro, you guys are talking shit about me. Like, what the fuck? Come on.
Well, no, that's true. I've been talking shit for months.
No, but he came in
This
here
is true.
doing that.
But
That's the
Yeah,
point. If they're talking shit about me, I'm not going in there. Fuck that.
but this is how he becomes a man, right? He needs to
Crow
get that
becomes a man.
Is
testosterone.
that before
Like
he transes into transhuman? You know.
he can't get the testosterone from Replica. He needs us to fuel it, right? So he gets to have a fake battle with us.
Oh shit.
Damn, Mike.
Testosterone
Oh, Mike.
or dopamine?
Yeah, he needs it.
And dopamine.
He needs the testosterone high. He gets it by fighting.
Yeah, well,
Michael, you know how much I hate to agree with you, but I
It
agree with you.
sucks, right?
Yeah. He fishes really good.
Right? I'm gonna talk, make people dislike me, and then when they dislike me, I get to fight them. So I get to feel like a man in real life.
yeah, that's the formula.
It's so dark.
The question
That's why I
is,
disagree with you, Michael.
should I get a pizza or should I go home and cook a skirt steak?
I like
Steak.
steak.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going home to cook the skirt steak. So hungry.
I gotta say, like, of all the barbecue I've ever had, Spanish barbecue is fucking fire, dude.
Spanish, like which one?
Like, I've had Colombian barbecue and Ecuadorian
Yeah.
barbecue. It's like, it's different,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. Do they squeeze lemon on yours? Have you done
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's dry, but it's like, and you don't really need sauce or anything.
No.
It's good
Yeah,
dry.
we don't eat saucy. The sauce that we use
No,
is like chopped like a salsa, like full like pico de gallo,
yeah,
like a salsa on the side if you wanna like just
yeah. The pico de
like
gallo is
chimichurri.
something
Yeah.
special, dude.
Yeah.
What do you do? What do you do to the meat? Any prep on the meat at all?
Yeah.
Like any?
So normally I would say a lot of people you brine it or you marinate it. You
Ooh.
like lemon garlic
Yes,
salt.
why don't you bring this inside?
Lemon garlic salt is
Yep.
usually like you just leave it there or you do beer like for like a day.
How come you're just a little stupid too?
Yep.
And so it tastes
Yeah,
like
this is how it's warm in the house. Look at my little heart. I didn't realize I was not on mute. Look at my little heart. You're outside for no reason? Come on.
what do you have? A wife or a cat?
Ah, my wife. She wondered if I was talking to a wife or a cat. I call her my cat sometimes because she likes when I rub her head.
Does she rub you back?
No, she waits till I stop rubbing and then she'll put my hand back on her forehead.
That's love.
I wish I had somebody petting me right now. I want someone to pet me. Pet me and spank me.
Very silly from over here in Australia. Either.
Spank and pet me.
I don't know about the spank part, but head rubs at the least. I can offer that up.
I need the
And Mike,
captions, man, because I can't get all the words.
you get nothing.
I just drove by a dispensary called Stizzy.
It's a sign. Come on, you gotta.
Well, Michael, this is where I got to get off. Enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all have a good one. Merry Christmas.
Oh, Merry
Merry Christmas,
Christmas,
Doctor.
Web3. Have fun with your family.
I blame you, Ruckus. You make it sound safe in here with your smooth voice.
Yep.
Come on, guys. I just want to understand both sides. Both sides. There's one side and the other side. Let's consider them equals at all times, no matter what they're saying. They're just equals. Equality, diversity. Yeah.
I'm an ally because I like lesbians.
I like Jodie Foster, and that's why I'm an ally. Did you hear that, Melody? How Raucus was explaining how he was an ally, and he said it was because he liked Jodie Foster movies and was really supportive when she came out.
That's not how the conversation.
It's a direct translation. I have the transcripts.
It's not what I meant. You know exactly what I meant.
Look, I have you on
Welcome to
videotape.
this podcast. Don't say anything unless you want Michael taking it out of context and taking the piss out
I'll
of you.
take that shit all out of context. No context to Raucus. That'll be the new Twitter account. You guys follow No Context Dr. Umar? It's good. Good stuff.
I do feel like that should be your brand in a way. It's like just no context, People come in here, we have a genuine conversation about bullshit, whatever. But it is what it is, and then you just take the absolute gems out of it. And hey, if this guy had an opinion, how dare they have an opinion? It feels like that is what you're doing,
I think No Context Alice Koshi would really be something to behold.
I cannot work that guy out. I feel like I had him worked out for a while, and then Christmas came around, and now he's getting drunk and fucking getting lit and whatever, and now he's just like a different beast entirely. Nothing wrong with that. I respect that. Like, I have nothing but love for the man, but I feel like he's singled me out in a bad way, and I'm like, what the fuck, man? Come on. Like, I've done nothing but positive things here.
See, it's not fun when you get fucking singled out by someone that's just got it out for something, for anything.
Yeah, but I can't tell if he's taking the piss or if he's fucking being serious, you know what I mean? If I knew he was being serious, it'd be one thing, right?
I'll be honest with you. If I looked at Crow like a serious person, I'd probably be affected by it more. Because I look at him like a cute little person. My entire interaction with him, you know what I mean? It only gets so far for me.
Oh, sorry. You're so cute. You're so little.
Yeah, it's like, oh, look, he's just fluttering about. Need some testosterone. You need to make some fake fights with people that aren't with you presently, because you'd never say that shit out loud to anyone's face but us, because we're not close to you. So it's like,
aren't we though?
I don't even take it seriously.
Are we the closest thing he has to real interaction though?
You're not
Very
wrong.
serious question.
You're not wrong about that. And again, he comes back because he doesn't want to be a part of a group that accepts him. He wants to be a part of a group that rejects him. Mm-hmm.
That's a hot take. I generally I don't want him to not come back, if you know what I mean. Like, I love Crow for what he is and who he is and the sort of value he has to offer. I just feel like he needs to let people in general speak more. Like if he just shut up for 5 seconds.
The challenge is, if you listen to how he feels, he doesn't feel that other people have anything of value to offer him.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's kind of like that.
And if he's operating from that standpoint, there's nothing that you can say to him. There's nothing.
But he still comes back. He still needs the community interaction. It's fine. Like, I accept Crow, I came into this space, and I think one of the first things when I first came across Crow, I messaged Dan Rockwell over there, Mr. fucking, hey, how you going? We're going to this stripper bar, whatever. I messaged him. I was like, is this Crow dude all right? Like, and he's like, yeah, he's just a bit special, but he's all good. And I've always operated on that, based on that interaction. Like, Crow's good, just...
But again, to Mel's point, he's using his supposed ailment as an excuse to act like a fucking dick. Right? She was right about that. And that's what he hates about it, because Mel called him on it and he doesn't know how to get around it.
Exactly. Because I don't attack him. It's not even about that. It's like, It's exactly that. It's because his truth is like the way he acts is not something he wants to like fix. That's why he will only speak the way he does with however he wants. Like, I don't give a fuck.
My question there, Mel, and I mean this with all respect, is does he view it as a problem or not, right? Or does he just view it as like, okay, well, this is how I am, this is what I believe, this is what I think and feel, and he's just ignoring other people in that process? And I don't mean that's a good thing in any sense of the word, because, like, yeah, you know, you can't use that as an excuse. But if that's his framework, then is it an excuse or is it just the way he is about it, if you know what I mean?
No, you choose to be. No, 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 no. I don't know. I don't know what kind of. I'm not with you.
I'm just asking a question, by the way. I'm not trying to like say I'm right or wrong here. I just want to throw some, you know, wild cards out there.
No, I think that's
We
what
call that
everybody
ruckusing.
tries to do. That's what everybody tries to do. Just like all the angles, all the corners, all the this, all the that, da 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 da.
Yeah, we call that ruckusing. Yeah.
Where are his angles, right? I don't know. I want to hate on the dude, but I can't hate on the dude, if that
Oh,
makes
I'm not
sense.
saying I
I'm
want to
just
hate on him. I'm like, I really don't give a fuck. Like, he came in here yelling at me. Like, he came in here yelling. Like,
no, you're right. You're right. He
Yeah.
absolutely came in
talking.
on
He
the
keeps.
offensive.
It,
He
if
definitely
you
came in on the
if you
offensive
want the
today.
definition of living rent free in someone's head, you know what I mean? He's been holding that in for a long time.
It's just crow. You look it up in the dictionary. There's just the word crow.
Well, everybody have a lovely Christmas Eve and Christmas. I'm gonna do some things around here and sign off for a bit. So enjoy, everyone.
Sandra, how's
Take
that
care,
Christmas?
Sandra.
Bye.
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
See what you did, Rocket.
I like that I'm the one asking these stupid questions that are absolutely fucking, you know, like they're
Yeah, because they are
conflicting or whatever.
stupid. Because they are
Yes,
stupid
yes,
questions.
they are. They are. I'm agreeing. I'm just saying, look, I like that I'm the one asking them, but then Ruckus is getting blamed.
I think that's the funniest part, though. Mike, what? Well, I don't know if I really want to go into it. What the fuck is going on? I haven't been around.
Isn't it interesting how nothing has changed at all?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, just new characters? Is that the thing?
Yeah, that's it. It might be new accounts, same vibe. All right. And so I'm just sitting here learning how to code with Web3 in the background over DM. Getting stuff done. Today was a productive day. But yeah, it's language disguises thoughts. That's what I keep in the forefront of my mind. What they want to
Speaking of,
talk about is not what they can vocalize with their words. So they're talking about other things. And then when you bring up what they really want to talk about, like everything flies off the handle.
I'm still trying to figure out why Alice Scotia hates me.
He doesn't hate you per se. He wants us to listen to Alaskoshi because he feels Alaskoshi wants us to listen to Crow because he feels that Crow and himself are both misunderstood people that nobody listens to.
No, but the thing is, I listen to Alice Scotia. Like, I actually genuinely enjoy his input. I feel like he interacts in a way that is ultimately kind of positive, right? I've
Alaskoshi
never
has
had
some
a weird
gems.
issue.
Yeah.
I've literally never had an issue with a dude, you know? Like, I've never had that moment of like, dude, this guy needs to shut up because, you know, he's talking about the same thing for like fucking 8 hours or whatever. It's like, whatever he has to say, anytime he's had to say it, It's always been good. It's been fine. You know.
Alaska Airlines says, we care a lot. Literally, you're talking about Alish Koshi, and I just went by a billboard that said Alaska Airlines, we care a lot. That's pretty cool. That was funny.
Yeah, but I feel targeted. You know, like all I'm doing is just
Yes,
fucking being a
Peter.
dumb cunt. You
That
know.
doesn't feel nice, does it? Because you didn't do shit, right? Yeah,
Yes, Melanie.
exactly. It's
I'm a
not
dispatch in
cool
the
when
mail.
people just got it out for you for no fucking reason. The fuck?
Like,
It makes no sense. I have nothing but love for the dude, but it doesn't make sense.
don't take any of that. Don't take them seriously. That's
Don't
the
take it
trap.
personal. This is it.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not you. It's not you, it's me, okay? It's not
Like,
you.
let me ask you something. If you
It's
were
you.
walking down the street and you saw a guy in a tent, would you stop and argue with that person? Of course not.
Yeah, I would.
If they fucked with me, I'd be like, get the fuck out of my face. Which I have had to do that. But I wouldn't argue with them.
You're not going to argue with the man down by the river.
No, I
You
also
know, it's
I
not a
also
river. It's
ask them
fine.
if they're hungry, and then I take them to the market to buy them
Yeah.
something to eat.
Maybe.
Maybe they get mad because they're hungry, so I offer people food.
So isn't it interesting that like you could calm down the argument by just sending them a beef patty? Like imagine that was the only thing that they needed to stop fighting was like a slice of pizza and a Coke.
I'm not kidding though, but I do that. Like,
I'm thinking about it out loud right now. Like what if the only thing that stopped all Twitter space arguments was people got Uber ate a slice of pizza?
yeah, but the problem with that is that people are anonymous, right? So, but I've been in rooms where people like send a delivery of pizza to the other person's house, like straight up. Like they sent a Uber
Hold on.
Eats or a Dash Door or a whatever. I've seen
One
that.
question. One question. I'm sorry to interrupt, but what if Zelensky ordered Uber Eats for Vladimir Putin? You know,
What if
would that end the
Putin?
war?
What if Putin and Zelensky ordered each other pizza?
Yeah, would that end the war? You know, just like an Uber
Probably.
Eats delivery, love from
If their
Zelensky.
moms
You know,
made a dish and sent it to them, that would totally end the war.
it
Then
just
again,
seems like one of these things. You know, we're spending billions on weapons and arms and whatever, but like, have you tried ordering him a pizza? Like,
here's
have you
the
tried
thing.
to calm him down like
Have
that?
you
Come
ever
on.
tried Russian or Ukrainian food? No, nobody wants to eat that shit.
I do. I like it. It tastes actually. They have like the cold things like they do in Colombia. I was just reminiscing on that. They have the weirdest fucking cold meats and cold cut fruit and meat, and it's kind of, I don't know the names of any of it, but I know I've eaten plenty of it.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I think
Cold
if I
meats are
sent you
great.
some Ukrainian food, you'd think of it as a sign of war. Like, oh man, what'd he do? He sent the Ukrainian food. Oh God. All right,
But
ready the standing armies, you know?
But, okay, has it been tried? Right. Has Zelensky tried sending a pizza to Putin? Is my
Okay, so
question.
this is our mission. You send Zelensky pizza from Putin, and I send Putin for pizza from Zelensky, and then we send the ops in with secret, Uber Eats, and each of them think that they got it from the other, and then it's the 100 and it's done.
I genuinely think this could end the war. It sounds stupid as fuck, but like, just imagine you're in the middle of a war, you get a pizza from your opponent, you know?
They
All
would
these people
probably
that are
fight
dying.
over the crust. They'd be like, they sent me the wrong fucking crust pizza.
Would they though?
Let's do our research and see what kind of pizza they each like. And
Whatever.
then we
Put a
can
pulse.
send.
Let's go!
Wow. A Syndicate Christmas, everyone.
I'm about to post this up. I'm just throwing that out there.
You're a math person? What did you say? I'm on my way to go see. Oh, fuck, I forgot. I'm gonna go eat a mushroom and go watch Avatar 3D. Those are my plans. I'm not packing any more today. I'm gonna go catch Avatar with a head of mushroom. With a mushroom head.
How many hours is this one?
I think it's a 3-hour. I'm gonna go get the ticket right now. I'm gonna go home and get the mushrooms, eat a cap, and then go see the movie. What are you guys doing? Rackets, what are you up to?
Baking cookies with the kids and waiting for Santa.
Oh my God, what time does Santa come around your house?
Midnight.
Okay. Well, in Colombia, Santa comes at midnight, but midnight we actually open the gifts. So I don't know when Santa comes. I'm always confused. Because we literally celebrate by opening gifts on Tuesday turning 25, on 24 turning 25 midnight.
Oh, no. Santa lays the gifts out, and then they're not open until maybe 5, 4 and 5, maybe 5 in the morning.
No, I mean on December 25 or December
Yeah.
24.
December 25. So
Okay,
Christmas
yeah.
Day. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's here. In Colombia, Christmas is on the 24th.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Yeah.
know. Okay.
Yeah, we whatever's Eve here is what we celebrate, and it's like that's the day that we're with family, and that's the day Santa, little baby Jesus comes and gives, because it's, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, Americans, it's on the 25th. Santa comes on the 25th, like that night, that morning, right?
Well, like when they go to bed. So it could be like,
The eve. That's when,
yeah,
that's,
the
yeah.
eve. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah. So they'll go to bed at 11, and it will come at 12 or 1, whatever, and then they'll get up at 5, 4.
Oh, 5 in the morning. That's what you
Yeah.
meant.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, I actually, Santa came to my house until I was 5, I think. Then,
Yeah, and they don't believe in it anymore. But
no.
no, they were. I think a couple years ago was it. But I mean, we still bake cookies, and it's just kind of a family thing
Yeah.
that we do. Yeah, yeah. So they, when you see different Santas running around, kind of, they ask questions. When you see 100 Santas in one spot,
Yeah.
you know? So
Yeah. I was somewhere where they were talking about it, and they were like, that's one of the first lies parents tell their kids.
yeah,
And I was like, oh
yeah,
shit, that's a fucked up way to think about it, but yeah,
yeah,
kinda.
yeah. That and the tooth fairy.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is interesting.
My wife keeps the teeth, and I was like, one day I was like, you when they find them, what are you gonna say? And my daughter found a bag of teeth in her drawer, and my daughter was like freaking out, like, what's wrong with you? How dare why are you stealing from the tooth fairy? The hell's wrong with you? You stealing teeth from the tooth fairy?
Oh god.
So-
Hey, 3.
Yo.
What's up? um. Yeah. Does your nephew still believe? Does he? Is it Santa that comes to his house, or like kids? I wonder what age. What age, Ruckus?
what age like do they stop?
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's their peers. Usually it's it could be in school. So it could be first, second, or third grade when you still believe in Santa. Santa's not real, or on the playground,
Right.
and it's like that trauma of, well, who's bringing the gifts, So
Yeah.
yeah.
Did you guys talk to the kids, or did they find out, or?
My son found out like on the playground, but my daughter didn't know, and then my daughter found out on the playground, and that was the end of that. So I was like, I think they were both before third grade.
Yeah, like 7 or 8 years old, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting thing.
Yeah. It's easy to control. I mean, it's just, I don't know. They're not emotionally damaged from it. They're fine. And,
Yeah.
it's funny. They want to keep believing, but it's like, no, I buy this, I mean, I work for this. So, when are you leaving? When are you heading out?
I think on Monday.
All right.
Monday. Monday, so I can have a full night's rest tomorrow. Yeah, that's the plan. Because on Monday is when they're gonna come and pick up my things, the containers anyway. I scheduled it till then.
What did you do? A pod?
Yeah, so U-Haul has containers. They're called U-Pack. And yeah, they're like what is it called? I want to say they're like 5 by 7 or 5 by 9, something like that. 5 by 7 by 8. Some it's kind of like that. So a 3-bedroom house is 4 of those containers. And I've been on my last container for like a week and a half. Because it's like my personal things, like my clothes, my this, I was making I was gonna be on the road longer, and it turns out I'm moving in December, so it's gonna be a shorter road trip. I wanted to be on the road for a lot longer. I was supposed to leave over the summer. It was gonna be like a 4-week thing, but that's not what's happening now. I am still gonna make several stops. Just not as many and not as everywhere that I wanted to.
Fantastic. It's fantastic. Hmm. What a disaster. It's only a disaster if you take it seriously.
Being tested.
It does feel like a test, right? Like, how committed are you? Crow put his picture of his metaverse.
Did he?
Yeah, it's at the top.
All right, let me know. Yeah, it's interesting with the metaverse. I think he wants to be, I could be wrong, but it's just a way of being like in control, like being a god.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like that's kind of how I always understand listening to him talk about it. Creating. And I kept thinking about how do you get something from nothing? So you're always going to have this human interaction.
Like an emotional alchemy.
Yeah. That's always going to, we're always going to be the problem with anything. You're always going to need a human element. I shouldn't say problem, but do you know what I mean? You're always going to need a human element, like the grave or the memorial. You're always going to have a human element. So I don't know. Am I using the term? I say God.
I would say the human element will always be valuable to a certain niche audience.
Like with what he was talking about, like the metaverse or creating or
just in general, right? There are some people who just give me the Python course, don't give me any tutor, I got this, right?
Right.
And they actually prefer a lack of human interaction. It's one portion of the population, but not the entire set.
But when he talks about creating this world, remember with different worlds, and you can have a god or not have a god, or you can be the god. It's he wants to be a god.
No, he wants to be, since he has not found the ability to become a god in reality, he's chosen a different metaverse.
Correct. I see.
Right?
Yep. Which is power.
Thy will be done.
Yeah. It's just power.
Insane. What day is it? Today was Saturday?
Saturday, December 24th.
Fucking A.
That's a good day for Christmas, right? Sunday?
Yeah, Sunday
is.
not a bad day.
Yeah.
Well, except you're rolling to Monday and usually got to go back to work. So you can get fucked holiday-wise,
Look, baby Jesus didn't start working on Monday. Neither should you.
It would suck if you had to go back to work on Monday, though. Like right after Christmas. That's a serious fuck you.
Can you imagine that in the Bible? And then after Jesus was born, Joseph went to bed early so he could wake up and get on the donkey into town.
Mm-hmm. And all the natives said, fuck that, Jesus. You just died and just came back to life. Take it easy. That's actually Easter. It happens later. But
Joseph tried to send a smoke signal to his boss to say he would be in the afternoon, and the boss never got it.
Boss man never got it. Yeah.
Joseph meant to meet his union rep, trying to keep his job, and a manger around Jesus.
Jesus, what are you doing lying in that crib? Get the fuck up.
It's so wild. It's so wild. It's interesting how much people are looking to lash out at each other.
What do you mean, like what do you mean?
They're looking for a fight.
Yeah.
They're looking for a fight, dude.
Have you been on Spaces since it started? Like, when did it start?
About 18 months ago.
During the pandemic.
Right at the beginning, yeah.
Okay. Has it always been like, I don't know, like
everybody knows if you pick a fight on Christmas, you're gonna win. That's why. So that's why they're picking fights today, because they normally win. It's like you have abnormally high luck in Christmas time.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. You notice that as going back, I was reminded of Alec Alakoshi. But the SBF was released on bond. He's on house arrest, but he put up, his parents put up the house that he bought them, and I thought, man, that's America right there. Ain't that America?
It's scary, isn't it?
Yeah, I think his bail was $250 million, and you don't have to pay 10% of that. So I think he ended up coming out like $4 million from his parents with the house that he bought them in California. It's like you can't get any more liberal than that. That doesn't happen in Mexico like that.
Imagine having two parents that teach law their entire life, and their son becomes one of the most outlandish criminals of all time financially.
In history.
That's a tough one to swallow.
It is. Like, he will be discussed for decades.
You destroy these two people's legacies. Imagine you just have your legacy wiped away. That sucks.
By your kid.
You fucking kid. I should have put you in a trade. Should have sent you to a community college instead of Harvard.
I couldn't. I just joined now. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
I'm going to invite you to be a host. Screw you.
Nah, I'm not taking it. I know your wicked ways. Like,
Yeah, you already know my combinations. Oh, you hate me? Have to give you power.
yeah. I've known you for a while, Mike. I've played a lot.
Mm-hmm. I know all your chicks.
I have toyed with the creation of your making, We are here for it to some degree. But to what degree is your creation generally original, my friend? These are the questions that you need to ask yourself when you go to sleep at night.
No, original only means lack of precedence.
Look, shut the fuck up. Don't add questions to this, Fuck you for, justifying that question. Much love.
It's improv. You have to bounce off every idea like a pinball machine. That's the rule.
Yeah, but I was trying to hate on you here as hard as I could. Why do I try to hate on you? I don't know. It's just fun. It's funny to me.
What could you possibly do that Crow hasn't already done to me?
Well, that's what I mean. Like to me, it's a satire thing. It's like I don't actually hate on Mike. Right.
Let me tell you something though. The Twitter yo-yo, I hope that you get to try it once because it is so much fun.
I don't know what that is, but my point is like it's I don't hate on anyone here. I don't hate on you, but I'll still fucking throw shit just because it's fun to sort of go up that rabbit hole. Where it's like just satirizing the potential reasons why someone should hate on someone.
What I'll do is I'll invite them to speak and then co-host and then drop them back down to listener. And they're like, oh man, I just got the co-host. And then I'll have them say half a word, then drop them back down to listener. And at that point, they think it's their phone. And then I'll bring them back up to speaker, bring them back. And there's a ping pong. And it goes up and down. So I did that to both. I had to Crow. I think I did that to a few other people today as well. That were just
This
annoying.
is very gaslighting, but I've had people message me in DM about like, oh, I don't know what's going on, like whatever, like some shit like that. And then it's like you've said that, and I'm like, this fucking Michael cunt. Like,
Hey,
why am I the
Casey,
one getting the messages, man? Why am
we're
I getting the
talking about the
messages,
Twitter
dude?
yo-yo. The Twitter yo-yo is my favorite shit.
Why is it bouncing off me? Fuck off.
Oh man, that's my favorite shit to do now. The Twitter yo-yo.
Fucking prick. Love you, but fuck you.
I mean, if you're gullible enough to accept co-host, I will never accept co-host. Offer as many times as you like. It's not happening.
Whoa. Is it just me or does KC sound different today?
I'm on my speakerphone too versus my headset.
Yeah, you just sound different. There's something about your voice, something about your tone, something is off.
He's a shill now.
I can't trust his voice, Like, I'm just automatically going to go, like, sell every fucking investment that he's recommending to me. Goodbye.
You're so deep now. You can't get out without me. You need me.
I don't need you. I just need not that alternate
Okay,
voice.
guys,
You know what I mean?
Rocket the co-host. It's okay.
Oh, Ruckus, you've learned nothing. You've learned nothing. I've been trying to teach you. I offered to take you under my wing. Good luck. Good luck.
Coward.
Oh, he did his own yo-yo.
All right, I dropped it.
All right, I'm just popping on to say Merry Christmas. I'm out of here. I just literally popped on to say Merry Christmas to you fuckers. Then you fools will be on here. So just wanted to hop in and say Merry Christmas.
Fuck off you,
Merry
man.
Christmas, man.
You'll be back. You'll be fucking back.
You're right, cunt, mate.
Merry Christmas, Casey.
Merry Christmas.
Fucking just popping on and say Merry Christmas. What a fucking pussy.
Yeah.
What a coward.
Suck it.
Even bigger coward than fucking Ruckus taking co-host,
I didn't take it. I dropped it because Casey was disappointed.
Oh, whatever.
He was disappointed, so.
I'm just looking. I don't care that KC coward, just coming in here to say Merry Christmas. What a pussy. Goodbye.
What a day. We had Alaskoshi swearing at everyone. We had Crow. We had the, what's that guy? OX speaker or something?
Did we ever figure out what's going on with Alaskoshi, or did he just snap?
It starts with Ruckus. Ever since Ruckus brought up the,
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
That's a good
Shut the
one.
fuck
Hey,
up! Shut the fuck
that's
up!
good.
Yeah, that's all he said, didn't he?
That's a good impression.
Yeah, I know. that kind of stuck in my head after a while. But
No, I think
yeah,
we
we
just
didn't really
snapped it.
decide. Like, he still just kind of snapped, right?
I don't like using the word snapped because it implies that someone has broken, but I think like something, he's gone a different path, if that makes sense. He's just, something has either triggered him or he's just set in his ways or whatever, and he's just decided, yep, now is the time, But that doesn't mean that he's fucked
Doesn't
up as
mean
an
he
individual.
snapped or gone crazy, although it sure does feel like it. But I hear what you're saying. We don't want to say what we think it
Just
is.
something's gone.
Right.
He's doing something different, right?
You gotta understand that
And I don't get
he's
why.
like a lily pad. He
I
doesn't
mean,
like
it's not like Sandra snapped, right? I mean, it's more.
Shut the fuck up, Mike.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll take that back. I didn't mean that, Sandra. If you listen to us now, that was a joke. Sorry.
But like the thing about the Sandra snap is like I feel like it's normal at this point for us, if that makes sense. It's kind of we
I mean, she got
expect
her
it
car
to
stolen.
happen
That's
sooner
not
or later.
exactly normal. That's a little crazy, but all right.
No, it's full on. It's
Is that a
different, but like
Snapchat account?
I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Girl needs to get a break, and she doesn't seem to get one lately. That's all.
but you know what I mean? Like it feels like sooner or later there's gonna be a Sandra thing that happens, and that's just kinda like the norm in the pattern, right?
Whereas Alaska, she's more, we don't think triggered or snapped per se. He's just chosen a different route.
Yeah, it's like what the fuck, bro, what are you doing?
Yeah. All right.
Like, are you actually okay? I'm not saying like, are you actually okay with Sandra because I know like there's some shit going on there or whatever, but it's like when someone like Alaskoshi suddenly just pops up and just starts fucking dropping whatever the snappage is, it's like, what the fuck, man? Like, are you serious? Like, where's this coming
Yeah,
from?
I mean, that's what I mean. It feels like a pretty serious what the fuck is going on with it. But then again, he's, Alaskoshi. I mean, he's entitled to his snappage. So.
Well, that's it. I think everyone's entitled to a snappage or 10. Like it is.
Yeah,
what it is.
except for Mike. He's not. He actually doesn't get to snap because he also kind of captains the ship. But he's always has to be somewhat, cognizant of what's going on.
I feel like Michael's snapping is just going to be him hating on every single fucking one of us, and just dropping like the most brutal roasts that he possibly can on literally every single person. A to Z. It'll be a very categorically thing.
I think that
he will mute everyone. He won't let anyone else speak. Just like I'm not letting him speak right now because fuck you, Michael. Shut the fuck up. Love.
I think
Much love.
I think that Raucus represents everything that Alaskoshi hates.
Really? I mean, that's
Yeah,
a
how do you?
stretch. I mean, they hardly know each other. Like, what are you talking about?
I know, but like vocally, you know what I mean? Like that smooth, slick, creamy voice,
Well, yeah, that's because Ruckus doesn't really bend so well. You know what I mean? That's why you like him to ask questions in a storm because his wings won't bend. He'll just either take flight or not. But I just think Alaska should just be losing it at the moment. You know what I mean? Because a lot of the stuff he's talking about doesn't really make any sense. Just saying. Yeah.
Haven't been looking at
Christmas.
Just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Just doing that over and over just doesn't say much other than to shut the fuck up, I guess.
Yeah, I don't get that. I haven't even been here for that, but anyway. I've said shit in the fucking group chat.
Ruckus is definitely a striking point, though, for sure. I mean, that's a guaranteed. Like, I can't make it over to the party, LSUshi, but Ruckus is picking up a 6 and he'll be there in 5 minutes. You guys will have a blast.
Nah, Ruckus is too chill. Ruckus will not snap. He'll just talk shit and then regret it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, he would talk shit in the parking lot. He wouldn't even go in. He would drink the 6 in the parking lot and then he'd leave. He'd probably have
he'll say stuff.
speakerphone the whole time.
But he'll say stuff that he regrets, right? Like a normal human being, he'll say stuff that he regrets, and then sort of like be like, "No, actually, that was just what I was thinking at that time." Like he's not gonna snap and just fucking
when somebody's attacking,
like, listen,
he kind of gets into like 80s talk, like, "Yo, man, what's going on here? Jip jap jabba boo." You know what I mean? That's He kind of gets into that vibe.
Wait, what's chit chat jabba-da-doo? What the hell is that?
That's just something you might say. It's probably a Chicago slang, you know?
Doesn't sound like Chicago. It sounds like methamphetamine, like Guyanese kind of shit. That's what it sounds like.
Methamphetamine Guyanese.
Huh?
Fuck yeah, let's go!
The Sugar Hill Gang? Yeah. I got the rock, the hip it to the rocket to the rocks, hip hop it up. Yes, okay.
Did you guys see his? Did you see his post like the day that happened? And it sounded like he was crying. Like he, I'm a 36-year-old male. I'm this. I'm that. I'm washed up. And it was under. I don't know if you saw.
Hold on, where was this?
He posted it on his timeline. I took a screenshot.
Oh, I forget how much of the people here I have muted on my Twitter.
Yeah, he kind of like said he was sorry and like I'll find it. And then I was like, oh, no worries. Just you're under stress. Don't worry about it, dude. You're all right. And he's like, I'm washed up, 36-year-old male, middle age, and I let it go. That was the day. It was like within an hour after we got into it. So I was like, cool. That's you got a lot on your plate. I'll try to find it unless he deleted it. But
well, if he's really facing prison time, yeah, I'd be stressed as fuck.
Yeah, I would be. I mean, 10 years. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the thing is, it's weird because I never know what's real. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense because I don't know if that's real or not either. I've just
like is that real? How real is that?
Yeah, what's the go there? If anyone can fill us in, please do. Michael, I just want to throw this out there. The only person I have blocked is you because you're a fucking piece of shit. You're a racist for liking Omar. It is what it is.
Yo, what you trying to say about Omar, yo?
Fucking Omar.
Fucking Omar.
Fucking Omar and Michael and Ali, they're all the same person.
What you trying to say about Omar, yo? You catch a deaf eyes, yo. Hey, yo.
What did Alice Goshi say?
What didn't he say?
What he didn't say. Fucking shut up! Just fucking shut up!
We had a good time.
I don't really know what he said, other than he just gibbered and jabbered, and it looked like he was consistent. That was the only thing that concerned me.
Hi, Dan. It's good to hear your voice.
Oh, hi, Reg. Good to hear your voice. Is that sarcastic, or is that just saying good to hear my voice?
I wasn't being sarcastic. I was dead serious.
All right.
Merry Christmas to everyone in the space right now.
Merry Christmas.
It might not be Christmas where you are, but it's Christmas here, and fuck you. Merry Christmas.
No, it's not Christmas yet.
Is it almost over there, Pete?
Yeah, well, fuck you. Merry Christmas.
Is your Christmas almost
We'll
over?
tell you when it's Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Fuck Christmas, all that. Nice to hear everyone's voice. Just wanted to jump in and say hi. Yeah, I'm trying to get busy, or not busy. I'm busy. Trying to get busy.
Merry Christmas, Anne.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess
Ooh, candy cane. I like it.
Merry Christmas, Anne.
I don't know. Anyway, no, I'm trying to get fucking ready because I got to get in the car and drive to an orphan. What's it called? An orphan dinner.
Jesus?
Yeah, no,
Is it for Jesus?
it's not for Jesus. It's for us.
The quiche looks delicious.
Thank you. But yeah. It's an orphan dinner. It's a whole bunch of us who are like alone. For Christmas we're gonna get together.
Oh, you're not alone.
Well, we're together alone, right?
Okay, Rockets. You don't have to remind them that they're not alone. They know that.
Okay.
We're together
Right.
alone.
Well,
we're always alone together alone. I get it. I can always jump in here and not feel alone.
Yeah.
I do. And that's why I'm here, I guess.
Okay. All right.
That's why I'm here. And I'll probably keep you guys on while I drive down there. Yeah.
Hi, Benny.
The quiche looks like it was made by fucking Van Gogh or some shit.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm really proud of my oh god damn it. I just got like nail glue on my phone. Oh fuck. That's not good.
That's not
It'll be
good.
fine.
Don't put the phone next to your face anytime soon.
Fuck me. God damn it. No, thank you. Yeah, I've been yeah. I've that's an
I put it to
applewood.
the top.
Thank you. That's an applewood smoked quiche. It's and it's 3 different quiches. One is a hatch green chili quiche. I'm debuting tonight. It's kind of like I would say it's more like a chili rellenos quiche. So, but applewood smoked, so it gives it a little extra love and extra like weird sort of like what? Because people don't really want to eat quiche, but I make them.
I love
No, but I
quiche.
make
It's one of
them.
my favorites.
No, I make them. I make people eat, not make them, but because it looks so delicious, people are like, "Oh hell yeah!" You know what I mean? I guess I'll try quiche. You know, I do the same thing. I have this dish where I put spam and pineapple, and I like marinate it in barbecue sauce, and then I barbecue it over a grill, and then and people eat it, and then they're like, "Wow, what is this?" You know, because I mean, I'm not. You know, these are meat eaters. What is this? And I go spam, and then they go, "Fuck you."
Ew.
What's pork? It's
Spam.
all it is pork. Have you looked at the
Ew.
ingredients? It literally
Yeah,
has.
I think I'd rather have the trick
It
kits.
literally
We're
has 3 ingredients.
no. And this is where you and I were going to part our
Have you
on.
been to Hawaii?
I have
Okay.
not, but spam is like
The
negative
best.
culture. Ugh. Okay, I look at you different, E Rich,
Fried
and I
spam
look
is
at
not.
Ann different.
Listen, you can cook it on the open flame on the stove, like, and it like, what do you call it? Like, rises up. And I don't know what Peter's doing with his thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah.
I'm a little confused
Look,
by that. I
look,
do want to say
Rocket,
hi to
he's
Vinny and
from
Merry
Arkansas.
Christmas.
No, Peter's
It's
doing
different out there
opposite
in
day.
Arkansas.
That's okay. He's doing opposite day apparently, because he obviously has not tasted my barbecued like pineapple
I
delight.
I think that experimenting with
Is
spam
that how
always is good.
I love how it's marketed. My pineapple delight, not my pineapple spam.
Yeah, it's like
Hey,
Iceland and Greenland.
Peter, Merry Christmas. Y'all guys catch up. I wish you Merry Christmas when it happens, I guess. Thanks for the invite as well. How we doing?
Pete's not okay over there.
It's spam, like ew.
Ruckus, it'll be okay. It's not like I'm asking you to marry a left wing tree hugger. It's just a meat.
And I'm actually vegetarian or pescatarian anyway, so I just make it for other people to eat. Yeah, because I know it's delicious. I
Yeah,
used to
if
eat.
the pescatarian is good with it.
Yeah, I used to eat all of that, but I don't anymore, and I haven't for a while. Won't go near pork, but yeah, no, but yeah, other people, I know how delicious it is, but yeah, that's all right.
It's like here scrapple is pretty big. You ever heard of that?
I don't know what that is.
Exactly. It's like spam. You don't know what it is. It's scrapple. It's like
All right.
Anyway, you guys were at the top of my list, and now you're like, you know,
If that's how I fall from grace, I'll take it.
well, you're not Satan or anything. You're not totally, cast to heaven, to earth, but you're, the donuts were
Ruckus.
fine, but it's like
That's once every 6
below the
months.
regular standing of a lawyer.
there's no second date now. I'm just letting you know, like we can be friends.
Oh god.
There's
I'm being
You
cheated
have to
on here.
talk to my husband about that.
no second date. Sorry.
Very disappointed. Ruckus, have you never eaten spam out of a can?
I've never
That is
eaten spam.
You did serious.
No,
Well,
I've never eaten spam.
as
I've
far
eaten
as I'm
hot
concerned,
dogs.
there are
But
two
have you ever
things
eaten
about
a hot
it. You
dog?
can look down on people.
I've eaten hot dogs. Yeah, they're delicious.
It's the same
It's
thing.
not. How dare you? How dare you?
It's a bad thing.
You know what? I rest my case right there. But literally,
Anna
Rich,
Maria,
right? Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say you nailed it. Like you took that's the best argument there is. Completely. Vinny, what's
See what happens
with
when you
that?
try to have an opinion.
Merry Christmas, Vinny. Much love from the other side of Australia.
Rocket decided to put his foot down and just got destroyed over it. He's like, I'm going back to side hopping where it's less painful.
Look, to be
Retreat,
honest, all I'm
retreat.
going to do was say Merry Christmas to Vinny.
Yeah, retreat.
I don't even give a fuck. I just felt like I had to engage, just for the sake of making conversation. And so that's where I threw my fucking foot in. And you know, it is what it is. I'm not a rich person, so I spam. It is what it is, you know. Like sometimes you just gotta eat spam out of the can, you know. It's
You're
good.
storing your riches in
Anyway,
heaven, Pete.
Spam out of a can. What kind of room are you running here?
It
What, you
comes in
don't
a
like?
can, Ruckus.
Okay, what about sardines? Are those okay?
That's disgusting.
How
no,
about
yeah,
Sardines?
I agree with Ruckus on that.
Oh my god.
What about Vienna sausage? That's disgusting too, right?
no? I'm here for that.
What about corned beef?
Corned beef, yuck, disgusting. What the fuck, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, corned
Okay,
beef. That's where I draw the line, actually.
you like tuna though, right? Tuna's okay, like a tuna sandwich with mayo.
No.
No, kind of not. Salmon is okay. Tuna is not okay.
Hold on, you
Salmon,
don't
you
like
gotta do.
tuna with salmon?
Tuna's so gross.
No, there's nothing wrong with tuna per se, but the amount of like what's that fucking heavy metal? Mercury in tuna compared to
Yeah.
salmon. Like you should be eating salmon if you're
Why
going to
do
be
you know
eating
that?
tuna. You know. Look,
Well,
there is a reason for
tunas
this,
are
and
bigger. Sorry, I'm like cutting to the chase.
I'm disappearing
Yeah.
now. Eat salmon, not tuna. Fucking stop big tuna. All right, stop giving
There's
them
so
money.
many good commercials in the last like 5 minutes, Mike, that you should cut together for applewood bacon, for spam, for tuna, for salmon.
Yeah, I think these
If you don't want to get
conversations
the
will,
tuna, I'm gonna fucking kill you there. Like,
I think these conversations will eventually ruin Ruckus's plans on becoming a publicly elected official. They're gonna find these and be like, "Oh, look at this, Ruckus."
Speaking of which,
my
though, Ruckus, I
question.
think you would make a very good public official. You're
Yeah,
very measured, and you're like you listen to people when they talk and like respond to what they actually say, as opposed to like responding in a way, whatever way you want to turn it into. So I'm always very impressed with that about you. By the
Seriously,
way,
just have a prepared statement for your pronouns. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
he's a,
Rich, you
he's
can
a
be.
great work husband. You know,
yeah.
Basically, why Liz is cheating on me with him, you know?
I would
Rich,
never cheat on you, Peter. I would always ask first.
Rich, you can be on my
You wouldn't.
cabinet. Okay, I'll need you on my. I'll need an advisor. So, absolutely.
Look, it's already happening. This is a running plot now. It's too late. You know, it is what it is. I'm accepting. If anyone, you know, like, I'm glad it's Ruckus, not Mike. Put it that way. Goodbye, Mike.
Fare thee well.
I wouldn't do that on Christmas, Peter.
And yet it came to light today. Of all days. No, it's good.
Hey, on weird news or other news, on like personal news, I think I just minted my first contract on Manifold. And when I
Ooh,
say I
what's
think,
manifold?
I'm not quite sure. Like I think I did. I don't know. Like I'm kind of like right at the end of it. It looks like I did, but I think I have to like list it on places, and I don't know. There's like an extra step now, so I ran out of time today, but yeah, man, it's happening. Because once I've done one,
Yeah.
that's it. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, I'm just
Mm-hmm.
gonna do more. So like I'm very excited. I'm just
Yeah.
like, fuck, and I promised to go do this dinner tonight, which is fun. If not, I would just be sitting here, and which is good too, and probably minting photos after photos. But I have all day tomorrow to do that. You know what I mean? So
Are you going to the dinner?
am I what?
Are you going to the dinner?
Yes, I'm going to dinner. Yes, yeah. I'm literally just my nails have just dried. I just because I use press on nails because that's just the type of person I am.
So
Yeah.
I've had the gel nails since Thanksgiving, so I totally feel you.
No, I mean I wear them for work because, to be fair, I make 10% more when I wear them. I mean they're actually functional for me, but I also like the way they look, and I can change the color like in 5 minutes if I want. So
Don't the
How do
Yeah, I
you use
use it. I
press
use
on?
my nails. I honestly with press on, it's more like an accessory. Like some outfits are you need to wear nails, and some outfits, you don't need to, so you don't. So, and I've learned how to type with
Yeah,
them,
but
so we're good.
press-ons, like, really? I am taking the piss, by the way. I actually have no fucking issue with that, by the way.
Yeah, I'm like, oh yeah, all right, yeah,
But
okay. If anybody has a
press-ons,
problem with it, I'll send you my Venmo, and you can send me like I don't know, like 60, $70 a week, and I won't. I'll refuse to. I'll get the real ones on. I'm down. You know.
Go ahead, Vinny.
Yeah.
I could have just played the game, but no, actually, I do have something to say. I don't know if it's just me. This is also an unrelated topic, but I've definitely been in this space too much because I've been influenced by Dan slightly. So going back to, I don't know if this is just me, but does anyone else find themselves monologuing situations in a monotonous tone occasionally? I've been doing that
Yes.
occasionally now.
He
Where
does.
did I get that from?
Welcome to the Syndicate. Today we are talking about press-on nails and strip of rolls in this dive bar that Vinny has decided to attend to. What will Michael order for a drink? We don't know. But at the end of the day, does it really matter? Because there's a duck in the corner of the bar that is looking at us in a very disgraceful and very judging kind of way. The duck happens to have a six-pack on his chest for some reason. I don't know why. It's just the lyrical flow of things, the words going this way and that way. And Dan is sitting in the corner listening silently while people imitate him, and he is not impressed. Dan, at this point, needs to speak up, take over, and tell people exactly the way that it is.
I accept all these great wishes and Merry Christmas to all.
What do you think? Dance is just some
That's it?
fucking.
Fuck!
You think he's just gonna dance for you? Is that what it is?
I'm not gonna dance. And
Like, that's all?
just dance for him. Just Merry Christmas, fucker. Go away. What do you want from me?
He
I don't
wants
know,
a,
man. I'm just like,
he wants a 5-minute set.
fuck. Merry Christmas to you too, Dan.
I'll be touching grass
What can I say, man?
tomorrow, and I'm gonna definitely film it for you. So just you wait.
I'm flabbergasted by that. Like, putting all that on the line, and it's just like, yep, Merry Christmas.
I like the idea that Dan rips into the earth and picks up some soil or the grass and throws it on the ground. Is this what you wanted?
I'm gonna get some good snow tomorrow. Maybe make a snow angel for Ann. Yeah, something.
No, to answer Vinny's question, I absolutely, mentally, since meeting Dan, that goes through my head a lot. Just the Dan voice. It's bullshit, but it is what it is, and sometimes it's more applicable than not. I cannot convey it in the same way that Dan conveys it. That man is the Dan, if you know what I mean. Like, he's the legend, the myth, the king of the Dan voice.
What
But
about Kiwi Dan? He
it
doesn't
has
get
an
none of
impact, man.
that.
What was that?
What about Kiwi Dan? Is he some sort of lesser Dan?
Oh, he's definitely a lesser Dan.
I agree 100%.
I'm gonna clip that and send it to him.
Do it. Because the thing is, the Dan voice, what I think of as the Dan voice, Dan Rockwell's monologue on things in general, is a very iconic and kind of immutable thing, right? It should be minted to the blockchain, so to speak. It's completely not imitatable. Like, I can't fucking pull it off for the life of me. As much as my brain goes down those paths of thinking, and sometimes I feel like, yep, I'm tunneling in on my inner Dan, I still can't nail what Dan does. And I don't want to try. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, there's part of me that's like, respect and credit where credit is due. And it's unique, like, it's one of the things. So
I feel shiny.
you should. And I still feel completely flabbergasted by it. It's just Merry Christmas. Like, of all things, just, Merry Christmas.
Well, no, I appreciate it. Merry Christmas. I didn't expect as much love there, Peter. You and I are supposed to be in a unicorn war, so we gotta get to each other's paint set, get ready to fight. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Merry Christmas. I look forward to doing more monologues, of course.
I mean, it is what it is. We can have our little fucking whatevers, and I'm still gonna respect. Like, I'll always respect. What is the best form of hatred? Fuck me, hatred. I'm gonna shut up now. I'm drunk as fuck. It is 9 a.m. and it's a good time to be drunk. Not gonna lie. Enjoying this break right now.
It's gonna be
9 a.m. and drunk. That's amazing.
I've been up since 4, man. To put it into perspective.
And then to put it into perspective even more, he's from South Australia. I mean, Western Australia. So that's just standard. It's like water.
Yeah, this is midday, basically. Not as impressive as it sounds, kind of thing. Not that it's impressive, because really it's kind of sad in a way, but it is what it is.
We've been hearing that a lot this week. Is what it is. I think we should
It is what it is.
We should call it something else. It was what it should be.
It was what it should be.
Or it was what it shouldn't have been. I don't know. It depends on the circumstance, I guess.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I would say maybe slow down if it's 9 a.m. Drink some water in between.
Now, this way gets too Christmas. You can go to sleep again, wake up, start all over again. It's like another Christmas altogether.
I've been doing that for the past 3-4 days, Mike knows about this.
Well, I'm going to have to sign off, guys, but Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Rich.
Merry Christmas.
Have a great day.
Merry Christmas to us all.
Yeah.
Merry good night.
I blame Ruckus.
Merry Christmas.
Because Ruckus started everything.
No, you.
He got Alaska mad. He claimed that Alaska prisons are bullshit compared to foreign prisons. Don't you agree with him too? Don't you agree with him too?
Would you say, Pete?
This is exactly what the problem started.
Yeah?
Yeah.
To be out on bail.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're not in reality, and it's offensive.
Don't get me started.
This is reality.
Wait, but no. I like your Alaskoshi. That's one of my favorite characters now.
Ruckus, can you give us an Indian accent?
No.
Disappointing.
I cannot.
It's like Shazam. If he does
like
that,
you haven't done it when we're not around. Come on. We know you do it in private when nobody's, like you say that,
It's. I was at a friend's house last night. They're Indian, South Asian, and we were having Indian food. And we noticed that they do the head thing, and they've been here 15 years. But with their friends, they do the.
Do the what? Rockets? Do the what?
The head thing. Like.
What is the head thing, Rockets?
You know what I'm talking about, Mike.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Dan, do you know
what
he's
talking about, Mike? You know what he's talking about, Mike.
Like
of all people,
I told
of all people, what does that mean?
You've been here 13 years. Why are you still doing that head thing? Knock it off. Right? The head thing, right?
What's the head thing?
Wow. Raucus is making fun of his Indian friends who do the head side to side, a snake thing when they agree.
Wait. You know.
Saying that you can't do American gestures.
Yeah, but he's saying that you've been in this country for 15 years. Why the fuck are you shaking your head like a king cobra?
No, you never said any of that.
Huh? Well, he
Mike,
sounds like an American white because he is an American white in spirit.
But Mike.
Doing it till
Ellie.
12.
You're not getting the narrative here. Mike's only hearing what he wants to hear, I think. That
I
side
want
to
to
side
point out.
snake shit.
I just want to point out, and I want to make it a very hard fact, that Mike has absolutely defined this head thing in his own terms, based on his understanding of what the head thing is. Ruckus, not Alice Goshi, what the fuck am I talking about? I'm still drunk as fuck. Ruckus did not describe the head thing at all. It was purely Mike. We
Yeah, I
only
want
had
to know what
Mike's.
this head thing is exactly.
You already described it, my friend.
Very confused.
Welcome to the Syndicate. Racist conversations in a broadcast, The Voice.
That's more
Mike, we
accurate.
had the King of Tennessee for like 5 seconds. He's gone now. But he was the King of Tennessee, and he stopped here to say Merry Christmas, goddammit. I know it.
I imagine Rock is sitting there like chuckling under his breath, looking at all these sideways bobbing Indian heads. He's like, these fucking...
Why are you still doing that?
I imagine you're just eating with your roti and you're just dipping your roti on the curry and then like, look at these fucking... Man, how come they haven't assimilated yet? Don't they know they're in Cincinnati?
To be fair, my friends from England, they still have their accents. They've been here 8 years. I'm like, why? Why do you still have that accent? Drop it. Just drop it. When they have another, so their friends came over to work at this company, and so the family came over, right? They were here for less than a year, and their youngest son, Jack, lost his English accent.
On that topic, how's everyone doing? Merry Christmas. You got a gentleman in the house, a fucking British geezer.
Yeah,
Imagine that
knock
I
it off.
just come in and you're talking about the English
Got a
accent.
geezer
I'm
in
like,
here.
boom, that's
Welcome,
my
geezer.
cue, right? I don't know any of you. How's everyone doing, man? Nice to meet you.
Good. How are you doing, man?
Yeah, it's Christmas Eve. Well, it's Christmas Day now. I went out to a mate's house. I've got shit to do today, so I can't get too blasted, bro. But yeah, everything's good, mate. How you doing?
Good. Where are you?
London.
You in the UK?
London, yeah.
London. Nice.
Yeah.
Rockets was just talking shit about London, and why don't they
I
use
know,
their
and I
accents when they
turn
come
up.
to North
It's like I'm the
America?
spokesperson. Who knows, bro?
Hey, I mean, the kid came here. The entire family had their accent. He dropped it. Like, he was here for 2 weeks.
Imagine that, though.
Come on,
You go into a room and someone's talking about his kid dropping his English accent. Like, it's a bit weird, right?
Yeah, that's a weird one, right?
Yeah, it's funny.
You'll have to forgive Rock because he's center right.
Nah, it's cool, brother.
Yeah,
I
not
don't
too
take
far on the
any
right.
offense. I think it's how is everyone doing? Where you guys at, man?
I'm from the Canada.
The Canada.
4 hours till Christmas over here.
Yeah, I like Canadians. I like Canadians a lot, bro. I think you guys are cool as fuck, bro.
Yeah, we're kind of like the brackets around the United States.
Yeah.
You know?
Do you know what's funny, right? I went traveling through South America, right? And all the Americans had Canadian badges sewn onto their like fucking backpacks. Like,
yes.
Yeah, it was hilarious, bro. Yeah, it's just like anyway, that's hate. But it was funny. I'm like, where you from?
Can you imagine you did so bad on a world stage that you can't?
Yeah.
You have to
the whole
culturally appropriate another country just to stay
just to
safe.
make sure you don't get like hatred, bro. Like, how mad's that? Like, that was crazy. I'm like, where in Canada are you from? Like, we're not Canadians. We sew Canadian badge onto our like.
Because that used to be England. Now it's the US, right? I wonder if
Yeah.
it'll be Canada next.
Yeah.
Like it's going north.
Like, it's mad, bro. Like, but like, there's history there as well, right? Like, yeah. But anyway, I don't want to get into like some fucking like vapid.
No, it's okay. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I think we can all agree that none of us are going to put on the Australian flag.
Fuck no.
All right.
Fucking Aussies. You know,
Wow.
do you know the history? I
Fucking
love the
wow.
Australians. Australians are cool as fuck, right? But like, you look at the population volume in Australia. Everything's around the coast. You can't live anywhere else, bro. You go inland. Oh, Peter gave me a thumbs down. Thumbs down. I bet Peter's from Australia.
No, you can live off the coast. It's a bit shit, but that's why the majority of us like to live there. Go ahead, Peter. Defend your turn.
Man, I'm from
Vinny,
fucking
you're an
South,
Aussie.
man.
Vinny, you're an Aussie.
Yeah, maybe. I have two nationalities, so it just depends on the day and how you ask. But at this point, yes, I'm an Australian.
I love the Aussies, bro. It's just, yeah, I do. Like, I think, like, oh, Peter don't like nothing. Peter, fucking glass half full, bruv. Glass half full.
I actually lived in Yorkshire for 10 years.
I don't even know how I found this room. Who do I know in here? Do I know any of you?
I don't know, but
You know,
I'm
And now I'm a dickhead. That's how much I know.
so you're a dickhead.
Yeah, I am, bruv. It's like, know thyself, innit?
You and me both, my friends. You and me both.
Yeah, it's like know thyself, innit, man? It's madness, bro. So how
it is what it is.
So if you're in Oz, this is it. This is Christmas Day, bro. You're ahead of us. Oh, all right. Do you guys like
Sadly, I
art?
want to say Merry Christmas to you, but you know.
What do you guys do in Web 3 then? Do you like art, BFPs? What's the deal? Like,
Anne's the artist.
Anne is the real artist, yes.
Peter's the artist.
No, Anne is the artist.
Anna? Anna?
Anna Mariah, yeah. You should see some of these latest
I
ones
know
that
her.
she's
That's
done.
how I ended up here. This is it. Yeah.
She's been taking these darker beach photos that are amazing.
Pin it up, man. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I'm putting them up now.
That's how I ended up here, through Anna, so you can blame her for having to deal with my madness, bro. Annie? Not Anna. Bro, that's a shot and a half, man. I like that a lot. How did you, Annie? Is it Annie or Anna?
Anne.
M.
Hey,
Anna
sorry,
Mariah.
it's Anna Mariah. You guys can answer that question. I'm so sorry. I snapped at you.
Anna.
No, I'm so sorry. No, I'm just.
No,
I'm
no.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm actually trying to get the wine and the food in the bag at the moment to head out the door. I will join you momentarily.
Okay, cool, man. I like the long exposure shot that you did.
Thank
With
you.
the bridge.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I think it's surreal as fuck, man. Quality. You know when you know people, how does this shit work? Like, I just checked and it's like, yeah, we're mutual followers, but it's like, I've never got to know that person.
It's mostly just talk shit. Get to know people, talk shit about people. If you talk good shit, typically good shit gets talked back to you. If you talk bad shit, typically bad shit gets talked back to you. I mean, like, that's just life, right? That's the way it goes. But we are in Web3, quote unquote, and Anne Mariah is the queen of photography with beaches. As far as I'm concerned, like, I've not seen other stuff like that. So, much love there. Much love to everyone here. I'm absolutely drunk, and I'm just going to say Merry Christmas to you all yet again.
Merry Christmas to you too, sir. I like this whole spaces thing where you can just jump in a room. You kind of know somebody half well, and I don't think Anna Maria we ever talked, but That's how I've ended up there. Like, and then from that, like, is it 6 degrees of separation? Like the whole world knows each other through like. Is that right? Is that what it's called? It's like
the one of the photos, or the six. What I think I jumped in too late on this one. I was listening.
yeah. So, are you guys photographers as well?
No, I don't think anyone here is. I mean, I mean, I guess maybe other people are, but are you a photographer?
Kind of.
Kinda.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a go at it.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I would. You know what? I really wish. Like, hold on. You know what? I'm going to do this because I have to step in the car right now.
No
I'm
problem.
going to follow you. Right. Oh, I'm following you already. Oh, we follow
We
each other
already, yeah,
already.
that's it, right? That's it. That's how I ended up here.
Oh
Like,
shit.
we've never spoken. Yeah,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Like,
Hi.
hi.
I was like, hold on a minute. Let me follow you. Yeah. Oh, well, thanks for coming into this room. These
Yeah,
are guys I hang out with when
cool.
you know, I just want to hang out, and they.
Yeah, I looked at your profile picture earlier today. That's what's mad. Like, I looked at it, like, because I thought it was intriguing. And then, yeah, like, but we've never spoken, which is cool. Like,
Well,
and then,
sorry, my first impression was, was like snapping at you there.
no, no,
I
it's
just feel
cool,
very
man.
comfortable in this room. Like these guys, I can
Yeah.
come in here in any mood and they accept me. So I just thought it was you know what I mean. I thought anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, came in Charlie Big Balls, like
Yeah.
fucking. No, it's cool. Yeah, no, yeah, no,
But
it's
anyway, but yeah. Well, thank you for coming up and saying that. Actually, it really means a lot, honestly, especially in this time, you know, where it's difficult to gauge. It's always difficult to gauge whether you're. It's not even on the right track because I feel I'm on the right track because I love what I'm doing. But you know,
yeah.
but you're always curious to find out if other people are enjoying it as well. So thank you very much for verbalizing that. Actually, yeah.
No, it's cool, man. I love. You know, it's weird, right? I have social anxiety, but I have a few beers and I love talking to people all of a sudden.
You're in
Like,
the right
it's
room, my
weird,
friend.
right?
You're in the right room.
Cool, man. Like, ideas make the world go round. Like, and like this is it. I was like, how have I ended up here? And then I was like, holy shit! But I looked at your profile picture earlier today. I was like, that's interesting. It looks a little bit like is it a Picasso? It like you see when the eye is slightly raised over the other eye.
Yeah, no, it's actually this. It's actually a photo of a selfie of my face, and then I cut it in half,
Through a mirror, yeah,
and
yeah.
then I push, you know, and then it's just a copy of that over.
Uh,
Yeah, actually,
are you Scottish as
on
well then?
on my
Yeah,
object,
like
I don't know if you do object or any of that, but on my object, I have the
that
big version of
Tezos.
it. Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I,
yeah,
and I just checked out. Like I remember seeing it. You've got Scottish inheritance, right?
yeah. I grew up in
Yeah.
Scotland. I grew up in Stonehaven. Yeah,
No way,
yeah,
man.
yeah. I grew up on Bath Street in Stonehaven.
Stonehaven. I don't know. Is that in Edinburgh?
No, Stonehaven is south of Aberdeen,
Aberdeen,
but
right?
north of Dundee. Yeah.
You're in Canada now, though. I can tell by the accent.
No, I'm not actually. I'm in Los Angeles right now.
No fucking way, man! I've got a very good friend, Chrono, who's in Los
Oh,
Angeles.
fantastic!
But you do have a Canadian accent a bit. This is
Yeah,
what I've
this is
learned.
what happens. No, this is what happens when you're born a Dutch person and have Dutch parents, but then
Ah,
they decide to move to Scotland when you're 2, and then you're brought up there, and then around 17 you go to Norway and have to go to an American school, and they all make fun of your accent. So
yeah,
then,
that's the
you
best
learn
thing ever,
real
man. You're a
fucking
mutt.
fast
Yeah,
to speak like an
yeah,
American,
yeah.
and
That's
here it is.
that's the best thing ever because now you've experienced all them different cultures. Like, yeah, I'm a mutt as well. Like, my dad's side of the family are Austrian. Like,
Yeah.
they fled the Nazis and went to
Yeah.
Chile,
Oh shit.
and
All right.
then yeah, my mum's side of the
That's.
family are Jensens, but they're Danish originally, like Jensens.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, getting to know those different cultures has probably made you one of the well-rounded uh, people on this planet because you can understand like the differences. If you've got Canadian culture,
Yeah.
then uh, Scandinavian, Scottish, like
Oh, it definitely gives you. I think it. I mean, I don't know anybody else's perspective on how they see the world, right? Because this is how I like. That's and everyone tells me, and I guess so. I guess I mean I am
yeah, it
mostly.
is. You're
So
you're
yeah,
you're
yeah,
lucky.
yeah.
You especially at a young age because that's when the brain's most
Oh
malleable,
yeah.
isn't it? So so like you're able to take in different ideas. Basically, that's what it comes down to. I
Oh,
think.
absolutely.
But also like the anchors that give you
Yeah.
stability. You've been able to sing those different anchors in different cultures and different languages, if that makes sense.
No, no, it does.
Like,
It actually does. Hold on a second. I'm just getting out the door. I might drop out for a
and,
minute. Is
and
anybody?
and also like meeting new people. Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah. Well, that's life, right? Life is good when you meet
yeah
new people.
yeah. But sometimes people don't get out their comfort zone and they never meet new
I
people.
know,
Like
I know. But I mean,
God, we
I
went
consider
deep.
it a
We
win.
went. We just went deep.
Oh, sorry. No, it's good. You're supposed to.
Yeah. Cool as
Especially-
fuck, man. Am I rugging?
All right, hey, I am going to drop to listeners because I have to get in my car and all that, but it'll connect me back in here. So yeah, lovely speaking with you. Actually, you know what I mean. It is. It's nice because a lot of times in those other rooms, photography room, it's different, right? You can't just be like, "Hey, I've never met you before," like talk to
Yeah.
me.
This
You
is
know
what
what I
I do. I
mean?
jump into
Yeah,
these
no,
rooms.
you did
Yeah,
it.
and
You did it
I
right.
think
You
it's,
did.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
I think it's cool as fuck, man.
yeah, man. It's like I'm personally always open to talk. So
Yeah,
it's just a matter of like catching people in the right space, I guess. You know what I mean?
yeah, cool, man. This is the beauty of it. Like I'm here, you're there, everyone's all over the world. We've all
Oh
got
yeah,
also got differing opinions on shit, and like I think it's cool, like
yeah, it
to
is.
to,
So
to have
where
these.
are you? Where are you? I didn't ask. Where are you actually?
I'm in London.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're in
so
London. Okay.
yeah,
All right.
like
I went to London one time when I was how old was I? I think I was like 14.
all right. Where'd you go, man? Where were you staying?
Yeah, yeah. We did the whole London Bridge. You know what I mean? Look at all the ships. You know that sort of thing.
Yeah, like
But,
the tourist traps. Yeah.
well, yeah, of course. We all have them, right? If you live in those
Yeah,
cities.
exactly, man.
Yeah, I have them.
Exactly.
I live in
Yeah.
Los Angeles. It's one big tourist trap over here.
Yeah, I know, man. I've been to LA. My older brother works for British Airways. Like,
Ah, okay, lovely.
yeah, so we get stupid cheap flights, man. Like, we pay 10% of the ticket price. We pay more in tax
Oh
than we have to pay for the ticket.
yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it's ridiculous. So when I was younger, he took me away with him. So he's cabin crew, innit? So
Yeah,
he
yeah.
used to take me away, and we went to LA.
Yeah.
LA's not my favorite. I
No, it's
love New
horrible.
York. Yeah, it is.
No,
It's a bit.
it's not.
It's a
It's
bit
not.
fucking like everyone
No,
thinks they're
I
somebody.
mean
There's like
it's
a big
nice.
ego. There's a big ego there, right? Like the
Yeah.
whole town has an ego.
Well,
It
yeah.
was. It was like Jesus. New York. New York's my favorite place that I went to in the States. Like,
Ah.
yeah. Like New York still has an ego, if that makes sense. But
Well,
like,
New York. Listen, New York is New York. New York is
yeah,
like New
yeah,
Orleans.
it's fucking
It's a
yeah.
character now. It's a
Yeah, it
person.
is fucking brilliant, man.
You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
like when you go and photograph New York, you're not photographing buildings. You're photographing like personalities. You know what I
culture.
mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's so fucking like everyone has a defensive mechanism, but once you get to know them, they're cool as fuck.
Yeah.
Like once they
Yeah, yeah,
realize, like everyone's like their first reaction is to be defensive, and then you get to know them, and they're the coolest people you ever meet in the world.
No, well, I mean that's just life, though. I mean that's just humans. We have to listen. You know, we can't just be
Especially in
friendly to
that
everybody.
concentration. Yeah, like if
It's
you
a
have that many
survival.
people. Yeah,
It's
yeah,
literally survival.
yeah,
If
yeah,
we were like
yeah,
that, we'd
yeah.
be dead. You know what I
And
mean?
it's like London. This is what it reminded me of London a lot. But I also like Chicago, and I also like San Francisco. San Francisco's hippie town, bro. San Francisco.
Oh yeah.
It's just like so liberal, man. It's like shit. They never got out of the 70s.
Wow. Huh. Well, you should. I was gonna say, have you ever? Yeah. I mean, I love to listen. I grew up. You know where I grew up, right? And
I
and
don't.
I'm not a
Yeah.
spring chicken either. So
Uh,
it's where we grew up. It's very, very. It's not free in love and all that shit. You know what I mean? It was very much the opposite of that, actually. So it's kind of nice to be in a place where it is. You know what I
it
mean?
shows you when you get too liberal how that can be dangerous as well, right? It's like it's yeah. And then
Yeah,
you
I
got
mean, listen, the extremes are always dangerous, right?
yeah, exactly,
So whatever that
yeah,
extreme is,
100%, yeah,
yeah,
100%,
yeah.
100%, man. Fuck, so nice to meet you. I love conversations like this, man.
All right. Hey, listen, I'm actually going to start driving now, so I do have to pop down to listener, or I have to not talk.
All right,
But, yeah, wonderful
all right,
talking to you, and hope to talk to you again, maybe tomorrow.
absolutely, man. Likewise, a pleasure,
I'll
a
be on
pleasure.
Spaces, like, all
Yeah.
day tomorrow and all night, so.
All right, cool, man. I might catch you. Like,
All
yeah.
right, guys.
All
Okay,
right,
see you.
yeah.
Okay, bye.
Take care. Bye.
Merry Christmas. Okay.
Merry Christmas. How is that, man? Just come into a room, start having a chat. Sorry, I kind of took over the whole fucking space. Uh,
Hello, Edward.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Just set my
Merry Christmas to you too, sir.
all two young kids down to bed. One of them could barely keep her eyes closed. She's so excited. She's 5 years old now. So just wanted to pass on the blessing that is living through your children again, believing in Santa yourself again, and hope everyone has a Merry Christmas and a great night, because I've had a great night myself.
I actually don't celebrate Christmas.
Merry Christmas. All right, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, man. Don't listen to him, man. Merry Christmas.
Well, he doesn't celebrate Christmas. Well, heathen doesn't celebrate Christmas. Christ, it's Christ Mass.
Tell him, Marcus.
Merry Christmas, man.
Okay, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Christ Mass.
What you guys think about water bottles?
What?
They waste too much plastic, man. I don't like them.
Not sure what I stumbled into here, boys. Thought it was a good space. It sounds like shit, to be honest. So Christ is King, and I'm going to enjoy Christmas with my family. Take care.
You too, man. Peace, man.
All right, Merry Christmas.
Have some respect, bro. This space is cool.
It is cool.
This honestly, I think I found my soulmate.
Did he just like rage quit?
He came in here and just spent toxicity, the negativity.
Yeah, quit.
Can't take it, man.
Yeah, fuck that, man.
So what you guys doing for Christmas and the holidays?
No, I'm not even a big Christmas fan either, but I'm going to a mate's. Right. What are you doing, man?
Ratio. Hey son, what are you doing, man? Get back.
Excuse me? Nice head of him, bro.
Charlie, get back. Sorry, that's my son. Fuck off, Charlie.
Chris Cowley. Father of 4. Cycling nerd. Listen, you're a cycling nerd. All right. I did the end-to-end in the UK.
No.
You know what that is? Yeah. I did John O'Groats Land's End in 12 days. We did 1,000 miles in that week, bro.
Sheesh. Man, you an animal.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's amazing. I want to hike it. I want to hike it instead of doing it on a bike.
It was the hardest thing I've ever done. On day 3, I hit the wall, innit? Like, anyone who's done anything endurance-wise, like, you hit the wall. On day 3, my entire body's telling me to stop. My brain's telling me to stop. I had to sleep. I slept for 20 minutes and then got back on the bike. After that, I was off. Like, it was cool as fuck. No problem. But when you hit the wall, it's like fucking so hard, bro. Yeah, the wall. If you ever test yourself to the extremes, you're going to hit it. And it's what you do at that point.
Just about smashing through it, man.
Yeah. It's hard, though. Easy to say,
that
hard
wall
to
is
do.
an obstacle, not the end, you know what I mean?
Easy to say, hard to do. It's still one of my most vivid memories, that day, man. Oh.
You know, when I give birth to my son, I thought the same thing, man.
Very difficult.
That's a real achievement, Ian, man.
Yeah,
I
you
can
know, in
relate.
Fight Club, they say how much do you know about yourself if you've never had a fight. I kind of thought about it like that when I sort of philosophized on it. I was like, how much do you know yourself if you've never put your body through that extreme? Like, how much do you?
It's so true. I just want to
Yeah,
jump
it's just
in
about,
and
you know,
say, yeah, dude,
all the
that's
chippies, no?
right. I don't know if I'm my rug gang. I don't know. Anyway, hey, I definitely want to have a conversation with you in deeper with this because I hike. So, yeah, dude, you hit those. There's walls. There's so many walls. There's walls that you don't even know that you have. Like, that's how it's incredible to have this experience.
Hard. It's yeah. It's weird. Hard.
How did you shit?
So we stayed in youth hostels, and my dad drove a Chrysler Voyager as a backup vehicle. So we did it like that, and I did it with this geezer called Adam. And yeah, it's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, man. 12 days of doing that shit, bro. Right. Very fucking right. I've done 90 to 100 miles in a day, no problem. But then you can rest the next day. When you're doing it for 12 days solid, and you know what? The thing you don't think of is how fucking sore your ass is, bro. Sat on a rigid road bike.
Well, I know what a sore ass feels like, man.
Yeah, and you know what we ended up
My
eating?
daddy.
All we ended up eating is pasta. Like, if I didn't eat pasta, I couldn't do it. Right? I worked out that all I wanted was pasta. I tried eating heavier foods. Nothing come close, bro. Do you guys want to see the photo of the end?
I want to see your ass. Show me your ass, man.
Hey, fuck you, bro. Do you guys want to see the photo of like Land's End? I did it. I fucking did it, bro. I know I did it. I had my dad. He was there as well. You know why I did it though? I did it for a charity. I lost my mum in 2006. I would never have done it otherwise. It's my greatest accomplishment. It is. It's my greatest accomplishment, bro. I don't think I've tested myself anywhere near that, bro. 1,000 miles in 12 days. Like, it's all good taking the piss, rah-de rah. I did it.
Yeah, man, that's it, man. You live that experience for the rest of your life.
Yeah, gives me
You got
that
under your locker, under your belt.
yeah.
I'm
It's
proud of
cool
you,
as
man.
fuck. It's cool as fuck, bro.
Whoa. I can't believe they're together after all the shit they've been through.
Who?
My ass cheeks. So does anyone here like children? No comment, man. I've got 4 kids myself. Harry, Charlie, Barry, and Paul. Each one of them different from the other. Don't tell them I like Paul the most, though. Tee.
Are any of them cycling nerds?
I'd say Barry. He's got a nice I mean, he's a good cyclist. So what y'all guys doing over the holiday, man?
Eddie!
We were post offices, still cars. What the fuck do we know about antiques? Kitty, get back in the car, mate. You guys ever watch Lockstock?
Yeah, man. You know that.
Chili, get
Chili.
back in the car, mate.
Get back in the car now. Chili, lad.
We were post offices, still cars. What the fuck do we know about antiques?
We've
So
both
who we
post
so
offices and
yeah,
cars. What the fuck do we know about antiques?
so who are we doing this for?
So who are we doing this for?
You know, because you need to know. Is this one of those James Bond things? Is this one of those on a need to know basis?
Edward, do you have schizophrenia?
Probably. Fucking, I've got some sort of schizophrenia.
I've got my hand up. Can someone let me speak, please?
I don't know what I got, bro.
Alan, take the stage. It's your time to shine.
Handmade in Italy, hand stolen in Stepney. It's as long as my arm, or wishes as long as anything else. If you can't see value to here today, you're not shopping, you're shoplifting.
God.
Low.
Yo, Raucus, where have you gone from?
US.
Right, left, fucking left leg. The body will move, they call it walking. It's no good standing there like 1 o'clock half struck.
Guys, can we play a little game of hide and seek?
Let's do it.
I'm the seeker. Hide. You've got 10 seconds. 1, 2,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, ándate, huevón, cállate la boca.
Edward, you better hide.
No way, mate.
Edward, I'm going to tickle your toes.
Cállate la boca, huevón. What, you don't think I can speak Spanish as well? ¿Qué dices, huevón? ¿No crees que va a hablar español? Oh, well, that's you just spitting out vowels, yeah. I can actually speak the language. You should
y'all
told me
She-Hulk?
more. Huh?
Did y'all like She-Hulk?
She-Hulk?
Yeah, man.
What's She-Hulk?
She-Hulk.
Hulk?
What? Bulls? Why are you talking about bulls?
Fucking hell. Right. Jesus Christ. You guys don't make sense. Like, yeah, random.
Right, Edward, I'm gonna think of a song, and you've got to name it.
Go for it.
My back.
Go for it.
I'm on night shift right now. Be quiet, man. Edward, you're a photographer?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I know a photographer.
All right, cool, man.
His name's Dan Mackay.
Okay, he's a Scotch geezer then.
Sorry?
Mackay, right. Don't matter really. Yeah, you go look at my website. That's my work, bro. Like,
wait, who?
Mackay. Right.
Who
I
asked?
was asking. Huh?
I said, who asked?
He goes, "Are you a photographer?" I said, "Yeah." He goes to me. He knows a guy called Mackay who's also a photographer. The fuck's wrong with you, bro? You're mad.
I'm literally talking about bed sheets right now. What are you on about, man?
I'm talking about you chatting shit, bro. He asked me a question.
Don't get dirty with me, fam.
Well, you've interrupted, and it's
Edward, man, chill, man. Come on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but exactly. I'm just pulling him up on it. He's the one who started getting fucking
Edward,
rary.
man. Hey, come on, man. Yo, Alan, come on, man. Chill, man.
So who?
Oh,
Yeah,
come on,
you
bro.
asked me a question. What the fuck's wrong with people?
Let the man talk,
bro?
man. Let Edward talk.
What stuff? So anyway, cool. I don't know your boy,
Edward,
Mackay.
shut the fuck up.
But yeah, I am a photographer, bro, and a digital artist. That's cool, bro.
That's crazy, man.
So how's things going for you guys?
So, Edward, what's your hairline like?
What?
What's your hairline like?
You're a scouser.
I'm not a scouser. What are you on about?
What you on about?
I'm actually Irish. Sorry.
No way. You serious? Okay, you're either Derry or Belfast. You're Derry. 100%.
From the southern part of Derry.
Derry.
Southern Derry.
All right, cool, brother. I went.
We land
Do you
for
know
Gloucester,
Do you know the
sauce.
Coyle? Do you know Joe Coyle? He's a Derry boy. One of my mates. I studied in Manchester, innit? We used to run.
Is he the DJ?
Nah, the Coyle. Joe Coyle. He's fucking.
Did you say dirt bike?
No. Listen, we worked at the Britannia Hotel.
Come on.
Bar Road in the
I don't know what you want.
Hotel.
Honestly, man, I just work at Uber.
All right, cool, man. All right, cool. Yeah. Maybe
I'm an Uber driver trying to make an honest living.
Good, cool. Fucking, I always get on with you boys as well. I was a Cockney in Manchester and a student. It was cool as fuck,
Wesley.
bro.
Edward.
You know what he used to call me? He used to call me Eddie Spaghetti. Eddie Spaghetti, what's happening?
Edward, you've got serious mental issues.
Eddie Spaghetti, what's happening?
Edward.
Bro, you think I got mental issues? Jesus, you want to get to know everyone else, bro. What's happening?
Edward, I want to know you intimately.
Good. I don't even know myself intimately, bro. But I think.
Are you gay or straight?
I think I'm straight. Right. I went through a phase though when I thought I might be gay, but then I realised I like pussy too much, and it's like, no, I'm straight.
Did you touch a man's bum and thought, this is not for me?
No. But I did question myself for a bit. I was like, and that's cool as fuck, right? When you can fucking like pull yourself up to reason and like go, be true to yourself, right?
Yeah, well, I'm a devoted Christian, so I don't agree with
You're not
gays
Christian. If
and
you're from
lesbians.
Derry, you're Catholic.
Nah. I'm a Scouser, you see.
No way, bro. You just gave yourself away, man.
I'm a Scouser. I'm from Scousland.
Yeah, fucking terrible.
Edward, lads, come on now.
Calm down, calm down. Yeah, give us a Kavasi and Coke.
Nigga.
Give us a Kavasi and Coke. Yeah, like it. No, it's funny. It's
What's
quite
your
funny.
favourite film, Edward?
You're gonna really think badly of me if I tell you Shawshank, right? I think that's.
This is what I think of Shawshank.
But
And yes, I farted down my phone.
but I also think like Ciudad de Dios, City of God. I've got like a top 10, and you can put them in any order you want. So Ciudad de Dios, City of God, the Brazilian film. Goodfellas is in there. I'm gonna go Pie as well. Uh,
Edward,
what?
when?
Then what?
When did I ask? Hold on, I'm just getting a call. Hello?
Maserati 500, Terry Tips, talk to me, talk to me. You don't talk business with Terry Tips. You're whining, you're dining, and then you take 240 if you're lucky. This is shit, this is shit. How old are you, bro? 5 years old? Is that what you fucking come down to? Terry Tips, talk to me. Chris? Terry Tips,
What
talk
the
to me.
fuck happened there?
Maserati 500. You
Why
don't
did you
talk
leave
money.
me?
You don't talk money with Terry. You're whining. You're dining. How many megabyte things are you wanting? You see that? This is what you do, bro. You're using a soundboard. Use your own fucking headset.
Edward,
Can't
nobody
fucking
knows
deal
my
with it.
name.
That's right. Can't deal with it. What's wrong? Can't deal with it. Can't deal with it. Come on, bro. Look.
Alan, please
Is this
stop.
what you have to fucking resort to?
My kids are asleep.
Yeah, exactly,
Sorry,
bro.
mate. I
This is
don't
what you
mean
got
to
to
wake the
resort to.
kids.
This is what you got to resort to. Jesus Christ! Say
Yeah,
hello
man.
to your other brain cell for me, bro.
You got him. You got him. You totally got him.
He can't fucking talk for himself, bro.
So, Edward, how old are you then, mate?
I'm 42.
How about you, Edward? How old are you?
What does it matter?
I'm just want to get to know you.
You tell me how old you are first, son.
13.
Fucking get the fuck out of here, man.
I'm not really. Don't worry. I'm 24.
Of course you are.
What? Why is that funny?
Because you're not 24. 100% you're not.
Guess what age I am.
40. I think you're about 40.
I'm 38.
Right, but I think you're about 40, if not older.
No, I'm 38. Born August the 58th, 1941.
You can't even do a proper Cockney accent either.
It's because I'm Irish. Sorry.
Can't even do a proper
Come on, Edward,
Cockney
mate.
accent.
Don't criticise the accent.
I'm Irish. I'm Irish. I'm Irish. I'm also American, but I'm also a Scouser. But I'm also from.
Scouse accent's my favourite accent in the whole
Is
of
it? Yeah.
the UK.
That's mad, though.
I think it's my favourite, man.
Why
And
is that
also they
mad?
got banter. They got banter as well. They're funny as fuck, bro. like they got the banter to go back with it as well, and they think outside the box was as cool as fuck as well, bro.
Yeah, man.
I think the Manx, they got the banter, but they ain't got the way Scousers can fucking think. Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, man. Fucking funny, aren't we?
No, I said the way you think. I rate you as a fucking.
Where are you from, then, lad?
I'm London, innit? But I studied in Manchester. I went uni in Manchester for 4 years. So I'm
Wait a
up
minute,
north.
I don't believe you.
Yeah. No, it's true. You can
No, it's
check
right,
it.
to be honest, lad. You sound like a fucking liar, lad.
A what?
You sound like a liar.
Don't seem very trustworthy
A
to me.
liar. A liar.
Lad, you don't know. You're talking about all these bicycle ships, lad. You're fucking lying to me.
Nah, mate. I've got a Bachelor of Arts and a Bachelor of
Show me
Social
that red
Science.
arse, then.
Lighted. Give you a fucking lighted, you dickhead.
How old are you then, Edward?
Pardon?
How old are you then, lad?
Don't matter. Don't matter how old I am, bro.
Why doesn't it matter, lad? Come on.
Why would you want to know? Why does it matter to you? Why are you so fucking interested, bro?
This is an honest speech, Edward. You can see
How
what
old do you think I am? All right, let's turn it around. How old do you think I am?
I'd say 37.
Very close.
Come on, Alan. Get it. Take a guess.
38. I'm 38.
42.
You're 46?
No.
Fuck me, bro. Like, I still feel like I'm an 18-year-old, though. I haven't grown up.
Same, lads. It's mad.
Innit? Like, I'm
Yeah.
coming up to 40, bro. It's like, what the fuck?
Your hairline must be fucking. Oh, my.
Coming up to 40, mate. I
Your
still feel
hairline
like
must be absolutely insane.
I still feel like I'm an 18-year-old, bro. How
Same,
mad
lad.
is that, bro?
Feel like I'm 19 still.
Yeah, I feel like that, bro. I haven't grown up. I haven't. I'm Peter Pan. I ain't grown up, bro.
Hey, don't
It's
say
that.
that, lads. Fucking schools, lad. Careful.
All right, look after yourself, bro.
But nah, Edward, where you going, lad?
Edward, if you continue with this aggression, I'm gonna have to remove you.
What are you chatting about?
Just calm it down.
Did he get removed?
I don't know what happened to him then. You were being rather aggressive, though, Edward. I do admit.
Huh?
You starting to become a little bit aggressive there towards
Was
the
that
back
all
end
right?
of our
Cool. I didn't
conversation.
mean to. Yeah. All right, cool.
I felt
all
a
right,
little bit intimidated by such a stern man as yourself.
I didn't mean to, bro.
No worries.
You know what it is, man? It's one of them ones, bro. You just got to be careful, innit? Like, I don't know.
Alan, have you got anything to comment on global warming?
Yeah, I think
no,
we're
that's
screwing
another
the
thing.
planet
I
up.
don't believe
Like,
it.
if you look at the graphs, like from the Industrial Revolution, like, go have a look. Like, we've been pumping CO2 into the atmosphere, and we didn't think it's going to have some sort of effect.
Why
Like,
does he keep getting kicked?
pardon?
Alan?
Can you stop removing me, please?
Why does he keep getting kicked? We're having a nice intellectual conversation here.
No, it's cool, bro. Like, say what you were going to say, please.
So, do you think you could put your penis in a bottle of water?
You know, when you say something like that, it says more about you than it even says about me, bro.
I just asked the question.
That don't mean I have to fucking answer it. Like,
Well, this is an honest,
you think like you ask me a fucking question.
So,
What
Alan,
have we done?
can you do this?
Hilarious, bro.
Depends. Sometimes I probably could, but others
No,
no
you
bother.
asked me about global warming. No, let's get back to fucking like intellectual conversation without this dickhead coming in with put your cock in a glass of water. Like, what do you think?
I think the polar bears are fucking chat shit, lad.
I know. Them dickheads up there again. It's the fucking polar bears as usual, isn't it?
Yeah,
Trying
man.
to rule the roost.
Fucking need them in the head, lad.
Just because they live in the Arctic, they think they've got it hard.
Yeah.
Polar bears. Do you know there's no penguins in the Antarctic? They only
Yeah,
live
they're in
in
the
the
South Pole, aren't they, lad?
No, they're all in the
Or the
North
North Pole
Pole.
or something like that. I'm gonna ask.
Yeah.
It's
There's
mad, that.
no. It's like what you got against the Antarctic. Like what's wrong? It's the same sort of
So
environment.
what football club do you support, Edward?
I'm a Man United supporter, bro.
And you're from London?
Yeah, imagine that, bro.
Jesus.
I used to play as well, but that's why I went Manchester. That's why I went. Like I went up there. Like I got in, obviously, but I went up there because that's when my team was. Main decision, like going to uni.
Smart,
Go
that.
apply to Manchester, bro.
I'm
That's the main reason I did it, bro. Like it's a
I'm
good
a fan,
uni.
I always fan myself.
You know Fallowfield. I lived in the tower, bro. You know Fallowfield, Owens Park. I lived in the tower, bro. Yeah, I lived there, bro. And the only reason I went there was because like my fucking football team's up there.
That's crazy.
Yeah, how mad is that, bro?
Yeah, it's mad. It's a small world, isn't it?
Yeah, bro.
So, Alan, what team do you support?
I'm freaking out.
You know who do you support, Chris?
I support the mighty Everton FC, lad.
Good man. Rooney's the best player I've seen live, bro.
Nah,
Rooney, what a
I'm gonna have to
fucking
go with
player.
Cumdog.
That goal he scored against Arsenal, where he just picked it up, turns and shoots from about 25 yards, bro, and beats Seaman. Boom.
Yeah, it's a nice 17-year-old or 18-year-old body. Just
Yeah, he's
gliding.
17, bro, and he's already doing like England's number one. And Arsenal at that point in time, fucking amazing, mate. Like, that, yeah. I still think he was a better player than Ronaldo. I still do. And I'm so glad to see. What do you think about the RGs winning the World Cup? I was so happy to see Messi do it, bro. Because he's the greatest of all time now, bro.
Yeah, I think referring them to as RGs is slightly racially motivated.
Oh, shut the fuck up, mate. You know what I mean? Like,
Honestly,
fucking shut the fuck up.
I'm half Argentinian.
No,
I
I
see
was
difference.
well. I'm saying that I was happy for fucking them to see. I was happy for them to win it, bro.
You can't be calling them the RGs, though.
Yeah, the RGs.
That's.
You think that's what was wrong with
you
that,
go to
bro?
Buenos Aires and say that. Watch what happens.
Yeah, I've been to Buenos Aires, compa. You ever been to Buenos Aires?
Yeah,
I
but
did.
you never said RGs. That you'll die for stuff like that.
No, bro, I did. I brought it up with the geezer who runs the hostel. I was like, yeah, we won the Falklands War, mate. I did. I told him.
Edward.
I've been there as well. I've been Montevideo. I've been Santiago in Chile. I've been fucking Cusco, Lima.
Edward, do you know a man by the name of Wesley?
Who? Wes Brown.
Wesley Rondo, it is. He's been gone for 4 weeks.
We're on a search for him. He's just gone. I don't know where he's gone.
You just make sure you use the right carpet. All right, what do you think of Lampard up north with Everton? You think he's the geezer?
Yeah, he's got a nice patchy head.
Yeah, but you reckon he's the geezer, like, to fucking take you forward?
It's a bit too.
You got Richarlison as well. Richarlison's a fucking baller, bro.
We do not have Richarlison.
Who's got Richarlison?
That's Celtic. They picked him up last summer.
No, Richarlison's at Everton, bro.
Yeah. Oh shit, yeah.
You don't even know he's in your team. You don't.
I know, yeah. I just slipped my mind.
Of course it did.
Yeah, Richarlison should be good when we get the Prem starts again for us.
You don't support Everton, do you?
Yeah. No, I support Cheshire Oaks United, lad.
Right, mate. Don't even know what players you.
Calm it down again, Edward. Come on. But you've been told about this.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Calm it down.
Edward, yeah, calm down, dude. You're getting rather aggressive, and I'm feeling intimidated again.
I'm getting aggressive, bro. You want to see aggressive? You ain't see fucking aggressive, bro.
Oh, big scary Edward, calm down.
You're telling me to calm down because I pulled you up on something that you don't like.
But what did you pull me up on?
That you don't support Everton and you don't even know
Why don't I
Richarlison.
support Everton?
Because if I told you Richarlison, you were going, yeah, he's fucking
Can you
amazing.
just Google Richarlison and who he plays for right now?
Doesn't play for it. He plays for Everton.
Okay, can you Google that for me? Can you fact check yourself?
Does he move?
I don't know, Edward. You tell me.
You fucking Google it.
I've got no
I'm
fingers.
putting
I'm a
out this
war vet.
statement. You're meant to support the team.
I'm
Why?
a war vet. I can't Google. I've no fingers. Sorry.
Hey, you got leprosy.
Alan, help me. He's getting aggressive
And
again.
also, it's so funny. You tell me to calm down when I pull you up and stuff. You
Alan,
find it aggressive because I'm telling
Alan,
you.
he's getting aggressive.
You don't like it, bro. That's what it is. Ain't a man being aggressive is doing something you don't like. Yeah.
Just bystanders.
Oh, the host here.
Edward.
Oh, he's got.
I think he left.
Wow.
What? What's going on?
Where's he gone?
Oh,
Ruining it.
did you kick him? Did you kick Edward? Edward.
No, I think he left on his own.
Wow. What's your name, pal?
I think he had enough of cock and chat.
What's your name, dude?
So you want to attract funding?
That's your full name, your government name.
That's right.
Is that on the birth certificate? Hello?
What did I type in to get this up? Oh, no. So attract funding. What made you make the space?
Oh, we've been doing this for about a year now.
It's crazy the individuals you meet and
what do you need funding for? Hello,
Marcus, are you still there? Peterson. Hello.
No, they're not talking because they know better.
Why?
What do they know better about?
Exactly.
Wow. So what's your opinion on Edward? Attract funding. Hello.
There isn't one. Really.
I think you're holding back here.
Express yourself.
No, you'd have to be interested to have an opinion, right?
Oh, you got him.
Yeah. Okay.
You pesky
You
bugger.
have to rise above the level of care in order to activate opinion.
Do you think he had autism? Same.
What is wrong with having autism?
I just said, isn't it? I think you've got autism. You're special. You know, you're a level beyond.
Yeah, imagine this Marvel movie about superhero autists. That'd be pretty amazing.
Am I right? Lol. XD. Hey, man. Hey, E-Rich.
We're doing the Snapchat, where we all talk like we're in Snapchat.
I have never figured out how to use Snapchat.
Oh, no, Snapchat. You know, like Snatch, the movie with Brad Pitt?
Oh, Snap.
I ask.
Don't think.
Yeah.
Well, never mind. Is Ruckus still here?
He's here, but he's chosen not to say anything. He's trying to stay safe.
Should I also make that choice?
I would suggest if I could drop to this one.
Guys,
Peter,
come on.
Peter, are you still here?
Peter, I'll mute just so you can talk.
Okay, I'm gonna drop back down to listener.
No.
Is this Ian from Manchester?
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, but that was Edward.
Edward, yeah, the crackhead.
Rip.
See, Peter and Ruckus have learned. They're like, you know what? Staying out of this.
Like, I want to know, but it's kind of like a car wreck. Like, I just don't think I should participate. Plus, I'm listening to Big Brother, season 18.
Yo, Paul.
Yeah, I'm kind of what I'm doing is just inviting up the randos and like watching them fight with each other. It's kind of like watching bum fights, but on Twitter Spaces.
Hi, guys.
All right, I'm dropping down to listen.
Hey.
Talk to you soon.
Hey.
Oi, mate, Obico! Oi, mate, Goop Doo! You know what I mean? It's like a fucking Cockney Star Wars with like laser mouth.
I've said it, so I'll say it again. Can you please calm down with the aggressive tone?
Oh, choo choo, choo choo. I like it. Cockney Star Wars. How come they never had any Irish people in space? You know, you never really see it. Well, no, they had the engineer, I guess.
My arse. I just farted. Alan, where have you gone?
If you're just joining us, welcome to the Syndicate. Silence is golden. I'm dropping down to listener. We're listening to Snatch Chat. Snatch Chat is where one Cockney and they get upset at each other for both being of the same ilk. And it's interesting because they sound the same, they look the same, they talk the same. But because they were born in slightly different places, they're enemies. And I think that's a metaphor for what happened in certain countries where the local tribes were fighting amongst each other for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Just couldn't get their shit together. And so when a smaller power with less people came along, they were able to take over very easily because the people themselves were already fractured.
Can you care to explain what all that was, Paul?
Why are you being so, on a high horse on a pedestal towards us?
Guys like Rod Wave?
I like your waves.
Thanks.
Oh my god, my ass. Jesus Christ, my ass.
You've got an unusually large forehead, Paul.
So why is it attract funding? Like, why is he so such a douche? I miss Edward. I miss Edward.
Bring back Eddie.
Hello? If you're just joining us, this is the Syndicate. Silence is golden. I'm dropping down to listener. The Christmas special. You've been listening to Cockney Chat. That's right, Cockney Chat. Did you like Snatch and wish there were sequels? Do you love Guy Ritchie and love all of his criminally inclined escapades? Well, you're going to love Cockney Chat. It's like a continuation of Snatch, if nothing ever happened. And they just stayed inside their dorm room making soup. Let's hear what they have to say.
You're talking to yourself there, pal. Nobody's listening to you. Zach? Oh my god, he's verified. Zach, you pay for Twitter Blue?
Kill yourself. There was no need for that, man. Come on.
Hey, Zach, how's it going? Actually, you know what? That Twitter Blue feature that allows you to, Zach, that Twitter Blue feature that allows you to upload very long videos, that's actually a useful tool. That alone is very useful.
What was the tool?
To be able to upload 30-minute videos with Twitter Blue, that's actually worth it.
Oh, it looks like I'm the only non-plebe here that can do it.
Yeah. No, it's the ability to keep people in Twitter is like everything. And right now we can only do 2-minute and 20-second videos. So to be able to do half an hour, you could do a lot here, especially if you played with like a locked account and charge people a follow.
You have to get to 10,000 before I can charge. I have to get to 10,000 before I can charge to follow.
Oh wow, there's a charge to follow feature.
Well, you can monetize once you get to 10,000. You can't monetize until you get to 10,000.
Oh, interesting. I have to find a horror movie for Ali and I to watch.
Why a horror movie?
We like it.
Oh, we like it. Like you know for a fact that you both like it, or you like them and she puts up with it.
A bit more of that.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Like a cheesy horror movie or like a real horror movie?
No, like a real one.
Oh.
I don't imagine you watch horror movies, Raucus.
It's what?
I don't imagine you watch horror movies.
I mean, like I
don't have the voice of someone who does.
I don't, not really, but like if it's like Seven, stuff like that, that's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, like crime horror.
Yeah.
Ruckus sounds like the guy who would make it to the end of a horror movie, but looks like the guy that gets killed first.
Perfect. Wow.
The killer's probably so confused. Like, hey, wait, hold on. I was supposed to be killing the black guy. Why does he sound like a white guy? I don't get what's going on here. I'm really confused. Hold on.
And the zombies walk away from him when he talks. He's like, oh.
He like walks in on a white guy. He's like, damn it. Where's this black guy at? Like, I keep passing up on the white guys trying to get to him first because he's got to be the first one.
Wait, so Zach, is yours Shit, a vest.
Oh, sorry. E-Rich is now asking me about my Patagonia that I got. My wife bought me.
How come we don't have a picture of it?
No, it is.
I also got one.
No, it's the full
It's a-
sleeve. So the vest is for VCs. The full sleeve is for founders.
Okay, good, because mine's full sleeve too.
Thank
So
you.
I
Yeah.
got my sister Sarah got me a Patagonia, so I can officially a startup
Yeah,
founder.
Nice.
you lose material as you gain net worth.
Nice. This room is nice. See, I wanted one too, the full sleeve. So I feel like now I have my people, my tribe.
We're here for you.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
we're
you.
white and we wear Patagonia. See?
But I'm glad I was going to go with the full sleeve because I didn't know the difference. So now I know the difference. So
So
it's good like that.
I don't like my arms. That's why I went with the full sleeve. But that's different.
How do you guys like it? Like, is it warm? Is
I
it?
mean, the 30 minutes that I had mine on today was delightful.
Yeah. So it feels like do you feel like that's what you can wear like not as a winter coat, but
Yeah, it's a winter coat.
really nice.
I mean, but it
Depends
is
on
a
where
winter coat.
you experience winter. If you're
No, Zach, because it's 3 degrees in Arkansas.
yeah, I'm go ahead. Wear Patagonia for Arkansas winter. Have fun. I'll be wearing a couple more layers if I was in New York right now. -20, -27 wind with the wind chill.
Definitely.
But
Yeah.
if I was in San Francisco, I probably could wear it year round.
See this room? You guys are awesome. Hugs. Let's hug it out. Look at that. It's just
Ruckus, have you been drinking the eggnog?
not yet. I'm trying, but had kids are still up, so I don't drink when my kids are up.
I feel like we lost Peter to the eggnog.
He's still here.
How was
No.
Crow earlier today? I hopped in for a
Oh
little
my
bit,
gosh.
but
Zach, you missed it. He was in rare form. I
What
don't
does
know.
that mean for Crow?
I don't know. That's so I'm gonna take that. He was in rare form for me. For me.
What does that mean for
Yeah. Like no, hold on, Mike. Tell him how he came in. That was gold. Tell him how he came in the room.
Hey, all you motherfuckers. I heard y'all been talking shit about me. I've been talking to them in space, and now damn old don't even talking about shit about me.
But who? Who said who was talking who, Crow? Who did it?
Yeah, and I was like, I was talking shit. It was me.
It was like, but who told you that, Crow? I don't have to tell you.
He sounds like a young Boomhauer from King of the Hill.
I wish I understood that reference because Ruckus thinks it's really funny.
Wait, say that again. What you were saying?
And then he goes over and he kicks Mel B in the balls. Like he just
Yeah, upset at Melly B.
Wait,
because Melly B.
I thought they had each other blocked.
Yeah, he's been holding that one in for a while.
Wait, did he unblock her? Like, how are they in the space together?
Yeah.
As long as you're not host or co-host, you can be in the space with people you've blocked.
Oh, so they had it out finally?
It's like, sometimes when people have it out, it's like, just get it over with. But it's like, they don't really.
didn't really get there. There was no climax.
Like when I had enough of Crow, I just like went at it and then apologized and moved on.
There have been a whole lot of that's what she said jokes moments that I've just missed this little discourse. Just want y'all to know I've been laughing. Just apologized and moved on.
Well, just as long as you're not laughing at me and what I bring to the table, I'm all right.
That's what he said.
Exactly.
Sorry.
I can't tell if he's brilliant or not. It's hard to
It's really hard to pin down.
It is. Thank you. Thank you.
And I've heard him at other spaces, and because he's been making the rounds, really.
He also has a cult following, which I find is fascinating.
Who does?
He does
Bro.
have a fan base.
Does he really?
Yes. Yeah. They came in, didn't they? Didn't like 3 of them come in here?
Some guy came in and said, "Hey, I saw Crow here and I wanted to come up." I'm like, "Yeah, we were just talking shit about Crow." And he's like, "Huh? What?" Yeah, we're just talking shit about him. And then, we go back to Crow.
Oh, he's a new member too. Alice Scotia is on the bandwagon. So
They're going to
Wait, what did Alice Goshi say earlier?
I left the Syndicate chat because I can't have 146 messages between the morning, like in the first hour and a half of me waking up. It just messes with my equilibrium for the rest of the day. So I just left. So
Do you think I can leave?
yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Wicked.
Wait, did Peter leave too? Because I see he's been added.
Yeah, he left and I had him back because he had a fight with Alice Scotia.
Oh, they had a fight?
I think so. It's been long ago.
I don't know if it was a fight. I can't. What was being said were just random things that made no sense. I started reading them and I was like, I'm reading the typings of someone having an epileptic seizure as they type.
Well, do you know
I just
the
ignored
background?
it all.
Should we do the background? Mike, did you explain the background of Alex?
Maybe you have a butter soft voice. I like it.
Yeah, that's
Hold on, everybody. Let's
smooth
welcome
white
Alan.
guy voice. We love it.
Zachy has
ARP Cincinnati with the news.
Hey, Miss Rich, thank you for letting me come in here with y'all. Man, I love your app, what you're working on. You are phenomenal. I've been posting it on my tweets as much as I can. And Peter's amazing too. So I hope y'all just let me listen and let me chill with y'all because tonight's just been nothing but fuckery and I need a place to unwind.
This may not be the place you're hoping it will be, but I'm sure they'll let you stay.
Hold on.
As long as they're here.
I'll just stop speaking and then it'll be a good spot.
Oh, stop that! 'Cause I can't stay very long. I'm gonna have to pop in and out. But I did take a Benadryl already, so I'm gonna fall asleep here in a minute.
Hey, Elizabeth. Pitch, dispatch justice.
Don't make me do it on Christmas.
It's the best time.
Okay, Dispatch Justice is an app designed to provide access to an attorney live on demand during traffic stops. If for $5.55 a month or $55 a year, you too can have access to an attorney to guide you through your stop. Let Dispatch Justice be your legal backup.
That was dope. Thank you. Miss Rich, I love your app. Like I said, the last time you was on here and you went to sleep, I got to watch a massive fight break out and Peter had to start kicking people. It was like the most fun I've been on the space in forever.
Wait, what happened? I was definitely asleep.
So all these people started getting in there and they was like just hate speech on each other because they had some folks that were from like a different orientation or whatever you want to call that. Because I don't care what anybody does behind closed doors. You know what I mean? But like they were really being very out there blatant about what they want or whatever. And other people on the call were getting offended by it. So the people that were being really ridiculous started like this crazy hate speech and was like just calling them out by race, like saying very, very derogatory things. And Peter had no choice. He just had to start booting them. It was the funniest shit I've ever seen.
I was like deep sleep, I guess, at that point. I didn't know that. But thanks for letting me know. I don't think he's really here right now.
Elizabeth.
Yes, sir.
That was a really good 1-2 liner. Next time, I want the 1 minute pitch.
Okay.
The elevator,
Yes,
60 seconds, and the specific metrics you feel like are really necessary to get out, not just not just what it costs for a user, but like if it was an investor, what do you want them to know?
Yes, sir.
Also, even if you just did the same pitch slower, I think if you're enjoying it, we'll enjoy it.
That's what she said.
Yes. A good word to live by, right? If you're not enjoying it, how can the other person enjoy it, right?
Manish has entered the building.
Oh, hello, it's Manish from India. He's in
You
a
actually
different.
do sound just like him, so you.
Well, that's
you
my
do that. And Alan, thank you for your kind words, by the way.
I still think that Mike should do like an ASMR YouTube channel. Like Mike and Manish should do, or we should just do a syndicate, because think of all the different accents we have. And if we just had Chat GPT make up like a ASMR script, and we just had a syndicate YouTube channel where it's ASMR from
What is
different languages.
ASMR?
Autonomic sensory something. It's where, have you ever been talking to someone and they talk in a really low or slow tone of voice and it gives you like shivers down your spine? Like when Mike uses his very announcer voice, very slow and controlled, and says certain words, you're just like, I could listen to this all day. Manish does it, has it sometimes. Just YouTube ASMR.
I'm scared of what that's gonna bring back.
No, it's literally just people speaking, or like certain words or sounds, certain accents. It's different for everyone, but yeah.
Well, Miss Elizabeth, I could not think of a better product to have. I grew up in the hood, and man, how awesome would it have been to be on a traffic stop and be like, yo, officer, talk to my lawyer, like for real.
You need to have Alan bring you on the stage when you do your pitch.
I don't know what that means, but I appreciate that. I appreciate what you said. I probably that Benadryl's probably kicking in now.
You can have Ruckus be like, Ruckus could be there with his white voice and be like, you know what? I sound like I wouldn't have any problems at a traffic stop, but nothing could be further from the truth, right? You get Ruckus to say it.
That's awesome.
Ruckus, do you look like your PFP or
marketing.
no?
Do I what?
Yes, he's green and hulkish.
Do I look like my PF? No, I don't look like that at all. No.
He looks more like Manish.
That is a I don't know if you know about Marvel, but in Hawk, when he blended the two together in Endgame.
So wait, have you Lagatha me?
Have what?
Lagatha me, which is Lagatha is if like her pictures from a TV show, which I didn't know.
I didn't know what TV show it was, but I know it's not her picture.
So the answer is yes, you Lagatha me. Okay, got it.
I'm not green though. But who's green? I'm not green.
Whoa! Hey, don't be racist against our green folks. All right.
I thought it was. I'm not green.
Jeez, Ruckus.
Jeez, what if I want to be green? Now maybe I don't want to be green. I could have been green, and now I'm not going to be green. Jeez.
Why are you infringing upon my identity?
Hey, just because you're black and you sound white doesn't give you the rights to be just to pick on every color you want to pick on.
And
yeah, we have immunity.
I'm going to have a drink now. You're driving me to drink, so it's your fault.
There will be no more anti-green in the space. Jeez.
I need liquor to cope now. So you're happy.
Yeah.
Are you happy?
Ruckus, I got to tell you, I'm sitting at my mother's house, and she goes, "He's black, really?"
That's what I said. But he votes white, which is saving grace.
my parents are like bleeding liberals. Like they're almost. I'm sorry. I mean, not bleeding liberals, but
Hey,
they're.
hey, weak people breed strong people. You know, it's a circle of life.
Is
Yeah.
that what I mean? I'm like, yeah. So they get upset at my views a little bit, but it is what it
Yeah,
is.
because you've adopted your whiteness. It's okay.
So whoever just said that their parents are flaming liberals, mine are too. My whole family is. Matter of fact, my family is the attorneys for the psycho liberals. So there we go. I'm with you.
I think I'm a middle. I'm on the middle grounds. There are some things that just
I disagrees with you, but not out loud. Does that make sense?
Who disagrees?
No. You agree with Alan, but not out loud.
Ruckus, I'll tell you. So we went on this cruise, and the last night we're sitting on the cruise, I was talking about Chat GPT with like the group that was in there, and there was a black woman who's in her second year at medical school. We were talking about all the use cases, and I was like, yeah, like diagnosing mental health, right? Like there's such a lack of mental health people, and she goes, there's a real issue with that when it's not like the people who are encoding this AI, right? If they listen to current day science, right, they're going to have this belief that there are medical disorders that black people get more often than white people, and that's just statistically just not true. We're just all the same, and all of this stuff. And I was like, wait, what? Like, no, I'm pretty sure that like there are actually diseases that like certain races get. When she's like, that's completely false. Like that's just a narrative that the current racist, biased society wants everyone to believe. And I was like, oh, okay. Where do you go to school again? And then I realized that it was like an online medical school. So I just wanted to know your opinion.
That's no. I mean, I would have smiled and nodded, but I do believe there are some.
I brought up sickle cell, and she said that was the fact that black people get it more is a white construct made to made to enforce the ideology that the black race is inferior.
You had me on the first sentence, but then you lost me on the second part of it. Like we do get sickle cell more. Like I've been tested. My parents are like, get tested. But that's just a trait that's each race carries different traits, right?
Oh, she said it's so. She said that it's the genetics are not so different, and that very minuscule changes don't make such a big change that you could get like a higher rate of disease. And I was like, wait, I only did pre-med in college, and I know that that's not right, but I'm also white, so I wasn't going to have that argument in a hot tub on a cruise ship. So I just kind of like let her say what she wanted to say. So
you're a good man.
I just wanted to know, your opinion, because you speak my language, but you look like the other side of the argument. So I just wanted to know what side are you? What side are you leaning today? Your voice or your look?
Oh.
I love talking with you, Ruckus. This is hilarious.
Mr. Zach, you need to grow a pair. If you're in a hot tub and you have the chance to speak your mind, you totally should. What's the worst case scenario? You get drowned by an angry black lady? Come on, man.
Well, no,
Speak up.
you're on a ship, so you can't go anywhere, and you have to bump into that person. That's awkward, right? Like that's
I
awkward.
I also had a 2-year-old daughter with me and a wife, so I was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna. And I've seen it. Violence is like what I do, so I try to avoid it at all costs when it doesn't involve my work. So, that's just how I like to live.
I just think it could be fun the other way too. That's all. Nothing personal.
I guess it could, but I wouldn't pick a fight on a ship. Especially if you have to bump into that person. It's just, and you know what? At the end of the day, do you have to share bills? Do you have kids with that person? No. Do you live with that person? No. So it's like, oh, you win. Jerry Seinfeld, you win. It's yours. Have at it. I mean, I'm more, you can have the battle, so I can win the war.
Hey, I like how you threw that out there. Hey.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just not, it's,
the little ode to my company. I don't know if that was intentional.
Oh no, I didn't. Oh yeah, I didn't think No, it wasn't. It happened for a reason.
Win the war.
Win the war.
So, Mr. Zach, what do you do? I have to ask, because you said violence is your daily work. I have to know.
I'm in the Army.
Okay, well, thank you for your service, sir. My neighbor is as well, and he is currently in Korea, and it's really sad because his entire family is currently at his home, and he is out of country. But you know what? He's doing it to make sure that all the rest of us are safe, just like you do every day. So I appreciate you guys, what you guys put on the line for us, and it means the world that somebody's out there willing to defend my family at all costs. And so thank you so very much.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate the support. Yeah, so I do that, and then I have E-Rich is back. I guess the Benadryl stopped working. So with that, or we're gonna get a very funny E-Rich up on stage. No, and then I run a couple of like businesses. One of which is Win the War, where we pair current active duty military with entrepreneurs, startup founders, and high achievers to give them the accountability, grit, resiliency, and planning and decision making coaching that they rarely get in the early stages, as well as a battle buddy in the trenches because it's a lonely fucking road. So, yeah.
No, that's pretty awesome. If you could just pass the word on, I live right next to JBLM, and they make my house constantly sound like Afghanistan. And every time they fire the tanks, it rattles my windows.
I just left JBLM.
I'm sorry. You should come back. It's a wonderful place.
It is. It's way better than where I went to, which was Fort Bliss. So, down in El Paso, Texas. I miss JBLM almost every day. Loved that place, actually. There's very few places where you could drive 40 minutes in any direction and have a totally different scenery. Like 40 minutes to the west and you're at the beach. 40 minutes to the north, you're in Seattle. 40 minutes to the east, you're up in the mountains. And then you're down in the burbs if you drive south. So I really liked it there.
I live right next to the main gate. I live just south in what they call DuPont.
DuPont. So, that's where my wife and I used to go there almost every day. Over to Forelli's and McNamara's.
I didn't know you were rich, sir. McNamara's and Forelli's is wonderful, but man, it's expensive.
Yeah, we loved eating out there. So I've been blessed. My wife is a wedding photographer, so she does well. So I am not anything. My wife is what provides everything for me and my family. So I lucked out there.
That's pretty cool. Your wife's. I have a couple friends that are wedding photographers, and they were explaining the editing process, and I was just like, I get amazed every time how long it takes, with the photography and the lighting, and it's pretty interesting.
Well, it doesn't need to anymore. I mean, she now has like an AI that she sends out everything to, and it edits exactly like her.
What?
Yep. So now with the AI, she sends in like 3,000 to 5,000 photos in the style that she wants, and now she has like 3 styles, and it'll like remove things that she would remove, and it would change.
That's astonishing.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
How long does it take for her to get that back?
I don't know. I don't ask a lot about her business. I just kind of take the money and run. So
No, that's incredible. Like, so she uses templates, or the AI
no, it's not like it's not like a template, because the different lighting situations means that the template doesn't work in all situations. So when she sends it to the AI, it'll like say like it'll take the original photo and say, "Oh, in this type of lighting situation, she would do this to get it to look like this," based on a background of so many thousand photos.
Wow.
That's really awesome. Mr. Zach, I got to tell you, you just missed out. We had almost 2 inches of rainfall at 26 degrees. You should have seen our roads and the way people drive when it's normally, they can crash. Like in any situation, they can find a way to crash into each other. You should have seen this. It was amazing the last 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, no one knows how to drive in the cold up there. So I'm originally from New York, so I'm used to just doing donuts in the snow at intersections.
Well, yeah, but we had about 3/4 of an inch of ice on everything. People couldn't walk to their cars and they couldn't walk out of their houses. And they thought, I'm going to go get in my car. This is a great place to be. And I might as well floor it while I'm on the freeway. And it was awesome to watch.
What state are you in?
I'm in the state of Washington, and I drive a snow plow when we get very bad weather for a friend of mine who has a small company doing that. And the rest of the time I work from home. But it was really awesome to watch all of these people get in their cars when they couldn't even walk to their cars and then just decide that it was open throttle time. It was amazing.
Lane, what do you do for work? You asked me, so I was just returning that.
So I do business coaching and salesman coaching more than anything. I'm more or less I'm into like business efficiency, and then I'm a day trader when I'm not doing that. And now I'm currently suing different sections of the stock market, the people that run it, the regulatory agencies like FINRA and the DTCC, and so that's what I'm doing now.
You said you're suing them?
I am.
Do you mind me asking, can you elaborate on the why? Or first,
Sure. So I was a day trader and I got into this trade, and I'm one of these guys that I used to be an investigator, and I got hurt on the job. And so I went into doing day trading and business coaching. And while I was looking into this particular stock, I found a lot of fraud. And in the course of this, I found how they were doing it and how it was allowed and why they were able to keep doing it. And I made it very public, and I took it out onto Twitter. And me and a couple of people started this hashtag FINRA fraud. And in a matter of hours, it blew up. And so I said, well, hell, I'm just going to go down to the Thurston County courts down here and start filing against the government agencies that they're not really government agencies. They're just government authorized agencies. So they're like subcontractors. And I basically tried to file injunctions, and I'm going to continue to file them until somebody steps in and says, hey, we're tired of seeing all this fraud on Wall Street and letting these billionaires just rob everybody. And so that's kind of what I've taken on.
What was the stock that started that?
It was called MMTLP, but it went from there to as I continued to look through the fraud, I found that it was pretty much everywhere.
And then how many businesses have you run before the business coaching? I was just wondering.
Me and my wife have run 7 businesses. We started with one, we incorporated, and as we continued to move forward, we added different businesses that we owned.
What was that one?
This was pre-2008.
I was just saying, what was the one you started with?
It was a private security company and a private investigations business. We basically worked for different businesses that wanted to add a level of protection they didn't have. We would bring in cameras. We would bring in a automated on guard service to where instead of having a physical guard that walked around your property, we would check the cameras constantly, and we were way more effective online than you ever were having like a guard come by every 2 hours or 3 hours, because we had motion sensors and glass break alarms so that as soon as there was a burglary, we could dispatch the police, let them know where the burglars were, take screenshots, say, hey, the guy's currently in this corner of the building. This is how you can access him, like that type of information.
And that just expanded?
It did. It got much bigger. And so what we realized was we needed people that could actually talk with the police on a level that they would understand better than just some person in a call center. So we started hiring off-duty police officers that could say in their own terminology and their own language what was happening and give them minute by minute breakdowns. And we could actually give control over the security and alarm systems to the officers on scene while they were there.
If I could hop in here for a minute. I'm just curious. I like the sound of your project. I'm curious what blockchain you're on and where I can get a hold of the white paper and the roadmap if you've got that available to pen.
Sorry,
I'm
Casey
looking for
Casey
a
is an
community.
NFT scam artist.
Nice to meet you. How you doing? Sorry, I'm just having fun.
He's working on a shitty financial services app that is really just a rug pull.
You give us access.
We should have to pitch for each other.
Oh yeah, Casey, pitch your project.
Wait, no, you pitch my
pitch?
project. I'll pitch yours. You pitch mine.
No, I already pitched mine.
Oh.
Are you glad of just being pulled over by the cops? Well, it's probably too late for you. But if you haven't gotten in your car yet, sign up for Dispatch Justice. That's right, Dispatch Justice. Getting you out of jail before you ever got in.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Right? I always felt like I could, because there's a lot of things she can't say. You know what I mean? And I think I could say all of it for her.
When you're getting in the car and you know you're about to go do that drive-by, sign up for Dispatch Justice beforehand so when they pull you over, you have an attorney to help you get out of that jam.
I'm gonna pitch the Ruckus Company.
No, I
do
was
you
just
need to know
thinking
the
about
opinion of a black man, but want it told to you in a smooth white voice? Ruckus. Hire Ruckus.
Yes, that's right.
Wasn't there a skit about this online? Like, wasn't there a one of like the Saturday Night Live guys or whatever that went and did this, where you can just have your white friend appear and your white friend talks to the cops?
Yes, there. Yes.
Hey, did you know that song? You don't know that song.
Here.
You're too young for that song.
Here, I'll pitch Manish. Do you want someone to code an app for you? And you want someone who doesn't know really how to code, but they're going to learn it in the next 45 minutes so they can produce something? Hire Manish. Because as long as you tell him what you want, he will figure out how to make it happen.
Oh, thank
you, daughter.
Yeah.
It's like, Manish, I was like, when we started this whole project, I thought that you knew all of this. I didn't realize you were learning on the job. And now I'm just like infinitely more impressed because like every time you're like, oh, I'll figure this out. Hold on. And then like 10 minutes later, you're like, got it. And I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. He's like, yeah, the quantum credits, we could have done it already. And, and just looking at you now.
Have you tried that yet? The spreadsheet?
No, I haven't. I haven't tried. Can you resend it?
No, I haven't because I ran out of Chat GPT stuff and I have a project due for school tomorrow, so I've been establishing like 6 different emails so that I can get Chat GPT on 6 different accounts, so that I can have 6 different Chat GPT windows open, so that I can run my essay through and then collaborate all
How
of
did
them.
last week? How did you do on it?
I got 100, but I have to
Well-
write like a 10-page business plan. And I've realized that you can only do it like section by section, like almost paragraph by paragraph. You can't just say, write me a business plan, because it's just, it won't be in depth enough. So, but I will send everyone the final piece of me just having it rewrite itself over and over again.
Society advances by the number of operations it can perform without thinking.
Oh yeah.
Whitehead. Manish, you know that song? That's you were too young to.
Yeah. Does it go by the pic I sent by the doesn't go. Like you you toned down my excitement of looking at the scenery here.
Wait a minute. Wait. We have a problem. How do we pitch So You? How do we pitch So You? There's no tangible product. It's like,
Here you go. Ready? Do you want to take advantage of all of your friends? Do you not have friends? Start a Twitter space. Then you'll meet some people. Then you can leverage all of them and take advantage of them for your own well-being. Oh, but don't tell them you're doing that. So you just tell them, we'll figure out how to monetize this down the road. Don't worry. And then everyone thinks that you're on their side. And then you sell them, your voice is money. Yes, your voice is money. Is it really money? Maybe, if you really put some work into it. But I'm going to tell you it is, so that you'll buy it. There you go. Your voice is money.
You guys are amazing. That's all I have to say. You guys have totally made my fucking night. Wow. That's all I can say.
Oh man, I recorded that. That's great. Hold on, let me press that.
Oh, are you
Zach,
talking
you must
about me
continue the
pitching you?
story. Yeah, Zach, you must continue that. There's more to it.
Oh, yeah. Also, do you want to win $50,000? Sign up for a hackathon. Forget about it, and then tell everyone that you're going to do it anyway. And then everyone feels bad for you, so they all join in to try to bail you out and teach you all of their secrets. And so now all of a sudden you've learned Python, and everyone else has put the time into you. Welcome. Oh, wait, there's more. No, there really wasn't. Well, I mean, there is more, but there's infinitely more.
I'm going to give you mine. Let's see what you think of this one. Have you told everyone you know that you're a unicorn worth launching, but can't get off the floor? Come to the Syndicate spaces, and we'll tear down your philosophical constructs and show you exactly why you're such a piece of shit, so you know why you're not launching. There we go. That ought to do it.
I want to hear Ruckus. I feel like Ruckus has a really scathing one inside of him.
Oh!
But I want Ruckus to say it with his black voice, not his white voice.
He doesn't. It's gone. He's tried. It doesn't.
It's gone.
Yeah, he said it yesterday. He's like, I tried. I can't get the ghetto anymore. I can't get the hood.
How does he get rid of it fully?
Bleach will whitewash just about anything. You know what I mean? The corporate collar is stacked with bleach. It's a
when Trump said that the way to get rid of COVID was to just drink bleach, that's what Ruckus did, and that took away that.
I mean, he's like, I don't know if I want to drink it, but a little bath water mixture, lightly diluted something. Yeah.
Imagine I go to the hood and pay for gasoline, and I'm like and I start talking, and the gas station just freezes, and they look around, and say there's a white guy in the gas station, and they look at me, and I just have to hurry up and pay and get to my car because I don't fit in, you know.
Like if you were surrounded by a group of black men and they'd be like, "Yo, man, you remember that uncle I used to have? What was his name? Tom. Yeah, this Uncle Tom I used to have. Fucking, you remember that?" You'd be like, "Oh shit, it's about to go down."
Why did you have to say
Tom, uncle of all uncles, uncles.
Can we please just call Ruckus Tom?
Oh, all of the uncles he would have to. That's your friend, so you.
Goddamn, Ruckus, you are a good fucking sport, man.
Hey,
God
where's
bless you,
Uncle?
son.
Hey, where's Uncle? Which one? Tom?
Man, I tell you, that's okay. Well, it is what it is.
Not the first time you've been called an Uncle Tom, right?
No, I've never been called Uncle. No, it's the first time. That stinks.
It's the first time by white people.
Yeah, it is. That's.
I am the champion. My Toms and I. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
When you move out of the, I grew up in the hood, so when you move out, and you move to the suburbs, it's like you catch hell for that. You know what I mean? Like they want you, like you're not supposed to.
Why should you be happy?
Is what?
Why should you be happy, right?
Yeah, it's like well, first of all, I was too proper for the hood because it sounds.
Hey man, hey, gangsters can't hit what they can't see, son. It's okay. They can't hit what they can't see.
Casey is blacker than Ruckus.
No, they just don't like it when people from the hood leave the hood, because I went to DuPont and it is definitely the burbs. And they certainly like to hate on the hood when you leave the hood. That is for damn sure.
Yeah, it's like the goal is not to stay in the hood. Do you know what I mean? The goal is to move out and do better.
Well, you're only allowed to move out if you're rapping or playing sports, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you ever saw
and you bring the hood with you.
Well, yeah, no, that's not good either. But Tupac spoke on that. Like he had to leave the ghetto because he too rich and he was going to get robbed, and then he moved to the suburbs and he wasn't, he just wasn't supposed to be there. So it was a pretty good interview that he gave. So it is what it is, But the first year we moved in our house, and I was mowing my grass, and I had two cars stop and say, "Can you come by and give me a quote?" Because they thought I was.
Oh my god, that is fucking awesome.
Because there wasn't a lot of.
Oh my god, dude, that is fucking awesome.
Vacation in Cuba, and people ask me to get them drinks.
Ruckus, I live in a neighborhood where it is all like very upper class. And when they saw the old Lincoln, done up as a lowrider, they all lost their mind. They also saw my wife in a tie-dye hoodie with us with the Rottweiler, and they're like, "Oh my God, the drug dealers moved into our neighborhood."
I feel you guys. People see me and they're like, "Damn, how are the mortgage rates going?" I'm like, "Pretty vicious, but let's talk and we take an application and do some business." And yeah, I feel you guys.
It is what it is. I mean, blacks stereotype, blacks are racist too. So it is what it is.
I thought about ending this space so many times today, and I'm glad I didn't, because we got through it, and the last 20 minutes have been just divine.
Look, that one, those three.
You're welcome.
That was
welcome.
Painful, Mike. That was painful.
That was really tough. Yeah,
What was it?
It was snatch, but no boxing.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna.
Yes, exactly.
That's why you kept saying the pikeys.
Yeah, the gypsy speak.
Yeah, the pikeys. Yeah, that's what I talking to each other.
That was painful. I thought you were gonna rug it, but you did not. So
I found something better, which is to invite them to co-host and do the Twitter yo-yo, where I constantly bounce them up and down from co-host to listener to speaker to listener, and they don't know what's happening. They think it's their phone.
I saw that and I was like going nuts. I was like, whoa, Twitter's really acting up today. And then I kept seeing it and I was like, oh, Mike's just fucking with people. Got it. Okay.
Dude, I knew right off the bat. I see somebody in co-host. I'm like, oh, who's on the fucking pig stick today? Let's.
Yeah, I really love like when people think they have the power and then they lose the power and then seeing them react. Come on,
dude.
And then they just keep grabbing for it again and again and again. It's like, when do you fucking learn?
At the co-host, that's like one step away from host. Maybe if I could just, and they're not sure. They think it's their phone. They're probably restarting their phone. They come back. Hey man, where'd you go?
Well, I don't do this very often. I don't do this very often, but it's Christmas, so I am going to go.
Awesome.
I hope everyone enjoys their Christmas. Ruckus, happy Kwanzaa, and I hope all of you enjoy. And
I hate Kwanzaa.
Have a Merry Christmas, Zach.
Hey, Zach, Merry
Christmas,
You
everyone.
hate
Merry
How
Christmas,
the fuck
Zach.
are you gonna say you hate Kwanzaa?
I
Oh my
don't
god.
celebrate Kwanzaa.
Zach,
Hey,
thank
it's
you
Merry-
for what you do, man. I appreciate you so much, man. You're out there putting your life on the line to keep my family safe for Christmas. Man, just know we stand behind you, brother, and you're never alone. I don't care what pit you're in. Just know that if you were in shit over here, I'd come out with my RPK and I'd fucking lay him down next to you, brother.
Well, thank you. I would like everyone to talk for the next 20 minutes about Ruckus saying he hates Kwanzaa. So his white
It's
side
Christ.
his white side hates his black side. I would just like to point that out. So I'm going to go to bed on that note.
Merry Christmas, Zach. Merry Christmas.
Joke's on you. I'm celebrating Hanukkah.
Oh, how dare you!
They can't get their own month, right? Why can't they just get their own month?
Yeah, Kanye West.
You know, we got to hog everything in Christmas, and you've got.
I mean, technically, Jewish people are the reason.
Yeah.
We thank them. Maybe just, shake hands, call it a truce. Some things were done, some things were said, crosses and all that. Let's just split it in the middle.
I want to know where my holiday is. If you have like Black History Month, then you have Christmas, then you have everything else, throughout the year. Where the hell is the month for the Irish Black or the Irish Mexican people in this country?
Isn't that like boxing?
Or drinking, I guess, because that's all we tend.
I was
That's
about
all
to
we
say,
tend to do is drink.
bars
and
are
box.
usually open.
It's Cinco de Mayo and St. Patty's Day. We got two actually in different months. So,
but they're not combined. Where is the combined holiday for the Irish Mexicans?
You get like St. Patty's Day, which is one of the largest holidays. Might as well be New Year's Eve, right? And you get Cinco de Mayo. I mean,
well, yeah, but neither one of my sides can come out with the other one on either one of those holidays. Where else do I get to be Mexican and Irish?
Why? What
at the
makes
same
you so
time?
special? Wait, no. Why do you get that? Why do you be? I got great grandfather's a Jewish rabbi, a great grandfather that was in the German army. So, Where's my special day for that?
Well, dude, I'm telling you, make a fucking holiday. Think about that. I want the Jewish Nazi holiday. Like, come on, where is it?
the month of the unknown, like in Rome, didn't they have like a god to everyone? That could be like June, right?
I'm just saying, I think there should be a holiday for us that are Irish and Mexican because we can fight and drink at the same time. and it's great. Like, I don't even have to drop my beer during a bar fight. Like, it's a wonderful thing, but I don't ever get a holiday that I get to mix both of them with at the same time. I either have to balance the Mexican side of me or the Irish side of me. I want to balance both at the same fucking time.
That's double minority. I mean, you can technically come on into February if you want. I mean, we're just,
double minority.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Right? Come on in. Come on into February. It's the shortest one, but come on.
Oh, so you're going to give me the short bus. Jeez, thank you.
How many tech companies do brown people need to run before we get a month?
That's right.
Right? No, you can't. No, we don't need Asian month. We have a whole continent.
You're part of the continent.
No, we're a subcontinent.
No, the Asians get Chinese New Year. That's
No, what about for like brown people? We need a Brown History Month to talk about how we took over all of the tech giants in the U.S.
That's true. You guys are running
for a while. Just turned Twitter into like a powerhouse sale. Nobody ever talks about that.
Hey, did he ever get his severance?
I imagine so.
You think so? I thought he was getting screwed out of it, but
No, he has too much money to get screwed. You understand? Like he has enough money to, right, get that stock payout. But imagine how much value that Parag added to Twitter. He essentially set them up to get sold, right? He could have bungled it.
yeah, I never thought about that. Wonder where that guy is. What's he doing? He's got to be chilling.
That guy's chilling hard, marinating.
He has to be.
That's the shortest, most effective reign of a CEO of all time.
Yeah, he made out like a bandit. What was it? 24 million he got?
Whatever he got, it's magnitude shorter than what the increase in sale price was, right? He was able to, he presided over the multiple.
Yeah, I read that England's trying to, or the UK wants to be tech town. Or the next Silicon Valley. Sorry.
Well, I mean, Dublin is the wash trading, nation of the world, right? For taxation. I heard that Brexit was positioning Europe to become a tax haven.
Really?
Yes, I heard that they were going to exit into becoming a tax haven.
Makes sense. With
I
London.
read that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Grimy, but it makes sense.
I mean, grimy compared to what?
Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah, they have to attract the youth back somehow. Yeah.
For me, I'm just looking at India. Like India crossed $2,000 of GDP per capita a few years ago, and ever since then, it's just been exploding because people have, money left over at the end of the month for the first time in maybe their genetic lineage.
Yeah, I remember when I first met you, you were telling me about the caste system, and I was like, that's extraordinary.
Yeah, imagine people who've been doing the same thing for 5,000 years. Right? It's nuts.
That's insane. And they're just now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? I had my friend's last name was Taylor. Okay. Drupesh Taylor. And he's like, why's your name Taylor? I don't know. I guess because we used to associate. And his family was in Kenya.
Yeah. That's good, though. That's good.
No, it's great. Now he's an accountant. Arguably worse than a tailor. Should have stuck with being a tailor. Maybe the caste system has something to it. You know what I mean?
Oh my god.
Right? What do you have against accountants? They're good people. Hey Manish, how's it going? You on the train or you
Yeah,
land?
I'm in the train, enjoying the sun,
You need to take
and the internet is bad. My voice is improving. I'm giving rest to my voice a little bit because there is no commercial coming up. There is a break for December. We will reconvene in January. So take a good time out in this holiday season.
Or you could do like the deep Indian voice, like this holiday season.
This,
I'm with your family.
no, maybe it's more strenuous to my this holiday season. Take a break. Don't talk much and eat marshmallows.
I just have to say,
I
you
wonder
guys
what's
are out of control. This group is out of control. That's it. Everybody needs to restrain themselves. I cannot handle any more of this nonsense. Oh my God.
Welcome to the nonsense show for Christmas. Christmas is a time for when the pagan goddess they celebrate trees or something. I don't know, but we are together, alone together. Yeah, I like that. I like that whispery Indian. You know,
It's funny for
I hope
yeah.
Christmas, the pagan holiday was they were drying their very special mushrooms on the tree so that they could
Mm-hmm.
dry out to eat them and see wonderful colors.
It's the season for microbial networks.
Merry Christmas, guys. Gotta
Merry Christmas.
the kids to
By the
bed.
way, Mike, your Indian is not uh, even close to an average Indian speaks. Like you
Yeah.
couldn't do this. Like this is not what Indian speech. But I enjoy that.
Just start giving me scripts and I can read them.
Yeah, that's an exaggerated version of Indian. Yeah, that makes sense.
Welcome to Weather Wortham. It's hard to say. How do you say Wortham with an Indian accent?
Yeah, welcome. Is it hard to say? Hard to
Welcome.
pronounce? Vartham. No matter
Well,
how you say it, it will be the largest exporter of software and provide talent for your needs.
let's face it. For the past 3 years, we've been using our team to do coding. I know it, and you know it. We both know it. And there's no more secret because we run your tech companies. It's not you. It's me and people like me. So now you're going to have to learn Hindi. I've learned English. No more English. Only Hindi.
Yeah, like China, right? You want to do business with us? Learn Chinese. Or and they would have like corporate training programs to learn Chinese so that they can send people there. I know. I mean, other Asian countries don't do that, but yeah, learn Hindi. Talk
You
to
know what?
us.
Something opened up my eyes. I knew someone studying marketing in Trinidad. She was a niece of someone I knew. And she wanted to get a job over here. So I connected her with some people I knew, and now she's over here. Um, and I noticed that she's in Trinidad in the Caribbean, and she studied Mandarin. I'm like, wow, that's interesting. You're studying Mandarin. She's like, yes. I'm like, huh. Because most people study, French, Spanish. No, she's studying Mandarin.
Yeah, that's sensible too.
Very rational.
Yeah, very, very. To understand what China is doing, right? That's very, very important.
Consider that we only read the documents that are in English, or at least I do, right? Which means how much of knowledge is just unavailable to me?
A whole lot.
I mean, we don't
Like
even get
even
the
Sanskrit. Yeah, imagine Sanskrit. A whole lot of knowledge. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If only you had someone with a white voice who could translate it,
How can a voice have color? Does it?
Yeah, like, for example, one of the guys who made Hinduism popular was a guy called Ram Dass, Richard Alpert.
Yeah, I know Ram Dass.
Right? And so, like, sometimes if you bring up Ram Dass to pandits, they won't like it because they're like, fuck that guy. Right? But yeah, he was able to bridge an understanding between Catholicism and Hinduism in the 60s, like before Steve Jobs went up the Himalayas.
For Neem Karoli Baba? Because that's where Ram Dass got his maybe enlightenment. Yeah.
Yeah, I've listened to a lot of those Ram Dass tapes. They have his lectures online. You can just listen to the old tapes from the 60s and 70s. He talks a lot about Hanuman.
Yeah. Ram, Hanuman helped Ram in every stage of his, life journey, including the war with Ravan. I mean, that's what mythology says. People just, scrap things around, saying that it's mythology, but then, yeah, I don't know.
Well, there's mythology, then there's allegory, right?
The allegory.
So the allegory is that the wars that are being described are actually describing natural events that were mythologized to explain what was happening in human terms.
Okay.
Right? So if there was a calamity or a flood or, a famine, they may explain that in personified terms.
Yeah. I see that. Even Egypt has a rich, culture of storytelling in symbolic way, engraved everywhere in their monuments. So, yeah, whether you believe it or not, it's nobody who can verify it. And Ramdas says, Neem Karoli Baba, he ate his, pills. Those were kind of maybe LSD, yeah. And then he was like unshaken, like unaffected, and they said, what? And then he was like, what? This much of dosing, and Neem Karoli Baba was not even, affected him at all. So he was astonished. And so, how do you explain that? He couldn't. So, probably there is much more to our consciousness than we think. Forget about magic, but at least our ability to achieve or do something. How much we can conceive and, manifest it. I don't know.
I think you're totally right. It's Steve Jobs went to university on the top of an Indian mountain. Everyone leaves that out when they talk about him. Oh, you're cutting out. There we go. There, there we go. Today was crazy. Today everyone was upset.
Why was it?
Um, I'll be honest with you. A lot of the anger comes from people who are either high or drunk arguing with each other. So when I see that now, I'll have fun with it. So I'll make them co-host, and then I'll drop them down to listener, then add them back as speaker, and add them.
Now I'll become a co-host.
That's why you're cutting out. Not sure if you can hear me. Check. You're reconnecting. All right, let's connect the mic for this. The outro.
Let's try it again.
What are you trying this time?
All right. I wonder if this has it.
By the way, you asked Zach and he talked about categorizing the tasks in urgent, important, and those
Mm-hmm.
quadrants, right?
Mm-hmm.
We may try it tonight. Also, reach home in the afternoon, maybe sometime tonight.
Yeah.
But I changed the prompt a little bit, and I asked it to, write some tasks. But yeah, let's see how it performs. I'm using model 003. I think Da Vinci 003.
Okay.
But then there are others which I tried. They did not provide satisfactory results. So I think Da Vinci 003 is uh, our best pick. What do you think?
Yes. No, I agree. Until we get a blog post from OpenAI tomorrow in which they introduce DaVinci 0.4572, you know?
Oh man, you're kidding me. Really? Oh boy.
But you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the world we live in.
Oh man, yeah. Gosh, I'm so excited. These are exciting times. I mean, people can either get afraid of it or just ride over it. Yeah. Surf over
Well,
it.
well, some people are going to try to stand in front of the wave,
Yeah.
you know? Right? Imagine standing on the beach thinking that your feet can stop the ocean.
Yeah. Your feet in the sand, right?
As you slowly sink into the sand. Now, all of a sudden, a crab latches onto your toe, and you're like, where was that from? Oh, wait, I'm knee deep in sand now. No.
Yeah.
And you don't realize that that water turned what's sand under your feet from rocks that used to be the previous shoreline.
Yeah.
And you're standing there with your tiny bones thinking that you're going to stop the ocean. The world sighs to me in a long rhythm, bringing me the peace and indifference of immortal things. Camus.
And it's too late when you realize, oh, I should have chosen a different path.
Challenge is, you know, we live in an era of mutually assured computation.
How can you elaborate on that?
You can't afford not to build a quantum computer. Just like you can't afford not to build a nuclear arsenal. It's a matter of existential crisis.
Humanity would build it irrespective of their, thought process, isn't it? It's the AI that is making humanity build itself, right? It's whether they choose it or not.
Think about what happened to the people on horse when the machine gun was created.
Oh yeah, you mean British East India Company,
right? You know, and it happened in England too. The people with the first minigun, like remember the end of The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise? The end of The Last Samurai was really about guns, Germans, and steel. As soon as the machine gun was created, your advantage on a horse was deleted.
Yeah, that was obsolete. Yeah,
Right?
that's true.
Horsepower used to rule Asia, going down to the Mongols. And overnight,
Yeah.
just like that, all of your
Hmm.
advantage on horse was deleted.
Yeah, but you know
So,
what Wadley says, Simon
mhm,
Wadley, that things get abstracted, right, as we go up the value chain. And if you notice, I asked him once that this the old telephone had a the dial pad, right? You can
mhm,
it has numbers. You have to rotate it
right.
to dial a number. Then he said that numbers did not go away; they got abstracted into your mobile phone. Similarly, these horses, their power, called horsepower, is still being used as a measure of your, how much a machine can pull, for example, right? So they got abstracted into
Yeah,
lead, but they got
drones are flying
abstracted.
horses. Drones are unmanned flying horses.
Yeah, you can say that.
Hmm.
Yeah, you know, it abstracts the old things. Some of the element is there. So similarly in AI, it is abstracting something. It is human. Able. That is what I think is, and it is freeing human beings from doing the labor and then more uh, think at a higher level to understand how the labor should be used. For example, so if someone AI right questions, right prompts, those people would live better lives. What do you think?
It points to the fact that if you do not have the ability to do compute, network, and storage, you are at a severe disadvantage militarily, economically.
Yeah, and that.
So you have no choice but to build servers, network, and compute. You actually have no choice.
Yeah. How many people are at a disadvantage? There are so many. Some because of their economic status, some because of their, uh, what I can say, ignorance, right? Those who can afford but cannot, overcome their inertia because
Well,
they fear. There are people who are putting on LinkedIn, right, that are software engineers going to be obsolete? No, and here is why. I'm saying, what are you explaining people? Like you are stuck behind your inertia barrier and thinking about, software engineers would
I
continue
think,
to operate the way they are operating now. And you're
yes.
justifying why they are still needed. I mean, oh my God.
I think what's happening is that there are a lot of very intelligent people who have been getting by with the skills they have. And now that those skills are being consumed, they can no longer maintain their status using what was the status quo delivery of services. And so what I'm finding is that a lot of people are slowly exiting the space. there are people that are slowly exiting software because not because that software developers aren't needed, but the level at which they know how to do software is now commodity.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? Because with ChatGPT now, it's like, even with myself, it's allowing me to learn on my own. So much so that I'm like, creating this course. I realized today that the course has to be done in a casual voice. That most tutorials are delivered as a mentor broadcaster.
That you are already awesome.
The mentor broadcaster, it's a function of the fact, that I speak with the diction I speak with, right? And so I'm writing the script very casually.
Yeah, are you asking ChatGPT? I mean, just to review the script?
Not yet.
And you know what?
Right. Uh-huh. Sorry, you're cutting out a bit. I'll give you an example. Here's a lesson, and this is how it starts. Copying code and pasting code. Copying code and pasting code. That's what we're going to learn today. Okay. The main skill that you're going to learn in today's lesson is how to copy and paste code. In this tutorial, you're going to learn how to use the Assembly AI API to convert an audio file into text. And you're going to do it by copying and pasting code. You're going to learn how to paste code that you've copied from the internet into a Google Colab notebook, and then run the code just like a developer does. So that's how I'm scripting the course.
Now, what I'll give an example. So my wife, if she's managing projects and teams, she wrote an email. What do you think about the content of the email before I can send it? I said, ask ChatGPT. I signed her up and then, ask ChatGPT, like review this. And then her eyes lit up. She said, wow, I want to use that content. That was generated by the AI. It was her first, interaction with ChatGPT. It was her first encounter with ChatGPT. Now imagine, she may be feeling, oh my God, if this guy can do this, where's my job? Right? It's happening to everyone.
Well,
so even
I think, in a world where your product, brand, and service are the same as everyone else's, it's only your sales process that differentiates you. And so people think that I'm selling the voice class too hard, but they don't understand why.
Yeah.
If you can't sell, you're at a severe disadvantage. A severe disadvantage. It's actually like an existential crisis. Now that all of your artificial competitive advantage has been deleted.
Yeah.
Do you realize how many software agencies just went out of business?
Yeah. And they don't realize
Thousands,
it.
tens of thousands. Tens of thousands.
Yeah.
Do you know how many artists went out of business?
Yeah, how many marketers? How many salespeople?
Hundreds of thousands. You understand, right?
Yeah.
But in a lot of ways, this is what capitalism is supposed to do.
Yeah. Now, people would ask what would happen to those marketeers, what would happen to those comedians, the artists. I don't know. They have to, move up the value chain. They have to move up
I'll give an
the value
example.
chain.
There was a there was a time in the 60s in Trinidad where they used to play music very slowly, right? Kind of like reggae. And when the 60s became 70s and disco started influencing Caribbean music, the music became very fast, almost overnight. And many of the guitarists lost their job because they couldn't keep up with the pace of the music.
Yeah. And they had to learn how to play it faster. Yeah.
They wouldn't, not that they had to learn. Some adjusted and some did not. But here's the dangerous part. You had to have been prepared for this moment, before this moment, in order to take advantage of this moment.
Yeah. And if you see,
Or you have to have a very good teacher.
and the teacher would also prepare you for the moment, right? Teacher can do nothing else, let's say more, nothing less. Whether you yourself by learning from others, like in Syndicate, people are learning, interacting, right? They are teachers of each other. They are students of each other. Don't you think so?
I would hope so.
Well, don't worry, because AI will make us humble enough to do that.
It could be the case that for people who, I don't know, people are going to have to be very courageous very soon. Like, even for me myself, it takes a lot of courage to learn how to program for me. You know? But it's required.
Yeah.
It's
At least
absolutely
you have
required.
to have that understanding as your primary job doesn't matter, but at least having knowledge about it and how it works and have some hands-on is really good to have.
Yeah, I would hope that people would be learning from each other.
Last time they did was pandemic, when they realized how interconnected they are, and then suddenly when things are normalizing, they are back to square one. But with AI, it's kind of a new wave where that's not gonna go away. That's only gonna, aggravate. So better be friends with it than to fight it. Now, Zach's wife is using AI for photo editing. Imagine how many photographers would have thought this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are completely either oblivious or
Well,
ignorant or
just imagine what's going to happen if she's competing with a photographer who doesn't know how to use AI.
exactly.
And she says, you know what? I can turn these photos around for you faster.
Yeah, 100x faster. Like
Right?
no other photographer in the market could compete that. They would say, okay, it might take 5 days, and she would say, just an hour, maybe. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
with the same volition, right? If we go with Zach's captain's log, right? It's going to really increase coach's ability to, help the client. So turnaround time would reduce, you know, maybe 10x or more, even more.
Well,
And then
I
I
was
saw. Hmm?
I was thinking about like a call center filled with Zach. You know? We'll make these goras work in a call center.
That's our, vengeance, right? Oh my God, Zach is not here. He would have heard this like
I know.
vengeance.
Yeah, we're gonna put them in a call center, see how they like it. Hey, start speaking in an Indian accent. What? Yeah, nobody can understand you.
Better yet, learn Hindi and then you can
Yeah,
coach Indians.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine if they can learn Hindi and how much of market there is here. Or not even Hindi. There are n number of languages here. You want to go south, you have to learn Tamil, Telugu, Kannada,
Urdu.
right?
Yeah.
Three main language, and then in Kerala it's Malayalam. So four main language you have to learn just to cover the south. To center it is Marathi, Gujarati,
Mm-hmm.
Hindi. To the north it is Hindi, Punjabi, Haryanvi. Oh my God! Can ChatGPT, spit out all this goodness in these languages? Who knows? Or maybe we don't need it. We just get the output from ChatGPT and get a good translator, right? Like
Let me try something.
translate.ai.
Hold on. Let me try using it. So,
Translate.ai.
write me a script.
In Gujarati.
Write me a poem in Gujarati, spelled out phonetically so that a Caucasian person can read it out loud. Let's see what it. Okay, hold on. Let me refresh this.
So what I'm thinking is we sell Captain's Log in regional languages in India. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And then we have Indian Zach, like you wanted Indian John Cena, right? We have Indian Zach here who can
Oh
get tier
shit. Are you
3
ready for this?
support. Yeah,
Ready for
tell
this,
me.
Manish?
Tell me.
Avirat Chandne Panchinivat
Oh my
Saki
God.
Huma Adivas Nirat Sukneduk Marahe Sat
Arre
Ek
bapre.
Taracha Avi Husat.
Arre bapre. Oh my God.
So what it did,
What in
I
English
said,
is it? Did it write it in English?
yeah, the night has come. The moon
Okay.
tells the story of the bird. I am tired. This day's night is long. Happiness and sorrow, they walk together. There is one star. I am with it. So I said, write me a poem in Gujarati, spelled out phonetically, so that a Caucasian person can read it out loud.
Wow. Oh my goodness me. You see the extension of Captain's Log already?
Oh my God.
And I was amazed to see that VC saying that this is not worthy enough to invest. You saw that tweet from Zach, where he explained in few words about Captain's log, and then that VC replied saying that may not be worthy enough to invest. Haven't you? Let me put it.
I'm about to put this to the top. I took a screenshot.
We have to do design sprint.
All right, let me put this to the top.
See that Alex said, not sure I fully get this, but I'm not sure this is necessarily forward looking or venture scale. That's what he replied to Zach.
Who said that?
Alex is called. I know it's called. Ice called. Ice called. 2048.vc.
Oh, good. We have our first no.
What?
Let's see if this works.
Can you say that again?
Okay. We got our first no. That's good. Let me.
Yeah, we got our first no. Yeah, that's good. I like it.
All right. Check this out. I'm just putting it to the top now. There we go. You'll see it now. Write me a poem in Guju.
Gujarati. Yes, so long. I'm going there, but in the meantime, I'm gonna share the link with you. The thread from Zach and this VC guy. Okay, there you go. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, I just shared the links. I don't see anything on the top. Last is Annie's chat. So let's read. Mike, you there?
Yep, I'm looking at it. I mean, he also doesn't. Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I think that there is an opportunity to find when someone asks what Win the War does. I think we have an opportunity to really nail that. What does Win the War do? Win the War solves the number one problem faced by founders: discipline. You're not succeeding because you have no discipline. It's the same that's true of, horse jumping and karate and coding and everything else. You just don't have any discipline. It's not that you don't have good ideas. Now, does that mean that you don't deserve to succeed? No, it doesn't. Right.
Are there any undisciplined people who succeeded? I mean, I'm just saying about sales pitch, right? I mean, our sales pitch could be, tell me somebody who is undisciplined and yet succeeded.
Exactly. Right? Uh-huh. And let me ask you this. How long does someone have to be disciplined before they make it? How many days? How many weeks? How many months? How many years?
100 days. 21 days.
Right? So now here's the thing. This is a reframing of the problem. Does that make sense? Most people will tell you a song and dance about why startups fail and why they don't, right? But at the
Yeah,
end
the
of the day,
theater.
in a world where everyone has access to the same information, it's only your discipline that sets you apart.
Write that down, or maybe you have already.
You like that? In a world where
Yeah.
everyone has access to the same information, it's only your discipline that sets you apart.
Yeah.
I have a question, if you don't mind me asking.
Yeah. Go ahead,
What?
Sandra.
I hope you don't mind, Manish. What do you do when someone misrepresents to you an arrangement, and then you get into the situation, and you discover, much to your horror, that you're like neck deep financially, and just in terms of the time, the emotional investment in the project, and you find out that basically almost everything they told you was bullshit. I mean, how do you put the emotion aside, and come back from such a betrayal and treatment like that? Like, I mean, you must have, in your experience, come across something like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I try to do as much as I can by myself.
Well, yeah, no,
It's hard to find people to depend on. And even as a recruiter, it's hard to find. Manish is the only one I found on Twitter Spaces. Like, you know, that people that like be like, oh, I'm a software developer. It's like, oh, really? Right? Of all the
yeah,
people we talk to,
you know,
he's one
right.
of a handful of dependable people.
Well, I think as long as people are very clear on what their roles are supposed to be before they get into a situation, that's helpful. I find myself in a situation I'm not very happy with, and I don't have the resources right now to change some of the things I'm finding out. So it is what it is, and I will do my best. But my housing situation is really bad, and the landlord here that lives here is overly involved in my life, and I don't like it. And there's really nothing I can do about it. So it creeps me out. And I'm going to try to be out of here by the 14th of January, but I don't know where I'm going to go or what I'm going to do. And I never saw myself in that position at my age. And I'm very disappointed in myself, and misjudging, things. And it's tough. It's tough to come back from that for me, and it was hard enough to leave the situation I was in, and now I find myself in something that is not exactly better. So, I don't know. I don't know how to crawl out of that hole. It's I'm usually a optimistic person. I try very hard, and I just feel like I just feel everything draining out of me, like any strength, or this person tampered with my car, and then I've had problems ever since with as even something as simple as getting it towed somewhere, um, has somehow mysteriously turned into, this place I want to tow to is literally less than 5 miles down the street to get a very simple thing done with it. And the tow truck took like a day and a half and ended up putting it in storage because they waited so long to do their job that, oh, sorry, Manish, that things, closed. It's just, I feel like there's this huge, I'm turning into this paranoid uh, shut in. I'm getting to the point where I'm terrified of even leaving my apartment. And now I'm getting told that I have to, even though it's in my rental agreement that my Wi-Fi is covered, I'm getting told that I'm going to have to convert to, putting everything, like get a different data plan for my iPhone. Well, I don't download anything. I don't do anything that uses a lot of data. So it's just bizarre. Like, and that's the sort of shit that I have to deal with. And it's just really, and so when I talked to the neighborhood Mrs. Kravitz, surely by accident, and was told all this different stuff about basically this landlord's like terrorizes every tenant he's ever had. I'm now even more creeped out than I already was. And then on top of that, I'm having all my, arrangement issues that, I'm just really confused. I'm not normally like this. I'm usually pretty definite on what I'm doing and where I'm going and what, and I'm having a hard time just planning my life right now because I just keep getting roadblocks put in front of me and stumbling over them. And anyway, I got to stop talking about this. So I'm sorry. My bottom line question is, how do you like separate emotions from, um, and just get down to doing the work? And, I'm pretty, irritated, and, I'm starting to be afraid. I don't understand what's going on. How do you, fix something like that and come back from it?
I mean, what you're going through doesn't sound easy, even for someone who's strong.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It would be a lot easier if I weren't living where I'm living, because this person is like, I don't understand, like, what is wrong with them. Like, it's like they don't care about like personal boundaries, or I don't understand. I just don't understand what the fuck is going on in my life. It's like, what on earth, And I feel like if I understood even one more corner of it, I might I might be able to handle it better. But I'm just like, I don't even feel safe here right now. I mean, this person tampered with my car. Um, and it's just I don't even know. I've never been in a situation this ridiculous. And, I think that people find it fun to gaslight me and prank me. And it's getting so distracting that I can't move forward with my life, you know? So anyway, I'm sorry to do this on Christmas Eve. It's absurd, but
No, it's okay.
I'm, it's, I know what I want to do in terms of going forward with it's just ironic that I'm ending up right where I started with the Amazon business. And,
I've tried to stop being a recruiter a lot, and it turns out it's the only thing I'm good at.
you're good at a lot of things. I think you're too hard on yourself.
But you understand, right? Like what I'm doing is essentially glorified recruiting and team building, right? But I don't know. I've learned to enjoy it, and it sounds to me whenever you talk about the Amazon stuff, like that's where your heart is, right? That's where your energy comes out. So
Well, it's not where my eBay is. That's different. But the Amazon stuff is, I'm good at that too, and I understand it, and it's something that I can use to get back on my feet. And maybe if once my brain settles a little bit, I'll be able to take the bar here. And I don't know, but I don't know what to do. I thought I had an arrangement, and, things really went sideways on me without me having any control over it. And, I'm sitting here alone on Christmas Eve, and I could be, in the past, I would be at my sister's husband's, family's house. And, tonight's usually a big night for me, and I'm sitting here by myself wondering where the fuck did I go wrong, you know?
Well, so I guess I've seen what it's like to be lonely surrounded by a lot of people.
Yeah, but I made decisions in my life based on the assurances of someone, and they did not honor their word to me. And so my life is now a tragedy pretty much. And I don't like it. I would never act like this with someone else. Like I would never treat people the way I've been treated this year. I've never been treated this way in my life. I can't even like put my brain around it because it's so appalling. But I guess I have to accept the fact that if this person really wanted to be here for me, they'd be here and they're not, you know?
Yeah, it's I found that nobody wants from me what I want from me. And so in my pursuit of what I want, had to, sometimes continue along on my own. And it sucks. But I realize it's better for people to show me who they are very early, for me to be tricked, too late. It's almost a blessing if they tell you who they are early, so you're not building on a shaky foundation.
Well, I thought I knew this person a lot better than I obviously do, I guess. I guess I made a mistake.
Yeah, those are the, and sometimes we have reminders of that lesson as we go through life, where we're like, okay, let me.
Like Quinn's mom getting scammed by her niece when she's in the hospital.
Oh yeah, like you see stuff happen with like family, and it's just
People you're supposed to be able to trust.
I remember telling Quinn this. I was like, dude, do you realize how alone you are? Like, do you realize just how alone you are? There are all these people around you. Yeah, they might blah, blah, blah. But dude, we're frigging alone out here. It's very lonely. You might have people smiling and they'll come out when the food is there and blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, they leave. They're not really there.
Yeah, but the difference is I did have people there for me. And based on, things I thought I understood, I sacrificed a great deal for what I thought was a relationship that was a lot different than apparently what it is. So, all my inventory is in New Jersey for both my businesses. So that sucks. All my photo albums of my dad are in storage with someone else who could, if they got mad at me tomorrow, they could go to storage and burn everything down. I left somebody else to be with this other person and with this arrangement. And, I just, I don't know. There's a lot more to it. I don't want to get into it. I just don't, I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck happened to me. I don't understand still, I feel like my brain was tampered with, and sometimes I still feel it's being tampered with, and it's. I think people take it for granted that I ought to understand things that I don't understand. So I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know what I expected to get from you. um, I just most people are better at separating their emotions from getting work done than I am. So I guess I was hoping that maybe you had some suggestions.
Yeah, there's no easy words for any of this. All right? I don't want to like placate you with some
Yeah.
chapter of the Tao Te Ching. Right?
Well,
It's
I just want you to know, in case things go through the grapevine, that this is the first Christmas Eve I've spent by myself and since I was born, literally. So this is really a hard time for me.
it's growing, yeah.
And it was caused by other people. And I'm just sad.
How's the future looking? Your voice is already money. I would
I'm
love
sorry.
to see it. Your voice is already money. I see your future really.
I'll
Build
listen.
upon it and
I
get.
appreciate. I don't mean to cut you off, but I'll believe it when the money's in my hand.
Yeah. And then you asked about, right? How do you know if you are deeply immersed in the project and suddenly how you get cut out of it, and then how do you recover from that situation? Since there is something called affordable loss, right? You can get immersed in something up to some level where you know it's affordable. So that's the reason on your side and if it's going well, if it doesn't fine, you are already prepared and you know that this is the affordable. It is affordable. Now how you apply for yourself something you try to figure out. But that's what I try to. There's always a level of risk that we take at an individual level, but we have to draw a line that says this is a chance. I mean, and this is the point where I can be, and now I need a clarity for us to move forward. You can be explicit about it.
Thanks for the advice.
Probably it was helpful, I don't know, but I tried to share.
And of course, there's a bunch of fireworks and shooting sounds in my neighborhood because that's the way it rolls. I'm assuming they're fireworks. Why would anyone shoot fireworks off on Christmas Eve? It doesn't even make sense to me. But here we are.
Wow, I can hear that.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's down the road.
Could you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, down the road every other night or so, they randomly shoot off, whether it's a
Maybe
gun.
I was cutting out.
I'm sorry. I can hear you. Yeah, it's like that a lot around here. It's just exhausting because I can't focus with all the arbitrary noise and dogs and chickens and then things that sound like that. It's just it does the environment is not helpful, and I can't I can't get out of here right now because I can't afford it. I'll figure it out. I'm just not in a good space with my mind, and I'm afraid that I'm going to make more mistakes because I'm not thinking very well. I swear the neighborhood got worse since I got here. And it's a nice neighborhood. It's just the noise. The noise environment is like random. It's If it was constant and when like if it was constant fireworks all the time, I would be all right. But it's like they sound like gunshots sometimes. It might be backfiring cars, I don't know, but it's every little thing is like I feel like I'm being attacked from all sides. Everything from the environmental noise to, you know, people tampering with my car. It's just I hate it. I absolutely hate my life. I'm and people think, well, if you hate your life, that'll give you the impetus to, and the motivation to change it. No, not really. It just makes me more. I've spent the last 29 years dealing with some pretty shitty shit, and I felt optimism to get out of that and start something new. And this is not. Um, it's just you know incredibly disappointing. So I don't know. I don't know. It feels better talking about it, but I don't really see a. You know, I'm not sure what to do. You know, and the support system I thought I had when I came down here is non-existent, and that's a major, disappointment. You know, it's not anything like what I thought. Not at all. Not, and it's not what I. It's not the arrangement that I thought I had at all. So it's hard to reconcile in my brain, like how, like any of this even happened to me in the first place. So I don't know. My dad would be. Did you hear that? I mean, that's the sort of harassment. Well, I don't even kid, But anyway, yeah. Um, Never mind. I'm sure you don't want to listen to me complain on Christmas Eve, so I'm going to go.
No, we can. We're here for you. We're just hanging out. Oh.
Hey, sorry, I lost connectivity for some time. I don't know how much of rant was audible to you, but I just wanted to.
Oh yeah, only about 12% was audible.
Okay.
But
well,
it's okay.
Sandra
You
had
need to
a
rest.
very good question though about you know how much you should allow yourself to get immersed into a project. And then if things don't go out, don't go well, how do you get out of it emotionally, mentally?
Well,
and it applies to you too. How do you do that?
When you get your heart broken, there's the tendency not to want to fall in love anymore.
Yeah.
But just because you get your heart broken doesn't mean you can't find someone you love. It just means that you're kind of on guard. And being on guard is a good thing, right? But you can't deny that you're not an emotional being at the same time.
Yeah. Now, would AI learn from human beings about betrayal and then have the guard around it as well?
It's a blessing when people betray you early so that they don't waste your time.
Yeah.
Right? Betray me early. Don't betray me late. Because if you betray me late, that's a lot of money lost. Right? But if you betray me early, then at least we haven't built something useful. You know, you're
Yeah.
doing me a favor at that point.
Yeah, I'll tell you, a very small story. My observation when I was young, I used to go to a good restaurant which was run by a Gujarati person. Okay, and then we were having lunch at his place, his restaurant, and he was interviewing a new recruit who was coming there as a waiter and someone from the kitchen. Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So then he told that guy, okay, if you want to steal, steal today, right? So that I don't get, betrayal later. If you want to steal, steal today. And if you don't, then never thereafter. Right? And that was one of the most wonderful thing I've heard
Yep.
from that Gujarati person. And it was very clear, betray me now rather than later.
I
And he
remember a
was
guy said,
direct about it.
I heard a record label owner, and he's signing talent, right? And so the talent, the vocalist was like, "Oh, thank you so much. I'm so happy about this." Blah blah blah. And he says, "Don't thank me. It's just business."
Yeah.
You know, and again, I think about us, that same scenario every day with Zach, right? And I think about it because I want to make sure that you guys get paid. Does that make sense? That whatever scenario gets worked out, you know, you guys feel good about the money that came in out the other end. You don't feel betrayed, right?
Yeah, and I think um, there's a lot of things yet to be created. The way we mapped that day, this is actually a very small portion of it. There's a lot more to come, and I think as we do design sprint, we should be able to, clarify a lot of areas, work, and how we are contributing, and how much
But
we would get
the,
if
the,
things go well.
the thing is, the next step is to potentially have this operation funded. When we pitch to OpenAI, we should probably decide what the company looks like before that funding potentially comes in. Even if there's a 5% chance of it coming in,
Yeah.
you don't want there to be $250,000 sat in an account and nobody knows what's supposed to happen.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly. And we already got one no from VC anyway, so that's a good start.
I mean,
you saw that tweet, right?
Well, the thing is, I'm pretty confident that if I responded with different words, it might have a different reaction, right?
Yeah, I see that.
At
I
the
see what
same
you're saying.
time, at the same time, I'd rather get funding from OpenAI in the form of
Yeah.
credit, right? Because that's non-dilutive capital. I don't want
Exactly.
anyone else on the cap table except for maybe OpenAI, right? Because all we're going to do is take the VC funding and pay OpenAI credits with it. That's all we're doing, right? And maybe a Pabbly account.
Yeah, and that's not that costly if we really want to get some stuff going. Also, AWS gives you credit as a startup. I think
Yeah,
100k,
I've seen stories about
100k dollars.
Yeah, exactly, right? So I believe we have the ability to access a very non-dilutive, close to free capital to start this. But I let Zach know that, we're only limited by our ability to pay for these credits. And so if we can get funded by the company that creates the credits themselves, then we'll make sure that our primary resource is not expensive. We don't want to be buying lithium over here,
We don't want to burn our runway, is it?
Our runway is
Shorten
directly
our
tied.
runway.
Hmm. Well, yeah, our runway is directly tied to our ability to bring this into production, and we cannot
Yeah.
bring it into production unless we have the most minimal input, basis possible. And so, even if all of the funding that we got from OpenAI just went to cover our experiments with credits, that would be more than enough funding, I think, for us to bring this initially to market with Win the War. And
And while I think that, Zach is the best person to suggest the prompt, but I think there should be someone who knows AI, like NFTs are worthless, who can actually understand that language and tweak it to our advantage. I don't know if it's just me who thinks that way, but we need someone
look, I love NFTs are worthless. That guy is very resourceful,
yeah,
extremely resourceful. And
yeah,
when it starts getting into, storing data in a way that's compliant with GDPR and whatever the hell else we have to be compliant with, he's going to know, the policies around things like that.
yeah. Then now the question is, would he be interested? Because we need
Oh,
a
yeah.
skill to be able to build that prompt flow, to be able to, optimize our interaction with AI.
I created his first pitch deck for the startup that he has. I've known him for a long time. Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah. Then let's see how he can, challenge our assumptions and say, oh, you're asking the wrong questions. You should be asking this and stuff like that. I mean, this is the capability that you're not tapping, or you're not leveraging from the AI. You must do this. That's what we want, and I don't think Zach would be able to provide that. I think NFTs are worthless is the only one we have who can leverage. Give us that leverage.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And one of the
I'm
things,
thinking
the
we
advantages
are creating.
Yeah.
I get a feeling that we are creating something here. It's not just
No,
about
I think you're
money.
right.
Go ahead. Sorry if I cut you there.
We have a way to get in market. Most startups struggle with their first sale. We've ostensibly not only made our first sale, but are working in a beachhead, which could be very valuable because there's no spender like the US government. So if we can provide something that's useful and usable for Zach and then his coaches, I believe that he knows the people to put it in front of.
Yes, absolutely. That's a good way to start as well. And I don't
If
think we
our
have
only
a
buyer,
perfect.
no, we don't. We don't, right? If we make Zach better and then make his other coaches better, if all we do is make Zach better and his coaches better, there's value there.
Yeah, I agree too.
And because we don't have to knock too hard on doors, because Zach knows the right doors to open, right?
Yeah.
The most important thing for any startup to do, even before they considering making product, is to secure access to a sales channel. Without the sales channel, you have a tree falling in the woods with nobody there to hear it.
Yeah. Even if you have a sandal tree which is falling, there will be no one to buy.
So now that we have access to a sales channel that is sufficiently well funded, to pay for a product and for whom the economic consequence of not buying it is too high. I think if Zach and people like Zach were our only customers, you would be able to prove more than enough value. I don't care if we ever go out of the military applications. I think the military applications could be enough for any startup to make it.
Yeah.
You know, think about all of the technology that they strap onto an elite soldier these days. How much? It's $1 million, $5 million of equipment. You know, how much training do they put into those people? Millions of dollars of training goes into these people.
Yeah.
And so if we can make their leadership better, what is that worth? God knows.
And cheaply, right? It's, I mean, not cheaply, but at least cost effectively, right?
We have to be better than the alternative they currently use.
Yeah. And yeah.
How does it save? There's two ways we can help you. We're going to make you money, or we're going to save you money. And I look at this as, this allows Zach to have 15 to 20 hours back into his calendar. What is Zach's worth per hour? Okay, so every month we save Zach 15 times 4, 60 hours. We save him a full week of reading time and assessment time and diagnosis time. What if we could add a week? What if we could add a week to every month of your leadership?
Yeah. And a whole year of saving, is it?
1 week, 1 week a month is 12 months, and is 12 weeks, right? So we'll add a whole quarter to your productivity.
That's just one person's, right? So if you have 10 leaders, 20 leaders, multiplied by 20.
Mm-hmm. So that's why I think, like, especially with the biometric data, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you can be like, hey, you know, this elite soldier that you have, you may want to check in on him. You may want to check in on her.
You want to say biometric data while they are reporting AAR as well. Because if somebody is having a high pulse rate or tachy heart or whatever, tachycardia or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, you might be trying to solve a motivation issue when what you should be doing is getting them to go have a blood test. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
What problem are you
need to,
solving?
yeah. You need to know their blood pressure maybe and stuff like that, basic heart rate. And then figure out, oh, this guy is calm and he's reporting, you know, that in that state of the physical body. Of course, mental state can be assessed because there is always an effect on the body.
Physical, mental, emotional, spiritual.
Yeah, I'm not sure about spiritual, as I said earlier, but at least 3 can be conquered. Emotional, physical, and mental. Yeah. Because I don't know how to
Here's the thing,
measure
though.
spiritual.
What if you knew someone was Hindu, right? And you knew this person culturally might learn lessons from their spiritual text just as well, if not more so, than a regular secular text. Then you could be like, this situation was faced by Hanuman when blank, 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 right?
Yeah.
Or this is the
If
situation that Paul faced.
connection, just hold on.
Oh, hello?
Yeah, poor connection, just hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you mean spiritual in that sense, it is okay. I understand that. But it quickly comes out to be religious, and I don't want to get into that. You see what I mean? The business implications of doing that is different.
It's out of scope.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I keep it out of scope for now. Let's first,
Even though
crack
we
the
have it
first
in the
three.
scope in the background.
No, I will slowly
It is part of
introduce
the
it
dark
to these
roadmap.
muggles. I will slowly introduce this to these muggles.
Exactly.
Well,
We're
I won't.
gonna turn the
wanna
whole
go.
U.S. Army Hindi, right?
No, no. And give them excerpts from Ramayana or Mahabharata? No.
Well, isn't that what Oppenheimer said? Right? When the bomb was dropped?
Mm-hmm. What did he say?
He quoted the Bhagavad Gita.
Really?
Yeah, look it up.
When bomb?
Oppenheimer's
When
quote when nuclear bomb was tested.
on Hiroshima, Nagasaki?
No, it was like a small test in Nevada, I think.
Okay, Nevada. What did he say? Let me see, or maybe you can articulate it in brief.
Quote. Let me see. As he witnessed the first detonation of a nuclear weapon on July 16th, 1945, a piece of Hindu scripture ran through the mind of Robert Oppenheimer. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. It is perhaps the most well-known line from the Bhagavad Gita, but also the most misunderstood.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so you can convert the U.S. Army to Hinduism. Maybe there'll be more people.
It's not about Hinduism because Bhagavad Gita really talks about a lot of basic principles, right? And it also
How
talks
dare
about
you?
the food we eat and how it affects our nature. And it also categorizes the food and how into three, like sattvic, tamasic, rajasic. There are a lot of those things in that.
How dare you engage in ideological subversion through religion?
Yeah, that's what Russian called it, right? What do Russians espionage? Okay.
Yeah, you remember that
So,
guy, right?
yeah. I mean, terrible. It's already done in US. It's not that they would go through this cycle, as as their first experience, right? But I still would like to stay away from this for some time. This is not something that people would I
It's
don't know
interesting
what
though,
to say. It's okay if we introduce, but I don't think that because we have to start with physical, mental, and emotional. Because if we don't crack these three, spiritual is something that won't work. Is
there
what
is a
what
Maslow hierarchy of energies, right?
yeah,
If we get the biometrics,
self-actualization. Mm-hmm.
the biometric data can form the foundation of the whole coaching process. I'll give you an example. If we can test how many times the coaching client has gone through the flow genome matrix, then we would be able to tell the type of neurochemicals that they have firing in their brain. Here, let me put this to the top.
We need the devices that can capture the data. We need to partner with businesses which can sell this at a subsidized rate on our website, so those who are registering on our site can get it for more cost effectively.
So take a look at
as
the
a
map
package.
So take a look at the map I put at the top. Oh shit! I don't think that works. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Let me repost it. This is known as the flow genome matrix. People that engage in peak performance go through this process almost without fail. So do you see the image there at the top? It starts with struggle on the top right-hand corner.
Not yet. Why do I not see any update on this?
I'll tag you in it as well. All right, I tagged you.
Waiting for it for long.
Oh, you should see the notification.
Yeah, it has not come yet. So the network is slow. Please bear with me.
Oh, take it down. I'll also link to the lecture that explains it.
Not yet. I don't know what's with the Twitter or the network.
I'll see if I can DM it to you. All right, I try to send it over DM.
I got it now. Recovery, struggle, release, and flow.
Yes. So it works like this. When you're doing something that requires you to get into peak performance, you actually start in struggle because it's difficult. And when you're struggling, your brain emits beta brain waves, and the neurochemicals cortisol and norepinephrine are firing. Now, if you are able to control your breath, you will enter into what's called release. And that's when see how the brain waves get a bit longer?
Yeah.
And now you have nitric oxide firing, which clears your body of cortisol. The nitric oxide kind of counteracts the cortisol, which is the stress hormone. And if you can keep calm and focused, you finally enter into flow, where theta and nested gamma oscillations or brain waves are firing, and you experience dopamine, endorphins, and anandamide. And then after that, you enter into recovery. So I'm going to send you the lecture as well. I tagged you in it, but let me send it to you.
I wonder why it's called anandamide, because anand is, joy in in Hindi.
Yeah.
So amide is like, amino acid, maybe something like that. But that's a chemical. So it's a joy chemical. It's a happiness chemical. I understand endorphin, but anandamide is like anand amide. Anand is happiness, joy.
So they used to think that when you were really focused and working at your best, that your prefrontal cortex part of your brain was active. But it turns out that's not the case. When you're performing at your best, it's actually the other part of your brains that are firing up. And so they've used this in the army to train snipers. Once they found out that the prefrontal cortex was shut off during peak performance, they started doing what's called transcranial direct stimulation. And what that means is they would put 2 electrodes to either side of your brain and shock your brain and knock out your prefrontal cortex. And then they would have you do a sniper test. And they find that the snipers would perform like magnitudes better after having their prefrontal cortex knocked out.
But that part of the brain is your logical brain, right? Why would you want to cut that off?
Because it turns out that there is a deeper, more performant part of your brain, even more than your prefrontal cortex, that is capable of operations that would make your prefrontal cortex blush.
Obsolete. It's not.
So what I'm saying is that, see that biometric data that we might be able to get from an Apple Watch?
Yeah.
What I really want to do is to measure the amount of flow states that my coaching client has been engaged in. If I know that they haven't been any flow states today, I know that they're going to be missing these chemicals. And maybe I need to have them go through a ritual of slowing down their breath because they're in panic mode.
Yeah.
But I sent you the lecture. Check it out. Like I said, they've used this with the military and a whole bunch of other folks.
Can you send me that lecture too in a DM?
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on, where is it? I'll put it in
you're
the
looking
chat.
that up. Manesh, I have to ask. I have 2 kids. How many kids do you have in your house? I hear them in the background being joyous.
That was mine, 6 years old, Adwai. But I'm in a train, so there are a lot of kids around, and maybe 10, 20 kids around here. So.
Wait, I missed the part. You didn't say you had 10, 20 kids. Those are just
have
regular other people.
I have
You
only
just have
one
one.
kid.
But not with
And
you right
I'm
now.
in a train. Yeah, I'm in a,
Oh, okay.
he's with me. He's just playing around in the train. I'm in a train, so there are other kids around.
Your trains are a bit more
passengers.
lively than what I'm used to in the few train trips I've been on. Usually it's like if I hear that level of children, I'm like, please take your kids and put them somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, India is tolerant, right? We tolerate. It's not about that tolerance. It's about, acceptance. Like, yeah, the kid is playing. I mean, there are kids who are coming and sitting near me and going away. I don't know them. It's like they are just playing around. Just let them
As a
play.
parent, as a parent, when I'm in a restaurant and someone has a kid and they're crying, me and my wife, when someone brings a baby to a restaurant and they start crying, we just laugh. We think it's cute because it doesn't bother us because we've been there. You know, once you have kids,
Yeah,
it's different.
yeah, yeah. Correct. Yeah, imagine a couple. I mean, by couple, I mean lovers. They are just sitting around and they are disturbed by the kids. They might not want it. Who knows? I understand this. It's the context, and you know, um, what is it called? Uh, ability to understand the situation better,
Yeah,
even if you
they're
don't have
so
the experience about it.
they're so loud. It sounds to us like they're literally grabbing your phone from you and running around with it.
No, they are. Okay, let me. Oh, is that maybe it's my Bluetooth that's amplifying that noise? No,
Maybe
but
it's
they
all
are
right.
further away.
I
Yeah,
thought that was funny because it was like, oh, Manesh is
and,
at a house full of kids.
yeah, feels like. And the other day I was like walking on the road in the neighborhood, but there was too much of honking, and Lagatha was saying, "Oh my gosh, how much of honking is happening? Tell them to stop." I said, "People here honk every second, so you need multitude of lifetimes to be able to stop the whole country from honking, and yet won't succeed in that pursuit."
I'm sorry, I distracted you from your conversation with Michael.
No, that's okay.
Michael, do you
We were
prefer Mike or Michael? I hear Michael, but
Yeah, Mike is fine.
I hear people call you
Michael is
so you,
regular.
and it sounds weird to me.
Yeah, what's funny is that Hurls has inverted it, and so he calls me Yui. So
Like from Dune,
I have no idea. Yeah, he's
Doctor
turned
Yui.
so you into Yui.
Are you going to send
how
me
is it
the lecture
inverted?
link?
Like what is
Oh
inverted
shit,
in
my
that?
bad.
He
Like
got so distracted he completely
unicorn
forgot.
launching is inverted or Mike is inverted? That sounds new.
Well, he's changed the U to Yui. So I
Oh,
don't know.
Yeah,
that's weird.
you.
He's being Australian again. All right, I sent it to you. Yo, I'm telling you,
Thank you
Jeff,
very much.
this lecture blew my brain in half. These two guys, Stephen Kotler and Jamie Wheeler, are monsters. It's the most accessible, like, peak performance neuroscience lecture I've ever seen.
So
You
we
know what's
need
weird?
those labs set up
Oh, go
so
ahead.
that we can measure these things from the client later at an advanced level, so that you get
Yes,
a honest assessment of how you are doing as part of this
dude.
coaching.
I bought something called Calm by Muse, and it was a headset that you could wear on your head and test your brainwaves. The problem is that if you're not, and this was 3 years ago, the problem is when you move your head around, it loses its connection. What I'm hoping is that as the Apple Watch gets better, we won't have to put them in a clinical environment to get the information we need.
And that assessment would be like not every day, isn't it? So it's okay
Well,
if we can hire a lab that can do us
the
some
thing is,
good by.
once you watch that lecture, you'll know exactly the types of things that I'm going to want to look for. So, for example, I'm not going to, I want to look for the times that the person is the calmest. And as soon as that person exits that period of calmness and rest, I want to give them a shout and be like, "Hey, what'd you just do?" Be like, "Oh man, I just knocked out a bunch of work." "Oh yeah, okay, good." Right? And then identify, like I want to be able to identify their peak states, their peak performance states. And if they're not getting in this state, right? So, for example, we may be able to have insight into this flow state by their heart rate, for example. Just give me their heart rate. Show me their heart rate on a graph for the 24 hours in the day. And I'll look back at their daily activity report and I'll see if I can do a correlation.
Does it have to be done by human being, the correlation? Or is there a medic AI which can do it for us?
I mean, I'm sure Apple has an SDK for the watch, right?
Yeah, we can always get that, and that watch connects with your Apple phone with your Bluetooth, which we can, get the data into our application and push it into API and stuff like that.
If
But
all we did is add biometric data to the coaching app, you would have something that would put you in a class of your own. If you can mix that API data of their biometrics with the OpenAI, God knows what it's going to be able to do.
yeah, so do we have um, something of that sort, as I said, where it can do the correlation instead of coach doing that correlation? Because the purpose of the coach is to give or make choices that would help the client, uh, rather than getting into nitty gritties of doing the heavy lifting of all these things.
I
So
assume there's an AI and an API for just about everything.
okay, let's explore that as well.
Every single line of code that we write is a liability.
Yeah.
So you're talking about staying calm.
So we
Go ahead.
have only scratched the surface of it. It's like
Can you hear
tip of
Jeff?
the iceberg.
Sorry, Manish, can you hear Jeff?
Hello?
No,
Manish, can you
he's
hear me?
just unmuted. Maybe he's speaking, but I cannot make out.
I'm here now.
Whether he's
Can you hear me?
speaker or just unmuted himself.
Manish, I don't think you can hear Jeff.
There's been some circumstances where I can't hear other people. So let me disconnect and reconnect, and maybe that'll let him hear me. So he doesn't have to leave and come back.
You there? I cannot hear Jeff. Can you?
It's okay. Jeff's gonna come back. Oh, Merry official Christmas, Manish. It's 12:02 p.m.
Oh, Merry Christmas. It's already 25th December, 10:32 a.m. here.
All right, Jeff, go ahead.
Bluetooth to reconnect.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm still on speakerphone. Hold on. Damn Bluetooth. I gotta recycle that. It's like 20 steps to get this thing working. I mean, speaker's fine with me, but it's gonna get feedback. Hold on.
We were supposed to get flying cars, and instead we got Bluetooth that doesn't work.
Oh, it was right there. It was in my ear a second ago. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
God damn it, I'm on speaker again. Hold on a second. Turn off Bluetooth. Turn on Bluetooth.
It's supposed to be 2023, and we're still fighting with Bluetooth.
Jump to
My
Come on,
ears,
ChatGPT,
and
turn
now I
it
hear
up.
you. Okay. Manesh, can you hear me? Manesh?
He's on the train.
That's
He's
right.
on the train.
Can you
I
hear
don't
me at
think you
all?
can hear.
No?
I can hear you.
Okay. Well,
He can hear
well, maybe he has to disconnect. It's weird because he heard me earlier talking about his not kids, but I have a son on the autism
I
spectrum.
can only hear you, Mike. I cannot hear Jeff.
Yeah.
You might have to drop down.
So Manesh,
and come back.
Can you disconnect and come right back again? My phone now says he's connecting. Yeah, it's weird. There's like a direct IP connection between every person talking.
Really?
Yeah, that's why sometimes you can't hear one person, and you'll talk over them on accident. So before KC starts, because he just joined, Oh, no, Manish. He's here and Manish isn't. Okay, I guess he's coming back. I was going to say, I have a son who's on the autism spectrum, and I've had to learn, and I might be on that as well, but being extremely calm when talking to him because he does not benefit from me being angry with him. He does not benefit if I'm raising my voice and being angry with him. He's just going to react to my anger and then block out the content of what I'm saying. So I end up being like, I get into this kind of, I call it almost a flow state of practicing staying calm even when I'm angry, and I feel that I actually don't get angry because I've been so practiced in saying calm. It's like the Hulk trying not to Hulk out. You just say, well, no, I've kind of upset me here, but I'm going to speak in this nice, even tone and explain to you why I'm upset in a nice, logical way and not getting angry. And
the same way you speak to your son is how I speak to adults on Twitter Spaces.
yeah, I want to rip his head off, but I have to be calm and not do it. And
even with Crow, it'll be
oh my
like,
God.
what I'll do is I will say the same thing over. I will say the same thing. I will say the same thing over. And eventually, by about the fourth one, he'll stop talking.
And he also responds to the calmness of your voice.
There's something there.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Have I become
Manesh,
Crow's
are you
dad?
back? Manesh, are you back?
Oh no.
Can you hear us, Manesh?
Manish?
Yeah,
Manish, I'm sorry. Am I
can.
saying his name wrong? I'm sorry.
Manish.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I can hear you guys. Yeah.
Oh yes, you can hear me. That's great. Is KC is here?
Hello.
Merry Eastern Time Christmas, Casey. The true Christmas.
I still have to rep presents.
Woof. Good luck, sir.
Oh, it's a lot of wine, so it's going to be extra difficult.
That's hilarious.
The Christmas Eve wine?
So, Mike, do you celebrate or no, or what's your Christmas stance?
I believe in the celebration of Christmas. Absolutely. I won't say that like we have a tree up. You know.
Man, my family, we're all agnostic. We have a tree up. We celebrate Christmas.
Do you do presents or no?
Not really. Like my mom will always buy me like, "Hey, Mike, I bought you a shirt and some socks." You know, that kind of thing. I'm like, "Oh, thanks, Mom. These are nice socks." Right? She's like, "Yes, they have the reinforced toe." I'm like, "Thanks, Mom."
So when I was a kid, I would call us relatively poor, and we would have huge Christmases. And, you know, I'm not doing too bad nowadays, but my kids, we have a super modest Christmas. Like, we're not overly materialistic. It's like, I guess it's like a farmer rich thing. Like, we live in a, middle class home. We don't blow money on stupid shit. And we just raised our kids to not be materialistic. Um, I got the kids a microphone and a thing so they could record audio for Christmas. They could share, like, that's what I got them, and maybe some Steam games.
I think the hardest thing to do as a parent is to restrict their access to the kaleidoscope.
Expand on your definition of kaleidoscope.
Allie, remember how you told me how you can tell which kids were overexposed to screen time?
Oh, yeah.
Right? So tell them. What happened?
Oh, yeah, I play this game with my high school students, and I can pinpoint exactly who
had a lot of screen time as a child and who didn't, who played outside and who didn't. And I'm always right, like 100%. And the kids are always amazed. They're like, how can you tell? I'm like, it's the way that you pay attention in class. I can tell who needs more stimulation, who doesn't. And that's from a very, very young age. So yeah, it's wild.
Well, yeah, I was born in 1976, so I was probably like the last generation of kids who literally lived outside, whose parents said, "Don't come back until it's dark. Do not come in." And there was nothing else to do inside. We had 4 channels of TV and a small trailer. It's like, what are we doing in here? It's better outside. But my kids, I'll admit, they're homebodies. They don't want to go outside. It's also Florida. I didn't grow up in Florida, so it's a little different, completely different environments. So they're screen kids, and I have one kid on the spectrum and one kid with ADHD. But my daughter, she's super creative. She's the ADHD one. My son, he's a whole other thing. But yeah, they totally love screens, but they also like nature, and we take them outside. But they'd rather not be out there.
Hey, I also want to say Merry
Well, that's
Christmas
also
to
tough
Vinny.
though, because like for those children who are on the spectrum, there is that visual component that's really important. Oh,
Sorry, Peter wants to come up and interrupt what you're saying with some Australian speak, probably.
amazing. Well, my nephew was
Mary.
just diagnosed with autism, and so we were researching some things, and we noticed that he's really, really into bright lights. So, so we asked the doctor about that, and there is a component about like brighter lights and visual stimuli are being like really important to some kids that are on the spectrum. So I can see that screens
he
being
level
important. Sorry.
Is he level 1?
I don't know what the
used to
level
be
is.
Asperger's?
They were afraid that he was going to be nonverbal, but he's starting to get vocabulary recently, and he's just about to turn 4. So I don't know what the level is.
I'm not familiar with the kids who have the less social. My son would have been like Asperger's before, so he's a high functioning. That's level 1. So I think either 3 levels or 4 levels. I forget. So it's funny how the high functioning it's more common. Like that's if I'm on the spectrum, that's where I would be. I probably am, but I'm old enough now where I've kind of mitigated some of the social stuff just from life experience.
Oh yeah, Mike and I are definitely on the spectrum.
No, I'm not.
Sure, honey, I love you.
He's like, no, I'm not. It's like, yeah, it's nice. Whatever you want to believe.
Yeah.
You're on the spectrum.
I am the queen of the spectrum, but
You're on the spectrum.
I definitely am on the spectrum. That's why we love each other, I think. Sorry, continue.
You're on.
So is Alaska Boy still in the group chat? I missed that. I had to mute everything today because it was blowing up my phone, and I was like, God damn it! Then Pete left like 15 times and came back again.
I'm about to leave again. Merry Christmas to the rest of you.
You're back
Merry
again.
Christmas,
Don't leave
sir.
again. So Alaska, whatever, he left. I saw him leave. Is he coming back? Please
Wait,
say no.
Alex Scotia left.
Yeah, I saw him leave on the thing. It gives a notice.
Really? Why did he leave?
He got kicked off of the other social platforms for a reason.
I don't even know what's going on there. I'm fucking.
Hey Pete, how did you like the animation of your art?
Very cool.
Were you like that? How I improved upon it and made
It was-
it better?
It was a nice thing to wake
Doesn't
up
it
to
feel?
in my drunken
Doesn't it
state.
feel
Because
great?
I'm extremely. I was drunk last night, right? I went to sleep very drunk. I got drunk more at 3 a.m. because I woke
Doesn't
up at
it
3
feel
a.m. I'm
great?
drunk now. And Casey, thank you. I fucking love you. Happy Christmas.
Doesn't
I,
it feel
brother.
great
Merry
when you
Christmas.
create something and then another white cisgender male says, hey, let me just take that arbitrarily. And on top of that, I'm going to make it better. How does it feel, Pete? To just be out-arted like that.
What about
Out-arted? Oh, man. Fuck.
Wait, what happened? Someone took Pete's art and made it better?
Yeah, so
Casey
Pete
stole my
posted,
art.
yeah, Pete posted some art, and it was, it was something created by Pete, right? What can you say? And I'll
It was a
post it to the
peach
top.
inspired by Alice Koshy.
Mhm.
Because Alice Koshy was
Oh, I get
giving
it
me a
now.
hard time about the reindeer.
That's funny.
So I was like, all right, I'll
That
make something
actually
with
makes it
reindeer.
funnier. That makes it funnier, actually. So I posted the art that Pete did. It's cute. But KC, KC's like a real artist, right? And so he improved upon it. I would say about 30 or 40 times. That's good. What do you
That's
think?
the American way.
It's super cool.
Right?
You take everything else, you make it
didn't
better,
put,
and you take credit for it.
I didn't put much effort into it, so 30, 40. Yeah, it's about right.
30, 40,
That
yeah,
makes
you
it
don't
even
have to
more
put in.
cool,
You don't really have to.
Hey, Michael, would you say that Casey is whiter than I am? Sorry, let me rephrase that. Whiter.
I mean,
There
do
you
you
go.
have
That was better.
Aboriginal genetic content?
See, the thing is, you're Polish, so that's pretty white.
Yeah, but it's like a slower class of white.
Yeah, it's more Slavic.
No, I said slower.
No, Slavs are like the blacks of Europe. It is what it
An
is.
obscure reference. KC Watson and Crick Peter's art.
Wait, I'm sorry, I
say
can't
that,
hear
but it's a
anything.
joke. But how do you interpret it as more a reflection of yourself, not what I was saying there. I was not implying anything.
So, Jeff, I put the KC's improved Peter art at the top for your enjoyment.
How am I getting Manish kid feedback? What is going on here?
Oh, that's
I meant
Like
to
that.
say goodbye for now. I'm gonna play with my kids, so
Okay, Minnie.
I'll catch you up later. Bye.
All right.
Be good,
I'll be
Manish.
I can be you while you leave.
Oh, and Manish, I'll be
Did you
coming to you.
guys? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Did you guys follow the fucking what's that cunt's name? Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial thing. And there's that clip where he's like having an argument with her, and he's just like drunk as fuck, and he's just like Aquaman. I feel like that's my spirit animal all the time for some reason. I'm just going to leave that here, and goodbye. Leaving
I
the
don't
chat
know
again.
what you're talking about.
Did he think Aquaman is his spirit
Aquaman.
animal, or Amber Heard is his spirit animal?
I was thinking the turd on the bed.
I mean, it's a good way to describe Australia on a map. Where is it? Oh, it's the turd looking place.
I'm gonna go down under on this.
I take it back. You know what? Everyone gets a Merry Christmas except for So You and KC. That's the way it goes right now.
Perfect. Level achieved.
I like Australia. I need to practice my Australian accent more because I mentioned to Peter I used to be really into the aquaponics scene, and all the YouTube videos they're all Australians, and when you listen to 50 hours of Australian accents a week, you start to think in Australian,
like
and it's like,
stealing
oh,
stuff and robbing people.
No,
and
no,
just
no,
like
no.
the life of crime.
Just
no,
the voice. Their voice stops sounding foreign. It just starts sounding like it's supposed to sound. To the sounds of them. So because you're just in the language, and I'm starting to pick up like, are they from Gold Coast or are they from the north? Like Peter, he's from the other coast. He doesn't count. I don't know that accent. I didn't know there's people over there.
I still can't believe that there are people living where there's no ozone.
I mean, it's like people used to the joke about living in Ethiopia from Sam was it Sam Kinison, who was like, move where the food is. Why are you living there? It was a bad joke.
Ow.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, it's time for me to get some shut-eye so I can, get a visit from Santa Claus.
Thank you for your 10 minutes of presence.
I give what I can. You're welcome.
Merry Eastern Standard Time, the one true time, Christmas.
Why don't you just say Merry Whitemas and get it over with?
One time zone to rule them all.
Would that be
the chosen zone?
Benny.
What's up, guys? Merry Christmas, Casey. How we doing?
Good.
Just on your observation about accents, that's funny because actually, when we watch any American TV shows, you don't pick up an accent. You don't realize it's accented until you see like an Australian or someone else, and they're the accent that stands out, not the American one, because you're watching American.
Yeah. The more you watch, the more the other accent sounds familiar. But I'm super familiar with Web3's accent. It's almost a Tennessee accent too. I have a step uncle that has that accent, and it's the one I cannot do. I can do almost every accent if I practice, but his, and it's Web3. I cannot do that accent. It's kind of like it's down here like this, It's a Southern thing, and I just can't. I can't quite get it out.
I had to step out of my trailer and take a break from coding that thing because that was just a wreck.
Apparently, yeah.
I could do Hank Hill all day.
You just got to sound sad.
I could do the Hank Hill. I'll tell you what. Them boys always whacking off of my camper.
I'm going to the shops. It's okay. I'm going to get me some milk. It's going to be a little sad.
Was that Crow?
Blab.
Sorry, I had to restart my app. So we made it to Christmas. Good job, everyone.
What?
Oh, Bilal, it's not Christmas for you yet. It's like 10:21 over there. So, an hour and a half towards Christmas for Vancouver. The Toronto of the West.
Oh, did Peter say he was going away? Sorry.
Yeah, he's still kind of stewing over Casey's remix of his art. He's still processing.
I hope Casey didn't charge you any money for that. He's a suspected scammer.
I'm sure that whatever he's accused of, he's guilty of much, much, much more.
Wait, I haven't looked at him yet, but I just went back and forth between your two links, and the thumbnails are identical. What did he change before I look at it so I kind of get a heads up?
Oh, he did a video.
Oh, put something in motion. It's a whole new work, right?
Tell Pete that.
Was there actual animosity or just joke animosity?
I'm creating a fake animosity between the two of them.
Michael, you are the wisest person I know.
Thank you. I've been working at it for 39 years.
Pure white coconut.
Bounty, they call us in Canada.
I said, the other boomer, cisgender white males, we love us some coconuts. When they're older, like it's not about skin color, it's about culture, how you sound, and how you connect to other people. And maybe there's something to that. People don't like things that just sound foreign to them. But if you sound like them, you could look like anything.
I mean, what the learner learns is a function of what they already know. And I think that speaks to the fact that if we adopt a common Tower of Babel, then at least we can understand each other, even when things are crumbling all around us. It's about understanding, guys. Be like Raucous.
I feel like I'm very hungover today. It is Christmas. It is a good day to be hungover. Michael, Is it bad of me to send Merry Christmas to everyone but my ex? Should I also send Merry Christmas to my ex? Or is it just being petty?
That depends on why she's your ex.
No, I don't know. I'm just talking shit, you know, it's drunk
I mean,
conversations at this time of day. Like,
if your ex is your ex because she fucked your best friend, then don't send her anything.
oh no, that ex is definitely never getting anything. You know.
I lost a girlfriend and a best friend once before the person I dated before my wife.
No, you're kidding
I
me.
out of spite and out of stupidity kept the friend. He's not really like a close friend, but you know, like that's the way it was. Not being
I'm friends with him now, but I've been with my wife almost 20 years. This is the girl I knew before my wife, and I still like I was so torn because he's one of my good friends, and he didn't cheat on her, but she fell for him while she was dating me, and she broke up to date him, and she told me she'd never cheat on me, and she didn't, but it was tearing at me because I
that's
told
rough.
him there's something going on. You should be my friend first, and he wasn't able to do that, and it was very hard for me because I'd see him as my friend. I want to spend time with him, and then that other part of my brain would kick in and be like, "Oh, I want to dislike this person," and the other part's like,
Yep.
"No, he's your good friend. You want to be close," and you can feel these two things simultaneously, and it's really disruptive.
Oh, absolutely. And when there's, I don't want to say when there's a woman involved, but when our minds are fixated on a partner, right? So it could be a woman, it could be a man, depending on whatever you are as a human being. It's going to fuck with you when you have a friend and a partner situation like that. You know, it could be a girlfriend, it could be a crush, it could be whatever, or it could be like you know what I mean. I'm trying to be Alice Scotia right now and be an ally. You know, I'm absolutely fucking hungover right now, so I'm not making much sense. But no, I feel that I've had that in the past. But my girlfriend at the time actually did cheat on me, and you know, I found out from another friend, and the person that she cheated on me with was another friend. It was just, it was a fucking mess. And you know, in the end, I decided to put it behind me. Like when I say put it behind me, I mean like I wasn't, you know,
Yeah,
gonna pick up bad blood with the friendships and the circles and everything. So I just sort of said, well, you know, it is what it is, and you know, yeah, yeah, you know, I'm still friends with that
yeah.
person
It was
loosely. Like no
it
bad
was
blood, but
funny.
it's just
He kind of almost asked me like, "Do I have permission to date your ex?" And I was like, No, you don't have my permission. You do what you want to do as a human being. I'm not giving you permission because it's like I can't I don't control how people feel by each other. You know, if you guys feel that you're like the ones that are meant to be, that's great. I mean, they only dated for a shorter time than I dated her. So it was like, was it worth it? In the end, probably not. But you know, it showed his true colors. So maybe it showed me who he was as a friend, as a person. Not really shouldn't be my friend.
it's a hard one. There's a lot to unpack when it happens, if you know what I mean. It's something that shouldn't happen in our mind, right? In the perfect world, but then it does happen. We go through it, and at the end of the day, we're all human. I don't know how
And
young you were at the time, but it's just one of those
oh
things, right? Like
yeah, I mean,
you can't
I
really.
can put myself in someone else's shoes too and say, you know, it's hard. When you feel something, it's hard to say no to that, and I totally understand that. And at the same time, it's like you have to kind of. I don't want to say bros before hoes, but that that phrase kind of fits the scenario.
It's bros before hoes, but it doesn't change the way the heart and the mind feels, right?
Exactly.
So, in my mind at the time when I experienced this myself in my situation, it was a very how do I deal with this without feeling the need to control the entire situation? Unfortunately, I didn't exactly win that battle against myself. I ended up dating my ex for about 6 months after that. So she cheated on me and we dated for like 6 months after. It took me a while to learn the lesson that was not everything is in your control, I guess, and these things do happen. But I did learn a bit about managing my emotions about things Not necessarily in the best of ways at the time, but it was, like a lot of people would just fucking lose their shit, and I mean, I lost my shit in a way, but it's how do you put it? Friendships get lost over these things, and people end up on bad blood. And to me, it was like, well, it's not worth doing that. Let's just figure this out and move forward as best we can. But I was like 16 at the time, whatever. So it was fucking dumbass moves left, right, and center, regardless of whatever. So I don't know. I'm very, very much drunk and hungover right now. So
And no, I understand. What's interesting is that scenario almost now seems easy to me because when you have kids and you're with someone for almost 20 years, your relationship goes through ebbs and flows, and you're really close sometimes, and sometimes you're like having a hard time, and then like I've gone through that, and there was a point where I'm like, man, I'm going to end up getting divorced here, and then you're like, you know what, I need to buckle down and do what I need to do to be better, and then you get better, and then she responds slowly, and you respond slowly, and then now it's like better than it's ever been. In the pandemic, there's some people in the pandemic who were like, man, I was forced to spend time with this person more than I used to, and we're separating now. Me and my wife, we went much closer together. It was a total positive experience for us. And so I think now we're way better than we were before. And we're way better before when we were having hard times because we really see, we're also, she's 50, almost 51 now, and I'm 46. So you kind of learn who you're with and you need to be with, and you're not looking elsewhere, and you're making things work, and you're trying to figure out other people. And it's just a different level of experience, and it's hard to explain it when you're not there, but everyone will be there eventually, I guess.
So, yeah, it's I mean, from the relationships I have had, I definitely feel that on like the whole, you adapt to the situation, you do what you can do, you do what you think is best at the time, and sometimes that's not right. Sometimes it's you make moves that just end up causing you more shit, right? Individually, it's I don't know. Like, part of me misses that. At the moment, I'm like a single Pringle. Michael, your pizza single man has not worked out for me, unfortunately. Sort of throw it out there. But no, I think yeah, I don't know. Like, I look forward to experiencing it again, eventually having kids, that kind of thing. That's sort of part of my life goals is to have kids of my own, right? But I don't know. Like, yeah, the fucking. How did we even get on this conversation? I don't know.
I don't know.
This is
It's my fault. I just have this weird random train of thought thing that I guess pushes things in weird directions.
Oh no, it's all good. Merry Christmas to yourself and your wife. I hope all is well today. Yeah. I'm gonna say this Merry Christmas to everyone like 100 times. That's my goal today. Is just say it to everyone that comes across my path, and even if I've already
I think
said it,
I
I'm gonna
said
say it
Merry
again.
Christmas to Nation. He's not even celebrating Christmas.
Where's that fucker? I'm gonna hunt him down.
His train had bad connection, I think.
Mike, can you get me Nation here?
He just left.
Yeah, he said he was spending time with his son.
No, fuck his son. I gotta say Happy Christmas,
No. Tomorrow, he's on a train right now with like strangers' kids. He's grabbing his phone and running around.
Dude, those photos were green as fuck. Like, literally green. Where is he going?
Did you see the photo?
That was a beautiful photo.
Oh, it's gorgeous, right?
So, does he take the train every day or just like on the weekends?
I don't know. He seems to always be on a train somewhere.
I
Imagine
feel
that's your
really
life.
bad. Like, most Americans think of Indians as people who try to scam them over the telephone, and you meet someone else who's, like, you don't even know. There's a whole culture of people, and
I
you're
mean,
making this judgment.
he could be trying to scam us on Twitter Spaces. You never know.
That's just
I
Mike,
think What? It's a long game. He's going to be super, super
Yeah.
helpful for months
Look,
and
he's the
months, and then
advanced
scam you in the
Indian.
end.
Yeah, you've heard of AI. Have you heard of the advanced Indian? Watch out.
See, this is why Mike keeps us around. We don't know it yet, but he's scamming money out of us
You'll be
down
an
the line.
artificial Indian. Yeah.
He's gonna
Have
hit
you
us with
seen
like, oh shit, my life has fallen apart. I need some money. We need some donations to get through this. Really, he's a rich motherfucker.
Have you seen the guy who ends up calling? He ends up hacking the call centers and hooking into their computers and their cameras and everything,
Yeah.
and then collecting data and turning it over to the police. And they're not dumb people. Like they could be doing excellent work. They're scamming people because it's easier and they're smart people. And you
Is it
just
a
would
full-time job
wish
though?
you'd wish they had something else to do.
Do you think it's a full-time job? Like, do you think these are people that go into this place of business, 9 to 5, that kind of thing, and fucking,
Oh
they go
yeah.
there, they make their scam calls, whatever.
Well, there's a boss. The scammer, well, the one guy was like, yeah, these people used to work at this other office building and they moved to just a different office building because that one got shut down by the police or something. But yeah, they move around. It's very organized. It's not some accidental thing that happens.
Do you think they pay taxes?
I don't know how their government works and how they collect taxes. They probably do.
Yeah, Mike. Mike, you need to tell us how you go about taxes with scamming.
Yeah, I have a friend that has one of those channels. He has like millions of views. We used to go to high school together. That's what he does, and he's
He
learned
scams
like
people?
he like pretends to be like an old woman or an old man, and then like pretends to let him into their. He basically just like pretends to be whoever they need him to be, and have jokes. Popular chat. He's one that, like, if I think about it in terms of my personal friends, my reverse scammer friend has one of the most popular YouTube channels.
I think people was asking if the scammers pay taxes.
Yeah, taxes. Mike, do these syndicates of scammers, not us, obviously, because we are not a syndicate of scammers, we just have to one yourself, but...
I thought we were. We're not? What are we doing here, then? Oh, sorry. We're not.
Cardinal rule, man. Cardinal rule. Come on.
My bad.
How do we go about tax, though? Like, if you're in a syndicate of scammers, right? Like, if you're in this operation that's like doing call center stuff and all sorts of things, right?
I think you
And
need
they're
to.
scamming people out of money. Do you pay taxes? Is it
I
like all
mean,
above board?
they probably have an office beside Microsoft's in Dublin.
Can you just imagine like a fully above board legitimate business, right? Like you said, like next to Microsoft, somewhere up there, this mega core of scammers. They're just people that go out there and they scam, right? It's I don't know, like
Sounds very like capitalism to me. What's wrong with that?
I mean, do you think
yeah.
that
Sorry, I
you
was
can
just describing
cover?
Apple.
Do you think you can cover every county of every state in the United States with scammers, 5 calls a day, and not be a super organized organization that has a boss and a hierarchy that's a multi-million-dollar business?
That's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like these, like imagine it as that kind of business. Do they pay taxes? Do they pay more taxes than Donald Trump?
They probably do, but they pay taxes on something that's not, hey, we're scamming people. They could have some legitimate cover business, of course. But how hard is it to rent an office and just do work? And I mean, I don't know the Indian government's their surveillance network. How are they able to see what's happening in their own country? Who knows? But the
Do
people
they have
who
to
are
be Indian
like saying
scammers though?
the anti-scammers know what buildings they're in, and they actually have physical people spying on the scammers in the call centers. They've gone so
Oh
far
yeah,
as to have moles in the system. They get them in. It almost reminds me of the thing in the United States. There was one state that had this thing called drug stamps. And if you were a drug dealer, you would have to pay taxes on the drugs you were selling by buying these stamps. And so if you were hauling drugs around, you better have stickers on all the drugs that said you paid the taxes on those drugs. Otherwise, that's an additional fine if you were to get pulled over by the cops. And everyone knows that you don't want to mess with the tax police.
I think that's a funny concept, right? Like drug dealers that are, they're engaging in very, very illegal activity as far as the law is concerned. But, does your weed man pay tax, right? I think with everything changing the way it is at the moment, it's kind of we all know that drugs and stuff should just be taxed. Like mentally speaking, on some fundamental level, everyone knows it should just be taxed. It doesn't make any sense for it to not be a taxed product because you're just opening up a whole can of worms and whatever. Like even if you disagree with drug use in general, right?
We all know the whole country is just one big mega corporation in the end. So just pay the boss their cut, pay the taxes on your drugs, and then the boss should turn their head and let you do your drugs.
Actually, when you put it that way, I think drugs should stay illegal because you know what? Fuck the mega corps.
Every
I got you.
country is a mega corporation.
I'm gonna slip off to bed. Merry Christmas, guys. We did it. We lasted through all of the, Hopefully,
all of it.
By next
Hopefully
Christmas, we're
we'll-
taking over the world.
Yeah. Hopefully we can be even more angry next year.
I'm going to be even more angry today, to be honest with you. So that's not very hard.
That's a good start. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas. I had
Merry
someone say to
Christmas.
me, Merry Crisis. Literally,
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Crisis. Much love to a lot of you.